When this guy met Cerberus, a beast, which even the strongest hunters avoid, he did not get scared, instead he smirked. Because at just 8 years old, he wields a sword better than the rest and knows Cerberus's habits by heart. So instead of running, he charges at the monster himself, and then starts chopping the beast down, cutting it down without a single pause. But such power did not come out of nowhere. In his past life, Vikir was the most loyal hound of the Baskerville family, and for decades carried out any orders from his clan. He survived wars and countless battles, becoming one of the strongest swordsmen of his generation. But it all ended on the day when his own father sentenced him to death. After 40 years of loyal service, Vikir was executed like an unwanted dog. But instead of dying, he returned to the very beginning of his life. Now he has to crawl through the labyrinth of blades again, toward the river Styx. Because the waters of Styx turn the body into steel and temper infants. But most children die without even reaching the shore. Vikir pushes through the rows of blades and dives into the water without a second thought. He reached the river and plunged into its depths. The water invaded his wounds and bones, painfully remaking his body far more intensely than before. Realizing how much difference a good start could make, he endured the agony and tried to remain submerged as long as he could. The onlookers panicked and urged him to come out before he drowned, insisting he be pulled to safety. Hugo, however, only laughed at the sight. When he learned the child had already been underwater for 7 minutes, the clan's butler treated it as a crisis. Hugo coldly noted that the boy might die, ignoring his subordinate's alarm. Then he addressed the child as his son and called for him to rise. Beecher recognized Hugo's voice and rejected the command, refusing to surface so easily. Instead, he chose to absorb the Styx's power until the very end. His body began to fail as he choked underwater, but he still did not yield. Even on the edge of collapse, he clung to a single decision: endure until the blessing was his. A child sinks into dark water as a strange transformation begins. Someone hauls the infant back up by one leg, dripping from the river. An observer notes that the baby did not just fall into the river Styx but somehow drank from it. The child's newly grown fangs confirm that the river has already changed him. When the man asks the baby's name, he learns this is Beecher Van Baskerville, the young master. Hearing the name, the man immediately takes interest in the child. He judges Beecher to be a greed-driven son, born with dangerous ambition. He calls for Hugo, signaling that he has chosen this child as part of a larger plan. He decides to hide his intent for now, waiting until he can strike at his master in a single decisive blow. His true aim is the destruction of Baskerville itself, and he vows to bring it about through Beecher. Beecher is identified as Hugo Le Baskerville's illegitimate child, a fact that defines his place in the clan. By age 8, Beecher's talent would seem genius to outsiders, yet within Baskerville it is only ordinary. At 20 he is used for deadly missions, but by 29 he has already hit the limits of his swordsmanship compared with the main house. When the demon invasion begins at 30, he survives the ruined era and spends years killing demons. Even after humanity wins the long war, his reward at 40 is not honor but the treatment reserved for a disposable hunting dog. Those rewards prove to be a cruel betrayal. He is ruined by slander, false accusations, and finally execution by guillotine. The infant Beecher wakes, carrying the memory of that future. Realizing he is in the nursery, he understands he has returned to the beginning. He concludes that absorbing the river Styx has sent him back to a point before everything went wrong. As a maid places a small chest in his cradle, he notices the gift and suspects it matters. When he hears it was left on orders from the lady of the house, he focuses on the mention of his mother. He reflects that no one should have cared enough to leave a present for an illegitimate child like him. The chest opens on its own, releasing something ominous. Beecher recognizes the threat emerging from inside before it reaches him. The gift contains deadly black mambas, turning the cradle into an assassination attempt. He realizes his mother had rivals willing to murder even a baby to eliminate competition within the clan. Remembering that other children of rival branches were massacred, he understands this attack as part of that same purge. Instead of panicking, he grabs both snakes with his bare hands. With grim satisfaction, he proves the Baskerville bloodline's ferocity by overpowering them. He resolves to kill the assassins with his own hands if necessary. By the time the struggle ends, the snakes are reduced to bloody remains. The next day, adults gather after discovering the aftermath in the nursery. They are horrified to find the child peacefully sleeping among the butchered snake corpses. The nannies on watch are tortured and executed, yet the true source of the snakes is never uncovered. Only young Beecher knows what really happened. 8 years later, he is living among the other Baskerville youths. During instruction, the children are taught the hierarchy of swordsmanship. The lesson is formally addressed to the young masters of the clan. They learn that a swordsman first manifests mana in the blade, becoming a sword expert. The next stage is coating the sword in aura, and the final stage is solidifying that aura into a true sword master. The class is reminded that Hugo, the clan's finest, has already reached the level of sword master. Beecher quietly measures himself against Hugo, and resolves to regain all the strength he lost before his coming-of-age ceremony. His silence is mistaken for deep thought, but his mind is fixed on far more than the lesson. Even at 8, he can already strengthen his body with mana and parse aura, placing him far above the other children. What truly occupies him is not training but calculating how many years remain before he can kill Hugo. His unsettling presence draws the attention of other boys, who grin at the chance to provoke him. They start by shoving him and mocking him as a half-blood. The bullying escalates as they sneer that he is only an illegitimate child and repeat the clan's rumors about him. They taunt him with the story that he survived 7 minutes in the river Styx and killed 2 venomous snakes in his cradle, waiting to see how he will answer. A boy recognizes the 3 older children confronting him as the same Baskerville brothers who once chased and assaulted him when he tried to flee. He identifies their trio as Hugo Le Baskerville's Trident, 3 9-year-old enforcers known within the clan for acting together. Even though they are only a year older, he judges them as dangerous enough that they should be eliminated before they become harder to uproot. One of the brothers tests him immediately by pressing a knife to his neck. The boys explain that anyone who survives too long in the Styx becomes blade-resistant, and they try to confirm whether that rumor applies to him. The brother holding the knife is urged on by the others to go through with the stab. Instead of stabbing, one brother restrains the boy from behind and turns the ordeal into a time test of whether he can endure the Styx's effects. Realizing how casually cruel they are, the boy decides to humor them for now. A minute passes, and the brothers dismiss the legend as impossible even while watching him endure. By 3 minutes, their confidence starts to crack because he is still holding on. 10 minutes later, the test has gone far beyond what they expected. The brother restraining him finally panics as he realizes the rumor was true. The others order him to let go, but the boy bites down hard enough to make the hold break. One brother is left stunned as the situation abruptly turns against them. The boy stands free while the 3 older brothers recoil in confusion and fear. With blood on his mouth and red eyes glowing, he mockingly reminds them of the boast that one of them would eat his own hand if the legend proved real. The brothers try to recover their bravado, but one of them is already terrified. Their nerve collapses further when the frightened brother realizes one of his fingers has been bitten off. As they think about retreating for treatment, the boy refuses to let them leave. One enraged brother lunges at him with a knife, trying to reassert control through force. The attacker boasts about being older, only to be dropped instantly by a brutal counter. Shock replaces his confidence as he realizes age means nothing here. The boy drives the point home by saying the elder brother forgot the one rule that matters in Baskerville. He states that in Baskerville, if someone has greater strength and talent, age becomes irrelevant, and he twists the knife deeper into the fallen boy's fear. Now fully in control, he grins and treats the confrontation as a game he intends to finish with all 3 brothers. One of them finally understands that the stories about him were true. The boy answers that realization with a savage strike that smashes another brother across the face. The last 2 can only watch in horror as their side is dismantled. The remaining standing brother charges in desperation, cursing him. He is beaten down just as decisively, bloodied before he can turn the fight around. With all 3 broken and panicking, the boy calmly tells them not to be afraid because they can still be treated if they act quickly. He picks up the knife and warns that he will not let all of them leave, and if they delay any longer they will be crippled for life. Pretending generosity, he announces that he will allow only one of them to go. The brothers, injured and horrified, ask which one he intends to spare. He makes them choose for themselves, turning their alliance into a struggle for survival. As he heads for the door, he gives them only a short time to decide. Looking back with a predatory smile, he frames it as mercy that at least one of them should live. The 3 brothers are left staring at one another, bleeding and realizing what his offer truly means. Fear and suspicion spread between them as each understands the others may sacrifice him to survive. By forcing that choice on them, he shatters the Baskerville trident from within. The scene shifts away from the children's clash. Elsewhere, the Baskerville butler John Barrymore reports to the clan head that the Morgue clan is claiming a ruby mine after another territorial clash. The clan head expects the Morgue clan to make contact soon and asks whether there is anything else to report. Barrymore mentions the latest midterm results at the children's castle, and Hugo Le Baskerville notes that young Master Beecher placed first in the written exam. When Hugo asks about the practical exams, he learns they begin in 5 days and that the children's castle is currently emptying while preparations are made. Barrymore then hesitates and says there is another matter concerning the children's castle. He reports that a serious fight recently broke out among the young masters. No one died, but Hugo's 3 sons were badly injured, including a severed finger and a damaged jaw. Barrymore adds that they were treated and recovered, but the psychological damage was severe because they were defeated by one of their own siblings. Hugo realizes the child who ruined his 3 sons and took first in the written exam was the same person, young Master Beecher. A quiet corridor leads into a formal audience where a young Baskerville heir is being summoned. Beecher arrives before the clan leadership with the confidence of someone who already believes he belongs above the rest. The clan head notes how much he has grown, and Beecher casually accepts being addressed as the future head of the family. The conversation turns to the triplets from his advanced class, whose condition after dealing with him has become a matter of concern. His father makes clear the real damage was not physical injury, but the way Beecher shattered their bond and left them emotionally ruined. The triplets are described as having fallen apart completely, no longer eating or speaking together after Beecher exploited the weakness in their teamwork. Beecher receives the accusation without remorse, wearing silence like proof that none of it troubles him. When pressed to admit wrongdoing, he refuses the premise and treats their collapse as their own failure. In his view, strength justifies everything, so someone weaker than him being broken cannot possibly count as his mistake. His father reminds him that even the brothers he once harmed chose to forgive him, testing whether he feels any guilt at all. Bichir is baffled by the very idea of forgiveness, as if mercy itself makes no sense to him. He recalls an earlier moment when a brother he had reduced to ruin came to him years later and offered reconciliation. That memory leads into the answer Bichir gave, revealing the creed that governs him. He declared that forgiveness is merely the excuse of the powerless, while true justice belongs to whoever is strong enough to take revenge. The memory leaves behind the sense that violence and domination are the only truths he respects. Back in the present, his father recognizes that Bichir has fully absorbed the Baskerville family motto that strength is justice and weakness is sin. The clan head ends the moral discussion and turns practical, calling for Barrymore to attend to the boy. Instead of punishment, Bichir is rewarded and told to take whatever snacks he wants from the food warehouse. He brightens immediately, asks for chocolate, and thanks the clan head with childlike enthusiasm. Barrymore escorts him out, and the meeting seems to close on an oddly indulgent note. Before he can leave completely, his father stops him with one final command. The clan head orders Bichir to perform well in the coming midterm assessment. He sharpens that order into a warning that Bichir must not lose to anyone from the main house. Bichir accepts, but the pressure behind the command clearly lands as a serious challenge rather than a casual request. At the warehouse, Barrymore offers him refined chocolate reserved for elite girls of another clan, assuming that is what he came for. Bichir rejects the processed luxury and asks for something far more specific despite being told the premium stock was difficult to obtain. What he wants are raw cacao beans, prized precisely because of their intense flavor. Barrymore is caught off guard that the boy means the unprocessed beans themselves. The beans are revealed as rough, potent ingredients rather than sweets ready to eat. Bichir explains that these blue cacao beans are so concentrated that a single bean can produce huge amounts of chocolate. He starts eating the bitter beans raw, astonishing Barrymore, who realizes Bichir genuinely values chocolate itself rather than just candy. Barrymore also figures out Bichir's real motive, because he may only take what he can carry. Choosing concentrated beans lets him maximize the amount he can bring back. When offered processed products instead, Bichir insists on taking the beans as they are, confirming the calculation behind his choice. Barrymore is left wondering whether the boy is simply strange or unexpectedly clever. It is then revealed that Bichir wants the beans not for eating but for a practical exam scheduled 5 days later. As the test approaches, he enters a bleak forest with other young Baskervilles, all of them being sent into something dangerous. The narration warns that this day will trigger an unprecedented disaster within the Baskerville clan. The clan's brutal reputation is explained. Baskerville is known as the Berserker clan because its children are raised through relentless, militarized training. From early childhood they are forced to climb mountains for stamina, learning endurance before they are even properly grown. Their conditioning is even harsher at night, when they must sleep beside demonic creatures or their remains to adapt to a hostile world. By the time they are toddlers, they are expected to face thousands of hounds and other ordeals that forge them into monsters of survival. The midterm is formally introduced as a practical survival assessment. The young hounds are brought to Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir, a mountain crawling with demonic creatures and known as Baskerville territory. Their guide, Pavlov van Baskerville, tells the young masters that the rules of the test are simple. They must survive in the mountain for a month and hunt powerful demonic creatures, keeping both goals in mind at all times. The scoring system reveals the clan's cruelty. Points are awarded not only for survival and hunting but also for crippling or eliminating fellow students. Each participant has also been given a badge, and stealing another person's badge grants bonus points. The stakes are made absolute. Death earns nothing, surrender is impossible, and giving up means immediate execution. The guide warns them not to leave the designated zone, since the mountain contains many unexplored dangers beyond even the demonic creatures they are expected to face. As the guide dogs secretly watch over the exam, the students trade rumors about Bichir's past feats, marking him as someone already feared before the test has even begun. Rumors spread that one student is exceptional both academically and physically, marking him as a standout before the assessment even begins. He returns to Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir with quiet confidence, already treating the place like familiar ground. As the students gather in tense silence, everyone waits for the test to begin and measures the competition around them. An examiner announces that the bell will start the assessment, setting the students loose in the forest. With a final wish for their success, the signal is given. The moment the bell rings, the field erupts into motion as the examinees scatter to claim their chances. The prodigy immediately heads for a location he remembers from last year, intent on securing an early advantage. Other students quickly decide that survival does not require fighting alone, so they plan to trail him and steal points from his efforts. Meanwhile, a trio arguing over strategy reveals that cooperation is already fragile, with each wanting credit for himself. Elsewhere, a cloaked observer realizes the exam has already started and prepares to watch events unfold. The rules are clarified. Killing is penalized rather than banned, so the exam discourages murder without truly preventing it. Because direct killing costs points, most participants will try to make monsters do the dirty work instead. That balance keeps deaths relatively low, though only because the system channels violence into more indirect forms. Hidden in the woods, the cloaked watcher silently fixes his attention on the prodigy. He notices the boy heading toward an unexplored zone and wonders how far this young master intends to go. Even so, the watcher remembers the boy's reputation as a gifted talent and becomes curious about what he is planning. The boy arrives at a massive tree, checking whether this is the place he had in mind. Finding soft ground at its roots, he decides the terrain is suitable for what he wants to set up. Having chosen to stay there for now, he sounds less like a test taker than someone settling into a private project. He even calls it a vacation, baffling the hidden observer who expected ambition, not leisure. The watcher is thrown off by that word, unable to understand why anyone would treat this deadly exam so casually. The boy calmly gathers a bundle of wood, as if preparing a campsite instead of competing. Elsewhere, the exam's violence continues as students clash with blades in earnest. A glimpse of his past shows that this ease in the wild comes from long familiarity with rough outdoor living. At the same time, other examinees are already being driven into desperate fights against monsters. In contrast, he spends his time resting comfortably, conserving energy rather than chasing points. The watcher keeps staring, trying to make sense of someone who refuses to behave like a normal contender. After several days of watching him sleep, dig, hunt, and collect firewood, the observer concludes that the boy seems to be hiding and waiting rather than competing. The watcher starts to doubt the rumors of genius and decides there is no need to keep wasting time on him. Only after sensing the watcher's departure does the boy confirm that he is finally alone. With that, he relaxes into the campfire and treats the whole setup with nostalgic satisfaction. A memory surfaces of someone teaching practical campfire tricks, reinforcing that this apparent idleness is actually deliberate field craft. Now unobserved, he makes his move and triggers the mechanism he has been preparing. The fire consumes hidden supports, collapsing part of the structure he built. He confirms that the obstruction is gone and that his preparations are complete. What looked like camping is revealed as a trap, and he declares that the real hunt can finally begin. A few days later, the story shifts to the dangerous unexplored section beyond the marked boundary. He walks alone into that forbidden area, carrying himself like someone entering familiar territory rather than unknown danger. Though this region is officially unexplored, he thinks of it as an old backyard from his scouting days. Following the smell of dead, burned roots, he tracks the signs of the creature he came here to find. A sudden sound confirms he is close, and he sharpens his attention. He finds burning excrement, and immediately recognizes it as the trail of his target. That clue identifies the monster for him. Only one demonic beast in the area leaves waste like this. He admits he used to hate encountering them, but now one is exactly what he wants. The beast reveals itself, and he names it without hesitation, a hellhound. The hellhound answers with a blazing roar, showing itself as a creature wreathed in infernal fire. Its nature is laid bare, a B-rank demon dog whose hellfire cannot be extinguished until the life chosen as its fuel is completely burned away. These monsters are known as creatures that have consumed the eclipse of hell itself, making them walking disasters. He recalls being nearly killed by one at age 7 and admits that, by ordinary standards, even his current self should still be outmatched. But instead of fear, he smiles, because he already knows a method that can let even children bring down a hellhound. As a hellhound charges, the boy identifies its first weakness. It commits completely once it starts its attack. He lets the flaming beast rush straight at him, trusting that its speed will also make it predictable. He confirms the pattern to himself, realizing a hellhound can only move in a straight line and cannot adjust mid-charge. With the monster locked into its path, he calmly waits for the exact moment to counter. He reveals the second weakness he has prepared for, pulling out a bottle instead of meeting the beast head-on. Knowing demonic creatures cannot cross water no matter how little there is, he spills a thin line to control the battlefield. Forced to respect that barrier, the hellhound has to circle around, exposing the same kind of vulnerability as ordinary dogs when they run. He openly compares them to real dogs and focuses on the weak point created when they turn and open their mouths. At the same time, he readies a small projectile between his fingers. He stays composed as the hellhound comes around for another pass, already set to exploit the opening. The beast lunges again, but this time he is waiting for its mouth to line up with his trap. The hellhound realizes too late that something has been slipped into it. He reveals the trick with satisfaction. Chocolate is poisonous to dog-type monsters too. Because he used a concentrated bloody bean meant to produce huge amounts of chocolate, the poison overwhelms the hellhound almost instantly. Watching it collapse, he concludes that even a creature born from hell loses to something as simple as chocolate. He studies the dying body and reasons that the poison likely hit the stomach and heart first, while the ribs shielded the more vital target he actually wants. He identifies the true weak point at last, the kidneys, tucked behind the ribcage. Without hesitation, he raises his short sword to finish the kill precisely. He drives the blade into the spot he chose, turning his analysis into a clean execution. The demon's body begins to release energy as it dies. He recognizes the familiar reward of a demon kill, experience, or karma, flowing into him and strengthening his body. Feeling his short sword grow lighter in his hand, he realizes he is regaining the power he lost when he regressed into a child's body. That success makes him think ahead to Hugo, imagining the reaction when an 8-year-old returns after killing a B+ rank demon alone. He decides this victory should secure first place in the practical exam and already knows what reward he wants to claim. His thoughts turn to a sealed object of immense value, something he once coveted before his regression and now intends to monopolize. As he moves to decapitate the corpse, a new sound interrupts him. He pauses, alerted by the disturbance. More hellhounds emerge, drawn in by the dying creature's cries. Seeing the pack gather, he dryly wonders if they have come to avenge their fallen companion. Before they can surround him, he cuts down the nearest one at once. Holding the severed head, he makes it clear he never intended to hunt just one, and still has plenty of poison beans left. Then a far more ominous presence appears above the pack, and the ordinary hellhounds immediately defer to it. He senses the shift in hierarchy and turns his attention to the new arrival. The lesser hellhound's fear tells him something is wrong, because they normally die before submitting unless a superior predator is present. He looks ahead and realizes the pack is making way for something much worse. A three-headed beast wreathed in purple demonic power steps forward. He identifies it with alarm as a Cerberus. That shocks him, because a Cerberus should be an A+ rank monster and should never be roaming this ridge. But as it moves, he notices blood and realizes the monster is already wounded. Examining the gashes across its body, he suspects someone else had been trying to hunt it before it fled here. He connects that possibility to the barbarian tribe beyond the mountain, reasoning they may have driven it into this area. Instead of retreating, he sees opportunity. If he can kill an injured A+ rank demon, the reward will be enormous, even if it means risking everything. He draws on the swordsmanship and anti-demon techniques he mastered in his previous life and through the Baskerville style. Though trapped in a child's body, his skill has already reached a level most would only attain as adults. He launches himself straight at the Cerberus, surrounding his blade with force as he commits to the attack. He brings the empowered strike down onto the monster with all the speed and precision he can muster. The Cerberus reacts instantly, one head snapping in to intercept before the blow can finish it. He slips through the counterattack and keeps moving between the heads rather than letting himself be pinned. Encouraged by the monster's injuries, he convinces himself this impossible fight can still be won. Relying on the anti-demon weapon art he learned before his regression, he prepares to exploit the Cerberus's wounds, since those techniques deal even greater damage to already injured demons. A monstrous three-headed hound closes in, radiating a lethal demonic presence. He immediately realizes this is not a weakened enemy, but a fully dangerous one. Caught off guard, the young hunter tries to react with his weapon a moment too late. That brief lapse lets Cerberus strike first, and rake him with its claws. The blow sends him tumbling across the snowy ground as the beast presses the attack. He is thrown hard and loses control of the fight almost instantly. Blood rises in his throat, confirming how badly the first hit hurt him. The threat is identified as Cerberus, an A+ hellhound that guards the exit from hell and ranks among the strongest dog-type monsters. Slumped against a tree, he forces himself to assess the situation before the beast reaches him again. As his senses return, he understands just how close he came to blacking out. He realizes Cerberus nearly knocked him unconscious in a single attack. The agony in his left arm makes him fear it may have been torn off. Looking down, he finds the arm still attached but gruesomely mangled. He concludes that even wounded, Cerberus should not have injured him this badly unless the river Styx's effects are amplifying it. Cerberus lunges again under that infernal enhancement, forcing him to evade despite his injury. He admits he is already badly damaged and unlikely to survive another direct hit. Even so, he steadies himself and searches for the one move that can still save him. He decides the only viable option is to retreat and draw the monster somewhere specific. Choosing flight as his strategy, he bolts away while Cerberus gives chase. He reasons that if the beast were healthy, escape would be impossible, so its injury is his only advantage. Ahead, he spots the steel fence marking the edge of the boundary. He vaults the fence, aiming for a prepared location beyond it before Cerberus can catch him. He knows that if the hound reaches him first, he dies. He sprints through the dark woods with the pack thundering behind him. While running, he desperately searches for the trap he set in advance. He finally sees the target point ahead and commits to it. Barely staying upright, he pushes himself for a few more steps despite his failing body. Cerberus closes in right behind him, almost within killing range. At the last possible moment, he plants his foot and triggers his plan. The ground gives way beneath the charging hound, and both hunter and monster are thrown into the trap zone. For an instant, he hangs directly beneath Cerberus's snapping jaws, one mistake from death. Cerberus crashes down into the embedded field below. The beast realizes too late that it has landed in a prepared snare. He slams down hard as well, coughing from the impact but alive. Lying on the ground, he fights through panic long enough to see whether the trap worked. He reveals that this place is the Cradle of Swords, a trap he originally made for the Hellhound pack. With grim satisfaction, he notes that the same trap can catch Cerberus too. Because Cerberus is still a dog-type monster, the bloody bean extract coating the hidden spears should act like poison. The hound roars in pain and fury as the poison-laced trap bites into it. Seeing it still standing, he accepts that a high-ranking demonic creature will not fall from one hit alone. He immediately follows up by launching a blue energy slash from his sword. The attack streaks down toward the trapped Cerberus before it can recover. Cerberus answers with a furious roar, still resisting despite the damage. Calmly, he begins counting his distance from the beast. As Cerberus bleeds and struggles among the blades, he continues the count while holding his ground. He reaches 6 steps, measuring the exact limit tied to the rumor he is testing. At 7, he stands within striking distance and waits to see whether Cerberus can cross that threshold. The Hound snaps at him but suddenly falters, unable to complete the attack. He exhales in relief, confirming the effect is real. With Cerberus collapsed in its own blood, he concludes that the rumor was true. Its reach ends at exactly 7 steps. The wooden spear that struck him stands out in his memory as different from the others. He realizes the spear was coated with a mamba's venom, a poison that would have crippled him if he were not still young enough to endure it. Sensing that Cerberus's power has finally faded, he confirms the 3-headed beast is dead. He notes that the corpse itself will prove Cerberus's cause of death and support his testimony later. Before dealing with that, he decides to find what Cerberus had been guarding, convinced a gatekeeper monster like this was protecting a nearby dungeon. He recalls that a dungeon is a strange treasure-holding space often inhabited by powerful demonic creatures. Since the gatekeeper is gone, he judges the dungeon should be empty and masks himself with Cerberus's blood to avoid other monsters. Following the trail of dirt, rot, roots, footprints, and drool, he tracks the beast back to its lair. He advances deeper into the forest with purpose. At last he finds the dungeon entrance Cerberus had occupied. He remembers this place being discovered years in the future as an empty ruin, so entering it now means something has changed. Inside, he finds lingering decay and a scent that tells him the place has not yet been cleared. The darkness stretches farther than expected, and he realizes the dungeon runs deep. Instead of hesitating, he grows eager at the thought of hidden treasure. Driven by that greed, he heads inward to claim whatever reward lies ahead. As he proceeds, he studies the walls for clues. He notices rubies embedded throughout the stone and recognizes them as part of the Red Fang mountain vein tied to Le Rouge et Le Noir. A bright glow ahead convinces him he has reached the dungeon's core. He shields his eyes from the sudden intensity. The tunnel opens into a stone chamber centered around a blazing red crystal. He concludes the chamber's contamination is being absorbed and concentrated into the ruby, which explains the light. Then something else catches his attention. He discovers a long-dead skeleton, proof that someone reached this chamber before him. Examining the remains, he sees knife wounds all over the body and blood long dried with age. From the condition of the corpse, he concludes a great deal of time has passed since the death. A letter found with the body reveals a man hiding his true name, and the handwriting identifies him as someone from the Baskerville clan. The dead man had written the account as a warning to future descendants not to repeat his mistake. In the letter, he explains that an ancient dungeon was uncovered by him and his younger twin brother, Abel. After surviving countless trials and reaching the final chamber, the brothers encountered the dungeon's ultimate riddle. That riddle trapped them there for 3 full years. The reader realizes their desire for the treasure must have been overwhelming if they endured that long, and that the riddle concerned escaping the chamber. The crystal before him appears to be the very object tied to that mystery. The inscription states that what entered as 1 became 2, and only 1 may leave. The letter explains that the twin brothers obsessed over this wording until they reached a shared conclusion. Because they had once been 1 life in the womb before being born as 2, they believed leaving required becoming 1 again. That interpretation led them to draw their swords. They accepted that only 1 brother could leave with the treasure they both desired. Blood was spilled as their answer to the riddle. In the end, the writer killed his younger brother after a long and brutal fight. But even after that sacrifice, he remained trapped, and the chamber twisted him further. Driven mad by guilt and failure, he realized he had murdered his brother for nothing and still gained nothing. Eventually, he resolved to leave a final warning for anyone who might come after him. His message is simple: leave at once, because greed has never earned anyone anything in this demonic cave. The boy dismisses the warning as proof that the earlier intruder suffered for no reward, though he admits that does not mean the dungeon itself is worthless. He focuses instead on the riddle, deciding Cain and Abel must have misunderstood its meaning. A new thought emerges from the dead man's account: a dungeon that cannot be conquered is no dungeon at all. That realization makes him look back at the corpse with sudden suspicion. He understands the dead man's conclusion was completely wrong. The true answer finally clicks into place for him. He concludes that Cain and Abel failed because they remained 2 separate, stubborn minds, when the riddle required them to overcome that division rather than kill for it. He realizes the dungeon's riddle was solved by the place itself. The dark tunnel and bright stone chamber create a contrast that turns 1 person into 2 through light and shadow. Following that logic, he understands that entering the chamber split him from his shadow, revealing the key to the final stage. He concludes that if the room is plunged back into darkness, the last lock should open, and he acts on that insight. Certain now that his shadow was the answer, he commits to the solution without hesitation. The crystal mechanism shatters, confirming he has broken through the chamber's final condition. A pillar of crimson power descends from the ruins, signaling that the hidden reward is finally being released. As the relic appears, he recognizes it as the prize powerful brothers once killed each other to obtain. The object reveals itself as a sinister spear-like relic, and he suspects he has found the demonic cave's true treasure. Its monstrous presence makes clear that this is no ordinary weapon but something tied to a demon constellation. An inscription explains the condition of ownership: Only someone of the Baskerville bloodline can draw Beelzebub. He identifies the relic at last as Beelzebub, the legendary artifact hidden here. From old mythology, he recalls Beelzebub as the gluttonous fly, a demon of devouring appetite. He remembers the ancient era when 7 great demons ravaged the continent as the 7 calamities. To stop them, the leaders of the 7 great clans each confronted one demon constellation. The Baskerville clan's patriarch had faced Beelzebub, the fly of gluttony. Legend says he subdued Beelzebub and sealed it in Baskerville territory, ending the plague that had made monsters waste away. Whether myth or truth, the relic before him is said to have brought death to countless humans on the battlefield. He decides that whatever destruction Beelzebub caused in the past will end here, because now he intends to claim it for himself. He grips the relic and tries to draw it out, forcing his will against the seal. The attempt backfires immediately as the weapon bites into him with violent resistance. Its power tears open his hand, as if demanding blood as the price of acceptance. The wound spreads through his palm, but the relic's hold on him only deepens. Instead of rejecting him, the blood and weapon fuse, reshaping around his arm into a new form. Beelzebub becomes a sword forged from demon constellation power, an unexpected gain far beyond what he anticipated. Seeing the transformed blade, he immediately wonders how much strength it contains and looks forward to testing it. With nothing else to take from the chamber, he prepares to leave. Before he can go, a strange sensation interrupts him and puts him on alert. The unease intensifies through his body, as though the relic is stirring something inside him. He collapses under a sudden wave of dizziness, and realizes the feeling is closer to hunger than pain. When the weapon arm starts buzzing, he suspects Beelzebub is trying to guide him toward food. He stumbles out of the cave, following the compulsion into the night. The hunger grows so fierce it feels like his stomach is being torn apart, and his sharpened senses catch a delicious scent nearby. The relic reacts sharply, confirming that it has found something. He lets the weapon lead him toward whatever it wants him to consume. It brings him to the corpse of the hellhound he killed earlier. Driven by instinct, he thrusts Beelzebub into the carcass to feed it. As blood flows through the relic, his hunger finally eases, and he realizes this appetite may return again and again. He connects that endless craving to the madness once associated with Beelzebub, and wonders how often he will need to satisfy it. The relic responds with eager delight, as if pleased by being fed. A status-like response reveals the result. Beelzebub has stored hemorrhage from the hellhound in one of its slots. He understands that this may be Beelzebub's unique ability. He recalls the relic's true function. It turns a slain opponent's ability into his own, while the victim is completely consumed. From the hellhound's corpse, he identifies the absorbed skill as hemorrhage, a power that makes even tiny wounds gush blood. That realization opens a bigger possibility in his mind. If he can steal skills, Beelzebub could become far more dangerous than a mere weapon. He looks over the ruined corpse, and sees there is still more of it left to consume. He starts to feed the remains to Beelzebub again, but this time he hesitates mid-action. He stops himself, reasoning that devouring the whole body would be wasteful when the damaged corpse is too difficult to identify properly. Even after he decides to stop, the relic keeps trembling with greedy insistence. He forcefully restrains it, refusing to let its hunger control him. The buzzing continues anyway, and Beelzebub reveals that it can hold multiple stolen abilities at once, with hemorrhage already joined by Incinerate Cerberus and rapid regeneration from Brown Rat Novicious. After tearing through Cerberus, the boy realizes the monster's rapid regeneration may have come from devouring another corpse hidden beneath it. He judges the gain worthwhile anyway, because absorbing Cerberus has given him the Incinerate skill and a far richer harvest than the hellhound he had expected. With the demonic creature portion of the exam already complete, he calmly decides to wait out the rest of the assessment. Once the practical test ends, the young hounds of Baskerville return for evaluation. The creatures they killed are processed into weapons and ornaments, and the spoils are returned to the students who earned them. But one corpse in particular shocks the clan. A young hound has brought back Cerberus. The clan leadership immediately demands to know who managed that feat. The report identifies the hunter as 8-year-old Beecher Van Baskerville, who supposedly wandered into a forbidden zone during the exam and killed Cerberus with poison. That explanation alarms the clan head, because Cerberus is a high-ranking demonic beast and the boy had already been marked as poisoned before entering the mountains, raising the question of where such a toxin came from. The steward adds that the boy had tried to avoid being sent back into the territory at all, claiming he was too exhausted to continue. Rather than dismissing him, the clan head is amused by the boy's cunning and sees it as proof that he understands how valuable knowledge can be. The steward admits he is startled that such talent has appeared in a child from the Van line rather than one of the more prestigious branches, only to be curtly reminded that he does not truly understand his master. The clan head makes clear that he has no interest in bloodline pride and values only talent and determination, regardless of whether they come from royalty or from the weak. He presses the point further, insisting that even those considered inferior can produce worthy bloodlines. Realizing he may have spoken out of turn about the clan head's second son, the steward quickly apologizes. The clan head lets it pass and, wanting something to entertain him, orders Beecher to be summoned. Beecher is brought before the clan head to answer for his achievement. The clan head goes straight to the matter that interests him most, and asks how the boy killed Cerberus. Beecher gives a deliberately absurd answer, claiming he fed the monster chocolate. When the steward explains that chocolate is poisonous to dog-type demonic creatures, the clan head realizes the boy had specifically requested it for that purpose and notes how casually he is handling the interrogation. The clan head then challenges Beecher for refusing to fully explain the details of his hunt when questioned earlier. Beecher answers that he withheld the truth because the steward is not his master. Pleased, the clan head confirms that as head of the clan he alone holds that authority, and he recognizes that the boy has learned the hierarchy well. As a reward for capturing a demonic creature and placing first in the practical exam, the clan head offers Beecher a single wish. Beecher immediately asks for entry to the 10,000 book library. The request concerns the vast hidden library deep beneath the Baskerville Castle, one of the largest collections in the Empire. The clan head reminds him that access is normally restricted to the clan head, the vice head, and members of the main house. Beecher prepares himself to abandon the request publicly and, if necessary, find another way in later. Instead, he is unexpectedly told that he may enter. The clan head grants permission because Beecher wants to read Baskerville's Swordsmanship, 6th Fong, a text kept in the restricted section of that library. The offer stuns Beecher, since no illegitimate child named Van has ever been allowed to study beyond the 4th Fong. The clan head's decision is tied to his current disappointment in Hugo, the 7th Fong, who once regressed from the 9th and has failed to meet expectations. Beecher silently vows that in this life he will surpass Hugo. He recalls that the swordsmanship scripture was created to preserve the clan's essence, and that the 7th calamity was first slain by a Baskerville who wielded the 7th Fong. The clan head raises the stakes further, declaring that Hugo Le Baskerville will be the one to hand that scripture over when Beecher takes it from him. Beecher bows and accepts, inwardly certain that the clan head has no idea how much he is truly asking for. With permission granted, the guards open the way to the library. Beecher steps inside without hesitation. Seeing the 10,000 book library in person for the first time, he takes in the place he has long wanted to reach. As he scans the shelves, he notes that the swordsmanship manuals he had hoped to study before his regression are all gathered here. He reflects on the clan rule that bars even legitimate children from learning beyond the 4th Fong, a policy meant to keep lesser heirs from threatening the direct line. He soon finds the volume he came for, sealed away in chains and a lock. Holding it, he marvels that Hugo would ever have recommended the 6th Fong to him, something he never would have imagined before regressing. He concludes that Hugo only allowed it because he assumed an 8-year-old could never memorize the text in a single day, and Beecher breaks the seal. As he begins reading, Beecher recalls that before his regression he had already mastered the 4th Fong and was close to the 5th, but advancing further had required a leap in understanding no one had taught him. He reviews the structure of Baskerville swordsmanship, where each level is defined by a Fong and the crimson sword aura expelled from the fangs marks the rise from 1st to 9th, but he has no interest in stopping at the 6th Fong, because he came here for something beyond it. He leaves the reading area with a higher objective in mind, surprising the guards who thought he had only just begun. When they offer to help him retrieve anything else, Beecher says he is finished there because the swordsmanship scriptures he truly wants lie deeper inside. He brushes off their confusion and explains that before leaving, he intends to skim the other scriptures and ignore anything beneath his standard. While others dismiss the library's neglected shelves as worthless clutter, the boy ignores them and heads straight for the overlooked section. He realizes their contempt comes from ignorance and stays focused on what he already suspects is hidden there. He is certain a treasure lies concealed among the dusty miscellaneous books that no one else would think to search. Moving through the stacks alone, he follows that conviction deeper into the library. At the shelf, something catches his attention and confirms he has found the right place. He pulls out a damaged scripture titled Lurking Embedded Teeth and immediately recognizes it as the book he was seeking. Holding it, he becomes sure this is the key text he came for. He notes that it was dismissed as a basic manual because its middle pages were torn out, hiding its real importance behind an incomplete and unimpressive exterior. Unlike everyone else, he knows the book's true value from memories of his previous life. He recalls that before his regression, a Hound unit expedition found a strange relic in a dungeon on the border of Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. Inside that relic was a single torn page of swordsmanship scripture. Because the page was written in Baskerville script and seemed significant, Hugo ordered an enormous search through the clan library to find its source. That search identified the source as Lurking Embedded Teeth, a scripture personally written by an ancestor that explained how to reach Baskerville's 10th Fong. Obsessed with obtaining that level, Hugo unleashed the hounds to hunt down the missing pages. When he learned the remaining pages were hidden in each of the other great clans, he started a war against them and crushed resistance with his hounds. After countless hounds were sacrificed in that campaign, the surviving clans were forced to surrender the pages to him. The reward for all that bloodshed was nothing more than Hugo's cold approval. That memory leaves the boy with only contempt for the life he once lived under Hugo. He remembers that Hugo eventually reached the 7th and 9th fangs by using the blood and corpses of hounds as fuel, but never attained the 10th. Since the hound that gathered the pages died before recovering the original text, Hugo never saw the complete scripture, and the boy now intends to surpass him in this life. Reading the surviving text, he understands that what looks like empty grandstanding is actually a coded sword formula hidden in metaphor. He realizes that if the words are arranged and interpreted correctly, The nonsense resolves into a precise and powerful method. From that method, he concludes he can regain the strength he had before regression by age 10, restoring the 4th Fang level in swordsmanship and aura. As he concentrates, the light outside shifts and time passes unnoticed. By the time the room brightens fully, he is still immersed in the scripture. He remains seated with the book, having spent the entire day extracting its meaning. Once he has absorbed enough, he closes the book and decides the preparation is complete. He realizes he has focused for hours, but the text is now so thoroughly memorized that he can recite it from memory. Sensing no guardian knights nearby, he judges the moment safe to attempt the technique. He accepts that his child's body cannot yet handle the higher fangs, but believes he can at least reach the 5th Fang now. Entering an inner training state, he confronts a humanoid target and begins drawing out his aura. Red energy gathers around his arm as he commits to the strike. He reproduces the 1st Fang cleanly, proving his old sword sense is still intact. He chains that into the 2nd and 3rd fangs without losing control. Then he drives through the 4th Fang, pushing his body to the threshold he sought. Feeling the sequence hold together, he recognizes that the final step is within reach. He reflects that in his previous life he reached the 4th Fang only as a high-rank sword graduate, and the 5th remained impossible because his talent had already peaked. Now, with the chance to live differently, he throws himself at the next stage with everything he has. The target withstands the pressure long enough to force out the full shape of the technique. For an instant, the oppressive image of Hugo looms over the attempt, embodying the ceiling that once ruled his life. The boy cuts through that shadow in his mind as if severing the hold of his past. His aura erupts in a decisive finishing stroke, completing the breakthrough. The released power whips back through the library, showing that the technique has truly manifested. He steadies himself and judges the result imperfect, but still enough to count as drawing the 5th Fang. A surge of warmth rises in his chest, and he is nearly overwhelmed by the joy of reaching what once seemed impossible. Even as he celebrates, he remembers the grim irony that Baskerville hounds often grew stronger only after baring their fangs at their master's throat. He places the achievement in context. The 5th Fang corresponds to the level of a mid-rank sword graduate. With that milestone reached, he believes steady training can return him to the point he had attained before regression. He also notices his mana vessel is expanding along with his swordsmanship, opening far more capacity than he had at this age before. As liquid aura coils around his hand, he confirms he has already recovered the power he once possessed before regression and has done so years earlier than in his first life. He explains that a sword graduate differs completely from a sword expert because an expert can turn sword aura fluid, making its density and shape far less restricted. He recalls gaining a swordsmanship tied to a Fang before his regression and realizes it was only one branch of a form with far greater potential. That earlier technique, stabbing canine, could strengthen him quickly, but its growth ceiling was obvious. By contrast, lurking embedded teeth is a complete swordsmanship that unites attack and defense, and can keep evolving without limit. He judges that if he channels his mind into it, he can currently imitate only a graduate-level version, with poor odds overall and much better chances in a direct clash. At the same time, he considers how much of this progress he should reveal to Hugo. He decides to show neither too much nor too little, setting expectations carefully so he can keep drawing benefits from Hugo. To stage that impression, he deliberately burns the book with the magnifying glass. Satisfied, he prepares to erase Hugo and the hunting dog's claim to the 10th tooth while keeping the real gain for himself. The evidence is destroyed, leaving only his private advantage intact. When the smell draws attention, he lets the servants find him beside the damage. He feigns embarrassment and claims he accidentally focused sunlight through the magnifying glass onto the book. The servants quickly reassure him that they will report it as a butler's fault and insist he has nothing to apologize for. They downplay the loss as a minor bookkeeping matter, especially with the nights occupied elsewhere. The staff decide it would be best if the incident were treated as though it never happened. He accepts their offer to keep it secret, and they respond with even greater loyalty. After he leaves, the servants praise him as a considerate young master who even thinks about his attendant's position. Their admiration confirms that his act has improved his standing with them. The scene shifts as he heads deeper into the estate to meet Hugo. Back in Hugo's presence, he is asked whether the library gave him any insight. He answers modestly, prompting Hugo's amused curiosity. He describes sensing something warm, sharp, soft, and wave-like within the library, as if he had brushed against an unseen force. That answer startles Hugo and the butler into considering a far more serious possibility. They recognize it as aura, the proof that one has entered the world of the sword, a realm most people cannot reach even after years of training. Hugo catches himself, realizing how absurd it is to expect such a breakthrough from an 8-year-old child. Still, he asks the boy to demonstrate exactly what he means, and the boy readily agrees. They move to a training arena prepared for a formal test. Other youths gather as witnesses, sensing that something unusual is about to happen. The boy steps forward with a sword in hand, calm and ready. Hugo decides that the cleanest way to judge him is to pit him against a demonic beast. The choice shocks the onlookers, who can hardly believe such a test is being proposed. Hugo explains that he intentionally started with a weaker specimen to make the assessment more controlled. An orc is brought in under heavy chains, led by a handler into the arena. The beast is identified as an orc with a low danger rating, but it is still a genuine monster. The spectators protest that facing an orc is far too much for an 8-year-old, especially since even older trainees are not expected to handle one. Hugo dismisses the concern by assuring them the Guardian Knights will intervene if anything goes wrong. From above, he gives the signal to begin the test. The restraining chains are released, removing the last barrier between the boy and the monster. Freed, the orc fixes on him with immediate bloodlust. The beast charges in a roaring rush, trying to overwhelm him with brute force at once. He does not panic, instead measuring the attack as it closes the distance. In that instant, he calmly reads the opening and commits to a counter. He slips past the charge and carves across the orc's upper body with a clean, fast slash. The watching trainees are stunned that he landed the blow so easily. The orc reels in disbelief as blood bursts from the wound. Without giving it time to recover, he pivots and drives into a second attack. His blade cuts through the orc's leg, crippling its movement. The monster collapses heavily, its advantage gone almost immediately. Writhing and screaming, the orc is left bleeding on the ground under the weight of his precise strikes. He notes that if the orc had possessed its racial rapid regeneration, a first wound like that would not have left it bleeding for long, meaning the trait never activated. The observers note that no ordinary C-rank demonic beast should be able to stop the Hellhound's hemorrhage, marking the boy's feat as something abnormal. The crowd is stunned that an 8-year-old altered his body so drastically and seemingly without mana, and they struggle to understand how he did it. The father remains silent, weighing what he has just seen instead of joining the excitement. The boy decides that if words are not enough, he will prove his claim with the sword technique he has not yet revealed. That declaration catches his father's full attention. The butler immediately realizes what the boy is about to use. The child unleashes Aura Blade, surrounding himself and his weapon with a red force that confirms he has crossed another threshold. Even the wounded orc, still bleeding, forces itself back up to continue the fight. The beast senses the danger and turns feral under the pressure of the boy's aura. The boy attacks in a burst of speed, pressing the advantage before the orc can recover. His father rises at the sight, no longer able to stay detached. The attack streaks past in a blur of red energy. The butler praises the display as the aura of a low-rank sword expert and hails the boy as a rare genius. But the father is not convinced so quickly. The father cuts off the praise, insisting that true judgment requires a closer look. He points out that orcs normally regenerate rapidly, so the fact that this one is still bleeding means the boy's strike did more than it first appeared. He also rejects the idea that the victory came only because the orc was weakened, recognizing that such an excuse would be dishonest. The boy calls to his father, drawing the arena's attention upward as if he has another point to make. With a cheerful expression, he asks whether there is anything stronger than an orc. The answer hanging over the scene is that orcs are already dangerous humanoid monsters with great physical strength despite low intelligence. The spectators murmur uneasily, sensing that the boy is asking for an even harsher test. Privately, the boy decides to reveal only enough power to make his point. His father, meanwhile, considers that if the child's achievement becomes too great, it could separate him from Hugo and force him into the academy too early. He concludes that the boy needs real combat experience, but not so much glory that his path changes immediately. So he asks the butler whether the family still has a barbarian subject reserved for experimentation, and learns that one remains. He orders that captive brought out, and a starving troll is prepared for the arena. The students are shocked by the escalation. The boy takes the news in stride, almost amused by the answer. When the chain giant appears, he calmly identifies it as a troll. The troll roars, making clear that this opponent is far more dangerous than the orc. The boy formally asks permission to begin, and his father grants it. With that command, the restraints are released, and the real trial starts. The boy charges straight at the troll instead of retreating, testing it at close range. The troll answers with overwhelming force, swinging down to crush him. The blow smashes into the ground, but the boy avoids being caught beneath it. He uses the opening to move across the troll's body rather than trading power for power. Even while focused, he feels the pressure of fighting something this large and dangerous. The troll hesitates in confusion when the boy slips away instead of attacking recklessly. From the stands, some think he missed his chance, not understanding why he chose not to strike. His father immediately approves, recognizing that the boy made the correct tactical choice. He explains that a troll's regeneration remains active even while it stands, so any non-fatal hit would be wasted energy. The boy keeps circling and evading, showing that defeating a troll requires strategy rather than brute force. The troll grows heavier and rougher in its breathing as the chase continues. The spectators begin to realize that the child is deliberately dodging to wear the troll down, and they are astonished that someone so young can judge a battle this way. Internally, the boy knows the troll is actually slow and not truly cornering him, but he maintains the appearance of straying. He reflects that he could kill it easily if he revealed his real strength, yet doing so would expose too much, so he needs a natural-looking method. He decides to provoke the troll into charging harder, using its aggression to create the opening he wants. As the troll commits its weight forward, the boy slips behind it and positions himself for a precise strike. He slashes into the back of the troll's neck, drawing blood with a targeted cut. The onlookers recognize that he struck just enough to wound without killing, and they are amazed that an 8-year-old could manage such control. The boy realizes he could finish the troll by using Beelzebub's hemorrhage on the first Fang and simply waiting, but he dismisses that option as pointless for what he is trying to show. As the fight reaches its limit, the boy is warned to stop before he pushes too far, but he insists he is close to finishing it. He decides he can endure a little longer and commit to one more decisive attempt. Hugo makes clear that if this next attack fails, he will abandon the match. Instead of stopping him, the monstrous opponent grants permission to continue. The boy realizes he already knows how much power he should reveal and commits to that answer. He unleashes the second Fang of Baskerville swordsmanship, a technique he built by combining what he learned in the underworld with the troll's regenerative power. The troll is caught off guard as the attack closes in with overwhelming force. The boy drives forward, eager to see how Hugo will react to this hidden strength. The troll is torn through by the crimson assault before it can recover. With a final plunging strike, the boy decisively ends the battle. An elderly observer is stunned by what he has just witnessed. The watching students are left speechless as the feat defies everything they know. They recall the Baskerville standard. Around 15, one learns to infuse mana into a sword and produce an aura, beginning with the first Fang. What the boy just used, however, is the second Fang, something no one in clan history had reached at his age. The boy brushes it off with a laugh and notes that, in the end, he won. Hugo is left staring in shaken disbelief. From afar, the arena is reduced to silence around the fallen troll and the small figure who defeated it, leaving everyone asking what they just saw. A week later, life returns to routine in the dining hall. The boy keeps eating the estate's meat stew, still dissatisfied no matter how much he consumes. He concludes that this body simply cannot get enough of the clan's food. Even while eating alone, he notices the room's attention shifting around him. He realizes the other students have been keeping their distance ever since his victory, which he takes as natural in a clan that worships strength. He privately enjoys how badly he rattled Hugo, while nearby chatter spreads the news that the clan head's son has already returned from his trip. He reflects that the public only saw him as roughly a medium-rank swordsman, while his true level is lower, and his real edge lies in his hidden regeneration. If that troll-derived ability counts, he judges himself stronger than an ordinary graduate. His appetite has only grown since gaining Beelzebub, when a hesitant group finally approaches him. 3 blonde students gather with obvious nerves, trying to work up the courage to speak. Their awkward behavior immediately puts him on guard. They blurt out the wrong opening by asking whether he had gone easy on them before, then scramble to correct themselves. What they really wanted was to praise him for killing Cerberus and the troll. Their sudden concern and admiration feels so unnatural that he suspects either mockery or a trap. Uneasy and irritated, he considers beating them first and sorting it out later. Before he can act, the family butler interrupts and addresses him formally. Startled, the boy recognizes Barrymore and drops his hostility. The butler speaks with urgency, making clear this is not a casual visit. He informs the young master that the clan head wants to see him immediately. The summons carries him away from the dormitory toward the main stronghold. The Baskerville banner marks the authority awaiting him there. Inside, Hugo is already seated and greets an old acquaintance after some time apart. The visitor is introduced as Adolphe Morgue, agent of the Morgue clan head, who remarks that Hugo seems unchanged. Hugo hopes this year's annual event will pass without trouble, but Adolphe points out that last year ended with many injuries across both clans. Hugo dismisses those incidents as minor and accuses the Morgue children of exaggerating them. Adolphe answers with smug pride, claiming his clan is simply more refined and prestigious. Their exchange reflects an old rivalry. The magic-focused Morgue clan and the sword-focused Baskerville clan have clashed from the beginning. Long ago, however, the Emperor declared that magic and swords should complement one another. By that decree, the two clans began joint training for selected children, and the annual event was once known for its excellent atmosphere. That harmony broke when a dispute over ownership of a ruby mine between their territories poisoned relations between the clan heads. Even so, the Emperor's order forced the joint training to continue, and Adolphe came to Baskerville as his younger brother's representative after hearing a rising star had appeared there. Hugo dryly notes that producing a genius who could enrich the Empire a century from now is not something worth boasting about so loudly. Adolphe is taken aback that the famously cold Hugo would react so personally to praise of his own child, and he finds that change unusual. A visiting man is received by the Morgue clan head, who remarks that a talent from the Rogue clan has also appeared and calls in a child named Camus to greet him. A young red-haired girl enters the room at the summons. She approaches with deliberate confidence. The guest watches her arrival, still carrying himself with smug composure. The clan head introduces the girl as Camus, daughter of his elder sister and heir to the clan. He pointedly reminds Camus that she is speaking to the clan head of another house, expecting proper respect. Instead, Camus bluntly accuses the visitor of stealing the Morgue clan's ruby mine and demands it back. She presses the claim directly, asking for the mine's return as if it were an obvious wrong to correct. The accusation jolts the guest, who bristles at being called a thief. The clan head tries to smooth things over, explaining that Camus is repeating something he said earlier in private and that she has taken it literally. The guest takes the insult personally anyway, seething at the idea that a bearded elder like him would be likened to a common thief. He dismisses Camus as an ignorant child and warns the Morgue leader not to hide behind a misunderstanding to excuse the clan's provocation. Camus refuses to back down, arguing that without the ruby mine her side cannot even continue its research. When she keeps escalating, the guest cuts her off with a sudden, menacing command. The morgue leader immediately shields Camus and rebukes the man for directing that hostility at a child. The guest turns the defense into mockery, implying the Empire's sword saint is being invoked to bully an 8-year-old girl. He twists the accusation further, suggesting the morgues are really the ones coveting what belongs to others. At that moment, another youth arrives at the doorway and takes in the tense meeting. He is announced as Vicer of the Baskervilles, a promising young master brought before the clan head. The morgue leader recognizes the name and realizes this boy is the rising star of the Baskerville family. His surprise is so great that he momentarily loses his composure. Vicer walks straight up to Camus and asks her to repeat what she just said. Hearing her name, he quickly realizes this child is the famous Camus Morgue in her younger years. He is stunned that the legendary steel-blooded empress he knows by reputation is standing before him as a child. He recalls her future fame as a genius of the Morgue clan, a brilliant and beautiful figure who would become renowned across the empire. In his memory, her influence grows so immense that even Imperials call her the avatar of authority. But he sets that legend aside and focuses on the present, where she is still just an 8-year-old angrily insisting the ruby mine belongs to her clan. Camus snaps at him too, assuming he has come all this way only to throw a tantrum over the dispute. The two clan heads watch uneasily as the children take over the argument. Vicer dryly agrees that she is indeed the one throwing a tantrum, which only infuriates her further. Camus decides to prove her point by force of reason, conjuring ice and declaring she will explain the matter in terms even a Baskerville can understand. Vicer remains unimpressed, expecting a fight and instead seeing a demonstration begin. With her power, she creates a large ice model of the disputed region and the surrounding territories. The display catches everyone's attention as the room shifts from confrontation to explanation. Camus proudly presents the model, determined to make her case undeniable. Vicer realizes she is building a territorial diagram rather than preparing an attack. She starts with the border between the morgues and the Baskervilles and identifies the joint security zone where the high-quality rubies originate. Camus explains that the mine entrance lies on morgue surface territory while the underground vein extends into Baskerville land, making the ownership issue more complicated than simple possession. She notes that the Baskervilles themselves have been treating the area as morgue territory by accusing them of trespassing and even offering to lease the relevant land. From that, she argues that because ruby is merely a mined ingredient the Baskervilles need, their own behavior amidst the morgues hold the stronger territorial claim. Vicer follows her logic and realizes that if a lease was offered, then the Baskervilles have effectively acknowledged the morgue's ownership of the site. Camus drives the contradiction home, pointing out that the Baskervilles claim not to care about rubies themselves and only about territory, which is exactly why they barred the morgues from entering. She concludes that the only people truly upset about losing access to the rubies are the Baskervilles, exposing their position as self-serving. To settle it visually, she divides the model into each side's land and prepares to show where the rights to the rubies should logically fall. She reaches into the model to indicate the decisive boundary. Leaning over the ice map, Camus challenges Vicer to identify whose arm it would be if it crossed into the other side's territory. Vicer immediately understands the trap in her analogy and answers with amused confidence. He seizes her wrist as a concrete demonstration of the principle she just established. Using her own logic against her, he declares that once her arm entered his side, it became his. Camus is left caught off guard as his counter turns her neat argument into a personal setback. The red-haired girl lunges in flustered outrage when the boy treats her as if she already belongs to him. He coolly rejects her assumption and forces her to realize he never accepted being claimed by her. Before anyone can calm the exchange, he reaches for a knife with deliberate intent. The watching elders register the sudden turn with alarm. He escalates the provocation by declaring that her arm belongs to him instead. She freezes in shock, unable to process whether he is serious. A nearby onlooker can only react with stunned disbelief. The older observers grow visibly tense as the threat stops feeling like a joke. He repeats the claim without backing down, making the menace unmistakable. Her confusion deepens into fear as she realizes he may actually act on it. When the blade comes down, she barely gets her arm up in time to stop it. Terrified, she screams for her uncle to save her. Her uncle steps in with authority and orders the boy away from his niece. The confrontation breaks, leaving both youths startled by how far it went. The girl rushes into her uncle's protection, crying that he really went after her arm. The clan head demands an explanation for the chaos. Another adult pauses, weighing the situation before speaking. The boy abruptly reframes the incident as a joke between clan children and offers a smooth apology. To support the lie, he even presents the knife as nothing more than a toy used in rough sibling-style teasing. The girl angrily rejects that excuse, pointing out how absurd and dangerous such a toy would be. He bows and apologizes again, claiming this kind of play was common in the Baskerville clan before he joined them. The visiting representative from the Morgue clan criticizes the clan head for tolerating such behavior as childish play. He then pivots to business, saying he already has a proposal concerning the ruby mine and expects his clan will approve it. As the meeting is pushed forward, the girl quietly vows she will not let this pass. The boy answers her anger with an easy smile, as if none of it unsettled him. Soon after, the friendly competition between the Baskerville and Morgue clans begins. Although the event is meant to let children display practical combat skill rather than theory, the sparring draws unusual attention this year. That attention centers on a particular matchup. The Morgue clan presents its prodigy, Camus Morgue. The Baskerville side answers with Beecher Van Baskerville. Under formal training rules, the two rising talents face each other in a supervised duel. The opening bell signals the start. Beecher warns her not to expect mercy just because this is a competition. Camus immediately begins a high-level spell formation far beyond what most children could attempt. The spectators recognize the technique with astonishment. She reveals it fully as quadra casting, preparing 4 spells at once. Even the adults admit that such simultaneous casting from someone so young proves her genius. Camus unleashes the combined magic in a flashy multi-element assault. Beecher slips through the barrage with speed and precision, avoiding the attack rather than meeting it head-on. Instead of being impressed, he judges her approach inefficient, and says she would be stronger focusing on one spell at a time. Offended, Camus lashes out at being lectured about magic by someone she sees as beneath her. She counters by raising a sand wall to block and control the field. Beecher keeps provoking her, turning the duel into a battle over composure as much as power. As the terrain shifts around him, he realizes her sand manipulation resembles the Baskerville clan's feared river Styx technique. Camus suddenly understands she made a mistake and that her attack left an opening. Her confidence falters as she notices something is wrong. Beecher is already inside her guard, hand poised for a trivial-looking strike. He closes the distance in an instant and snaps a flick straight to her forehead. The watching adults are stunned that he ended her grand spellwork with something so simple. Dropped to the ground and clutching her head, Camus protests that he is humiliating her by going easy on her. The boy refuses to let his opponent escape and notes that his earlier hit is still affecting her. The red-haired girl, hurt and frustrated, insists she should end this with her victory before things get worse. She tries to trap him by raising a reinforced sand wall in his path. He mocks the barrier as useless, immediately realizing he could simply go around it. Instead of avoiding her, he decides to engage directly and closes in. He smashes through the wall with brute force, turning her defense into rubble. The sudden breakthrough leaves her on the ground and terrified as his hand reaches for her. Cornering her, he turns the duel into a lesson and asks who would win in a fight between them. He makes her wait for the answer, tightening the pressure. Then he answers it himself by striking her forehead and declaring that the stronger one wins. He stands over her, making the power gap unmistakable. The blow leaves a swelling mark on her forehead and drives home her defeat. Dazed and in pain, she struggles back up while clutching her head. She lashes out in fury, but he treats her rage as childish and barely worth concern. As she attacks with fire, he decides not to hurt her seriously and instead focuses on calming her down. He concludes the cleanest way to handle her is to redirect the situation toward someone else. While flames and sword strikes tear across the area, he maneuvers the fight toward the watching adults. One observer prepares to cut through the magic, and the boy recognizes that a battle magician who can also fight with a sword could be useful. The girl realizes he is avoiding direct hits and demands to know why he is not taking her on properly. She chases him angrily, accusing him of running away and forcing him to keep baiting her forward. He gathers a larger burst of fire and challenges her to deal with that instead. At the same time, he silently calls for Camus Morgue and urges him to act now. Hearing that name, the girl is thrown off for a moment. The boy rushes straight toward the blast and warns Camus to prepare a protection spell. The girl can only stare, confused by what he is doing. An older man realizes too late what is happening and shouts for it to stop. The fire detonates in a massive explosion that engulfs the scene. Smoke and embers fill the aftermath as the onlookers stare into the blast zone. The crowd panics, fearing that Lord Camus has been killed. Someone recognizes Camus' voice through the smoke and calls out to him in shock. The girl hears her uncle alive in the haze and realizes he survived. She panics over what to do next, knowing her protection magic saved her body but not her dignity. The fire burned away her clothes, leaving her exposed and mortified. For the moment the smoke hides her, but she knows that safety will vanish once it clears. Humiliation overwhelms her as she curls in on herself and fights back tears. Desperate, she silently begs for anyone to help her before she is seen. Then something drops over her, interrupting her panic. She looks up to find the boy standing there shirtless, offering his top so she can cover herself. When she questions why he would help an enemy, he brushes it off and says he does not care about a shirt. His unexpected kindness leaves her completely confused. He notices a cut on his arm and realizes the swordsman's blade must have clipped him while he was strengthened by magic. As the smoke thins, others begin approaching the pair. They find the girl covered by his clothes and the boy standing beside her half-dressed but calm. The older man is visibly relieved to see that she is safe. Nearby students identify the result clearly. The Morgue clan's daughter is on the ground while young Baskerville is the one left bleeding. They infer that he must be from the best class and note that his physique suggests serious training despite his age. An elder openly praises him as extraordinarily talented for an 8-year-old, while the girl stays silent under the borrowed clothing. Later, the scene shifts indoors to a quiet corridor after the duel. Walking with an older man, the boy is asked how his duel with the Morgue clan's young daughter went. He answers that he enjoyed it, and says the match reminded him that fighting a magician is very different from fighting a swordsman. After holding back in a spar, the boy is pressed on why he failed to attack properly and admits he hesitated because he had never fought a girl before. His guardian treats the injury as a lesson, warning him that hesitation in battle only gets people hurt. That unexpected concern makes the boy wonder if Hugo may actually care about him. He reflects that Hugo was always known as a cold, ruthless man, supposedly hardened further by losing his wife and eldest daughter. Setting that aside, Hugo abruptly turns the conversation toward the disputed ruby mine. The boy proposes giving the mine up, and Hugo demands a reason for abandoning such a valuable claim. The boy explains that Baskerville's duty is to tame the wild north, and the Red Fang mountain mine only attracts demons and barbarians that should be drawn away instead. Hugo approves, and the boy adds that if the Morg clan is used well, the damage from surrendering the site can be minimized. He lays out the strategy clearly. Let Morg take the mine so the demons and barbarians converge there, concentrating future trouble in one place. Hugo recognizes the plan as a way to let the ruby be stained by Morg's blood while still expanding Baskerville influence into new territory. He praises the boy for independently reaching almost the same strategy Hugo had in mind, especially since the boy had already been tasked with luring monsters toward the Morg side. As they walk on, Hugo says they still need to watch Morg carefully, though he is already increasing hunting dogs to infiltrate them. Their discussion is interrupted when they encounter the Morg clan head waiting ahead. The visitor has brought his red-haired niece with him, and requests an audience before Hugo returns. Hugo agrees to hear him out, bringing the boy along for the conversation. The red-haired girl hides behind her uncle, visibly nervous about the meeting. The scene shifts to a formal room where both sides sit down to negotiate. Speaking as Morg's representative, the visitor says there is one important matter he wants to settle. He frames the ruby mine dispute as only one item in a broader effort to resolve tensions between the two houses peacefully and asks what Hugo wants in return for opening the territory. His answer is a political marriage. He proposes binding Morg and Baskerville through a union between a boy and a girl, immediately drawing the children into the discussion. More specifically, he suggests Hugo's eldest son and Morg's eldest daughter. He openly praises his niece as worthy of becoming the partner of Baskerville's future successor. Hugo points out a major obstacle. His eldest son is already 25, making the age gap severe. The girl quickly calculates that the difference is 17 years and decides that much is still acceptable. She then bluntly declares she refuses to marry anyone weaker than her mother, startling both sides. Her uncle scolds her that such standards would leave her unmarried forever, but she insists she judges suitors by potential. She adds that she dislikes such a large age gap and would prefer someone her own age or younger, prompting Hugo to rebuke her for treating marriage like a menu. Unfazed, she admits she has no intention of simply accepting whatever is handed to her. Even so, she hesitates as if a new thought has suddenly occurred to her. The adults notice the shift and wait to hear what she is about to say. The boy is also caught off guard, sensing that the conversation is turning toward him. Her uncle begins to realize where her thoughts are headed. He urgently tries to stop her, privately reminding her that the boy is an illegitimate half-blood and therefore beneath consideration. Hugo hears enough to be angered by the insult, though he keeps it contained. Instead of reacting directly, he asks his son for his own opinion, implying the individuals should matter in a betrothal. The girl grows tense, waiting for the boy's response. He remains silent for a moment, thinking carefully before answering. At last he begins to speak. He says the person he has in mind is the one he is looking at now, effectively choosing the girl. That answer shocks her uncle, who is outraged that the boy dared to aim for Morg's only direct-line daughter. Meanwhile, the girl takes his choice as a sign of interest, and starts blushingly wondering whether he actually likes her. Hugo coolly dismisses Morg's obsession with bloodline, arguing that side branches can surpass direct heirs and pointedly praising his son's quality. The Morg clan head studies the boy more seriously, reconsidering him. The boy identifies the man by name as Adolf Morg. He recalls Adolf's reputation as a powerful Sixth Circle master and a feared elite mage, as well as the uncle who dotes on his niece. Adolf leans in and tells the boy that, speaking personally, being Camu's husband requires more than raw strength. He clarifies inwardly that the marriage proposal came from the clan, not from him, and that he does not even think Baskerville's legitimate children are good enough for her. When the boy does not respond, Adolf grows irritated and demands to know why he is being ignored. The boy calmly answers that he stopped listening the moment Adolf admitted he was not speaking to him. Camu is stunned that the boy dares to speak so confidently in front of her uncle, while Sir Baskerville only seems amused. The older man's quiet laughter shows he is entertained rather than offended by the challenge. Adolf formally asks to duel the child, and Hugo pointedly frames the boy as a possible future husband for Camu, raising the stakes beyond a simple test. Hugo makes clear he is not speaking as a clan representative but as Camu's uncle, prompting her to protest the idea immediately. Her uncle shuts her down and insists that arrangements like this can be proper. With Hugo's approval, Sir Baskerville turns to the boy and asks whether he accepts the duel. Adolf agrees without hesitation. The confrontation moves outside into an open courtyard suited for a public test of strength. Camu and Hugo watch from the side as the duel is about to begin. Sir Baskerville announces that he will judge what Adolf is truly made of and how far his confidence reaches. Adolf accepts the test calmly, already thinking he will not reveal everything he can do. To set the terms, Sir Baskerville conjures a clay jar by combining multiple elements with practiced ease. He completes the vessel and fills it with water, turning the duel into a controlled magical challenge. Cammy realizes her uncle is harmonizing fire, earth, and water at once, a display of mastery that reminds her how formidable he is. The water settles inside the jar, making the objective unmistakable. Sir Baskerville balances the jar on his head and declares that Adolf wins if he can spill even a single drop. Adolf studies him in silence, recognizing this as a rare chance to measure the power of a great magician he could never have approached before his regression. Hugo watches with interest, suspecting Adolf is thinking along the same lines and treating the duel as an opportunity rather than a danger. Sir Baskerville invites him to attack, privately judging that even his old self would have had only slim odds in a direct fight. Adolf decides he does not need to go all out, and only has to show enough skill to satisfy Hugo. He launches in immediately, testing the magician with a fast aerial assault. Camus is alarmed by how recklessly direct the opening attack looks. She blurts out a warning, but Adolf has already committed to the charge. Sir Baskerville answers with a sweeping shield of water that intercepts Adolf before he can reach the jar. He even chides Camus for helping, explaining that shield magic is the natural answer to a swordsman. Forced back, Adolf realizes brute force will not pierce the barrier unless his aura vastly exceeds the magician's. Sir Baskerville shifts to offense, summoning multiple fire projectiles while keeping the jar steady. The flaming barrage tears across the courtyard and drives Adolf onto the defensive. Camus protests that her uncle is being excessive, but he pointedly questions whose side she is on. Hugo, seeing that Adolf can still dodge the assault, decides there is no need to interfere. As Adolf weaves through the attack, he measures the true extent of Sir Baskerville's combat skill. Meanwhile, Sir Baskerville judges that Adolf's apparent youth and his own experience may let him lure the boy into dropping his guard. Adolf's focus hardens as he reaches a colder conclusion. If necessary, he may even be able to kill this man. He suddenly dives through the storm and crashes down with a concentrated strike against the shield. Instead of retreating, Adolf follows with a relentless series of precise blows, probing for a weakness. Sir Baskerville remains confident, insisting that no matter how many times Adolf tries, the sword cannot break through his defense. The shield continues to absorb the impacts, holding firm under the repeated pressure. Adolf keeps hammering the same point with disciplined accuracy rather than wasting motion. At last, cracks begin to spread through the barrier under the accumulated strain. Sir Baskerville is impressed that Adolf has been striking the exact same spot over and over with machine-like precision, and he acknowledges the boy's exceptional focus and swordsmanship. But he also notices the sword itself is starting to fail before the shield fully gives way. The damaged blade shudders under one more impact, nearing its limit inside the collapsing barrier. Sir Baskerville compares Adolf's tactic to trying to break a stone wall with eggs, arguing that the shield's durability outmatches the weapon's. From the sidelines, Hugo agrees that Adolf has talent, but is forcing the wrong approach against this kind of opponent. Sir Baskerville begins to conclude that, despite Adolf's promise, he is still not worthy of Camus. Before he can finish, the broken tip of Adolf's sword slips through the failing shield and pierces the jar on his head. Water spills out, and Sir Baskerville realizes too late that Adolf has met the victory condition exactly. Adolf smiles and dryly asks whether that single spill is enough, or if more proof is needed. Camus is left speechless, overwhelmed by the sudden reversal. Then her shock turns into flustered excitement as she blurts out that if he won, it might mean marriage after all. A man dismisses the incident as no coincidence, and realizes the shard struck exactly where it was meant to. He identifies the boy before him as Beecher van Baskerville, marking him as someone important. Beecher senses that his own bloodline may be far more dangerous than he first believed. 7 years later, Beecher is training at the Baskerville facility. A demonic oxbear is unleashed as the trainees test opponent. Its roar bears down on the students, forcing them to face a real killing threat. The trainees steady themselves under the pressure instead of breaking. The oxbear charges, turning the exercise into a fight for survival. Several students launch a coordinated aerial attack to stop it. Their blades strike its horns first, following proper technique rather than going for a reckless kill. The beast is overwhelmed as the trainees keep cutting it down in formation. Their instructor, Staffordshire Baskerville, watches with approval as guide dog trainees prove themselves. He reminds them that against a stronger foe, survival comes before pride, so crippling the legs is wiser than lunging for the vitals. The students continue executing disciplined sword patterns instead of losing control. Their combined assault finishes the oxbear cleanly. 3 blonde trainees move in sync, showing the polished teamwork expected of Baskerville swordsmen. The instructor notes that this wild oxbear's demonic aura is properly dark red, unlike the caged specimen they trained on before. Even cornered, the beast remains vicious enough to prove the lesson. The trainees close in from all sides and complete the kill. Blood splashes across the ground, confirming the exercise ended in a real death. With the danger over, the instructor formally praises the class for passing. He declares that they have mastered the first phase of Baskerville swordsmanship and completed 7 years of training. He warns them not to grow arrogant, because true wild oxbears from the Lunhwa region are far stronger than the weakened caged one they once faced. He tells them that demonic creatures in battle are deadlier than training dummies and that death is always closer than they think. To survive, they must rely on talent sharpened by experience rather than confidence alone. He ends the ceremony by congratulating them on their graduation. The graduates salute, accepting both the honor and the danger that comes next. Once the formalities end, they begin talking about which knight orders they will join. One student lists his preferred orders, while another says he hopes for the Wolfhound Knights instead. The narration explains that Baskerville maintains 7 knight orders, each created for a different purpose such as guarding, investigating, suppressing, or fighting. The conversation shifts to wondering where Beecher will be assigned. When someone pretends not to understand, the others make it clear they mean Beecher. Beecher is apart from the chatter, sitting on the corpse of the beast he killed. He notices the attention turning toward him. The others speak of him with awe, noting that he slew an ox-bear larger than theirs alone, and has already reached the high-rank 3rd Fang. Beecher stays silent, privately measuring himself by a harsher standard. He reflects that despite already being beyond his age group, it still took him a full week to rise from low-rank graduate to medium-rank 3rd Fang, which feels too slow. As he broods over his disappointing pace, the family butler Barrymore approaches him. Barrymore informs Beecher that the clan head is summoning him. He adds that Beecher's future post has likely already been decided. Beecher accepts the summons without protest. He is brought to the clan head's chamber. Entering the room, Beecher greets the clan head after a long absence. The clan head receives him calmly, giving little away at first. Beecher notices something unusual about him. Asked about the scar on his nose, the clan head reveals he got it while fighting barbarians in Lenoir, and was wounded by an archer skilled with the bow. He admits he never caught that enemy, though he later killed the archer's face-scarred daughter in the same manner. After briefly congratulating Beecher on finishing his education, the clan head prepares to explain the assignment that will make life harder from here on. Beecher recalls that he was eventually made an apprentice knight for the Pitbull Knights and sent to Lenoir for 10 months to face constant life-and-death battles like a disposable pawn. He explains that Baskerville's children are split at 15 into elites and expendables, and after the expendables survive enough real combat, they are allowed to rise into the elite ranks through politics and administration. He reflects that the key to closing the gap between true elites and expendable fighters is the Baskerville swordsmanship's 5th Fang, the level his own skill had reached in his previous life. At the same time, he realizes Hugo would never allow an illegitimate child like him to take the elite course, and the name Beecher weighs on his mind. Instead of what he expected, he is told to try becoming a congressman. The proposal is explained as a governing role over Baskerville territory, handling administration, justice, and practical affairs rather than battlefield glory. He understands that this position would place him over the clan's internal business, a shocking opportunity for someone Hugo still treats as illegitimate. Hugo's side offers him the vice-consul post in the city of Underdog, saying it suits the abilities he has already shown and noting that both top offices there are vacant. He accepts the appointment, but before leaving he asks to settle the matter of the Ruby Mine incident with the Morgue clan. He reminds them that he was promised compensation over that affair and now intends to collect it. When asked if he is claiming that reward now, he confirms that he is. What he wants is not ownership, but permission to borrow something, catching them off guard. He adds that if granting the request is troublesome, they need not force it. The answer comes immediately with official approval, making clear the request is no burden at all. The elder grants it while warning him not to do anything absurd, addressing him as son. He promises restraint, though inwardly he notes the bitter irony of finally receiving Hugo's approval only after being called a bastard for so long. With the matter settled, he leaves the room alongside the family butler. As they walk, the butler addresses him with new respect as young master. The butler explains that the clan head values him greatly. He points to the vice-consul appointment as proof that Hugo sees him as someone worth grooming for real authority. Beecher decides that arrangement suits him, because official power will let him develop his own abilities more safely while he pursues his larger goals. Privately, he rejects any attachment to his current work and remains driven by the memory of his execution. He vows not to let those memories fade and keeps hold of the hatred born at the guillotine. That hatred hardens into a promise that Hugo Le Baskerville will one day suffer the same terror. The story shifts to Baskerville territory, specifically the city of Underdog. At the administrative estate there, preparations are underway for the arrival of the new vice-consul. Workers are ordered to clean thoroughly because the incoming official is coming from the main castle. The warning spreads that special care is needed because the newcomer is a high-status appointee. Among the staff, speculation begins over what kind of man the new vice-consul will be. Rumor quickly turns to disbelief when someone says the appointee is only 15 years old. That revelation makes the workers despair, assuming a child official will only make their situation worse. Before they can complain further, Beecher arrives and one worker rudely grabs him, mistaking him for an intruder. Beecher coldly orders the man to remove his hand at once, making his authority unmistakable. The worker freezes as he begins to realize he has just laid hands on someone important. Beecher confirms it by calmly directing the staff to prepare alcohol and women immediately, leaving them stunned by how early and brazen his demands are. He heads inside already deciding to throw a party. The workers can only stare after him, baffled that the new vice-consul's first act is to celebrate. Soon the estate is filled with food and drink as the gathering is arranged in earnest. The party draws a crowd, turning the office grounds into a lively social event. Underdog's office manager, Chihuahua Baskerville, watches in near panic as the situation spirals beyond anything he expected. Outside, people condemn the appointment itself, deciding the new vice-consul must be outrageous if he is holding a drinking party on his first day. Their outrage deepens because the office had already been unstable after the previous consul was dismissed for bribery, and now the workplace itself is being turned into a banquet hall. The anger escalates into open contempt, with some calling Beecher a disaster who should be beaten before he can do more damage. Beecher suddenly appears behind the office manager and asks if he is the one in charge, instantly silencing him with sheer pressure. Chihuahua panics as Beecher introduces himself as the newly appointed vice-consul and demands his name in return. Hearing it, Beecher lingers on the name Chihuahua Baskerville with interest. He notes that Chihuahua has no middle name. That tells Beecher the man is not a blood relative of the clan but an outsider employed under the Baskerville name, and Chihuahua inwardly resents how much better an illegitimate heir is treated than someone like him. Instead of looking down on him, Beecher says he likes that fact and places a familiar hand on his shoulder. The unexpected approval leaves Chihuahua completely thrown off. Beecher asks whether Chihuahua is a local, and when the man says he was born and raised in the city, Beecher realizes he may have found someone useful. He says he knows enough about hard work to value practical people, then makes clear he has no intention of interfering with the office as long as Chihuahua keeps doing his job well. A subordinate hesitates in confusion as the newly appointed vice-consul begins speaking in a way that feels less like ceremony and more like a calculated move. The young official studies a document, while someone privately wonders why he has shown up after hosting a party the night before. He reveals that he already reviewed the federal law and found suspicious gaps in the judicial system, astonishing the older men with how quickly he grasped the problem. He identifies the real threat as a black market power structure operating above the law and protected by money. When told the problem cannot be solved by merely shutting down a few operations, he agrees and states that the criminal leadership itself must be uprooted. He clarifies that his office is meant to create and enforce law, and although he cannot rewrite everything overnight, he can add new laws to what already exists. He declares that he could destroy the underground market within a week, but to justify new law and enforcement he first needs a pretext. Because he is young and only officially taking office tomorrow, he decides he must win over the public with a spectacle. He bluntly resolves to bait the masses by staging something outrageous enough that everyone will pay attention. His listener is left stunned, finally realizing the vice-consul is deliberately setting a trap. The next day, crowds gather in the underdog district's main street as word spreads that something unusual is happening. Ordinary townspeople murmur among themselves, drawn in by the commotion and waiting to see what the new authority will do. The vice-consul arrives in public carrying a long post and a sword, making sure all eyes are on him. Even his own attendants do not know his plan, only that he has been standing there since dawn and attracting a growing crowd. He formally introduces himself as the newly appointed vice-consul and demands the crowd's attention. The townspeople initially dismiss him as a young noble curiosity, more amused by his appearance than respectful of his authority. He points to the posted laws and reminds everyone that the public notices contain the existing legal code exactly as written. He announces that although the vice-consul has changed, the autonomous laws of the Baskerville clan remain in force without alteration. Many in the crowd immediately assume this promise is meaningless, and that powerful interests will soon bend the law back to their advantage. One of his men angrily rebukes the doubters, warning them that mocking a Baskerville from the main house is dangerous. The vice-consul ignores both the insult and the defense, letting the crowd's contempt surface while his own side worries he looks too weak to enforce anything. Without further argument, he grips the post tightly and prepares to turn the gathering into a test. His expression hardens, showing that the real performance is only now beginning. The crowd falls briefly silent, sensing a sudden shift in intent. He slams the post deep into the street with overwhelming force, cracking the ground and shocking everyone present. The nearest onlookers recoil in alarm as the display instantly changes the mood from ridicule to unease. Even his attendants are caught off guard by the raw strength behind the stunt. The post remains buried upright in the shattered stone, becoming the centerpiece of his challenge. He proclaims a new special law under his authority, and ties it directly to the post he has planted. The law states that anyone who can pull the post free will receive 100 million gold from Vice-Consul Beecher Van Baskerville. His attendants stare in disbelief, realizing he has just made an enormous public promise with no warning. The surrounding townspeople hesitate between greed and suspicion, unsure whether to believe what they just heard. The entire square erupts as the impossible reward spreads through the crowd. The post stands untouched while people fixate on the staggering sum rather than the law itself. The proclamation is formally posted, confirming that the one who pulls out the post is to be paid 100 million gold immediately. Commoners quickly calculate that the reward equals years of labor, yet the offer sounds so absurd that many treat it like a joke. His attendants can only stand speechless as the gamble grows larger than they expected. When no one steps forward, he openly challenges the crowd and asks who will claim the money. Seeing only hesitation, he decides the bait is still not strong enough. He revises the posted law on the spot, raising the reward from 100 million to 1 billion gold. He announces the new amount to everyone and again invites anyone brave enough to take it. A faint laugh escapes him as he notices that even this outrageous increase still fails to produce a volunteer. The crowd pushes back, accusing him of making fools of them because no one believes such wealth could be real. Their mockery grows louder, with people treating the offer as an insulting prank rather than a lawful challenge. One of his own men buries his face in frustration, embarrassed that the vice-consul's scheme seems to be backfiring. The vice-consul presses the issue one more time, confirming that nobody intends to come forward. The crowd stiffens, sensing that his patience has ended and that another escalation is coming. He amends the special law again, this time raising the reward to 10 billion gold. With arms folded, he calmly declares the new figure and leaves the challenge hanging over the stunned street. When still no one moves, his expression turns cold and dangerous, making it clear that the spectacle is no longer just bait but the opening move of something far harsher. Two onlookers are stunned that the vice-consul seems serious about a public test no one expected him to carry through. As the crowd hesitates, people warn each other not to volunteer because crossing him could be fatal. Their fear centers on the post buried at his side, and on the possibility that failure could be treated as greed and punished without mercy. They also suspect the challenge is a trap, since the post looks unusually heavy and slightly tilted as if he prepared something else behind the scenes. When no adult steps forward, the vice-consul openly notes the city's usual greed and waits for someone to prove him wrong. At last, a small hand rises. A poor flower-selling girl asks if she may try, stepping into a challenge that has frightened every grown person present. The crowd and even her guardian try to stop her, but she insists she has to earn money because her mother is sick. She accepts the danger with childish sincerity, saying that if she dies someone should at least care for her mother. That answer leaves the adults speechless. The vice-consul lets her approach the post he drove into the stone, turning the square silent around them. Though frightened, the girl convinces herself that even a little money would help enough to justify the risk. He gives her a simple order to pull the post out, while she hopes she can at least earn the value of one basket of flowers. She strains with all her strength, expecting an impossible task. The post loosens almost immediately, revealing that it was never the impossible burden everyone imagined. With one hard pull, she yanks it free. The crowd erupts in disbelief that the child succeeded where no one else dared to try. Even the girl is confused, because the task was far easier than the fear surrounding it. The vice-consul watches calmly, his ominous aura making her remember that success might still not save her. She breaks down, convinced she may still be executed despite doing exactly what he asked. In panic, she imagines dying branded as greedy and leaving her helpless mother behind. Instead of punishing her, he gently stops her collapse and pulls her back from despair. He kneels before her and rewards her with a sack of gold, first granting 100 million. The girl can barely believe the reward is real as she clutches the bag in both arms. He escalates the gift to 10 billion, promises to have it delivered to her home, and assigns guards to protect it. Then he pats her head, turning the terrifying ordeal into an act of protection rather than cruelty. He explains that this is what law should be, a principle that must be upheld, not a weapon for the powerful. His aide is left stunned by how completely the vice-consul has overturned everyone's expectations. The citizens, who had expected blood or humiliation, are forced to reconsider him. The sheer sight of the gold confirms that his justice is backed by real power and real resources. News of the incident spreads, and the vice-consul's reputation shifts from feared outsider to a ruler whose fairness can move the public. Under his special law, illegal activity begins to shrink and the city's crime rate is cut in half. His governing philosophy comes to be summed up as belief in moving trees, faith that even what seems fixed can be uprooted. Back in the office, his manager marvels at the bizarre but brilliant performance that made such an impact. The manager admits that in decades of service he has never seen anything so unconventional, yet it worked. The vice-consul reveals that provoking the lawbreakers was intentional, because he wanted to draw attention and leave a lasting impression. Overwhelmed, the manager pledges lifelong loyalty, and the vice-consul has to calm him down. He reflects that this kind of political theater resembles methods Khmer Rouge would later use to win popular support. But he makes clear that the real campaign begins now, as he spreads out a map and targets the hidden channels of black money. He marks the places where illegal organizations are currently operating or are likely to hide next, planning to raid them and seize their funds. His manager asks how he identified so many criminal sites so quickly. The vice-consul answers that he can smell them, inwardly relying on memories of the districts he once patrolled and wrecked before his regression. The manager realizes again how uncannily prepared he is, just as a subordinate arrives with a new request. The request is for an interview from the municipality's Teenage Self-Government Committee. The vice-consul immediately understands what that means. The noble youths who shape opinion are coming to test him. He identifies the committee as a prestigious group formed by the city's leading indigenous families, making the meeting politically significant. He guesses they want to challenge him over the Beecher special law and waits to hear their move. His manager bluntly interprets the situation as the city's elites finally noticing the stench he has stirred up in their affairs. The vice-consul answers with a satisfied smile, pleased that the hidden rod is starting to surface. He decides that if the city's pests are finally exposing themselves, it is time to begin exterminating them in earnest. The story opens at the luxury hotel club in Underdog City, where tension is already building around a private gathering. Deep inside the club, a lavish VVIP room hosts an outrageously expensive party hidden from ordinary eyes. The guests, 7 members of the municipality's teenage self-governing committee, revel in excess and urge each other to keep the celebration going. These youths, children of the native Baskerville territory, flaunt a champagne tower worth a fortune as proof of their status. Their arrogance extends to treating spilled wine like a privilege for servants, making clear how casually they humiliate others. The blonde ringleader lounges in comfort and credits Baskerville wealth for letting them live without restraint. Their luxury is revealed to rest on cruelty, as they openly celebrate the growth of the slave trade and the capture of barbarian slaves. They praise the empire for giving them a playground and boast that Baskerville's clubs outshine even the capitals. Their contempt broadens into mockery of rival clans, dismissing others as fools obsessed with swords. They recall how Baskerville destroyed the loyal Mesamadrano clan by framing them, treating the purge as entertainment. With the 8 clans reduced to 7, they smugly frame political ruin as the deserved price of interfering with their fun. The conversation shifts to the newly appointed vice-consul, and one of them reveals he has already requested an audience with him. Because the vice-consul is rumored to be an illegitimate son who rose quickly, they assume he must be an easy target. The blonde leader proposes luring the newcomer in and using the occasion to establish dominance over him. They agree to bait him with a grand party and expensive wine, planning to dump the bill on him and laugh at his helplessness. The scheme hardens into deliberate humiliation, with the leader confident the vice-consul will be too ashamed to challenge them afterward. Their revelry is interrupted when attendants announce that the women they requested have arrived. Some of the women recognize the group's ugliness from before, but the youths brush off any discomfort and call them over anyway. One red-haired boy notices an unexpected figure entering with the escorts, and is immediately thrown off. The room assumes the newcomer is some kind of male escort, and even the staff deny knowing him. A waiter moves to throw the intruder out, irritated by how boldly he walked in. Before the waiter can act, the newcomer's murderous gaze freezes the room and signals that he is anything but harmless. The partygoers recoil as the mood flips from mockery to alarm. The waiter hesitates in confusion, suddenly unsure of what he has approached. In an instant, the waiter is violently struck down, proving the intruder can overpower them without effort. The young man identifies himself as Beecher Van Baskerville. The red-haired youth realizes with shock that this is no nobody but someone tied directly to Baskerville authority. Beecher confirms the point by answering their summons as the vice-consul they had been plotting to humiliate. Their confidence falters as they scramble to pretend this was all expected and under control. Even while panicking, they tried to cling to their original plan of saddling him with the party's cost once the night is over. Beecher cuts through the chatter and places his hand on the table, taking control of the room. A surge of power erupts from that touch. Everyone nearby jolts in disbelief as they realize something far beyond their expectations is happening. The vibration reaches the champagne tower and starts to destabilize it. The entire pyramid of glasses begins collapsing under the force. The tower explodes into a violent spray of wine and shattered glass, turning their symbol of luxury into wreckage. The witnesses are left stunned by the sheer scale of the display. They piece together that he shattered the tower through resonance alone, meaning his power is on a completely different level. The truth lands. Beecher is a graduate, far stronger than the pampered youths had imagined. Panic spreads among the ringleaders as they realize none of them can stand against even a fraction of his strength. Beecher closes in on the red-haired boy, choosing a target and forcing him to face the consequences. The boy immediately tries to save himself by insisting they intended to pay for the alcohol themselves. Beecher coldly turns that excuse against him, exposing that they planned to enjoy the party and leave him with the burden anyway. The others rush to deny any insult to the Baskerville name, reframing their trap as a harmless test of the vice-consul. They plead for mercy by invoking Baskerville hierarchy, arguing that as underlings they only meant to follow and that a master may test a dog. Beecher answers with violence, driving his point into one of them before they can hide behind status. He rejects their logic outright, declaring that whatever a master may do, a dog is never permitted to test its master. As another youth screams, Beecher condemns the group for mistaking money and influence for freedom from fear. He warns the room that their sheltered arrogance comes from never having encountered true terror. Then he demonstrates it by striking again, sending another body crashing away and leaving the party in total collapse. A young Baskerville heir begins his interrogation by forcing a wounded criminal to explain why one of their men ended up dead. When the gang hesitates, he makes it clear that ignorance will earn them the same fate, and panic finally breaks their resistance. He coldly tests their fear instead of accepting their answer at face value. Deciding they still need to be taught terror, he resumes the beating without mercy. The surviving thugs rage at him and insist he cannot escape consequences for this bloodshed. He steps into one man's face and reveals that their outrage only proves they still do not understand their position. He lists their crimes one by one, from kidnapping and slave trafficking to defying the Baskerville clan, making clear that their guilt is overwhelming. To him, criminals like these are beasts, and beasts are only controlled after they are made to fear. With murderous calm, he decides it is time to punish men who have lived without fear for too long. The scene shifts from the slaughter to the prison where the captured offenders are being held. Someone arrives at the cells, and the atmosphere turns from violent to judicial. The vice consul's manager, Chihuahua, trails behind him, already uneasy about what is coming next. From behind the bars, one prisoner threatens to report the abuse to his father and promises retaliation. The blonde ringleader swears that once he is free, he will kill the vice consul and never forgive this humiliation. Chihuahua nervously scolds his superior for beating the prisoners so badly while the captives beg to be released. When asked whether the punishment went too far, Chihuahua blurts out that the men were practically reduced to pulp. The vice consul answers that he has not even begun yet, leaving Chihuahua stunned. He explains that local municipal leaders were supposed to protect the countryside from corruption and improve life, but instead they became corrupted themselves and even reached for Baskerville power. Their continued defiance convinces him they have learned nothing from their arrest. He calmly announces that all of them will be executed at sunset. He goes further and declares that everyone connected to them will be wiped out as well. That threat instantly shatters their bravado, and the prisoners collapse into desperate apologies and pleas for mercy. Even as they beg to buy their lives, Chihuahua worries that their powerful clans will never allow such executions to stand. He warns that the native clans may be cowardly or sly, but they will certainly retaliate and sabotage any business under the vice consul's control. The vice consul dismisses that concern, saying the prisoners' families cannot protest because these men are tied to Underdog City's criminal underworld. When Chihuahua asks for proof, he casually admits that if evidence does not exist, he can simply manufacture it. He reveals he does not care about the aftermath because he expects to leave soon anyway, either for war in the coming age of calamity or for admission to the academy. Having decided his departure frees him from restraint, he formally recites the charges, including kidnapping women, trafficking, bribery, blackmail, assault, and murder of officials. One prisoner tries to sound principled by claiming he will accept punishment only if real evidence exists. The vice consul twists that statement against him, pointing out that such a defense sounds like an admission hidden behind a demand for proof. The prisoner realizes too late that he has trapped himself. The vice consul briefly notes that the man seems willing to die to protect his clan's reputation, until a new arrival interrupts. He greets the newcomer, as if he has been waiting for him. The newcomer opens a sack, hinting that he has brought something prepared in advance. A gaunt torturer reports that he has finished making the item the vice consul requested. The vice consul praises the timing while Chihuahua stares in alarm at what this means. The sack spills open to reveal a table full of brutal torture instruments. The torturer, a veteran of 30 years, marvels at the unfamiliar cruelty of the new devices and asks where such ideas came from. The vice consul answers that he learned them in a place so horrific that even the torturer jokes it sounds like hell. He recalls that during the era of ruin, even demon prisoners surrendered military secrets under tools like these, because torture had evolved through war against demons. He prepares to begin, and the prisoners finally understand that this is no bluff. He mocks the blonde captive's earlier vow of silence and asks where that resolve has gone. Then he warns them not to speak too quickly, because he intends to savor what comes next. For him, this is not merely punishment but a chance to relive old and terrible memories. Word of the arrest spreads through Underdog City, and the 7 notorious heirs become the only subject anyone can talk about. Commoners discuss how these men once treated ordinary people like insects, yet many still assume their noble families will eventually secure their release. Others argue that by law the crimes deserve death, but even they doubt anyone would truly execute the children of the 7 native clans. Some remind them that the new vice consul is reckless enough to spend a fortune for a single post, though even then they still expect him to stop short of execution. In the public mind, this is merely a power struggle between a new politician and entrenched local clans, one that should end once the clans bow a little. As expected, the 7 clans send token apologies to the vice consul. The local powerhouses choose submission over open confrontation and sweeten it with wealth. Everyone assumes the imprisoned heirs will now walk free after a brief scolding from their fathers. That expectation lasts only until the truth is revealed. Instead of a quiet release, 7 severed heads are displayed in the center of the city square. The heads are preserved in salt and frozen in agonized expressions, suggesting they suffered terribly before death. A public notice above them lists the legal charges and punishments in detail, showing that the executions were carried out under Baskerville law with extreme severity. The citizens stare in stunned disbelief at a punishment none of them thought would actually happen. The vice consul remarks that no one should be surprised, since the laws already existed. What matters, he says, is that applying those laws to famous native nobles will change the city. He predicts the clans will answer this declaration of war with schemes of their own, and warns Chihuahua that Underdog City is heading toward a bloodbath of attrition. He tells his trembling manager to brace himself, because he will be part of the next operation. Chihuahua can only stare, unable to believe he has just been drafted into something far larger. By the time he understands, he has already been disguised for the mission. Dressed in a mask and formal wear, Chihuahua nervously follows the vice consul toward their next target. A chained woman with long black hair and red eyes asks whether Chihuahua truly trusts the vice consul's plan. Chihuahua insists he does, but privately wonders whether any of this is actually wise. As they enter a guarded venue, he realizes they have infiltrated something major. Inside, masked nobles mingle while caged captives wait to be sold, confirming that the vice consul has led him into an illegal slave market. The prisoners are bound like livestock, their chains making clear that human beings are the merchandise here. The auction grounds bustle with wealthy buyers and handlers treating the event as ordinary entertainment. Even children of the elite are present, already being taught to view slavery as privilege. The black-haired captive's presence reminds Chihuahua that this mission has forced him to participate in the very trade they are supposed to destroy. On the outskirts of Underdog City, high-ranking carriages gather around a huge hidden tent built for tonight's secret business. This is the day of an illegal slave auction unknown to Baskerville, where kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and commoners are all traded as goods. A clown-masked host welcomes the crowd and theatrically calls the auction a circus. At the entrance, he recognizes Chihuahua's forged credentials as belonging to the Mablanc family and accepts him as a seller. After checking the certificate, the host confirms that Chihuahua has come to offer merchandise. Chihuahua nervously plays along while the black-haired captive waits behind him in a cage. The host flatters the supposed Mablanc connection, noting that the family has long been one of the auction's best customers. Seeing the captive's black hair and red eyes, he becomes excited and promises that such a rare specimen will fetch an excellent price. He sends Chihuahua onward with a knowing farewell, making clear that he has accepted the disguise completely. Night deepens over the tent as the auction begins in earnest. Under bright lights, the host takes the stage before a packed audience of masked buyers. The crowd chats casually about slave fashions and preferences, discussing human beings as if they were decorative objects or collectibles. The host promises many profitable goods and opens the sale with a monster carcass supposedly skimmed off Baskerville hunts. He presents an A-rank demon beast called Murcielago, famed for having 19 hearts. A formal description confirms the beast's danger and origin, turning even a dead monster into luxury merchandise. The host boasts that every part of the carcass can be used, and starts the bidding at an enormous price. The buyers respond immediately, driving the price higher in a frenzy of wealth and vanity. The monster sells quickly, proving how rich and depraved the audience is. The next lots are human slaves, and the bidding continues as if their lives are no different from the beast's remains. Even lower bids are tossed around with casual cruelty, reducing people to numbers. When a savage-looking barbarian fails to attract interest, the host tries to salvage the sale by lowering expectations. He introduces another rare item from deep in the jungle, hoping novelty will stir the crowd. The new slave is a Balak barbarian, brought and bound and gagged from Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. The host pitches the captive as a fun challenge for buyers who enjoy breaking wild slaves. Even he privately wonders why anyone bothered bringing such an unmarketable brute, but he still starts the bidding. The audience remains cold, and the host has to lower the price again in embarrassment. He keeps cutting the opening bid, trying desperately to force a sale. The crowd begins to yawn at the spectacle, treating the barbarian as worthless. The host is ready to abandon the lot entirely and use the captive as a prop another day. At that moment, the barbarian explodes in rage, refusing to remain a passive object. A masked enforcer strikes him down hard enough to draw blood and remind everyone that rebellion will be crushed. The barbarian is left bleeding and stunned, his resistance broken for the moment. The host laughs off the violence as a minor incident and moves on without shame. To restore the mood, he promises the audience the finest item of the night. A new captive steps onto the stage with deliberate calm instead of fear. One woman in the audience immediately senses that this slave is different. The black-haired, red-eyed youth stands before the crowd with eerie composure despite his chains. The host boasts that this rare beauty is so obedient he needs only the weakest restraints, and he hints at the pleasures buyers can expect from him. The crowd erupts before the opening price is even announced, and one bidder jumps straight to 600 million. The bidding surges higher as buyers openly quarrel over whether his value lies in beauty, sex, or combat use. Their argument only drives the price further upward, exposing the full ugliness of their desires. Then a single paddle raises the bid to 6 billion, silencing the room. The host can barely believe the number, while the captive remains expressionless. No one dares counter, and the audience turns to see who would spend such a fortune. The bidder is Baron Gambino of the Granary territory, a man rich enough to treat 6 billion as a casual purchase. Whispers spread that he has recently absorbed underground funds and expanded his influence at terrifying speed. His secretary questions the expense, but the Baron sees the captive as an investment he can later resell in the capital for even more. When she warns that the profit depends on the slave remaining untouched, he angrily silences her. He reminds her that he took her in when she had nowhere to go and demands absolute obedience from the subordinate he calls Cinderwendy. With no counteroffer, the host awards the black-haired slave to customer 99. The Baron smugly admires his purchase while the captive studies him in silence. Up close, the Baron becomes even more delighted, convinced he has bought something extraordinary. He claims ownership and pretends kindness, assuring the captive that he is not a bad man. In truth, he is already fantasizing about the many ways he will abuse his new possession. When the captive raises his bound hands toward him, the Baron mistakes it for submission and thinks he is asking to be unchained. The captive answers that no release is necessary. Instead, he snaps the chains apart himself and lunges straight at the Baron. Cinderwendy recoils in horror as the captive treats the Baron's fantasies like a game. The youth plants his feet and unleashes force with terrifying precision. The Baron is blasted backward through the stage in a single overwhelming strike. He crashes down broken while the attacker stands over him untouched. The youth proposes a new game, turning the Baron's own body into the board. He declares himself the spear and the Baron the shield, promising victory only if the shield survives. Cinderwindy screams for guards as the Baron realizes too late that he is dying. The secretary watches in shock as the Baron's life slips away before help can arrive. The attacker coldly rules that the Baron merely fainted, and therefore the game belongs to him. As Cinderwindy stares, she finally recognizes the youth beneath the disguise. He reveals himself as Beecher Van Baskerville and casually wonders whether the Baron is already dead. The audience erupts in panic at the sight of Underdog City's vice counsel and a Baskerville hound standing in the middle of their secret auction. Beecher looks over the terrified crowd and decides that circus is indeed the perfect name for this gathering. With bloodlust in his eyes, he warns every buyer and trafficker present that none of them will leave unharmed. He stands barehanded in the arena, smiling as if he has finally reached the part he was waiting for. The host can only choke on his fear as the situation slips beyond control. Desperate to recover, he orders the guards to kill Beecher immediately, insisting his title no longer matters. Armed men rush him from all sides, believing numbers and steel will be enough. Beecher answers by manifesting a crimson demonic blade from his own hand. In a single burst, he cuts through the attackers before they can even touch him. The host is left staring at Beecher's monstrous red aura, finally understanding that the circus has become a massacre. The young fighter charges straight at a masked thug despite the barrage coming at him. With glowing red eyes and a grin, he meets the attack head-on as if he has already judged it harmless. He breaks through the assault without slowing, turning the enemy's momentum against them. The onlookers realize he has cut down an armed man in an instant, and the sight shocks the whole room. His strength seems impossible for someone his age, making them question how a Baskerville could already be a graduator. The deputy consul and his clownish superior grasp the danger at once, recognizing that a graduator represents a nation's elite power. The deputy consul is still trying to process the sudden reversal when the threat shifts to him. The young man turns and finds the deputy consul seized as a hostage while nearby thugs try to force his surrender. The clown-faced captor presses a blade to the deputy consul's throat and threatens to kill him if the young fighter resists. Unmoved by the hostage play, the young man faces them calmly while they grow more frantic and demand obedience. The knife bites close enough to prove the hostage is in real danger. Even so, the deputy consul tells the young man not to worry about him and to protect himself instead. The superior refuses to let his subordinate throw his life away, but the deputy consul would rather die than see his superior harmed. The young fighter mocks that brave talk, seeing through it to the fear underneath. He reveals he came prepared, saying the Baskerville patriarch gave him a trump card before he left the estate. That trump card turns out to be a whistle, baffling the hostage-takers and alarming the deputy consul when he recognizes it. Without hesitation, the young man puts the whistle to his lips. A piercing blast tears through the hall and halts everyone for a heartbeat. The guests recoil and cover their ears, thrown into confusion by the sudden signal. The hostage-takers are left staring, unsure what the whistle was supposed to trigger. The young man lowers the whistle as if the real move has only just begun. He stands alone amid the fallen, waiting with complete confidence while the room holds its breath. When nothing happens immediately, the clown-faced captor starts to think the threat was empty. He convinces himself the whistle was only meant to intimidate them. Certain that no graduator can change the situation now, he boasts too soon. His confidence ends the instant blood spills across his chest from an unseen strike. As he reels in disbelief, the source appears behind him. A hooded swordsman from Baskerville has arrived silently and cut him down before anyone noticed. The deputy consul is freed as the new arrival takes control of the hostage situation in a single motion. Another thug lunges blindly at the hooded figure, desperate to stop what he does not understand. The swordsman answers with a sweeping red slash that carves through the attacker effortlessly. Panic spreads through the remaining criminals as they realize they are being hunted by something far beyond them. Watching the terror unfold, the young fighter smiles, fully satisfied that his backup has arrived. More footsteps follow, signaling that the first swordsman was only the beginning. Additional hooded Baskerville knights file in, armed and disciplined. Their formation closes around the hall and seals off any hope of escape. Under the red glow of killing intent, the newcomers stand like executioners awaiting orders. The surviving thugs begin to suspect the worst and pray they are mistaken. Others recognize the crest on the knight's chests and remember the stories attached to it. They identify the force as the Empire's deadliest Knight Order, 100 elite graduates trained for annihilation. The name confirms their doom. Baskerville's Pitbull Knight Order has answered the whistle. One terrified captive realizes she may die here before she can escape her own fate. The young fighter steps in front of her and orders the knights to spare this one. A knight immediately kneels, accepting the command without question. The young man orders the rest of the enemies torn apart, except for those already lying still unless they move again. The knight accepts the massacre order and departs to carry it out. As the young fighter watches, he recalls that Hugo once told him true military power exists to end trouble before it can spread. Around the hall, the remaining guests collapse and beg for mercy, hoping submission will spare them. A hooded knight looms over one of the cowering men, making clear that begging alone will not save him. The man hurriedly offers to submit to restraints, trying to prove obedience before the slaughter reaches him. A ruthless enforcer makes clear that mercy has no place here and treats a condemned captive as disposable. He follows through immediately, unleashing a brutal strike that maims the prisoner without hesitation. As the victim screams, the torment is framed as practical cruelty since the condemned supposedly have no further use for their legs. The young heir is presented to Commander Bastorterier Le Baskerville, who asks whether this display of pitbull knight brutality satisfies him. The commander introduces himself and offers further help, signaling that he is willing to indulge the boy's interests. Vikir realizes why his brother was intrigued, judging the commander as exceptionally savage for someone only 15. Bastorterier invites him to join the pitbull knights in the future, and promises to raise him properly, but Vikir gives only a non-committal answer. Vikir excuses himself on the pretext of urgent business and leaves, while the commander is left staring after him. Both find the other troublesome, with Bastorterier irritated by being ignored and Vikir deciding the commander is a burden. Vikir heads deeper into the prison storeroom with a specific objective in mind. He searches among the cages, convinced that what he came for should be somewhere nearby. Passing a safe that holds nobles' payments from the slave auction, he notes the money is meant for the city treasury and proper taxation. Though uneasy that the Baskerville clan funded it, he pushes that concern aside because it is not why he came. He reveals that his true purpose in the storeroom is something else entirely. That search abruptly ends when he notices an unexpected presence. He finds a battered elf woman locked in a cage, filthy, injured, and barely conscious. She stirs in pain, showing she is still alive despite her condition. Vikir crouches beside the cage to assess her more closely. From her injuries, he concludes she was tortured after being dragged here. Disgusted by what he sees, he decides to intervene. He tells her she is fortunate, and produces a potion he received from the Knight Order of Kindness. Vikir carefully pours the potion into her mouth to revive her. For a moment, her body remains limp and unresponsive. Then the medicine takes effect, spreading restorative energy through her body. Her eyes snap open in sudden shock as consciousness returns. When she recoils in alarm, Vikir dryly questions why she seems surprised. Still trapped and terrified, she curls up defensively, unable to understand his intent. Vikir addresses her in the barbarian tongue, trying to calm her in a language she might know. She hesitates, startled that he can speak to her at all. He explains to himself that fighting barbarians in his previous life taught him the basics of their language, and he urges her to flee. She bursts into rapid speech that he can barely follow, reminding him his grasp of the language is limited. Once freed, she moves toward the exit, ready to escape the prison. Before leaving, she offers him a brief parting remark in her own language. Unable to fully understand, Vikir assumes she is thanking him and lets her go. With that done, he returns to the real reason he entered the storeroom. He uncovers what he was searching for and confirms he has found it. The hidden prize is Merciel's corpse, still intact in the form of a massive demon hound. Vikir immediately channels power into his hand to begin extracting what he needs from the body. As the corpse reacts, he explains that it has become a rank monster, Beelzebub, after feeding on Merciel's blood, and promises it will be fed again soon. Hearing that the pitbull order is about to arrive, he hurries to finish before he is discovered. By sunrise, word spreads that the underdog city prison had been attacked, and that participants in the illegal slave auction were found with their limbs torn off. That same day, the city is thrown into chaos as a major building erupts in flames. The demon's den at the heart of the underdog city is burned down, and the club used for the slave trade is completely destroyed. The severed heads of the club's VIPs are displayed publicly, forcing the city to confront the scale of the criminal network. The 7 original clans whose children were lost send formal protests to the administrative office. The answer they receive is uncompromising: everyone tied to the imperial family's largest illegal slave trade will die. The response goes further, stating that the clan's ledgers, books, and cash records have already been seized and that Baskerville will personally investigate the middlemen and report to the Empire. After that, the 7 families stop protesting and instead appear in person at the administrative office, forced to face the enemy who killed their sons. Vikir's side gives them a blunt final position. They have already identified all the black ledgers that were inside the burning building. Under Baskerville's self-governing authority, the 7 families are told their assets will be confiscated. A dire warning lands on the young deputy consul. If the treason charge stands, 3 generations of his family will be ruined. The accusation is tied to his recent purge, where the execution grounds ran with the blood of the city's corrupt underclass. Yet those same crackdowns brought public approval, lowered crime in the underdog district, and even raised the city's fortunes. In the middle of this success, his subordinate brings him coffee with open admiration. The deputy consul's manager treats the gesture as overdue gratitude for having saved his life. The deputy consul answers with teasing ease, showing how comfortable and playful he has become with the people around him. He then shifts back to work and asks how his manager's transcription training is progressing. Seeing the written work, the subordinate is amazed that someone who only recently learned to write has already become this capable. He realizes the deputy consul can infer meaning from fragments and has an extraordinary grasp of law, confirming his rare talent. That realization leads to a hopeful thought: if this man remains in office, the city may prosper even more. The possibility expands into a vision of the underdog city growing stronger under his leadership. But the story cuts from that hope into a dark and ominous night. Moonlight through prison bars reveals that someone has been secretly confined. The prisoner is chained hard enough to leave blood at the wrists. The deputy consul arrives at the cell and apologizes for delaying this visit because he has been occupied with other matters. His captive is revealed as Rose of the Sindawindi family, and her first demand is to know why he spared her. He silences her resistance with force and makes clear that mercy had nothing to do with it. He kept her alive to be useful. Rose quickly understands that he wants answers, not repentance. She identifies his real target at once. He wants to know how Baron Gambino, once an ordinary man, rose so quickly in power. Instead of denying it, he praises her investigative ability and notes that in another life she could have succeeded honestly. He offers a bargain, promising to release her if she answers his questions. At the same time, he warns that refusal will make her regret this day immediately. Pressed between fear and calculation, Rose decides to cooperate as far as she can. With her agreement secured, he calmly begins the interrogation. His first question is unsettlingly personal. He asks whether she thinks he is enforcing the law well. Rose tries to dodge with flattery, but he makes it clear that insincere answers will void his promise. She reluctantly gives him the answer he wants to hear, saying he is doing well. That response pleases him, but only because it opens the way to the real point. He closes the distance and corners her, turning the interrogation into a test of whether she truly understands him. His restraint remains deliberate, showing that every move is meant to control the exchange rather than lose himself to anger. He demands the reason behind her judgment, forcing her to explain his flaw instead of merely praising him. His gaze turns predatory, making it clear that a wrong answer could be fatal. Rose is shaken, but she realizes he genuinely wants criticism, not obedience. With no safe way out, she prepares to tell him the truth. He steps back just enough to let her speak and orders her to explain what he is doing wrong. Rose hesitates, knowing that honesty here is dangerous. He waits in silence, framing the issue as a question of what virtue a true consul should value most. Rose finally argues that although his harsh laws may suppress crime now, they will also make countless citizens suffer and eventually turn him into a tyrant who preys on the people. She adds that the Baskerville clan will not welcome his growing power, so in the end both the public and the clan will come to hate and target him. Rather than reject this, he asks what she thinks he should do from here. Rose advises him to return authority and credit to the Baskerville clan leader instead of keeping attention on himself. She further says he should disappear from the political center for a while by going to Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain or the Imperial Academy. Those places, she explains, are ideal for someone his age and status to hide both identity and power without arousing suspicion. Then she reveals the cruel logic behind her advice. When the time comes, the Baskerville leader would suffer in his place. The implication hits hard, and Rose realizes she has exposed a path built on sacrificing another person. She spells it out fully. If he wants to survive the hatred of the hunting dog, he must make that beast tear out its owner's throat instead. The deputy consul receives this ruthless strategy with chilling interest rather than disgust. Rose sees that her words have not horrified him. They have reached someone capable of using them. He accepts the logic that turning the hunting dog against its master is the only way to escape its hatred. By the end, his calm smile makes clear that the interrogation has given him exactly the kind of answer he was looking for. The blonde captive accepts the warning, making it clear he will remember it. His captor notes that the advice matches his own thinking and keeps control of the exchange. He follows through on his deal and releases the blonde man from his restraints. When the blonde man hesitantly confirms he is truly being freed, the other man insists that he always honors his promises. As they part, the captor warns him to live in a way that never makes him regret this mercy. Before leaving, he abruptly asks whether the blonde man knows of the Messamidonaro clan. He explains that among the old merchant houses of the underworld city, the Messamidonaro were once counted as an 8th grade clan. He adds that the clan met its end because of a disastrous incident. That tragedy began when the clan's youngest son displayed swordsmanship at his birthday celebration. The Baskerville family refused to believe those skills were his own. They concluded he had somehow learned the Baskerville's secret sword techniques, knowledge reserved only for their bloodline. Once that suspicion reached the Baskerville leadership, they treated it as a leak of military secrets and unleashed their hunters. The purge wiped out the Messamidonaro clan entirely, but he reveals the massacre had hidden instigators, 7 clan heirs who had secretly taught the child those forbidden techniques. The blonde man realizes this tale is no distant history and demands to know why it concerns him. The answer is that one Messamidonaro survivor remained, and those 7 heirs targeted a young girl from that ruined clan. The blonde man bitterly recalls that her beauty became the excuse for prolonged cruelty too vile for him to describe calmly. Unable to bear hearing more, he tries to walk away from the memory. The other man stops him, insisting the story is not over. He explains that years later a new deputy consul arrived and punished those 7 heirs, setting the next stage of revenge in motion. Under torture, the 7 finally confessed what they had done to the survivor and spoke their last words. Those final words were said to be an apology, a claim that enrages the blonde man instead of comforting him. He explodes, refusing to accept that such men could apologize to the girl they destroyed. The captor identifies that girl by her false name, Sinwanisin Rose, and reveals she was the sole surviving Messamidonaro. The blonde man rejects the story outright, arguing that a torturer has no right to ask him to trust the victim's supposed remorse. Rather than argue further, the other man tells him to judge with his own eyes. He leads him toward proof instead of asking for belief. At the cell bars, he orders the blonde man to look inside. What he sees shocks him into stunned silence. He steps closer to the barred room, drawn in despite himself. The walls and floor are covered with desperate written apologies and pleas not to die, showing the condemned men broke before the end. The sight overwhelms him, and he gags behind his hand. He vomits while the other man watches without sympathy. Even so, the captor says the Messamidinaro clan's vengeance is still incomplete because one Baskerville remains. He names that final target as Sindwanis and Messamidinaro's true enemy, and says the blonde man now has the means to finish the revenge himself. Shaken and crying, the blonde man asks why a Baskerville would help him destroy one of his own. The answer comes with a cold smile. He says that is the wrong question. The blonde man understands the implication and steadies himself. He addresses the man as Vikir van Baskerville and promises to repay this debt. As he walks away, he vows that Vikir will never have to worry about money again. Vikir quietly accepts the promise and commits it to memory. By morning, the story shifts to a grand residence above ground. A servant opens a bedroom door, expecting an ordinary wake-up call. He calls for the deputy consul, unaware of the horror inside. The room is full of bloody corpses, and the servant recoils in panic. At the center of the carnage, Vikir sits up in bed and greets him as if nothing is wrong. When asked about the bodies, he jokes about killing them in his sleep, then casually admits he is not serious, only deepening the servant's unease. Later, as they walk outside, Vikir presses the servant with an odd question about what kind of childhood could make someone fail to laugh at that joke. He reflects that too many nuisances have been piling up around him lately. He counts the recent attempts on his life and sabotage against him, poisoned arrows, repeated poisonings, acid, and snipers, making clear he sees a coordinated campaign closing in. After surviving repeated attempts on his life, the young Baskerville heir reflects that too many dangerous incidents have piled up at once. He suspects all that turmoil may at least have drawn attention to him, while his companion worries that his thinking has become reckless. Reviewing the latest illegal auction, he judges the items he sees to be more valuable than expected and worth exploiting. He recalls how the river Styx and the life-enhancing body made even a graduate-class assassin unable to pierce his skin, confirming how abnormal his durability has become. Still, he decides that this unexplained toughness is becoming troublesome enough that he needs to investigate it. Before that can happen, a carriage arrives at the estate and interrupts the conversation. The Baskerville banner tells him the visitors were sent under the family's authority. He immediately concludes that the main house has summoned him. As the carriage stops, someone important prepares to step out. The door opens, heightening the tension around the unexpected visit. His companion is startled by who is about to emerge. The two wait as the distinguished guest reveals himself from the carriage. The young heir studies the newcomer, unsure what this appearance means. The immaculate formalware signals a senior servant of exceptional rank. The family's head butler greets the young master with full ceremony, making clear that the summons is official. Seeing the butler healthy again, the heir notes his recovery, and the old servant warmly returns the greeting. The butler explains that he had trusted the young master would eventually return to prominence after leaving the main residence, and the companion realizes they are standing before a legend. The narration establishes head butler John Barrymore as a four-generation pillar of the family, a man whose position allows no mistakes. The companion is awestruck to meet the servant regarded as the model for all others. Dropping the pleasantries, the butler confirms that he has come because the family patriarch has called the young heir back. He adds that the patriarch has been closely watching the heir's progress and was genuinely pleased by what he saw. That reaction surprises them, because it means even Hugo, the severe family head, is satisfied. The implication hangs for a moment before the reason becomes clear. The heir's recent public image has shifted dramatically. He is now celebrated as a beloved underdog and praised for civic service, farming reform, child welfare, and surviving assassination attempts. His father explains that this popularity helps erase the old Baskerville reputation for brute force without intelligence. The young heir accepts the praise without vanity, treating his achievements as nothing more than his duty. His father approves that attitude and reminds him that authority means rewarding and punishing according to circumstance. He then announces the real reward. The heir will attend the Empire's best academy this year, exactly as the boy expected. The academy, Colosio in the Empire's capital, is described as the elite school where aristocratic heirs and future rulers are trained, making admission a major opportunity. His father further offers him the privilege of choosing companions to accompany him there. The heir silently selects the three boys closest to him in age and status, already thinking of them as expendable shields. His father accepts the choice and reminds him of an older scheme he once proposed. That plan had been to lend Baskerville's troublesome youths to the Morgue family under the guise of joint training so they could be used against barbarian enemies. His father reveals that the idea unexpectedly succeeded. When the heir asks how, he learns that the Morgues proposed a joint raid and presented the offer with unusual humility. Seizing the chance, his father orders him to inspect the territory before entering the academy and make sure the laws he changed are actually being enforced. The heir bows and accepts the mission without resistance. Soon after, he departs the estate with his companion under guard, beginning the inspection journey. His companion sees him off with loud loyalty, promising to handle administrative matters in his absence. Mounted and in uniform, the young heir leaves while his subordinate remains behind to manage the territory. As he rides out, he reflects that he will soon separate from Secretary General Chihuahua, marking another shift in his circle. The inspection party advances along the road with escorts, pack animals, and supplies. Sensing someone concealed nearby, the heir calmly orders the hidden observer to come out. A group of cloaked riders immediately emerges from cover and closes in on the convoy. The heir is not alarmed. He apologizes for the delay and explains that he wanted the departure handled cleanly before meeting them. The newcomers identify themselves as the Pitbull Order of Staffordshire Baskerville and assure him they will escort him safely to the Morgue's juvenile fortress. During the ride, he asks after Uncle Boston Terrier and learns the Count is unchanged, though still annoyed that the heir was admitted into the Pitbull Order after the slave auction affair. Even so, the heir privately admits that Boston Terrier's presence unsettles him. The journey carries them into a harsh region of jagged red mountains, signaling they have entered Morgue territory. Looking over the forbidding landscape, the heir confirms that this is the same land he once lent to the Morgues. As the envoy rides through Morgue territory, he notes that the peasants do not seem to be openly violating any laws. His companion explains that their team was officially sent to inspect the territory, but their real purpose is to find a pretext to remove the barbarians. He reviews the Morgue family structure and sees that, despite their rough image, they take internal hierarchy and politics seriously. At the same time, he learns the Bakerville side has only sent a token force while its elites wait nearby in reserve. Remembering Hugo's warning, he decides it is worth examining the barbarians' way of life more closely. Their route leads them into a bleak, fortified landscape scarred by dead, spiked trees. The place grows more ominous when they find skeletons impaled on those spikes as a public display. He immediately judges that only a mage could have arranged such a gruesome warning. His companion reads it as a message from the Morgues to any barbarians who might challenge them. The envoy is reminded of a dangerous red-haired woman and realizes she has become far more formidable than before. Before they can proceed, 3 figures appear above the gate and block their way. The escort demands to know who is stopping an official envoy. The 3 girls make it clear that no one enters without their approval. The envoy recognizes them at once and understands this is not a random gate patrol. He identifies them as the Morgue's 3 flowers. He recalls that they are triplets known as High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis. Their reputation comes back to him in full. Each is considered unstable, and together they are treated as a calamity. He formally presents their mission as a territorial inspection tied to improving relations between the gates, but the lead sister refuses to admit them and tells him to wait for a later reply. When he presses her authority, she counters that this is her land and mocks the idea that paying rent leaves her powerless there. He tries to corner her with the tenant protection law, reminding her that it was created by her own family. Instead, he reveals that he already changed that law so he can expel tenants he dislikes, stripping away her legal shield. The triplets tense for a fight rather than backing down. He answers with open menace, ordering them to open the gates. For the first time, the sisters are visibly shaken by the pressure coming off him. One of them forces out a strained laugh, trying to recover her nerve. She decides to answer intimidation with force and gathers water magic in her hand. Declaring that she knows how to handle violent upstarts, she unleashes a torrent at him. The envoy remains mounted and unruffled as the attack crashes down in front of him. The triplets insist he still has no right to enter Morgue land and threaten to test whether the famed rising star of Bakerville is truly as strong as rumored. His escort sees that negotiation is over and prepares for violence with him. Before they can move, hooded men suddenly appear around them, denouncing the triplets' arrogance and turning the confrontation upside down. The envoy freezes when he recognizes the voice behind this interruption. The triplets lash out at the newcomers as low-ranking underlings who have forgotten their place. The hooded men reject that label and make it clear they are not acting as the sisters' subordinates. One of them throws back his hood to reveal himself. More follow, and the envoy realizes these are the Bakerville brothers, figures famous enough to be called symbols of their house. Their spokesman bluntly tells the triplets to leave. He doubles down with mocking confidence, making it clear they are not asking. He finishes by claiming control of the situation for themselves. Watching this, the envoy senses his own strength surging dramatically in response to the chaos. Even so, he is baffled by why these brothers are suddenly acting on his behalf. The blonde spokesman explains that they are repaying the envoy for recommending them to the academy, and asks him to leave this matter to their brother, Vikir. The envoy finally understands that their intervention is tied to the academy, though he still sees them as convenient expendable muscle. He remembers that in the future the triplets become murderous soldiers who are too foolish to think independently but useful enough to follow orders. That memory leads him to decide that, if properly trained, the Bakerville brothers could also become useful tools, and he resolves to place them under his older brother's supervision. The triplets, furious and humiliated, dismiss the brothers as idiots who only know how to cling to one another. The brothers answer with childish mockery of their own, escalating the insult instead of calming things down. Enraged, the triplets prepare to discipline them by force, with water magic gathering again. The envoy recalls that before his regression, the Morg triplets were known as mages who each embodied one attribute: water, earth, and nature. The water-aligned sister steps forward and fully manifests her magic, launching the next stage of the clash. An orange-haired girl throws herself into action as the confrontation begins. She channels a complex spell, gathering bright green magic between her hands. The narration explains that combining 3 highly compatible attributes multiplies magical effects tenfold, turning a tiny sprout into a potent catalyst. That seed rapidly erupts into a massive twisting plant structure. The girls reveal this technique as the Morg's 3 flowers and mock the Baskerville triplets to break through it if they can. One of the triplets dismisses it as mere vegetation and prepares to cut it down. He launches the Baskerville first technique, attacking with a sword strike empowered by red energy. From the sidelines, a companion praises the flawless execution, while another remains unimpressed. The attacker realizes something is wrong before his blow can settle the fight. His strike meets resistance instead of slicing cleanly through. The triplets regroup and call out to Highborough, but their reach still falls short. Standing safely atop the giant vines, the 3 sisters taunt them for being too lowly as swordsmen to touch them. The triplets harden their resolve and prepare to press the attack together. Watching from horseback, one observer treats the clash as entertainment, while the other questions his amusement. He explains that magic and swordsmanship oppose each other. Magic manipulates mana to produce broad effects, while swordsmanship compresses mana into explosive close-range power. He adds that this rivalry between mages and swordsmen is ancient, making the current talent display especially amusing. His companion concludes that, by that standard, their young master has already surpassed people of their age. The young master inwardly finds the whole scene tedious, wanting to get past it quickly so he can focus on more important work under his new superior. A new presence interrupts the stalemate, startling everyone. A woman arrives wielding fire magic and demands to know why they are fighting in territory under her control. One triplet tries to seize the moment, and rushes an orange-haired sister from behind, convinced he has her. He suddenly senses danger and freezes in confusion. A vortex of fire engulfs both combatants, cutting off the ambush instantly. The blast detonates with overwhelming force. The mounted onlookers fear the entire group may have been killed. But the triplets survive, shaken and furious that fire magic nearly burned them alive out of nowhere. They protest to the unseen caster, demanding to know why she almost killed them. Meanwhile, the orange-haired sisters break into exaggerated tears and play up how close they came to dying. The red-haired woman appears in person, fire still dancing in her hand, and coldly asks what this mess is about. The young master finally pays attention. He looks up as the newcomer takes a commanding position above them. She stands revealed as a confident red-haired authority figure, openly radiating power. She declares that she cannot ignore anyone causing trouble inside the territory she manages. The sisters immediately try to justify themselves, claiming they were only stopping an invader and that the triplets attacked first. She cuts through their excuse and tells them to report properly, prompting them to recognize her as Camus, the head of the aviary. When one of them speaks too casually, she warns that disrespect will be punished, and the girl instantly apologizes. Camus is caught off guard by something else nearby. Her attention sharpens in sudden recognition. She turns toward the young man on horseback as he approaches. Camus greets him as Vikir van Baskerville and notes that 7 years have passed since they last met. He calmly returns the greeting, addressing her as Camus Morgue. The narration frames Camus as a famed beauty whose allure once captivated high society. It adds that she drew many married admirers and scandals in the past, though such rumors seem absent in this lifetime. Vikir ignores the emotional weight of the reunion and simply asks her to open the door, leaving Camus visibly thrown. Hurt and incredulous, she demands to know if that practical request is really all he has to say after so long apart. Vikir, genuinely puzzled, asks what else he was supposed to say, which only deepens her frustration. Even as an observer starts treating the scene like the next great clash between two powerful clans, the mood shifts from tension to awkward comedy. Camus bluntly scores Vikir's response at 0 points. She furiously scolds him for showing no warmth toward his future wife and gives him 0 out of 100. The triplets and sisters alike are left staring, stunned that the conflict has suddenly turned into a personal engagement dispute. As the delegation rides out, the young man notices the red-haired woman's dismissive attitude toward him. She openly scoffs at the idea that he might be considered husband material, making clear she looks down on him. Around them, the borderlands show the strain of constant labor and hardship under frontier conditions. She explains that the Baskerville clan knows the barbarians well because they have fought them for years. He challenges the clan's judgment for sending inexperienced youths against such enemies. He learns the deployment was already arranged with the Morg clan on the far side of the mountains, so his objections change nothing. When he points out that she seems better informed than expected, she reveals she oversees the delegation and reminds him he was nearly discarded by the clan. She turns the conversation into a test, asking which barbarian tribe is the greater nuisance. He identifies the warrior tribe Balak and the sorcerer tribe Rococo, noting Balak's hostility toward the empire and the prince's poor reputation among them. Pleased, she gives him high marks for his knowledge of the tribes. When he questions the point of her scoring, she bluntly admits she is rewarding him simply because he answered well. Her standards quickly turn personal, as she declares smart men irritating and claims a slightly foolish husband would be preferable. She keeps grading him anyway, docking points for his fashion and even his height while he endures the nonsense in silence. She continues the absurd evaluation by praising his looks but criticizing his poor control over facial expressions. He finally tells her to stop, but she insists she has every right to judge her future husband. That claim shocks him, and he reminds her that he already passed her uncle's test before. He recalls the earlier trial, when she had unexpectedly seen him in a vulnerable state and forced an awkward connection between them. Flustered by the memory, she rages inwardly over how much she hates being tied to him, and vows not to let that past decide her future. Trying to regain control, she insists she will erase the significance of that incident entirely. Even so, her embarrassment shows that the memory still unsettles her. When he points out the impossibility of undoing what already happened, she lashes out physically in frustration. She rides ahead in a huff, boasting that her memory is perfect, while he is left wondering what she threw at him. The memory lingers on the moment she handed him clothing to cover himself, deepening the awkwardness between them. He realizes she may even have returned his clothes without bothering to clean them, which only adds to the indignity. She dismisses the whole matter as meaningless while he quietly resents how carelessly she treated it. Refocusing on the mission, she explains that the barbarians attacked a ruby mine to seize indigenous slaves and crops they could later sell elsewhere. They arrive at a newly built fortress wall, a month of work raised by both earth and iron mages. She emphasizes how extraordinary that pace is, crediting the morgue mages for finishing in weeks what ordinary people would need a year to complete. Seeing deep marks in the stone, he asks whether they were made by Balak arrows. She confirms it, explaining that the arrows were infused with strong aura and that only elite warriors could drive shots through walls that thick. She adds that a similar attack once shattered her own protective magic, and another high-ranking officer barely survived the same kind of strike. From that, they infer that a particularly gifted barbarian fighter is active nearby, likely a woman based on physical clues the Balaks do not conceal. Before they can discuss it further, a vice commander rushes over with urgent news. The officer reports that a search party has captured a barbarian reconnaissance member, forcing the pair to abandon their discussion. They head into the military camp to inspect the prisoner. Inside, they find a tattooed Rococo sorcerer kneeling in restraints. The vice commander identifies him and admits that ordinary interrogation has failed completely. Even psychic magic is useless, because the prisoner's sorcery blocks any attempt to read his mind. The red-haired woman changes tactics and reminds him of an earlier ambush on the morgue fortress, asking how many people were taken. The prisoner answers that one captive was Rose, his sixth cousin, and the question becomes what was done to her. A translator explains that when the barbarians attacked, everyone in the fortress died except the vice commander, who was carried away. Since no one else can understand the prisoner, the young man reveals that he knows a little of the Rococo language. Though not fluent, he offers enough basic vocabulary to try a direct exchange. He asks about the missing cousin, describing her as a kidnapped girl with pale hair and red eyes. The prisoner reacts sharply, showing he understands exactly who is being discussed. He gives a short answer in his own language. The young man pauses, grasping the meaning before speaking. He translates the answer plainly: the girl is dead. The revelation hits the red-haired woman hard, leaving her stunned. The vice commander explains why the death matters so much. The victim was the daughter of a senator, and the senator had come to inspect the fortress with his wife and child before the attack. A verdict is delivered in the middle of the burning chaos, and someone can only stare in confusion at what is about to happen. The sentence is immediate execution, and the condemned elder is cut down before any appeal can matter. His death is swallowed by fire, turning the judgment into a brutal public end. The red-haired commander dismisses the dying man's curses, making it clear his words mean nothing to her now. She coldly promises that once the war is over, even his language will be fit only for hell. Nearby prisoners recoil in terror, realizing there will be no mercy in this purge. With the execution finished, the commander orders her companions to move on. The young man traveling with her falls silent, troubled by what he has just witnessed. Instead of following immediately, he slips behind a curtain to watch her more closely. Away from the others, the commander finally breaks down, coughing and crying where no one else can see. The young man recognizes that beneath her hard exterior she is still grieving, and he realizes the dead girl meant a great deal to her. He recalls that the fallen girl had once been a bright child who followed her older sister everywhere, a rare gentle soul in a ruthless clan. The commander insists she is not naive and believes the girl did not die peacefully, because she understood enough to know what was being done to her. She presses him to confirm the terrible thing she overheard, while he hesitates and wonders whether she had already sensed the truth. His memory returns to the old man's revelation. The truth is that the enemy had consumed the girl. The commander goes rigid as the reality settles fully into her. She tries to speak through the shock, but the words barely come out. Her composure collapses under the weight of what she now knows. She erupts into raw grief, clutching herself as she sobs for the sister she could not save. The young man apologizes, not for the truth itself, but because her older sister had failed to protect her. He reaches out carefully, trying to comfort her without forcing the moment. When she keeps crying, he awkwardly clutches at her hair instead, still trying to steady her. Then a loud alarm cuts through the courtyard and interrupts the morning. Under the blood-red sky, both of them are forced back into the reality of the battlefield. She wipes at her tears and struggles to regain control of herself. The young man tells her this grief is not weakness, and that if she could ignore her sister's death so easily, he would think less of her. She accepts the rebuke to her own self-denial and decides there is no time to mourn when revenge is still ahead. Seeing her recover, he acknowledges that heroines truly are different and offers her his hand. She looks up at the gesture, surprised by the simple kindness. Her hand rises to meet his, and she accepts his help. Before they can say more, she identifies the strange sound as something ominous. She realizes it is the signal that the barbarians have begun their attack, and he notes that her chance for revenge has arrived sooner than expected. Outside the fortress, the source of the assault closes in from the wild terrain. The quiet ground gives way to the approach of something predatory. A clawed beast steps into view, confirming the attackers are already at the walls. Wolf riders emerge from the forest, led by a warrior archer mounted at the front. The lead rider calmly draws a glowing bow, aiming with practiced confidence. He releases a massive beam-like arrow toward the fortress. The shot streaks over the walls and into the stronghold before anyone inside can react. Two hooded figures notice the incoming attack only at the last instant. The projectile detonates inside the fortress, blasting stone apart and opening the assault. The barbarian leader drives forward without hesitation, pressing the attack through the breach. His riders surge in behind him, shouting for the charge as the invasion begins in earnest. Inside the courtyard, wolves tear into defenders while mounted raiders cut down anyone in their path. A fallen soldier screams as a wolf leaps past, showing how quickly the fortress is being overrun. From the young man's position, the battlefield turns into a massacre spreading across the yard. He stands his ground and dryly wonders whether he arrived too quickly for this disaster. A rope snare suddenly whips through the air toward him, revealing the riders have already marked him as a target. The mounted attackers cast multiple lassos at once, trying to bind him before he can fight back. A young swordsman is suddenly snagged by braided ropes and realizes he has been caught off guard. Two mounted barbarian hunters gloat that their hunt for husbands is going well, treating him like fresh prey. He quickly understands that these natives are trying to capture men as suitors and wants no part of it. He cuts himself free at once and rejects them outright before they can claim him. As he lands, he adds that he may already be promised to someone else, further shutting them down. The hunters immediately decide he must be aligned with their enemies, and ready their bows to kill him instead. Remembering Hugo's urgent request to reunite with the main force, he avoids starting a full fight and slips through their opening volley. He considers whether it would be smarter to keep stalling until the main force arrives. When more attacks close in, he finally counters with a burst of red aura that shreds the incoming shots. The hunters are stunned that he can repel them so easily. Before they can recover, a new hand enters the battle and condenses fire into a lethal spell. A massive explosion engulfs the area, and someone angrily demands to know why the hunters were not simply killed. The blast consumes the two barbarian riders, turning the skirmish into a massacre. A red-haired woman steps from the flames, making it clear she is the one who escalated the fight. She condemns the barbarians as savages and moves to finish the job herself. The swordsman recognizes that she used liquid aura and is alarmed that she set the whole area ablaze so casually. She identifies him as a graduate and admits he is the only man she acknowledges, while he explains he was ordered to avoid battle until he regrouped with Baskerville's main force. She confirms the order came from the Baskerville Patriarch, but declares that a Baskerville should not stay uninvolved. Driven by vengeance, she insists she will personally wipe out every one of the enemy. Her power surges outward in another violent wave of fire. He judges the attack's increased lethality by the burning pressure of her aura. She reveals her motive plainly: she intends to avenge her younger cousin. An unseen barbarian interrupts by firing a tiny projectile from a blowgun. The dart pricks her before she can react, and she realizes too late what hit her. The attacker is revealed as another mounted huntress using a wolf to keep moving around the battlefield. The red-haired woman collapses, recognizing the needle was poisoned and that her body is shutting down. Another rope lashes in to seize the opening and drag her away. The swordsman catches the rope before she can be taken, preventing her capture. Even while protecting her, he argues they should retreat and avoid a pointless clash before the Baskerville main force arrives. She refuses, consumed by the need to avenge the cousin the barbarians took from her. He tries to force reason on her, urging her to make a rational decision instead of dying for revenge. At that moment, a blue-charged attack descends from above toward him. The strike slams into him with overwhelming force, blasting him back and tearing up the ground around the fallen woman. He looks up to see a new barbarian fighter standing amid crackling blue power. He realizes this destructive aura must be the fearsome power Camus had warned him about, even as another enemy closes from behind. While he is distracted, the poisoned woman is struck again and cries out. The wolf rider moves in on her, and the swordsman sees that things are spiraling out of control. The woman reflects that she should have noticed earlier that these barbarians were after her because they had taken her cousin, but now she is too weakened to resist. Even so, she resolves to do what she still can as the blue aura barbarian prepares another attack. The blue fighter drives her weapon into the ground, unleashing another crushing shockwave. The swordsman notices something important in that assault. Despite wielding a bow, This enemy fights like a close-range striker. She follows the shockwave with a swift kick, proving her style is unlike the other hunters. He rushes in to close the distance and test her directly. As he measures her movements against the others, he wonders whether this threat is serious enough to force him to go all out. Then a sudden recognition stops him cold. The barbarian woman confirms it herself, telling him that they have met before. Her taunting grin makes clear she remembers him well, and his hostility spikes at once. He is shaken by the realization of who she is. He recalls that she was the girl displayed at the slave auction. Now free and standing over him with a wolf at her side, she frames their reunion as revenge from a former slave and promises he is headed not with her, but to the morgue. A young woman is carried away at speed on the back of a large white wolf-like beast. Her captors treat the abduction as retaliation and order their group to take the fort leader's daughter deeper into their territory if anyone wants her back. Watching them flee, a young man realizes the old mage may need to use his power after all, and the elder is alerted to the kidnapping. The white-haired elder, Adolef Morg, arrives furious after hearing of the ambush and immediately prepares magic to recover his niece. He unleashes a powerful spell and demands the kidnappers return her at once. But the beast rider keeps charging through the attack instead of slowing down. The spell breaks apart into a storm of feather-like projectiles that scatter across the ground. The barrage tears up the area, yet the kidnappers still escape into the distance. Seeing he has failed to stop them in time, Adol curses the setback. The young man notes that the raiders completed their operation only minutes after the ambush signal, and their inexperience let the situation spiral further. He reports that the kidnappers have retreated into the uncharted region of Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. Adol knows that area is still largely unknown even to him, making a night pursuit extremely dangerous, but he cannot ignore that his niece's life is at stake. Despite the risk, the young man insists they can still chase them. He reveals that he entered that forbidden area when he was younger and learned enough from investigating it to navigate the borderlands. Adol grabs him and demands to know whether that claim is true. He warns everyone else that entering Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir at night is nearly suicidal, and anyone unwilling to face that danger is free to stay behind. The young man senses how abnormal the situation is, but decides the elder's desperation is genuine and that trusting his plea is the only option. Under the night sky, Adol humbly begs him to save his niece. Their pursuit leads them to the Baskerville territory, a dense forest inside Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. The forest is infamous for monstrous hazards, including giant mosquitoes that drain victims dry and poisonous thorn vines. Silent hunting spiders and countless other threats make the place lethal to ordinary people within an hour. For good reason, the region is known as the life-eating forest. Even so, the chase continues through the trees. The group moves fast through the forest, cutting a path with precise attacks. Adol's companions marvel that the young guide is far beyond what they expected from an ordinary Baskerville youth. New insect-like threats descend on them from above. One of the pursuers calmly draws his blade, and the others conclude their young master is simply exceptional. He cuts through the attackers in a single fluid rush without breaking pace. His escorts can only admire how effortlessly he handles the forest's dangers. He pauses and studies the surroundings, sensing something ahead. He signals the others to stop while he listens for what the forest is telling him. He determines the kidnappers have not gotten far. Because Baroque hunters scatter dry leaves to hear anyone following them, he warns the group that they must move far more carefully from here on. Adol responds by casting a spell of silence on him so he can advance without making a sound. The elder explains that the magic will erase the noise of his footsteps. Trusting him to finish the rescue, Adol leaves the rest to him and unexpectedly calls him nephew-in-law, catching him off guard. Ahead, the kidnappers' campfire burns in a clearing. Around it, the Baskerville raiders relax while their white beast rests nearby and their captive remains tied to a tree. The red-haired prisoner threatens to burn the barbarians to death with her fireball once she gets free. The raiders barely take her seriously, and instead joke among themselves about husbands and whether she suits one of them. Realizing they are ignoring her threats completely, she concludes they are more interested in marriage talk and wife hunting than in listening to her. She starts to suspect the ambush may have happened because one of them decided to seize her for himself. Her captor proudly confirms that he took such a remarkable woman because the tribe's men would envy him. Horrified, she demands death instead, while he remains baffled by her outrage. He decides her defiance only makes her more troublesome and grabs her face to force compliance. Smirking, he says he will have to discipline this arrogant slave. Before he can go further, a Baskerville woman named Ahun steps in and orders him to release her slave. The man protests that he was the one who captured the woman and tells Ahun not to be absurd. Ahun fires back that he only succeeded because she stopped the captive from escaping, so without her help he would have failed completely. As the two raiders argue over ownership, the captive realizes there is a serious conflict within the tribe and begins to see an opening. A tribal fighter identifies Ian as the enemy leader, but his disbelief that the captain is a girl only earns a blunt dismissal. Ian quickly judges that this captive woman is strong enough to confront a graduate like Beecher, making her the key obstacle to any escape. When the man protests that a captain should not be so reckless, Ian treats his complaint as weakness rather than counsel. She coldly offers him a formal challenge if he dislikes her command, while making it clear she can force his submission at will. Her threat lands hard enough that his defiance collapses into fear. He immediately backs down, insisting he never opposed her and surrendering to whatever she wants. Watching this, the bound red-haired woman realizes Ayan has decisively won control of the group. Ayan turns to the captive and praises her spirit and bloodline, already judging her as suitable to become the next leader of the Morpheus. The captive rejects that idea outright, reminding Ayan that the Morpheus once sold her as a slave and striking back as best she can. She recalls that a stranger once showed her kindness and helped her escape that life, proving another path was possible. Ayan answers that no such mercy will come from her. Instead, she promises to break the woman down slowly and completely, until obedience is carved into her body and soul. The threat becomes deliberately degrading, reducing the captive's future to total humiliation and servitude. Before Ayan can continue, a sudden explosion interrupts the scene. Both women are caught off guard as the blast shakes the forest around them. The attack is revealed as an ambush, with fire erupting among Ayan's people and throwing the camp into chaos. Someone moves through the burning ground with purpose, using the confusion to close in. The attacker denounces the Morpheus as beasts and declares this assault repayment for an old debt. Hearing that voice, the captive recognizes who has come. She identifies the attacker as her uncle and desperately calls for him to save her at once. More fighters surge into the fray, turning the ambush into a full rescue assault. A hooded swordsman cuts through Ayan's side with practiced speed while the attackers press their advantage. From above, a young knife user watches the battle unfold and studies the disorder below. He senses that something about the enemy's reaction is off. As the Balak hunters are cut down, he notices that the ambushers seem far more rattled than a planned strike should make them. Even Ayan's side is bewildered that anyone would dare cause such a disturbance in the middle of the night. The red-haired woman's uncle drives the attack forward and orders his people to kill every fleeing enemy. Still bound, the captive bitterly decides the Morpheus deserve whatever is happening to them. Then she hears movement nearby and realizes someone is approaching her instead of leaving her behind. She turns warily toward the sound, unsure whether help or another threat has found her. The young observer reveals himself, silences her, and identifies himself as Vikir. He cuts through her ropes in one clean motion. Freed, she immediately assumes he came specifically to rescue her, while he reminds her that his gesture for silence should have been obvious. Their reunion is interrupted when Ayan steps into their path and reveals she had expected the knife-wielding boy to appear. She explains that she tested him from afar, reading his physique, stealth, and the reckless devotion that made him cross the forest for this girl. Satisfied by what she has seen, Ayan declares that he has passed her trial, and says she will not pry into his past. Vikir is left trying to understand what exactly she thinks he has proven. The captive bristles as Ayan treats the whole ordeal like an evaluation rather than a kidnapping. While keeping hold of the girl, Vikir decides he cannot reveal too much of himself here, even as Ayan feels strangely unlike anyone he remembers from his previous life. Ayan studies him in return and wonders if he could be the infamous Balak archer known as the Night Fox, the one who scarred Hugo. She doubts it because he seems too young and unrefined, yet the possibility lingers as she faces the pair from a distance. To test him, Ayan suddenly strikes the red-haired woman with a charged blow while she is still in Vikir's arms. One of Ayan's men is shocked that the boy somehow knew enough to suspect poison. Vikir scoops the weakened woman up and decides the situation has become too troublesome to handle cautiously. She confirms she can endure a little longer, and by the formality of her speech, Vikir realizes the poison is already affecting her badly. A blade flashes into the ground as Ayan pauses, recognizing that her attempt to take them back peacefully has failed. She admits she had wanted their return without further resistance. As they withdraw, Vikir asks how serious the poisoning is, and the woman admits it is severe. Ayan and another warrior launch a coordinated pursuit, firing blue energy attacks to stop their escape. Vikir answers by drawing both knives at once and intercepting the incoming strikes while shielding the poisoned woman behind him. A tattooed elf huntress prepares a bow charged with blue energy, ready to strike from the shadows. She draws the glowing shot with lethal focus, clearly aiming at the pair below. Deciding to remove the red-haired girl first, she releases the attack without hesitation. A spiraling blue projectile tears through the night toward its target. The young man notices the descending strike just as it is about to hit the woman in his arms. He twists to shield her, forcing her to realize the attack was meant for her. She understands a killing blow is passing dangerously close and freezes in shock. The shot crashes nearby in a violent burst of icy power. The woman recoils as the blast erupts almost against her face. A massive wall of ice rises between them and the attacker, stopping the ambush at the last instant. Her uncle intervenes and rushes to check whether she is safe. He immediately treats her with a green antidote, identifying the threat as poison. He explains it is a numbing poison that must be removed completely, and says they will need to consult the divine Quo Vadis afterward. Still overwhelmed, she clings to him and asks for a moment before he lets go. She blurts out that Yurik saved her again, which makes the uncle realize the rescuer is Camus. Angry and shaken, she demands to know why her uncle only saved her and vows to tell him everything. Before anyone can settle the argument, a rope suddenly coils around Camus from behind. The elf woman yanks the line hard, trying to drag him back toward her. She is startled that he barely budges and concludes he is far stronger than expected, but insists he surrender because she has no time. The red-haired woman recognizes the attacker from before, and Camus catches on to her urgency. He presses the real question: why is a Balak operative in such a rush? A sinister crimson warning answers him in his mind, signaling a monstrous presence. The forest atmosphere shifts under a spreading purple dread as something approaches overhead. The elf realizes too late that the creature has already noticed them. A dark mark flares across Camus' hand, confirming the hidden Beelzebub artifact is reacting. He understands the artifact's warning means a dangerous being is coming straight for them. The elf woman panics and announces that she is arriving. Her terror sharpens into recognition of Madame Eight Legs. A towering purple pillar descends from above, forcing everyone to look up. Nearby Balak members and even their beast companion recognize the Madame's arrival and are thrown into alarm. Camus and the red-haired woman stare upward in disbelief, trying to make sense of the pillar. The pillar resolves into a monstrous, spike-like limb wreathed in violet energy. More jagged limbs unfold from the darkness, revealing the creature's true scale. Those legs slam into the forest floor around them, turning the area into the monster's hunting ground. The uncle is horrified that a creature of this level was hiding in such a place. Camus shares the shock, realizing they have stumbled onto something far beyond an ordinary forest threat. From memory, he identifies the monster before it fully appears. It is Madame Eight Legs, an S-rank monster whose glowing eyes and massive spider body confirm the worst. The beast descends over them in a ring of pressure, making escape feel suddenly impossible. The group instinctively bunches together while the elf attacker remains at a distance, equally trapped by the new danger. When the red-haired woman starts to react aloud, Camus covers her mouth and warns her not to make noise. He explains that despite poor eyesight, the monster is extremely sensitive to touch and hearing. As he recalls an old native tale, the encounter matches a horror story he once heard about the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain region. That legend told of Madame Eight Legs lurking in the depths of the forest like a nightmare, made real. He remembers that the Empire's monster records listed Madame Eight Legs as a finalized entry after repeated revisions. The monster opens its maw, revealing dripping venom and a body built for catastrophic predation. Its classification comes back to him in full: S-rank, a disaster-level creature capable of devastating a nation in a single day. Corrosive green venom spills from above and starts eating through the trees. The acid rains down around the group, forcing Camus to move while the uncle shields the red-haired woman behind a barrier. Elsewhere, one of the onlookers can only stare in raw terror as the scale of the disaster becomes undeniable. A tribesman realizes too late that the poison coating his braid came from the madam and has turned against him. The toxin lashes out violently, shredding through him before he can recover. His companion curses his stupidity for standing in the madam's way and sees their side collapsing. Knowing they cannot win, she immediately abandons the fight. At that moment, the giant insect-like monster under the madam's control looms over the forest and makes clear how hopeless resistance is. She orders a retreat and flees with the surviving beast men. The human group also decides to run, trying to escape together with their wounded and non-combatants. But the monster opens itself and prepares another attack instead of letting them go. Its body shifts and charges up with a new threat. As the fleeing forces split into smaller groups, the Baskerville side and the Morgues remain together, which makes them the easiest target. That slight difference in how the retreat unfolds causes the madam to focus her pursuit on them. The monster crashes through the trees straight toward their path, cutting off escape and throwing the group into panic. A young mage steps forward, convinced that fire is the creature's weakness, and asks Sir Adolphe to let him handle it. He launches a fire attack directly at the charging monster. The blast erupts with enough force that he believes he has stopped it. For a brief moment, he celebrates what looks like a successful hit. The monster answers by driving a sharpened limb up from below with terrifying speed. The counterattack tears through the young mage before he can react. The onlookers freeze as his blood sprays across them and the reality of the threat sinks in. Worse, the fire accomplished nothing, proving their assumption about the monster's weakness was wrong. Sir Adolphe can only stare in shock as the creature survives unharmed and the group's last easy option disappears. One of the younger men falls silent as he reaches a grim conclusion. He decides this is the moment to act. While the others are still reeling, he breaks away from the group and moves toward the monster. An older ally realizes what he intends and warns that charging in alone will only get everyone killed unless someone can cripple the monster's legs. The young man answers that if that is what is needed, he will do it himself. He argues that they cannot let the monster follow them into their territory, and in this situation he is the only one suited to pin it down. He accepts that the burden falls on him. A red-haired woman is stunned as he leaves the final decision to Sir Adolphe and forces the choice on the spot. Sir Adolphe, torn between duty and fear, finally orders the others to go at once. Even as the family protests and refuses to let another relative die for them, the young man keeps walking away to make his stand. Their pleas cannot stop him, and he readies the weapon at his side while another ally is told not to interfere. He grips the dagger and begins drawing out its power. Privately, he admits this is not really about protecting Baskerville territory or stopping the madam's advance. He sees the battle as a chance to fake his death, escape Hugo's surveillance, and buy time to learn the territory technique hidden in his head. He resolves to return only after becoming strong enough to resist Hugo and worthy enough to rejoin the clan, pouring red energy into the blade. The weapon fully awakens in his hand as his aura surges. Facing the towering monster alone, he knows he must use his full power. He recalls that his body still carries the demonic sword Beelzebub and the regenerative blood of the Demon King, giving him a foundation for a reckless attack. With his eyes blazing red, he commits to striking with everything he has. Power explodes outward in a jagged crimson surge. He launches himself skyward in a straight burst through the forest canopy. Suspended above the battlefield, he gathers momentum for a descending strike. He drops back down to meet the monster head-on, blade glowing with concentrated force. The creature lunges to crush him before he can land the blow. He twists his body and drives the empowered dagger into position for a decisive hit. The weapon releases a blinding red flash at the instant of impact. The strike detonates with overwhelming force. Its energy bores forward like a piercing beam rather than a simple slash. He unleashes the Baskerville Territory technique, sending a concentrated crimson attack straight into the monster. A red-eyed fighter unleashes a surge of power with lethal intent. That force crashes into a wooden restraint, splintering it under the impact. The blast keeps driving downward as the structure gives way completely. It detonates into the ground in a violent explosion. Outside, the attack condenses into a brilliant red point of light. The light swells ominously over the forest like a signal, or omen. A towering crimson pillar erupts into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. A red-haired woman witnesses it, and is immediately shaken. Realizing what that light means, she breaks into despair and refuses to accept it. The beam continues upward as if announcing a death to the heavens. Elsewhere, a bound prisoner hangs in a guillotine-like trap under guard. Though battered and restrained, he begins to stir back to consciousness. His red eye opens, and awareness returns at once. At the same time, under the moonlight, an older white-haired man stands at the center of a tense gathering. With calm authority, the elder reaches out as if to seize control of the situation directly. His glowing eye reveals that he is using some kind of power. That power triggers abruptly through a sharp gesture. The force spreads in a dizzying wave. Those around him are thrown into disarray as the pressure takes hold. A dark red aura stains the scene, suggesting domination rather than mere intimidation. The elder advances while the crowd remains trapped under his influence. From behind, he appears fully in command of the blood-soaked outcome. He addresses Hugo with bitter finality, implying a decisive betrayal or failure. His expression confirms that he has already judged Hugo's fate. Back in the trap, the prisoner studies his surroundings as he regains his senses. He realizes he is alive but imprisoned in an unfamiliar place. As he pieces things together, he concludes he survived the battle with Madame 8 Legs and may have been unconscious for days. He remembers that the explosion's light struck at the critical moment, and likely spared him from dying there. Checking his battered body, he is stunned that his injuries are far lighter than they should be after taking such a devastating blow. He suspects the noose-like restraint around his neck is the reason he was preserved. Meanwhile, a separate plan seems to be succeeding. The red-haired woman has slipped beyond Hugo's surveillance, and with key witnesses dead, proof of her involvement is disappearing. The prisoner pushes out of the tent to confirm where he has been taken. He finds himself inside a rough tribal encampment full of captives and labor. He identifies it as the Balax camp and realizes he has been taken by the Bakran tribe. Seeing his ruined condition and the armed camp around him, he knows escape is impossible for now. Nearby, other prisoners are being driven forward under threat of death. He recognizes some of them as soldiers from the Baskerville line who were captured alive. Their execution seems imminent, and he cannot understand why he has been spared. A Balak warrior approaches and tests whether he can understand their language. The prisoner is startled because he remembers this man from an earlier encounter. The warrior tells him he should be grateful not to be sharing the other's fate. Then he twists the knife, forcing him to watch his comrades march to death while mocking his helplessness. He adds that only the commander's personal interest is keeping the prisoner alive. That description jolts the prisoner, because being called the commander's pet carries a disturbing implication. At that moment, the white-haired elder's power manifests again through chains, as if tightening an unseen claim. The prisoner is suddenly bound in that oppressive force, and his red eye flares with a dangerous change. The taunting warrior falters, caught off guard by the shift in him. Facing the prisoner now, he senses something monstrous in those glowing eyes. Panic turns to anger, and he lashes out with a punch to put the prisoner back in his place. The blow drops the prisoner, and the warrior orders him to stop staring and get moving toward whatever awaits at the end of the rope. Wounded and furious, the captive swears he will remember the person responsible and take revenge once he recovers. As he moves through the forest, the strange camp around him suggests he has been brought deep into unfamiliar tribal territory. He follows the rope fixed to his neck, realizing it stretches far longer than expected. Even after walking a great distance, he still cannot find the end of it and wonders whether his captor is waiting there. The rope suddenly jerks tight, cutting off his speculation. He pauses, alerted by the abrupt pull. The rope leads him to a pool where someone is submerged near a waterfall. An elf-like woman rises from the water in silence, revealing herself as the one holding his leash. The two stare at each other, measuring the situation without speaking. She breaks the tension with a faint, amused smile. She calmly orders him to lie down, asserting control immediately. He bristles at being commanded and starts to resist. Before he can do anything, she uses the rope to yank and throw him with overwhelming force. He is slammed hard into a tree, making it clear she can overpower him effortlessly. She treats his resistance like childish misbehavior and dismisses him as unworthy of challenging her. Once she has established dominance, she thanks him for freeing her from the slave auction. She explains that because he once saved her, she has now saved him twice, and considers their debt more than repaid. She reveals she secretly followed him after the auction and intervened during the recent attack, meaning he would have died without her. Still confused, he asks why she kept him alive at all. She answers that he appeared to be important within his group, making him potentially valuable. Her real motive emerges when she wonders how much his faction would pay to get him back. He instantly realizes this ruins his own plan, because if his enemies begin ransom talks with his clan, his attempt to disappear will fail. While he struggles to think of a way out, she enjoys his unease. She confirms his fear by telling him he will not be returning to his people. Then she states the new reality plainly. He is going to be her slave. With a blade in hand, she mockingly decides he should address her as master. His defiant glare only entertains her, and she looks forward to breaking that spirit. She ends the exchange by saying they need to move before trouble finds them, and he asks where she is taking him. She acts as though the answer should already be obvious. She brings him to her homeland and tells him to show proper respect now that he has entered another people's land. The place is marked by fierce tribal symbols and trophies, hinting at a dangerous ruling power. She identifies the settlement as the village ruled by the matriarch. They walk through the village together, with him still effectively under her control. As they pass through, the customs of the tribe become clear. Sleeping space is borrowed from friends, and food is taken from anyone willing to share. She explains that what looks like disregard for personal property to him is simply how her people live as a communal home. At last she stops and announces they have reached their destination. The destination is the matriarch's house, a central and imposing tribal dwelling. When she calls the matriarch mother, he is startled to learn she is directly related to the tribe's leader. The matriarch appears, immediately recognizing her daughter's return. She remarks that her daughter has finally brought back the imperial boy she keeps talking about, while the daughter protests that this was not her intention. He pieces it together and realizes the woman who captured him is the matriarch's daughter of the Balak tribe. That revelation identifies her as the feared Night Fox. He remembers she is the Balak warrior infamous for maiming Hugo, and understands she was the hidden danger behind the region's deadly reputation. He reflects that if his former self had fought her directly, the outcome would have been grim. In his estimation, a straightforward fight against her offered no chance at all, and only assassination held any possibility. Even that memory shows how terrifying she was, attacking with speed and power that left almost no room to survive. Back in the present, he keeps his composure while reassessing just how dangerous she is. He concludes that fleeing back then might have raised his odds slightly, but only to a still desperate 20%. She studies him and says she has seen his face before, suggesting she senses a connection beyond this meeting. He worries she may recognize him as the same bloodline as Hugo, but she dismisses the resemblance as nothing unusual among imperial men. Ian's mother dismisses the injured human as worthless for breeding and assumes he can only be useful if he recovers enough to serve. When Ian protests, her mother coldly reminds her that a slave's condition is all that matters, not his dignity. The captive, Vikir, cuts through their assumptions by declaring that he was bought to work, not for the role they keep implying. His blunt correction leaves the matter settled under the tribe's logic. As property, his owner decides his purpose. That answer embarrasses Ian, who suddenly becomes self-conscious about how she has been treating him. Left to himself, Vikir quietly sizes up his surroundings and begins thinking beyond mere survival. The scene shifts outside, where his new life in the tribe is about to take shape. Walking with Ian, Vikir starts by asking her name instead of accepting a silent master-slave distance. Ian is offended that a slave would question her so directly, but he insists that if she expects obedience, he needs to know who she is. Pressed into answering, she reluctantly gives her name. Vikir introduces himself in return and forces the exchange onto more equal footing, which only irritates her further. Trying to reassert authority, Ian announces that she is giving him his first order. She commands him to build a house for her, expecting the task to put him in his place. Privately, Ian assumes an imperial bastard like him could never manage real construction. Vikir immediately recognizes the order as a chance to shift their relationship by proving his value through competence. Rather than resist, he accepts the challenge with quiet enthusiasm. Ian is caught off guard when he does not react like a helpless servant. Before long, Vikir presents a finished shelter, carrying out her command far faster and better than expected. Ian is unsettled that an injured outsider can build so capably, which forces her to revise her assumptions about him. As she considers what this means for her own future, she realizes the crude camp life around her may not have to remain that way. Vikir, meanwhile, treats the work as familiar, hinting that hardship once forced him to learn practical skills beyond fighting. He reflects that in the ruined world, swordsmanship alone was never enough. Survival belonged to those who could adapt and build. Inspecting the tent, Ian notices even the drainage has been improved, confirming that his work was thoughtful, not accidental. Vikir points out that the real flaw in her mother's tent is structural instability, not just the roof covering. He explains exactly how to reinforce the central support and seal the base, and Ian hastily pretends she had reached the same conclusion. He gets to work on the repair while Ayan follows, now more observer than commander. Together they prepare materials and fire the bricks needed to strengthen the tent's foundation. When Ayan's mother arrives, Ayan presents the improvement as they stand beside the finished materials. Her mother immediately understands that something genuinely useful has been accomplished. Inside the tent, the reinforced pillar and brick base make the solution obvious. Ayan's mother realizes the leaks persisted because the pillar itself had been the source of the problem. Impressed, she praises the result and openly credits Ayan for acquiring a highly useful male. She then assigns Vikir ongoing maintenance work around the barracks, treating his skill as a resource to be exploited. Later, while Vikir works by the water, Ayan approaches him again on her own. She asks whether he would rather stop being just a slave and become an official member of the tribe. Vikir admits that, compared with the brutal life he came from, even slavery here feels unexpectedly peaceful. Ayan notes that he seems unusually well adjusted, and he answers that this life is tolerable so long as it does not become endless drudgery. She offers to help him adapt and survive within the tribe, presenting herself less as owner and more as guide. To make the offer concrete, she promises to loosen his rope if he proves useful enough. Vikir finally responds with genuine interest, asking what she wants from him. Ayan sets the condition: he must join a hunt and help bring down a massive prey animal. She explains that the tribe's warriors have recently failed to catch enough food, leaving even the children short of meat. In practical terms, she tells him, success on this hunt is his only realistic path from slave to tribesman. Then she reveals the catch: because he can carry loads, he will be assisting her rather than hunting freely on his own. She makes it clear that he should feel honored to serve under the Balak tribe's hunting commander. Seeing little point in arguing, Vikir agrees to go along with the plan. Ayan cannot hide her satisfaction at getting the answer she wanted. As they walk away, she announces they will leave tomorrow, and his teasing about her obvious smile makes her deny being pleased at all. From the shadows, another tribesman watches their growing closeness in silence. The moment Ayan and Vikir get too familiar, she violently shoves him away and angrily rejects the implication, trying to re-establish distance. A ritual begins as charcoal is prepared for a hunting ceremony. The shaman coats his hand in the black powder, ready to mark the hunters. He calls the tribe together and starts the blessing for the hunt. He warns that anyone who goes without his blessing will have a hard time. The newcomer learns the Balak hunters blacken their faces because they feel guilty about killing prey and want to hide from the animal's spirits. He also hears that this warrior tribe still relies on a shaman, though some treat the old man's authority as tiresome. Even so, the shaman's blessing is treated as protection, so the hunters still submit to it before leaving. The newcomer quietly notes how different this place's customs are and wonders if the shaman's standing is actually weak. One hunter receives the markings in stony silence. The newcomer mocks his painted face, and the hunter snaps that he already dislikes the shaman. Instead of arguing, she hands the newcomer a spiked collar to wear. She explains that the collars protect their necks from prey bites, making the tribe's brutal practicality clear. He accepts that if he is stuck here, he should adapt to their ways. A giant white wolf is brought over as their mount. She tells him to hold her waist if he wants to stay on, but he insists he will manage. The moment they start moving, he is thrown off balance and loses his grip. She notices his mistake with quiet amusement. He crashes to the ground while she dryly points out that he should have listened. Dazed on the forest floor, he wonders how he is supposed to move in such a weakened body. Other hunters gather around, turning his embarrassment into a public spectacle. She casually addresses one of them, a Hun, as if nothing is wrong. A Hun needles her for acting too freely with her slave. He boasts that he will hunt bigger prey and take the captain's place, while another hunter questions why he keeps challenging the shaman's line. Before the newcomer can react, a collar is suddenly fastened around his neck. A Hun drives the point home with a kick, treating the collaring as a way to mark him as hunting property. He openly declares that a slave deserves a neck piece like any hunting animal. When someone asks how useful an injured male assistant can be, a Hun dismisses the newcomer as dead weight. She does not rise to the insult immediately, and instead measures the situation. The newcomer calmly points out that a Hun should check his own waist before talking. A Hun realizes too late that something has already been taken from him. From the ground, the newcomer reveals he lifted a Hun's weapon while pretending to be helpless. He adds that the tribe had confiscated his own weapons, and she cannot help laughing at a Hun's humiliation. Furious at being outplayed by a slave, a Hun lunges to attack him. She intercepts the strike and shuts the assault down before it lands. She reminds a Hun that he has no right to punish someone else's slave on his own. A Hun protests that a slave insulted a Balak warrior, but she calls him pathetic for losing face in front of the very person he tried to dominate. He pushes further, accusing her of growing attached to the slave. She concedes that if the slave did wrong, punishment is deserved, but only under her authority. She makes it explicit that the newcomer belongs to her, not to a Hun. To prove the point, she strikes the newcomer herself with brutal force. Blood sprays into the grass as the blow lands. A Hun is stunned by how far she is willing to go to assert control. The newcomer is knocked flat, taking the punishment without resistance. She asks a Hun if that satisfies him now that she has enforced her claim. Then she explains that she understands his anger because he could not catch a male on his own before. But she warns that if he ever lays hands on her slave again, she will beat him down herself. The threat leaves no room for argument, and she demands his acknowledgement. Broken and bleeding in the grass, a Hun can only submit. The forest falls quiet again after the clash. Left with the warning and the humiliation, a Hun stands in uneasy silence. A wounded young man travels through the forest with a Balak warrior woman, tense and quiet after whatever she did on his behalf. Trying to read his silence, she presses him to admit whether her retaliation for him upset him. He explains that she only acted to stop further abuse from a Hun, but her refusal to answer leaves him unsure what she is really feeling. She finally admits the issue is simple: she is hurt. That confession jolts the moment, and she abruptly throws herself closer to him. Her concern spills out at once as she urgently checks whether his injuries are severe or life-threatening. He reassures her as best he can, saying the worst part is that speaking hurts. At such close range, she realizes he has endured this kind of pain many times before. The forest falls quiet as the mood shifts from suspicion to intimacy. Overcome by instinct, she leans against him and tends his wounds in her own way. He stiffens in surprise as she presses in even closer. When he points out that Balak people usually lick injuries and that doing so on him could spread infection, she accepts the correction. Embarrassed but sincere, she offers him a favor instead and promises to grant whatever he wants, if she can. He immediately tests that promise by asking whether anything truly means anything. He pauses to think carefully before naming his request. Watching him hesitate, she panics and imagines he is about to ask for something far more intimate. He decides on a request that still matters to him. He wants to learn archery. Her tension breaks into startled relief. Once she confirms he means arrows and nothing else, she agrees to teach him. She sets the terms cheerfully, promising special training starting the next day as they continue deeper into the woods. The lesson begins badly, with his shots striking the wrong target. She mocks his lack of talent, and reminds him to aim at the arrow already stuck in the tree. Unable to manage alone, he asks her to teach him while physically guiding his stance. She seizes the chance to tease him, claiming this close contact method is how young Balak warriors are trained. While correcting his posture, she explains that his injured body cannot handle a proper war bow and that he must learn to hunt smaller prey first. Their lesson is interrupted when her wolf companion notices something nearby. She calls to Bakira, and the wolf's response reveals it has found what she was looking for. She orders the battered young man back to his feet, making clear the training is moving into a real hunt. From there, she insists they move quickly. She leads him to rushing water where the terrain itself becomes part of the lesson. At the river mouth, she explains that this is where river and ocean creatures mix, making it rich hunting ground. Using salmon as an example, she teaches that some fish fight upstream here and can eventually grow into huge beasts. But most are not strong enough to make the climb. Those that fail the waterfall are smashed against the sharp rocks below, and the fallen fish draw in larger predators. One such predator appears, an ox bear feeding at the water's edge. The young man is startled because this beast is far more monstrous than any ordinary ox bear he has seen. She explains that it is an ox bear transformed by the blood of a superior bloodline and hardened by surviving countless deadly upheavals. When he realizes she expects him to capture that monster, he balks. But she clarifies that Bakira was not sent to find a strong female to hunt. Instead, she reveals that their true target is tied to the creature's mating behavior. She explains that male bears gather to court a female ox bear. One dominant male stands out among the suitors. Another rival faces him across the water, both bristling with aggression. The males clash violently as they compete for the female. Their fight turns into a brutal exchange of overpowering blows. The struggle continues until one male is driven back. As the female keeps rejecting the males, the young man assumes she must be seeking the strongest possible mate. The woman corrects him. This female is not searching for strength at all. When the female approaches and gently tests the dominant male, her choice becomes clear. The woman concludes that the female wants the weakest mate she can dominate, and the young man realizes the hunt is really about understanding that instinct. An elf woman explains that among ox bears, an excited male can kill its mate, so females prefer weaker partners they can dominate. She compares this to Balak mating customs and asks what kind of spouse is most desired. The injured young man realizes that a female would favor a strong bloodline trapped in a weakened body, making him an ideal target while he is hurt. She says they only need patience, because the female will completely suppress the male during mating. Time passes as they keep watch over the forest. The sounds from deeper in the woods confirm the ox bears are still at it. The young man listens in uneasy silence. Days later, the noises finally stop near the cave they have been monitoring. He reflects that 4 days have passed since he first heard the bears, and he is no longer sure whether helping this happen was right. The elf asks whether he has been leaving food for the ox bears. He confirms that he has been feeding them for 4 days so the starving pair could keep mating without interruption. She reveals the fruit they used only grants temporary strength, and ultimately burns away the eater's lifespan. She explains that the female understood their scheme, while the male likely sensed the danger but was too driven to refuse, and the young man concludes her plan was to drain the male completely. She sets out food for him instead. Urging him to recover, she casually remarks that the bear's mating frenzy was extreme even by her standards. When he treats that as normal, he nearly chokes on the meal. She laughs and says ordinary Balak males are like that, but imperial men apparently are not. He awkwardly asks whether she behaves the same way. She teasingly leans in and invites him to find out. The suggestion catches her off guard as much as him, and her mood snaps back to the hunt. She abruptly orders him to prepare himself. She judges that the female has now conceived, meaning the mating phase is over. The female ox-bear erupts in a furious roar. Now empowered and hostile, it charges out from the cave. From safety, she explains that once impregnated, a female no longer sees the male as a mate but as a rival predator trespassing on her territory, so it drives him away for good. The young man adds that after exhausting itself for 4 sleepless days, the beast will soon seek rest. He predicts it will hide somewhere remote and secure, and they should quietly track it there. She accepts that plan and declares the hunt will begin once the beast settles down. The pursuit carries them into a frozen mountain region. Riding a white wolf, they follow the trail across the ice. They enter a narrow canyon of towering ice walls where the beast has fled. She reasons that the ox-bear chose this place because it is far from threats and full of cold-blooded creatures too weak to challenge it. When he asks if the beast truly planned that far ahead, she says ox-bears are intelligent enough to act on learned knowledge, not just instinct. His injuries leave him shivering in the cold, and he realizes his body is failing him again. She offers her warmth, but he refuses out of pride. She bluntly warns that if the cold slows him down during the hunt, he will only become a burden. He is startled by how practical and composed she sounds. Accepting her logic, he moves in close behind her for warmth as they continue riding. She internally frames the gesture as nothing more than a master protecting her slave's usefulness. The wolf suddenly senses danger ahead. Its growl alerts them that something is wrong with the trail. They discover the tracks end abruptly on the ice. She realizes the ox-bear's trace has vanished. As she wonders where it went, glowing eyes appear in the darkness behind them. She instantly understands they have been outmaneuvered. Shock flashes across her face as the ambush becomes clear. The ox-bear lunges from above and behind, turning the hunt back on them. Later, villagers stare in amazement at the result. The hunters have brought back a massive boar, and the crowd gathers around the cart in excitement. The catch is praised as enough meat to feed the whole tribe, far surpassing the meager rabbits others had managed to bring in. A muscular elf dismisses the situation with smug confidence. The onlookers insist that even Commander Ayan should hunt by the rules and not rely on her slave. He mocks her for bringing the slave at all and predicts she will return empty-handed because the burden will only slow her down. Before that judgment can settle, Ayan is jolted by a sudden threat. Her slave grabs her protectively and pulls her out of the way. A horned ox-bear crashes down where they had been, nearly crushing them both. The slave realizes how close the attack came and freezes for a beat. A second beast, a white wolf, steps in between them and the ox-bear, turning the ambush into a standoff. The wolf bares its fangs and challenges the larger monster. It lunges first, forcing the ox-bear to meet it head-on. On the ground, Ayan checks her slave, and he admits she is alive only because he saved her. As the beasts clash, the slave realizes the ox-bear was clever enough to use one monster as bait and understands why Ayan chose him despite his complaints. Ayan decides they cannot avoid a direct fight, while the slave bitterly thinks he may have to help preserve his dignity as her master. Instead, Ayan orders him to stay behind her and rest like a slave should. She takes the field alone, determined to prove her worth as his master. The slave is left staring after her, offended that she would sideline him. His irritation grows as he watches her work while he is told to do nothing. Riding the white wolf, Ayan begins hunting the ox-bear through the icy corridor with a style he has never seen before. Her first volley lands on the beast's back and drives it forward. She treats its attempt to move before her slave as an unforgivable insult and vows to punish it. The ox-bear ducks behind a rock to break her line of fire. Ayan immediately sees through the move and refuses to let cover save it. She explains that true archery is not just piercing power but control, and prepares a shot shaped to pass around the obstacle. Her arrow strikes the rock instead of the beast. Rather than stopping, the impact sends a spiraling wave of force through the stone. That redirected force bursts out the far side and slams into the hidden ox-bear. The beast coughs blood, wounded by an attack it never directly saw. Watching this, the slave is stunned that the ox-bear was hit even while fully concealed. He realizes her shot sent its aura through the boulder and into the target with precision. He recognizes this as a rare hunting art that can strike around obstacles without losing accuracy. For the first time, he truly acknowledges Ayan's talent and admits her skill exceeds his expectations. Blood spatters onto the frozen ground, proving the hidden hit was real. The ox-bear snarls through a bloodied mouth but remains dangerous. Another ox-bear appears behind it, revealing there are 2 of them. Ayan keeps firing from the wolf's back, trying to suppress both beasts before they can close in. She taunts them for thinking brute force can simply push through her arrows. Then she draws a far more serious shot, pouring concentrated power into a single arrow. She declares that this arrow carries enough force to break even a castle wall. The shot erupts as a massive beam and tears straight toward the charging ox-bear. The beast takes the blast head-on and seems overwhelmed by the impact. But one glowing eye remains fixed and active through the explosion. The attack detonates violently, yet it fails to finish the monster. Ayan is caught off guard when the beast survives. In that opening, the ox-bear breaks through and slams into her and the wolf. Both rider and mount are hurled across the ice by the counterattack. Ayan crashes hard and lies stunned on the ground. The slave falls silent as the danger turns immediate. He recalls that beasts on the verge of death can sense killing intent, and realizes his own bloodlust likely warned the ox bear and let it brace for her strongest shot. Ian struggles back up, injured and breathing hard. The surviving ox bear looms over her at close range, ready to finish the fight. A beast lunges with its jaws wide, putting the hunters in immediate danger. The young fighter realizes too late that the situation has turned critical. A contemptuous voice challenges whether he has finished humiliating himself in front of his master. He looks up and recognizes the speaker, startled by the sudden intervention. The bandaged slave launches himself between the beast and his mistress as the giant predator bears down on them. Deciding to act for himself, he claims the next move. He drives a red, power charge strike straight into the monster's open mouth. That force gathers through his body and concentrates at his foot. The attack completes like a blade of energy piercing downward through the beast. The impact erupts into a fiery blast that throws bodies and debris away from the kill. His mistress, knocked back by the explosion, is stunned that his attack produced fire. The ox bear writhes inside the flames, badly wounded but not yet instantly gone. The bindings around the slave's body burn away under the heat of his own strike. He endures the aftermath in silence, still standing amid the fire. His mistress stares at him, shaken by what she has just witnessed. He quietly admits he had expected this outcome. He realizes the technique worked, but also that using it placed too much strain on his body. As the beast collapses, the others recognize that Vikir has brought it down. That night, the village gathers around a celebratory fire in the forest clearing. The hunt becomes a feast, with the tribe rejoicing over the successful kill. Food is shared freely as the villagers celebrate the hunter's achievement. The tribe's custom is explained. Whoever catches the greatest prey earns the village's honor and admiration. When asked how it feels to be the hunting hero, Vikir remains unmoved, and his mistress mocks his lack of reaction. The ox bear is remembered as a dangerous but intelligent beast, making its capture especially honorable. Its value is contrasted with lesser animals, emphasizing that this prey brought real prestige. Others try to draw Vikir into the conversation, but he responds with little enthusiasm. A bowl is handed to him as his allotted share of the hunt. He learns that, as a slave, he receives little meat because his honor is considered worth less. The rule is clarified as a Balak tradition: those who contribute less to the hunt receive less in return. He is told that less meat means less honor, while the others privately enjoy how irritated he looks. Vikir reflects that meat is not the true reward he gained from this hunt. He reviews the abilities he acquired after the battle and wonders whether his breathing technique can now be strengthened further. He concludes that absorbing the ox bear through Beelzebub significantly restored his body. Before he can dwell on it, his mistress calls him over. She offers him a piece from the shaman's share, saying she brought it because it suits a hunter's due. When he points out he already received blood, meat, and intestines, she insists he eat this as well. She explains the tribe's belief that eating a beast's body part strengthens the matching part in the eater, while he awkwardly tries to identify what she handed him. Other girls immediately tease her for fussing over a slave, and she angrily denies any special motive. Vikir chews through the gift and dryly notes how tough it is. His blunt reaction leaves her flustered and embarrassed. Trying to recover, she tells him that now he should be able to fulfill his duty. He is left wondering what more she expects after everything he already did during the hunt. By dawn, the celebration has ended and the camp grows quiet. Vikir heads out alone, following through on the task she implied. He arrives before a large stone altar-like stump in the forest. Smoke rises from a carved opening there, marking it as a place of offering. He recalls that his mistress had been telling the truth. She places the best cuts of meat onto the altar, and he questions why valuable food is being left there. She explains that the village is not suffering hunger. This is a deliberate offering. The sacrifice is for Madame Eight Legs, as the tribe asks permission to remain in this dense forest. The young man recalls that Madame Eight Legs warned him the northern forest was dangerous, and seeing Balak villagers gather there makes him suspect his own actions caused this trouble. He dismisses the threat at first as merely another troublesome monster. The scene shifts back to the Balak settlement, where village life appears calm on the surface. Now recovered enough to stand, he finds himself still confined within the village. From inside the enclosure, he notices a long line of village women gathered outside a large hut and wonders what event is underway. Their chatter reveals they have been waiting since dawn, expecting some kind of ceremony and hoping to secure the best position. They speculate that, based on yesterday's results, a woman from the village may be allowed to claim him as a husband if he proves worthy enough. One woman, already treating him as her prize, is irritated by the other's boldness. She physically drags away a rival and insists the young man belongs to her because she fed him first. The quarrel escalates as she argues that if the others want him, they should go capture their own man instead of stealing hers. Another woman protests that they searched even beyond the empire's border and found no one else like him. A different villager coolly suggests there may still be more men elsewhere, sending the others rushing off in renewed desperation. Left behind, the woman who cared for him worries the others might take him away before he fully recovers, especially after she invested effort in nursing him and making him useful. She realizes he has been close enough to witness everything. Embarrassed, he awkwardly admits he may have overheard too much, while privately dwelling on what he ate the day before. She changes the subject and tells him that the matriarch called a meeting last night and that, as the village's honored hunter, he is now allowed to make a request of her. Flustered, she adds that she has already decided what he ought to ask for. Her confidence catches his full attention as he waits to hear her suggestion. He is brought to the village's central hall to meet the leadership. Inside, the elders and senior figures of the Balak gather to judge him. Among them stands the woman who has been guiding him, alongside stern warriors watching closely. He kneels before the assembly in formal respect. At the center sits the matriarch, Foxakila, presiding over the meeting. She acknowledges that he hunted an ox bear and credits him with bringing valuable meat to the village, while he answers with restrained humility. The matriarch rejects his modesty and openly praises his achievement. When she notes how quickly he recovered, he attributes it to the care he received, though inwardly he recognizes her name and studies her more carefully. He realizes the matriarch is Foxakila, a famed Balak archer and one of the tribe's strongest figures, and he is struck by the contrast between her imposing dignity and her warmth. Pleased with his contribution, she announces that yesterday's deed has earned him a change in status. The elders declare that he is no longer a slave but will now be treated as part of the tribe's family. Even as he receives that honor, he remembers being warned that some elders would resent this promotion. He identifies the likely source of opposition as the old shaman Ahuman, grandfather of the woman beside him and a powerful voice among the hunters. The matriarch rises and invites him, now an official member of the Balaks, to state what he wants. She makes clear that although she is not his birth mother, she will still hear and accept his request as family. Before he can answer, the woman beside him silently urges him to ask for a village maiden as a partner, reminding him of the advice she gave earlier. He ignores the hint and thinks carefully instead. After composing himself, he says he has only one request. The matriarch encourages him to speak freely, while he notices how insistently the woman is still trying to steer his answer. He chooses his words with deliberate caution. Then he asks for permission to bathe in the hero's spring. The request shocks the elders immediately. Even the hardened warriors are visibly rattled by what he has asked. The woman who had been pushing him toward a different request is stunned into silence. The matriarch repeats the name of the spring and demands to know whether he understands what he is asking for. The room falls tense as all attention fixes on him, and the matriarch faces him directly. An elder explodes in anger, condemning his audacity before the tribe's highest authority. The shaman argues that the matriarch and the hero's spring belong only to the highest-ranked Balak warriors, so such a request should not even be entertained. Others support him, insisting that only proven heroes may enter that sacred place and that the young man has not yet earned that right. The matriarch cuts through the uproar and asks the real question, whether he truly knows what the hero's spring is. He answers without hesitation that he does. The hero's spring is revealed to be the Balak's sacred shrine, a place where only their strongest warriors are ever allowed to be submerged. The tribe explains that the hero's spring is not just sacred water but a healing hot spring that can restore both internal and external injuries. Even so, the woman clarifies that the spring's power is limited, and only a special contribution from the outsider ion can remove the poison building up in the boy's body. The elders refuse to let a newly accepted commoner enter the shrine, though they consider bending the rule because the child has shown promise and needs motivation. The woman argues that the spring should be used to treat him because his condition is worsening, but admits the shamans and guards would never allow it. Her attention suddenly sharpens when she senses an interruption. Outside, a bell-bearing figure appears on the forest path, signaling an unexpected arrival. The villagers realize a guest has entered the forest, something they thought impossible for any sane outsider. To avoid further dispute, the woman ends the discussion and orders everyone back to their duties. The tribe members settle, but the mood turns wary as they wait to see who has come. One elder reacts with immediate alarm, sensing that this visitor could mean trouble. Soon the villagers gather in the clearing to face the newcomer together. When asked if this is the guest, the answer confirms it. A merchant caravan enters and quickly sets up a bustling market in the middle of the forest. The boy learns that the Balaks count down the days for this recurring merchant visit, but he is distracted by the merchant family's emblem. He recognizes the banner as belonging to one of the empire's 7 great merchant houses, the bourgeois family. That realization unsettles him, because reaching this forest from the imperial capital should have required crossing hostile territories that would never permit such passage. He concludes the merchants must have smuggled themselves in, while the trader cheerfully announces the opening of the 5-day market. The merchant invites everyone to barter whatever they have brought, presenting the exchange as routine and friendly. He dazzles the tribe with luxury goods, cosmetics, grain, and a dream-inducing glass orb, overwhelming them with things they have never had access to. The boy watches in silence, already suspicious of what he is seeing. He realizes the merchant is exploiting the Balak's isolation, offering everyday imperial goods as if they were rare treasures. Because the tribe has no sense of outside market value, he suspects the trader is using their ignorance to set absurd prices. He decides to stay out of it for the moment, knowing the situation will become troublesome if someone recognizes him. A young Balak woman abruptly objects, insisting the exchange being offered to her is blatantly unfair. She protests that trading a diamond for a single ear of corn is ridiculous, exposing how badly the merchant is undervaluing what the tribe gives up. Trying to be practical rather than confrontational, she lowers her demand and asks for 2 ears of corn instead. Her delight at that tiny concession makes it painfully clear how little the tribe understands the worth of its own goods. Other villagers pile on with equally misguided demands, arguing over vegetables while still accepting outrageously one-sided trades. The merchant is stunned that anyone has even challenged him at all. When he gives in slightly, the villagers celebrate as if they have won, not realizing they are still being cheated. The boy bitterly notes that the Baloks are rejoicing over prices they do not understand when a little girl steps forward to trade. She offers a rare, nutritious sun dung beetle larva in exchange for one of the glass dream orbs. The merchant responds with open disgust, dismissing the offering as worthless because he cannot imagine eating it. He knocks the larva from her hands and rejects the trade outright. The girl is left startled and hurt, while the merchant appraises her appearance instead of her goods. He coldly remarks that she would fetch a high price as a slave, revealing how predatory his intentions really are. He reaches for her head, treating her like property. Before he can go further, a voice stops him. The boy steps in beside the frightened child and declares the trade invalid. The merchant is confused by the boy's strange clothing and then shocked when he hears him speak the imperial language fluently. The boy refuses to get sidetracked by the slave remark and instead demands that all of the day's unfair trades be cancelled. When the merchant protests, the boy accuses him of pricing the tribe's goods far below their true market value. The merchant tries to hide behind tribal custom and the authority of the Balak shaman, but the boy answers like someone who knows commerce intimately. He dismisses the boy as a child who should not interfere, trying to reassert control through intimidation. The boy destroys that bluff by stating exact values. The corn is worth only a tiny amount, while the diamond the merchant took is worth a fortune. He continues listing real prices, showing that even processed monster materials can be worth enormous sums. The merchant panics as he realizes the boy knows precise market rates that should be impossible for a forest tribesman to know. The boy then exposes the glass orb itself, explaining that it only creates sweet dreams because it contains a drug. He reveals that the orb releases a harmful addictive substance, and that the item is illegal in the Empire. With the fraud laid bare, he condemns the merchant for knowingly distributing the contraband. A hidden force begins acting on the older merchant, making it clear someone has already targeted him. As panic spreads, the merchant realizes his secret has been exposed and that the situation is slipping out of his control. The Balak side pieces together the clues about drugs, bodies, and harm, confirming their suspicions. Their leader reaches the obvious conclusion: the widespread decline in her people's health traces back to this scheme. Sensing he is caught, the merchant tries to retreat behind polite excuses and pretend it is all a misunderstanding. He is cut off by a sudden strike before he can talk his way out of danger. The blow leaves him stunned, and he finally understands he is facing immediate retaliation. A Balak warrior calls the alarm, shifting the camp from suspicion to open conflict. The merchants are seized and cursed for daring to deceive the Balaks. The accusation spreads through the camp, and even bystanders grasp that the merchants have crossed a deadly line. The merchant drops all pretense and realizes they are in serious trouble. He orders everyone to grab their goods and flee before the Balaks can fully close in. When one of his own questions why they are letting the enemy escape, the Balak side reveals this is deliberate. They explain that against prey that moves in groups, wounding and releasing them is a hunting method. The point becomes clear as the fleeing merchants are expected to lead the Balaks straight back to the rest of their people. At the larger camp, the returning merchants report that the Balaks stole their cargo, and the group prepares for battle. Night falls over the forest as a bird carries word of the camp's location. The bird returns to the Balaks, serving as a scout that guides their next move. A young Balak decides the merchants chose the wrong enemy and that only extermination will settle it. Their leader embraces that judgment and declares the coming attack a slaughter. Meanwhile, a mercenary force marches through the forest to support the merchants. The merchant leader is told that smuggling and bribery failed, so he hired mercenaries to kill the Balaks and sell the survivors as slaves. He admits this is his first time deep in the forest, and that defeating the Balaks in direct combat will not be easy. The mercenary captain mocks his fear and reminds him that he knowingly joined this venture despite the risk. The merchant defends himself by saying they agreed to split the profits in exchange for protection. He goes further, proposing that anything taken in the attack should simply count as loot. The captain pauses, weighing the greed and the danger without showing much concern. He accepts the arrangement and outlines a simple plan: use the night, set the Balak camp on fire, and finish them in the chaos. The mercenaries bicker over a match even as they prepare the arson. Their petty superstition about sharing a match turns the moment into careless banter instead of discipline. One man dismisses the superstition and lights his cigarette anyway, convinced there is nothing to fear. He is instantly struck down by an arrow before he can enjoy that confidence. The ambush begins, and the Balaks answer the slaver's plan with lethal precision from the dark. Watching his hired force get hit so suddenly, the merchant is horrified. The mercenaries realize the Balaks used the glow of their cigarettes to pick them off. The Balak archers press the attack, determined to show exactly how dangerous their people are. A young Balak observes that even the tiny cigarette lights were enough for their warriors to aim accurately. He is told the special preparation he requested is ready, and he insists on being treated as a commoner rather than a slave. As arrows keep falling, the mercenary side orders shields up, mages to block the volley, and aura users to prepare a counterattack. The Balax launch another phase of the assault by sending spear-tethered lines through the trees. Those lines haul heavy barrels overhead, carrying them above the mercenary formation. The ropes anchor into the trunks, turning the forest itself into a delivery system. More lines lock into place, completing the trap around the enemy below. Only then do the mercenaries understand that the Balax have suspended alcohol barrels above them. Their disbelief turns to dread as they realize what those barrels are for. Flaming arrows tear into the barrels and ignite their contents at once. The forest erupts in a massive firestorm over the mercenary ranks. Panic breaks out as the mercenaries scream that the Balax have set the entire area ablaze. Hiding behind a tree, the merchant grasps the ingenuity of the trap just as a Balak figure approaches through the flames. He turns and recognizes the approaching opponent, realizing the hunt has now reached him personally. A furious youth confronts a man in the burning forest, and the man immediately realizes he may be killed. Desperate to save himself, the man begs for mercy and tries to make his attacker hesitate. He produces an exploration permit bearing the underdog city's seal and claims it was officially approved by the newly appointed deputy consul, Vikir, which should spare anyone tied to the Baskerville family. That name catches the youth's attention, confirming the permit is invoking the infamous Vikir. Instead of accepting it, he coldly notes that he never authorized such permission, exposing the document as worthless before him. The man is thrown into deeper panic as he notices the youth's altered appearance and begins to suspect who he really is. Before he can finish the realization, he is struck down. The youth declares that anyone who forged the Baskerville seal deserves execution. As arrows fly, an ally on a giant wolf urges him to flee, but he rejects being treated as a slave. The incoming volley suddenly stops short, leaving only arrows embedded around them. The pursuers are caught off guard when they realize the shooting has ceased. Seeing the Balax pull back and use fire, the enemy assumes they are losing confidence and orders an immediate chase. That pursuit leads them toward a strange purple growth in the forest, and one of them dismisses it as mere brambles. The moment they close in, the twisted growth lashes out violently. Their confidence turns to terror as they realize too late that they have run into a monster. Back with his Balak companions, the youth is teased for how much his appearance has changed and how fully he now resembles one of them. The monstrous brambles continue erupting in the distance, proving the trap is devastating. Pleased with his achievements, the tribe's leader grants him permission to enter the hero's spring. She lists the reasons. He solved the food shortage by catching an ox bear, ended the previous battle without casualties by using oil barrels, and uncovered that the warrior's sickness came from cheap drugs. An elder affirms that these deeds prove his courage. Because it is the night of the full moon, the leader orders Ayan to escort Vikir to the spring. Ayan leans close and takes satisfaction in another man's misfortune, leaving Vikir unsure what she means. The elder explains that a Holman had blamed the warrior's illness on a curse, but Vikir's actions have stripped those words of authority. Vikir reflects that the supposed curse may have been a deliberate scheme to keep people away from the forest depths. Under the full moon, the night settles as he enters the sacred place. Immersed in the hero's spring, he begins letting its power work through his battered body. He relaxes into the water and feels the first real relief. The spring purifies his mana and starts healing his broken bones and muscles, confirming the old shaman had good reason to come here. He notes that while the spring is weaker than the sticks at Baskerville, it is still valuable because anyone can use it regardless of age. Ayan joins him despite his objection, insisting the spring's effect would be wasted if he bathed alone, and that only she can accompany him anyway. He thanks Sir Adonai for discovering the spring, then wonders who that person was. Ayan explains that Adonai is the legendary warrior who alone fought the deep forest man and is revered among the Balaks. She reminds Vikir that, as an honorary Balak, he should show proper respect to such a figure, and he readily agrees. Still, she complains that speaking with an outsider like him is frustrating. Her irritation gives way to a quiet, more personal hesitation. She reassures herself that Vikir now has a home among the Balaks and that the spring may help him become the man he ought to be, even imagining him as a suitable husband. That thought crystallizes into a decision in her mind. She resolves that tonight she will make Vikir hers. The secluded spring becomes charged with that private intent. Trying to continue their conversation normally, Vikir admits he had only vaguely guessed the merchants were overcharging them for corn and is glad the tribe used that knowledge against them. Ayan realizes he truly had not understood the scale of the scam. When he asks how much more expensive the corn was, she explains that diamonds are far more valuable than corn in the empire, and his clumsy guess only highlights how little he knows. She starts to explain the exchange rate in terms of how much corn a single diamond could buy. The number shocks her all over again, and she blurts out her disbelief at how much could be purchased. Embarrassed by her own outburst, she tries to recover by mocking him as a slave while he points out that her logic makes no sense. Vikir cuts through the awkwardness and says the economics are beside the point. He presses the real issue instead, asking whether she intends to keep calling him slave or use his actual name, because he dislikes ambiguity. That direct challenge leaves her flustered as she turns the question over in her head. She hesitates in silence, unable to answer immediately. Then she steps close in the water and answers with action, teasing that if he dislikes ambiguity, she will stop being ambiguous. The elf woman leans over the stunned boy and decides she will finally make her feelings unmistakable. She rejects the formal names slave and Vikir, making it clear she wants a more personal way to address him. As she moves in to say it, the moment turns intimate enough to leave him frozen in confusion. That tension is shattered when a crowd of children suddenly splashes into the spring around them. The children excitedly greet both of them, exposing the woman's flustered state and ruining her private moment. Vikir realizes she had been trying to call him something affectionate, and the interruption leaves him piecing it together on his own. Embarrassed and angry, she lashes out at the children and warns them not to spoil the spring's effects. The children protest that they were only following orders, while the others treat her irritation as proof she had been acting strangely. It is revealed that the clan matriarch sent the children into the hero's spring because of the side effects caused by the merchant drug. The woman immediately understands her mother orchestrated this and fumes at being made a fool of. Before the awkwardness can deepen, Vikir is pulled back to the present by someone clearing his throat nearby. A young girl thanks Vikir for helping her older sister, and her brother adds his gratitude as well. Vikir answers by apologizing for having misunderstood them all this time. His apology is accepted simply, but the exchange still hangs with unspoken feelings. The older brother complains that Vikir's response is too flat for such a sincere apology, though he admits he had also judged him harshly. The woman, still unable to recover her composure, can only stew in embarrassed frustration. Vikir quietly accepts the name Vikir from her at last, leaving room for their relationship to grow later. She finally welcomes him as an official Balak member, and the children celebrate the new bond. About 2 years pass, and the story jumps to Vikir at 17. In a forest sparring match, Vikir drops an older opponent with a single brutal strike. The onlookers stare as the defeated fighter collapses, unable to believe how decisively he lost. Even from the ground, the loser tries to save face by mocking Vikir as soft. Vikir, now older and far more confident, dismisses him with calm contempt. As the others help the beaten man up and declare the spar over, Vikir turns away without interest. When they accuse him of running away, he makes clear he is simply going for a walk. Behind him, the others grumble that he has become monstrously strong and may already rival Commander Iron. The defeated fighter insists he was not actually struck, claiming Vikir's fist stopped just short of his face. He explains that the nosebleed came from the pressure of the blow alone, which shocks the others even more. Vikir wipes his face and treats the feat as confirmation rather than a surprise. He reveals that he has now mastered the technique perfectly. Specifically, he has fully grasped the sixth technique, the sixth Fang. He reflects that reaching the sixth technique at 17 is exceptional, even if the 10th remains far away. He also confirms that he now possesses 6 mana circles, enough to qualify as a high-rank graduate. Combining his family's swordsmanship with what he learned from the Balaks, he judges that he can now contend with top graduates. As he walks through the forest, he realizes it has already been 2 years since he first entered the deep woods. That thought leads him to wonder whether he should say goodbye to the Balaks once his preparations are complete. A white wolf's attention is caught by a butterfly, signaling a quieter hunting scene deeper in the forest. Vikir kneels to inspect marks on the ground, shifting from reflection back to practical work. With Ian and the wolf beside him, he identifies the trail as belonging to the deep forest snake, Mushushu. Ian judges it to be a large ancient beast and notes that catching it would settle the tribe's food supply for several days. Vikir falls silent, his attention drifting away from the hunt itself. Ian notices his distraction and presses him, but he denies thinking about anything else. She then remembers another hunting party had a question for him, while Vikir suspects she is concealing something. The matter turns serious when she shows him a dagger taken from an imperial trespasser and asks if he recognizes the emblem on it. Vikir immediately does, identifying it as the mark of a famous house. He explains that it belongs to the Leviathan clan, one of the Empire's 7 great families. Ian says they first assumed the intruder was just a mercenary, but one detail made the case suspicious. Many bodies found in the area had hidden glass poison capsules in their mouths. She adds that the captured trespasser died by swallowing such poison, leaving only the dagger behind. That revelation makes Vikir pause, as if connecting it to something larger. Ian then hesitantly admits she has something important she wants to ask him. Ian notices Vikir's strange expression and presses him on why he suddenly wants to return to his homeland. Refusing to tolerate secrecy, she demands an honest explanation. Vikir admits that another Imperial agent once entered the deep forest. He reveals that he believes he was that woman's true target, shocking Ian. The weight of that confession leaves her momentarily speechless. Vikir recalls the red-haired Imperial woman who came into the forest. Ian explains that during the war 2 years earlier, that woman entered the deep forest with the Baskerville search party, and seemed to be looking for traces of him. Uneasy, she asks whether he intends to leave with that woman if she returns. Vikir hesitates, worrying that Ian may resent him for hiding the truth and wondering whether tribal customs should decide his future. He doubts any easy answer would solve what lies between them. In the end, he firmly declares that he will not go back. Ian lowers her guard, overwhelmed by the answer she wanted but did not expect. When she asks for confirmation, Vikir reassures her that he means it. Relief settles over Ian as she accepts his decision. Vikir reflects that the Empire apparently does not know he is still alive, despite his earlier fears. He decides he should only return after he can completely hide his power and move unnoticed. He suspects the woman Ian mentioned is Kemu Morg and wonders whether her interest in him is personal gratitude or political maneuvering. The Baskerville clan's permission to search the deep forest suggests old alliances remain strong, making Vikir question whether his supposed death tied powerful families together. Realizing too much may be changing beyond the forest, he resolves to investigate the outside world soon. Before he can dwell on it further, something huge suddenly erupts from the water nearby. Both of them are caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. A giant fish-like beast crashes onto the bank in front of them. They identify it as a lungfish as it gasps and spits water onto the ground. Ian treats its appearance as a sign that the rainy season is approaching early, and may last a long time this year. Vikir abruptly stops, sensing that something about the creature is wrong. He directs attention to the swollen body of the lungfish. The two of them cut it open to inspect what it swallowed. Inside, they find a human skeleton still wearing tribal ornaments and cloth. From the clothing, Ian identifies the remains as a Lokoko tribesman and notes signs that he resisted before being eaten. Because lungfish normally scavenge corpses rather than overpower healthy people, the discovery feels deeply unnatural. Vikir realizes that if even a weak person ended up like this, the tribe may be facing a serious crisis. He concludes that something may have happened within the deep forest itself, and that they need to investigate. They set out at once, moving quickly toward the tribe's territory. As they advance, dread builds when they react to something terrible ahead. They arrive at a devastated camp strewn with bodies. The dead appear to be Lokoko warriors, many marked by darkened flesh and ominous red spots. As Vikir examines the scene, Ian urgently points him toward more evidence nearby. By dusk, the silence and absence of the village's usual cooking fires make it clear that the disaster extends far beyond one campsite. Deeper in the forest, hanging skeletons confirm that death has spread everywhere. When they finally reach the village at night, it lies in complete, unnatural stillness. The empty settlement convinces them that no one living remains there. Vikir notes from the overgrowth that the place has been abandoned for quite some time. Ian wonders whether the Lokoko fled elsewhere, and checks inside one of the huts. A swarm of insects bursts out, signaling rot and long neglect. Inside the dark hut, another corpse is slumped on the floor. Ian calls Vikir over, and he realizes the village holds more bodies than they first thought. Seeing the same red spots on these corpses, Vikir connects the scene to an old epidemic that once spread through the deep forest. He recalls the Red Death, a fast-spreading disease carried by flies and spiders that covered victims in red spots, darkened their skin, and killed them slowly. Ian panics and mistakes it for a divine curse, but Vikir corrects her and warns that it is a dangerous infectious disease. Even after assuring her it is not highly contagious, Vikir refuses to retreat, telling her to leave first if she is afraid, and accepts that if he dies to the disease, then he dies. When asked who is willing to die to investigate, the elf woman volunteers without hesitation. She explains that after the crocodile incident, the whole village has become uneasy, and since the others are exhausted or sick, she tells the boy to rest while she handles things. Even so, she privately judges him as painfully insensitive. Before she can leave, something suddenly interrupts her. She heads out into the village at night, only for trouble to strike again almost immediately. The boy realizes this is the same ominous disturbance returning. He finds Ian collapsed and panicking, and she identifies the cause as the curse. Trembling, she points toward the source. She reveals that the cursed one is not an enemy warrior but a small child standing nearby. Ian urges Vikri to flee first, promising she will follow once she can move. But her cramped leg leaves her stranded, forcing him to face the child himself. As he approaches, he quickly judges that the girl is about 5 and not from the Lokoko tribe. He also senses that she had been grieving someone's death. Trying to make sense of her presence, he asks who she is, but she gives him only silence. From her broken answers, he learns she is a Lokoko slave and worked as a kitchen maid. When he asks her name and hears Pomerian, he immediately recognizes it as an imperial name given to a captured child. Then the girl adds a second name that shocks him, La Baskerville. The name hits him like a revelation, overturning everything he assumed about her. He presses her to repeat what she said, needing to be sure he heard correctly. Instead of answering normally, she raises a finger, as if reciting something fixed in memory. She repeats Pomerian with eerie certainty. Then she completes it with La Baskerville, confirming the impossible claim. He recalls that Baskerville uses 3 middle names to mark bloodline and status. Van belongs to branch house members, while Le is used by men of the main house. La is reserved for women of the main house, making the child's name extraordinarily significant. Hearing her full name again, he understands she is claiming direct connection to the Baskerville main family. Ian catches on as well and points out that the child's middle name is rare enough to matter. She notices the pendant on the girl and recognizes the dog emblem as the clan's symbol. The boy urgently asks to see it, startling the girl as he reaches for the necklace. The sight leaves him visibly shaken. Inside the locket, he finds proof that makes denial impossible. The photograph shows Hugo Le Baskerville with his family, tying the pendant directly to the clan head. Staring at the locket, he cannot understand why such an item would be here with this child. The girl recoils in fear as his agitation spills over. Realizing he is frightening her, he forces himself to ask the real question: who are the people in the picture to her? Ian rebukes him for interrogating a child so harshly, and reminds him to be gentler. He admits to himself that shock made him lose control, and that the girl has done nothing wrong. He repeats the question more carefully. He waits tensely for an answer that could change everything. Ian bluntly tells the girl that the boy does know how to smile, even if he is failing at it now. The child finally prepares to answer. She identifies the people in the locket as her mother, grandmother, and grandfather, making the boy realize the implications at once. That answer makes him think an old claim from Butler Barrymore may have been true after all. He remembers Barrymore saying that the Baskerville clan head had once been loving and gentle, despite how unbelievable that sounded. Barrymore had explained that Hugo deeply loved his first wife, Roxana, and cherished her dearly until she died of illness. But Roxana's death was not what truly changed him. The real turning point came when Lady Penelope, born from a blood alliance between the clan head and Lady Roxana, was taken by barbarians. The clan head searched frantically, even asking the emperor to move him to the frontier near the barbarian lands so he could continue looking. Yet no matter how many hunting dogs he sent, he could find no trace of Lady Penelope. And as the years passed without any proof of whether Penelope lived or died, the clan head was gradually broken by that loss. Hugo hardens into a merciless force, his bloodied gaze showing the brutality that now defines him. After the attack that nearly killed him, he devoted himself to slaughtering barbarians and demons, though the narrator still struggles to believe the absurd chain of events that followed. That disbelief is challenged by a living reminder standing right in front of him, a small girl with unmistakable red eyes. He realizes she is Penelope, the daughter of Hugo's beloved Roxana Pomeranian, making the child Hugo's granddaughter. The thought turns grim when he imagines how Hugo, who already treats his own children as tools in war, would react to a granddaughter carrying barbarian blood. Instead of recoiling, he gently places a hand on the girl's head. He notes that the Rococo tribe seems to have treated her well and asks her to come with him. The unexpected kindness leaves the girl startled and searching his face. His expression softens into a reassuring smile. Comparing her features to her mother's, he confirms the family resemblance, and tells her she may think of him as an uncle. The word uncle catches her off guard, as if it awakens an old memory. Her attention shifts to that memory taking shape in her mind. She recalls her mother, Pomeranian, weakly entrusting her with one final instruction: if she ever meets someone with red eyes, she must follow that person. Remembering that plea, the girl decides to go with him while still clinging to thoughts of her mother. He notices her hesitation and turns back toward her. Before he can leave, she grabs his clothes to stop him. Calling him uncle, she insists on going with him, marking the fateful beginning of a bond between two future Baskerville swordsmen. Time passes, and their shared life settles into a camp in the deep forest. One day the girl asks where her uncle is going. He explains that the tribe leader has summoned him, but she immediately begs to be taken along. He understands that her fear of being left alone comes from finally opening up to him, and that caring for her has become more than a burden. Accepting that he cannot refuse her, he carries the sleeping child with him. As he walks, he decides she cannot be raised in Baroque village and must be hidden somewhere beyond Hugo's reach and outside imperial influence. He begins planning to seek help from Chihuahua and even leave the deep forest for the city if necessary. With that in mind, he arrives at the tribal meeting place. The tribe leader opens the gathering by confirming that a plague is spreading. The warning grows urgent when the wet season is said to be near, threatening even greater devastation if the sickness continues. An elder rejects the idea of an ordinary plague and insists they are facing a curse instead. Others support that view, arguing the answer is to break the curse through a major offering rather than treat it like disease. A rival voice pushes the opposite solution, demanding the village be abandoned before everyone dies. The elders refuse, saying they cannot forsake ancestral land and sacred remains that have anchored them there for 2 centuries. Younger members counter that if the children die, there will be no future left to inherit that legacy. The meeting devolves into chaos as each side blames either curses, poison, or sacrilege for the spreading deaths. Pressed from all sides, the tribe leader hesitates, unable to choose a path. From the edge of the dispute, the man caring for the child recognizes the true threat and names it Red Death. He recalls that Red Death was the catastrophic Black Death that once ravaged the Empire and spread wildly across the continent. The Empire survived only because Camille of the Moor clan raised a wall of fire to halt the contagion, and Saintess Dolores of Quo Vadis used her extraordinary holy power to purge the plague itself. Outside the Empire's reach, however, no such salvation existed, and countless barbarians in the surrounding regions perished. That disaster ended up benefiting the Baskerville clan. With barbarian tribes collapsing, the balance of the deep forests broke down and demonic creatures multiplied into a new wave of devastation. The Baskervilles were then brought in by the Empire to suppress those monsters. Their success in protecting the Empire greatly increased Hugo's political power. As the tribe leader notices him, the moment opens for him to intervene. He declares that he knows a way to stop Red Death, determined that this time Hugo will not be the one to profit from the tragedy. His proposed cure is brutal. An infected victim is bound upside down and made to convulse under restraint. The body is violently plunged and shaken, forcing the sickness to react. The ropes strain as the treatment reaches its critical point. The watching tribespeople realize something is happening as the victim's condition visibly changes. The proof is immediate and horrifying. The procedure truly draws Red Death out of the body. As the goblins burn, Vikir explains that the infected water is what spread Red Death through the tribe, raising the fear that the disease might even pass through water itself. He clarifies that contaminated water is the main source of infection, but boiling it makes it safe to use. That leads the tribe to test whether ordinary water can neutralize infected creatures. They suspend a goblin over the fire to prepare the experiment properly. When the goblin dies at once from the heat, Vikir corrects the method and tells them to use cold water instead. The next trial shows the goblin soaked and still active, proving simple contact with water does not kill them. From that result, Vikir concludes that Red Death can be overcome if the tribe secures boiled drinking water and prevents infection that way. The tribe's leader acknowledges his success and openly approves of his solution. Grateful that he has finally shown them a path forward, the tribe resolves not to relax until everyone is safe. They refine the threat. The disease does not enter through eyes or skin, but it can spread through breathing, especially in the fog that appears at dawn. An elder remains skeptical, unwilling to accept the answer so easily. He points out that avoiding water entirely is impossible once the rainy season begins. Vikir agrees and explains that floodwater and humidity will still spread danger, making ordinary precautions insufficient. So he proposes the real answer: the entire village must be relocated. The idea shocks the tribe, since abandoning their ancestral home seems unthinkable and defiant of the elders' traditions. Vikir insists there's one way to move without leaving Balak territory. Soon the rainy season reaches the mountain, putting his plan to the test. The river swells and the forest lowlands begin turning into a vast flooded plain. As the whole deep forest goes underwater, only the Balak village remains above the flood. The villagers work through the storm, hauling ropes and reinforcing the settlement exactly as Vikir directed. They raise and secure the fences and bridges to keep the elevated village stable against the current. The treetop homes endure while floodwater rages below them. Seeing the village remain dry despite the deluge, the tribe recognizes that this survival is due to Vikir's foresight. Their gratitude becomes open praise as they credit him with saving the village from the flood. Vikir quietly judges that the tall trees of Balak made this strategy possible, and he starts to believe they can survive the season after all. That calm breaks when he senses something dangerous approaching through the rain. Below the village, two men wave near the water's edge, unaware that a huge presence is rising behind them. A massive shape surfaces from the flood with glowing eyes, revealing a lurking predator. The creature lunges from the water, exposing a monstrous maw as it attacks the villagers. The men panic and try to flee as the strike comes down on them. Vikir reacts instantly, drawing his weapon before the beast can claim them. His slash crashes into the attacker and knocks it off its line of attack. A Balak warrior follows through, driving the monster back and cursing the catfish-like beast. Vikir learns this is the Mashusu, a long-feared king of the local waters. The tribe identifies the monster by its true name, Ka. Ka thrashes violently and smashes through the area, nearly tearing apart the village structures and throwing people into danger. Vikir charges after it, furious that it would destroy the home the tribe struggled to build. He unleashes his red power, deciding to break the creature's habit of attacking the village. With his body and blade wrapped in that force, he commits fully to the counterattack. His technique descends in a crimson arc and drives into Ka with overwhelming force. The wounded monster roars, but Vikir stays focused and reads its next move. Instead of pressing the fight, Ka twists away and dives back into the flood. Vikir watches it retreat into the dark water, confirming he has driven it off for now. The men it nearly killed cling to the tree in relief as the immediate danger passes. The village erupts in admiration, celebrating that Vikir has chased Ka away and saved them yet again. He accepts the praise quietly while noticing the bloody strain left on his own hand from using that power. Not everyone shares the celebration. One elder clicks his tongue while another watches in uneasy silence, troubled by what they have seen. Elsewhere, the tribe's leader privately gives Vikir an approving verdict, clearly impressed by him. That night, the storm continues outside while the village settles into a hard-won sense of safety. Inside, warm cooked food signals that for the moment, the tribe has survived both disease and flood. A little girl happily devours the food set before her. Her older sister enjoys it just as much, clearly impressed by the meal. The child openly praises Vikir's cooking and innocently seeks her sister's agreement. Vikir pushes back, reminding them he never invited them in and did not cook for them. He makes it clear he is not their servant, and the girl falls quiet under the scolding. The child blurts out that Vikir and Ayan seem like a married couple, stunning them both. Ayan immediately takes the remark as flattering instead of embarrassing. Delighted, she hugs the girl and dotes on her for saying it. Watching this, Vikir realizes the two have somehow grown unexpectedly close. That awkward moment is cut short when a disturbance outside draws his attention. A figure arrives at the hut entrance through the rain, shifting the mood at once. Still holding the child, Ayan demands to know why the visitor has come. The soaked man identifies himself as a Hun and sounds desperate. Vikir recognizes him while Ayan keeps the child close, sensing trouble. A Hun explains he came because he heard Vikir might know medicine and begs for help. Inside, his younger sister lies in critical condition, barely breathing. Through gasps, the sick girl pleads for someone to save her little sister, revealing how dire things are. Outside, the storm continues to batter the treehouse village as the emergency deepens. The feverish child struggles for breath, showing signs of a worsening infection. Vikir, Ayan, and Ahun gather around her to assess the situation. Ahun explains the illness began the day before, after she went out to gather wood for construction. Ayan vouches for Ahun as someone who always helps others and presses Vikir to act. Before Vikir can answer, an elder storms in with open contempt. The old man condemns Ahun for ignoring his grandfather, and frames this suffering as deserved punishment. He insists the sickness is divine retribution and accuses Ahun of betraying tradition by listening to imperial influence. Vikir snaps at him to be silent, refusing to let the rant continue beside the patient. The elder only grows crueler, insulting Ahun and even his dead parents while Ahun endures it in silence. Outside, the rain keeps falling as the conflict inside hardens. The elder doubles down, calling the illness a curse and warning them not to stain the tribe by yielding to outsiders. Once he leaves, the others are left with the weight of his opposition and the tribe's rigid customs. Ahun trembles with grief and helpless anger after being humiliated. Vikir cuts through the panic and says there is still a treatment. He orders Ahun to boil the patient's bedding and belongings and to burn herbs that drive away insects and bats around the house. Vikir explains they must suppress the diseases spread long enough to buy time, and asks if Ahun can do it. Ahun immediately agrees and rushes to carry out the instructions. Ayan asks if Vikir can truly save the girl, and he answers that he can, but not alone. He says he needs Ayan's help, and she commits herself without hesitation. Vikir tells her the key is to take him beyond the village and into the deep forest. He explains that only then can he obtain the medicine needed for the infection. Ahun panics at the idea, knowing how forbidden that journey is. Ayan confirms the problem. Even as a Balix member, she cannot freely enter foreign land because her principled mother would never allow it. Vikir understands that official permission is impossible, so he proposes a secret departure, reasoning that if the villagers know nothing, Ayan can slip out unnoticed. He directly asks Ayan whether she will let him go. Caught between tribal law and the child's life, Ayan hesitates. The scene shifts to the rain-soaked wilderness they must cross. Flooded forest waters and rough terrain show how dangerous the route will be. Without delay, Vikir launches himself into the journey. He charges through the rushing water alone, pushing deeper into the storm. In grim silence, he commits himself fully to finding the medicine. In the rain, the wounded young man keeps moving despite his battered condition. He finally confronts the woman trailing him and demands to know why she is still following. She pushes back, reminding him that he was the one who released her, so his suspicion makes no sense. He refuses her offer to stay together, presses her to reveal his destination, and shuts her down when she refuses. With the child clinging to his back, he points out that she has already exposed too much knowledge to pretend she is uninvolved. He cites the impossible sword from his arm and her awareness of Red Death as proof that she knows far more than she admits. Cornered, she finally begins to confess why she could never ignore him. She recalls their first meeting and admits she sensed from the start that she would always yield to him. Even when she had been frightened and caged, something about him had already taken hold of her. That instinct remained even when she threatened to keep him from returning to his companions. It persisted through the moment she tried to dominate him and claim him as her slave. She explains that this helplessness is exactly why she could never bring herself to question him directly. Instead, she tested him indirectly, probing his injuries and limits under the guise of practical concerns. Her concern was real, but so was her fear that his life was in constant danger and beyond her understanding. As they traveled and hunted together, she kept circling the same unanswered mystery about him. Their shared hardships only deepened her fixation, because every moment with him made the question harder to ignore. The memory of those days leaves her exposed. She had been watching him, waiting for certainty she never got. At last she reveals the bargain she made with herself. Once he answered her, she would disappear from his life. All she wants now is one honest answer. What she truly needs to know is whether he will return to her again. She braces herself for the answer, afraid of what it will mean if he hesitates. When he promises that he will come back, her doubt finally breaks. She accepts his word in silence, visibly moved by the reassurance. Trusting that promise, she withdraws and leaves him to continue on alone. The story shifts to a large estate, where another thread of the aftermath is unfolding. Inside, an older official pauses from his work as if stirred by an unexpected feeling. Tired and buried in endless paperwork, he reflects on how much has changed. A disturbance at the window interrupts his thoughts. Looking out into the night, he remembers the old days when serving under the deputy consul was exhausting but enjoyable. He still struggles to accept that the deputy consul is supposedly dead. His grief surfaces plainly as he admits how much he misses him. That longing is answered immediately when the missing man appears upside down at the window and addresses him. The official is stunned as the young man climbs and carrying a sleeping child on his back. For a moment, shock overwhelms him completely. The young man lands inside, making his return undeniable. He greets the official casually, as if this impossible reunion were almost routine. The older man struggles to process what he is seeing and starts piecing together the story. The young man confirms that he survived a deadly encounter in the deep forest and returned with a barbarian companion. He clarifies that he is not a ghost, which explains why the official had been frozen in disbelief. The official recognizes that, alive or not, the man before him is still the same dependable Secretary General he knew. Relief finally overwhelms him, and he breaks into tears. He openly confesses how grateful he is that the young man survived. Once he calms down, he notices the sleeping child and asks whether she is the young man's daughter with the barbarian woman. The young man explains that the resemblance comes from shared blood, not parenthood, while the official grows even more curious about the implication. He asks the official to care for the child, Pomerian, because she has become attached to him, and he needs someone trustworthy to protect her. The official objects that governing the city alone is already too much, but the young man directs him to seek help from Cindy-Wendy's and Messamidinaro if needed. That name surprises the official, who remembers her as a criminal released in a plea deal 2 years earlier. When he asks how to find her, the young man reminds him of the little flower-selling girl who once received 10 billion from him. He reasons that the girl's lack of support will make her easy to locate, and that she likely stayed with the child. He adds that if Cindy-Wendy resists, the official should tell her that he is alive, which the official eagerly agrees to do. A young man resolves to leave despite being asked when he will return, insisting he must finish something first. He recalls another vow as well, tied to someone waiting for him and strengthening his determination. He remembers learning that Ahil's Red Death can be cured quickly with a single drop of holy water from the Quo Vadis clan. With that answer in hand, he decides his course and heads out at once. His resolve hardens into a focused, unwavering intent. He sets his destination clearly, the religious and holy Quo Vadis clan. The journey brings him to the grand territory controlled by that clan. At the entrance, armed guards stand watch and prepare to screen arrivals. They close off the way and assert their authority over anyone entering. A wagon carrying barrels is stopped for a sudden inspection before it can proceed. The driver identifies himself as a regular supplier delivering oil and presents his permit to avoid suspicion. The guards still insist on checking the cargo, ignoring his attempt to wave it off as routine. The inspection is framed as an order from above, leaving the merchant no room to refuse. One guard moves among the barrels and asks which one should be opened. He chooses a barrel at random and starts prying it open. The merchant panics internally because that barrel is the one hiding the infiltrator. As the lid comes off, the search reaches the point where the disguise should fail. The guard braces for trouble when he notices something unsettling inside. Instead of a person, the barrel appears to contain nothing but ordinary black oil, and the guard lets it pass. Relieved, the merchant is granted entry into St. Mecca. The holy central city of the Quo Vadis clan opens before them as they cross inside. Once past the gate, the tension eases only on the surface. The wagon continues deeper into the city with the hidden passenger still concealed among the barrels. When they reach a safer spot, the merchant quietly tells the stowaway he can come out now. For a moment, the sealed barrels sit still as if nothing were hidden there at all. Then one barrel erupts from within, breaking the calm and revealing movement under the oil. The merchant is jolted by the sudden violence of the escape. A lid crashes aside as the concealed figure forces his way free. The infiltrator rises from the barrel drenched in oil, his plague doctor disguise intact. Behind the mask, one glowing eye confirms that this is no ordinary smuggled passenger. He steps out onto the street, leaving a pool of oil behind him. He reminds the merchant that their deal is complete now that he has been brought into St. Mecca, but the man stops him in surprise. The merchant hands over the promised ox-bear canine in gratitude, honoring his side of the bargain. With the payment secured, the infiltrator disappears down the road without looking back. Left behind, the merchant can only marvel that someone endured more than 2 hours submerged in oil. Watching him go, the man concludes he may not even be human. Away from prying eyes, the infiltrator adjusts his mask and finally lets out a breath. He notes that this is his first time enduring such a long submersion, far beyond a previous 7-minute limit. Still, he counts the infiltration as a success and confirms he has entered Quo Vadis territory. St. Mecca is established as the Quo Vadis clan's central city, a vast population center under their control. Its people live under strict religious discipline, with desire and greed tightly restrained and public order maintained through obedience to church rules. A church bell rings out across the city, signaling a communal ritual. He recalls that whenever the bell sounds, the citizens stop what they are doing to pray. All around him, robed townspeople immediately halt and bow into prayer as expected. The city's obedience proves so complete that the streets themselves seem to freeze on command. He walks through the praying crowd, disturbed by how suffocating this rigid way of life feels. Later, under cover of night, the city becomes quiet enough for him to move more freely. He slips to a secluded spot and prepares for the next stage of his mission. From his belongings, he uncorks a small vial of pale liquid with deliberate care. Holding the vial ready, he prepares to use the precious substance he came here to obtain or deliver. A masked infiltrator pours blood-borne red death bacteria into a holy well, intending to turn the sacred water into a source of mass infection. He justifies the extreme act as necessary because the crisis is urgent and the holy territory must be weakened before open casualties expose his move. A few local children notice the stranger at the well and challenge his presence. Sensing danger, they decide it is safer to leave than confront him. Their fear confirms that his threatening appearance can be used to control the situation. He deliberately plays into that fear and warns them with supernatural menace. He tells them the well is cursed and that anyone who drinks from it will be doomed. He reinforces the warning so they will spread it as truth. Panicked, the children flee believing a ghost has cursed the well, vowing never to drink from it again. With the children driven off, he concludes that at least they will avoid the contaminated water. He plants a distinctive dagger at the scene as false evidence. The weapon is from the Leviathan clan, letting him frame them as the ones who spread red death in the deep forest. Because the Holy Order and the Poison clan are long-standing enemies, he expects this planted clue to ignite a major conflict. Satisfied that his preparations are complete, he turns to the next phase, time to the imminent holy water ceremony. Elsewhere, a winged attendant asks Dallas whether she should receive the Saintess. At the Grand Sanctuary, a crowd gathers outside the Saintess's residence late at night. The visitors insist they have come to pay respects to the Saintess and beg for the doors to be opened. Their pleas quickly reveal their real motives, as they beg for healing and for a chance to see her in person. From behind the doors, the Saintess questions why so many have come at such an hour, and the crowd is thrilled just to hear her voice. One noble introduces himself through his titles and family ties, trying to establish importance. Another does the same, piling on rank, business influence, and military service to prove he deserves attention. A third openly offers wealth, land, and privilege in exchange for personal treatment. The Saintess cuts them off and refuses to entertain such appeals. She makes clear that neither status nor riches explains why she should open her gates in the middle of the night. She dismisses the gathering and tells them to leave. As the disappointed nobles disperse, the masked infiltrator remains behind and watches. Remembering her past on the battlefield, he considers a different way to reach her. He recalls the Saintess as someone who once stood in blood-soaked white garments, tirelessly healing the wounded without losing her inner light. Knowing she rejects greed and power, he abandons any attempt to approach her as a petitioner of status. When she notices him lingering, she asks who he is and why he has come. He drops to his knees instead of answering with authority. He presents himself only as a lost young lamb seeking guidance. He waits in silence before the closed doors, forcing her to judge him by humility rather than rank. That appeal works, and the doors finally open to him alone. The Saintess invites him inside. He enters a radiant inner chamber centered around a sacred, angelic presence. Advancing deeper into the hall, he approaches the Saintess's domain under the gaze of holy symbols. The Saintess personally asks how he came to lose his way. He realizes she has come herself because his suspicious appearance made him worth examining directly. He immediately reports that an epidemic is spreading through the holy city and offers water from the well so its corruption can be tested. Instead of responding with concern, the Saintess falls into a heavy silence. She abruptly accuses him of lying. At her signal, hidden holy guards move to surround him. More armored forces close in, sealing off any easy escape. He remains outwardly calm as the trap reveals itself. From above, the Saintess coldly remarks that the supposedly lost lamb is behaving far too aggressively. A white-robed commander steps forward with the guards and demands the intruder identify himself. The masked man recognizes the commander at once and realizes he is facing someone from his past. He remembers this man as Peter Quo Vadis, a former battlefield superior notorious for mercilessly crushing enemies in the name of justice. Recalling that he learned his own interrogation methods from Peter, he greets the reunion with bitter contempt while Peter is equally struck to see him here. A plague doctor is stopped from leaving because his report about an epidemic sounds suspicious, and the Saint's guard insists he remain under watch until his identity and claim are verified. The guard immediately turns to divine magic to test the doctor's story. He opens a sacred text and refuses to let a potentially dangerous stranger walk free. The doctor notes that the guard can even turn scripture into a weapon, confirming he is dealing with a serious holy fighter. The guard senses wicked energy from the doctor's report, and concludes that if the paper truly carries plague, its bearer must be responsible. The doctor denies that logic, but privately admits the accusation is reasonable enough to put him in real danger. Certain he has found the culprit, the guard moves to arrest him by force. Holy pages surge through the hall as the attack closes in from multiple directions. The doctor realizes that using his usual aura would expose him as a Baskerville, so he must fight without revealing himself. Instead of countering openly, he drops low and slips away at the last instant. The divine attack crashes into the floor and tears up the chamber without catching him. Using the opening, the doctor launches himself through the storm of holy pages toward the guard. He slams down with overwhelming force and drives the larger man into the ground. The guard is stunned that such crushing weight and strength are coming from someone with such a slight frame. The doctor follows through and hurls him away before he can recover. As he fights, the doctor reflects that this is a technique he learned long ago from killing sea beasts, and it still serves him well. More masked figures rush in, but he keeps moving before they can pin him down. He crashes into the guard again and smashes the sacred book at the center of the holy technique. The guard coughs up blood, shocked that his divine focus has been broken so directly. The doctor finally answers with sorcery, gathering red flame in his hand. He unleashes Cerberus's flame and sends a blast of fire straight at the guard. The guard tries to endure it with the holy book, but the flames engulf him. The doctor drives the attack harder, forcing the fire to erupt across the floor. Even while bracing himself against the damage, the guard challenges him to keep going. The guard seizes on the real revelation. The stranger is using sorcery, proving he is no true man of faith. Outraged by that blasphemy, he charges in with renewed determination to stop him. The doctor calmly stamps down on the burning book before the guard can reclaim control of it. That act triggers another violent burst of flame directly in the guard's path. The explosion swallows the space between them. The guard tries to break through the blast with brute force. The doctor meets him head-on and drives a reinforced punch into his body. The blow sends the guard flying backward into a statue, wrecking both him and the stone behind him. Spitting blood, the guard realizes he has been completely overpowered. The watching knights can barely believe that Sir Pietro has been defeated so decisively. They scramble to protect him as the shattered hall falls into alarm. The doctor stands unshaken amid raised weapons and makes it clear he is willing to see this through to the end. Before the standoff can erupt further, a woman above orders everyone to stop. A saintly blonde woman steps forward and takes control of the room. She addresses the intruder not as a criminal, but as a lost young lamb. The doctor recognizes her as Saintess Dolores and answers with unexpected obedience. When the knights warn that he is a blood-crazed wolf, she dismisses that judgment and sees him instead as an injured creature in need of care. To everyone's confusion, the doctor politely asks for tea. Dolores accepts the strange request because she has decided she must speak with him personally. The confrontation abruptly gives way to a formal tea service. Soon the doctor and Dolores are seated together in private, while an attendant remains nearby. A heavy silence settles over the table as the servant waits, and the doctor studies Dolores. He quietly confirms her age to himself, placing her at 16 in this moment. Hearing her full title, Saintess Dolores Quo Vadis, he watches her more carefully as she drinks. He recalls that in the future she would become a legendary figure who comforted the wounded, fought demons, and saved countless lives through pure benevolence. Remembering how deeply she was respected even in the ruined future, he falls silent before the younger Dolores now sitting in front of him. A masked visitor arrives to find the Saintess already tense and preoccupied. She explains that despite being only an academy student, she has been forced to shoulder family matters because the epidemic has disrupted normal order. What she has just seen has convinced her that the nobles and merchants are ignoring the real crisis. While the city treats the outbreak as lingering contamination or ordinary infection, she realizes no one is actually gravely ill. That contradiction makes her question why people who preach justice and benevolence only accept the surface of events. A remembered theological line about understanding human nature suddenly gives her a new way to interpret the situation. The masked man recognizes the quote and reveals he knows an Old Testament passage that speaks of someone who understands what only God should know. He presses her with a specific lead. A saintly relic in the slums may be tied to contaminated water, and he asks whether that report is true. Her sharp suspicion turns on him as she demands to know whether he is involved in the incident. He denies responsibility, but admits he cannot escape suspicion simply by showing up openly. Instead of retreating, he prepares to prove his sincerity through action. Her attendant immediately senses danger. He throws himself in front of the Saintess to shield her from whatever the stranger is about to do. A burst of holy light fills the room. The masked man channels divine power and insists he has no desire to harm innocent people. He adds that the city is his hometown, making the epidemic personal to him. The Saintess is stunned that a follower of the God alone possesses divine power, and he uses that shock to demand she hear him out. Accepting his premise, she concludes that if his information is true, the real culprits are the ones who poisoned the slum water and asks what they stand to gain. He answers that the crime benefits those who profit from the decline of the Matthews family. He lays out a broader scheme before the Saintess and her guard. First, he points to the Leviathan clan, a family obsessed with poison and deadly medicine, and to the Bourgeois family, a powerful commercial house. He argues that Leviathan would exploit the epidemic to harvest endless human test subjects for research. He adds that if the divine Quo Vadis family collapses, Leviathan can also strike at a hostile rival by indirect means. The Bourgeois family, meanwhile, would profit from the economic ruin left by the epidemic by buying up failed properties and rebuilding its business empire. He further claims the two families are linked through a secret arrangement involving the naming of a bishop candidate, giving both sides reason to cooperate. On that basis, he presents their connection to the epidemic as a strong, if still unproven, hypothesis. The room falls quiet as the Saintess weighs the logic. She admits his theory is plausible, especially because no ordinary person should be able to predict events this accurately. Unable to ignore that mystery, she demands to know who he really is. He gives only the alias Night Bloodhound, and she immediately objects that the name and his dramatic attire are offensively irreverent. Setting that aside, she accepts that his warning may well be correct. She orders Pietro to accompany her to the slums, investigate the epidemic directly, and report everything to her father. Privately, the masked man is pleased that meeting the Saintess has accelerated his plans. She, in turn, cannot stop wondering what kind of person he truly is. As he studies her, he is struck by the gap between her fragile appearance and the fact that she once defeated Pietro and the Holy Knights. She remains silent, still trying to read him. Her scrutiny sharpens as she focuses on the contradiction before her. He senses in her not holiness alone but a turbulent mix of blood, steel, violence, corruption, and hatred. Beneath that storm of emotions, he perceives something deeper. At the core of her inner world, he finds overwhelming sadness. That discovery leaves him wondering who the Saintess really is beneath her title. The story shifts to the slums at night, where the investigation begins among dimly lit houses. Their search leads them to a church that has become a refuge during the outbreak. The nuns inside react with startled recognition. The saintess arrives in person, escorted by Pietro and followed by the disguised Night Bloodhound. The sisters beg her to save them from the epidemic, revealing rows of stricken townspeople laid out inside the church. Seeing the patients with her own eyes, the saintess realizes the masked man's warning was true. Night Bloodhound quietly observes her reaction from behind his disguise. He apologizes for involving civilians, explaining that time was too short to contain the situation more cleanly. He notes with relief that no children were harmed, though the infected well workers spread fear among the city's young. Dolores realizes the plague victims are still in the early stages, so she entrusts their fate to the saintess's power. She looks on the sufferers with pity and quiet resolve. She reassures them that Godlin's love will heal them all and begins the rite. As she prays, she offers her life, sins, and soul on behalf of the miserable people gathered before her. Her prayer becomes so earnest that tears begin to fall. She weeps openly as she continues invoking divine mercy. Her tears transform into holy power. That power erupts around her and spreads through the sick room. The miracle radiates beyond the room and floods the whole church with light. One of the infected men is seized by the healing light. His suffering eases as the disease is driven back. The nuns watching can only gasp at the scale of the miracle. The crowd realizes she has healed several people at once and erupts in gratitude, hailing her as their savior. A young man with red eyes recognizes the power at work. Dolores decides she must turn this miracle of holy water toward the forest to stop the source of the outbreak. Later, alone in her room, she begins planning in secret. She marks out the affected areas and works through the problem methodically. She admits that healing patients one by one with divine power is only a temporary answer. She concludes that new cases keep appearing because a contaminated well still exists somewhere in the slums. Her attention shifts from the map to the infected samples she has collected. Studying the bodily fluid, she determines the disease incubates quickly but kills slowly, prolonging the victim's pain. That realization hardens her urgency. To end the infection completely, she decides she must purify the deepest well by concentrating her power into a single drop. She forces herself out of analysis and resolves to keep treating patients until she can act. But her body suddenly falters under the strain. The weakness drives her to her knees. She recognizes the symptoms as anemia brought on by overusing divine power. Even so, she refuses to yield. She convinces herself she can still continue if it means easing the patient's pain sooner. When she steps outside again, people announce the saintess's arrival. Several noblemen eagerly volunteer to accompany her and insist she need not worry anymore. Dolores asks what brought them there. They claim they came to help, boasting that they brought wagons of donations and relief supplies. Behind their polished words, their real attitude is contempt for the slum residents and anxiety about giving too much. Still pretending gallantry, they insist on following her as her protectors. Pleased with themselves, they believe they have presented their intentions well. Dolores calmly leaves the matter of the supplies to her escort and moves on. Her grace alone leaves the noblemen flustered and captivated. They proceed into the relief area with their wagons behind them. The moment they enter, the nobles recoil in disgust. They complain about the stench, the filth, and the damage to their expensive shoes instead of the suffering around them. Fearful of infection, they beg to be treated first and demand a path out. Dolores had expected exactly this and condemns their selfish motives in a place meant for relief. She reminds herself that true grace lies in pure altruism, sacrifice, kindness, and tenderness toward the suffering. That conviction steadies her expression. She prepares herself for the worst, knowing the most critical patients and exhausted clergy are gathered deeper inside. As she advances, she apologizes to the sick for arriving late. Her steps leave holy ripples behind, as if she is bringing comfort with her. She resolves to make up for her absence now that she is here. Inside, she is startled to hear someone urgently calling for more saline instead of more prayer. She sees a masked healer cutting directly into an infected lesion. The clergy are stunned that anything other than divine power could work and realize he has been treating patients alone for hours. The incision releases the infected matter. The masked man immediately channels divine power into the opened wound. By targeting the infection itself, he closes the wound cleanly. Dolores understands that he is not merely blessing the skin but directing the blessing into the diseased area. She is astonished that such a practical method could succeed. Then she recognizes the masked healer as the Night Hound. Her admiration deepens as she realizes he is skilled in both medicine and divine power. He continues treating patients efficiently without pausing for recognition. The young man with red eyes watches the scene with tense focus. He recalls that divine power is granted when a cleric's prayer reaches God and is answered. He also remembers that the amount granted depends on devotion and on the miracle being attempted. Under normal rules, 1 unit of divine power produces 1 miracle. More power simply means more miracles, but only in equal proportion. Yet he knows a way to multiply miracles far beyond that limit. He remembers the fall, when monsters and countless wounded overwhelmed the clergy beyond what their power should have allowed. In that desperation, wavering faith led God to make a different decision. The old equation of miracles was rewritten. The clergy began spending power first and enduring the consequences later, forcing out miracles on borrowed strength. That dangerous phenomenon became known as advanced divine power, and even non-clerics could tap it by killing monsters in that era. Because his soul still carries karma from that past, he can use divine power within a sacred domain. A crying child pulls him back to the present, begging for her mother. He immediately promises the girl that he will save her mother. After examining the woman, he realizes illness is only part of the problem and gives the child money for food, firewood, and care. A priest objects that material aid is forbidden. The surrounding clergy and patients echo the doctrine that monetary need is endless and must not be indulged. He rejects that logic with a simple question about why something called endless should be left without any answer at all. He decides that if his money has a limit, he can simply give all of it to those who need it most. The suffering woman can only breathe weakly while he stands by her. He quietly apologizes. Dolores is shaken by the depth of feeling behind that apology. She fixates on the fact that he was sorry even after doing everything he could. She begins wondering what burden he is carrying and why he feels responsible. The scene shifts into a reflective memory. He frames theology not as empty doctrine but as the effort to understand human beings, making compassion unavoidable. Dolores wonders if his answer comes from the same guilt and weakness she feels in herself. He continues healing under a halo of sacred light. She concludes that his apology came from not being able to save even more people. Unable to look away, she leaves while his image stays with her. Dolores, still only 16 and inexperienced, is named as Saintess Dolores. For the first time, her heart races for the mysterious man before her. Unaware of her feelings, he finally removes his mask enough to breathe in relief. He lets out a tired breath after the crisis. Later, he rests alone in the forest after the ordeal. He steadies himself with a small inhaler-like tool, trying to recover. Dolores finds him there and gently asks what is wrong. He gives no answer at first, and she waits. She asks if she may speak with him for a moment, and he allows it. She thanks him sincerely, admitting that all the casualties were treated because of his help. His silence makes her press on. She tells him that someone as strong as him should have been the one born with divine power. Then she confesses her own insecurity, saying that although she was born with divine power, her body, mind, and faith feel weak. She questions why God chose her as saintess when so many others possess stronger faith without such gifts. He answers that her anguish and guilt are precisely why God chose her. He explains that the world needs a light willing to shine into its deepest and fiercest places. His words leave her stunned into silence. Tears well in her eyes as his answer reaches her. When she wonders if she can ever become someone capable of saying such things, he assures her that she will. Their combined effort succeeds, and the clergy of the Quo Vadis family create 3 drops of concentrated holy water capable of purifying the entire slums. The church names the miracle Pliny de la Verge, the Saintess Tyr. Back at the church, Dolores prepares to present the result formally. She kneels in ceremonial dress and begins the sacred declaration. She calls on everyone to witness what has been accomplished. Invoking the sorrow of a mother who endured the suffering of God's Son, she frames the miracle through grief and devotion. She pours her own agony into the prayer, declaring this her most painful and sorrowful day. That grief erupts into a brilliant miracle. The 3 completed drops are placed in a ceremonial case. The guards thank Dolores and promise to secure the Saintess Tyr in the basement safe, and she entrusts it to them. Once the ritual ends, she turns to the next problem. She goes to report before the church's higher authority. A priest prays before a statue as she approaches. Dolores reports to Father that she has come with news about the Red Death. He warmly summons her closer and addresses her as his beloved daughter. Instead of concern, he first praises the size of her offering. He reveals himself as Cardinal Humbert Lund Quo Vadis and flatters her as his exemplary daughter. Dolores answers with dutiful restraint. She explains the plan to use the Saintess Tyr to purify all the water beneath St. Mecca and confirms that the source was an unregistered well in the slums. She adds that children said a spirit cursed the well, but the investigation found a severely infected well and the bottle used to spread the disease. When she presents the suspicious evidence, the cardinal is visibly shaken. He demands to know where the items were found, and she answers that they were at the well. Recognizing the emblems of Leviathan and Bourgeois, he realizes 2 powerful factions are connected and wonders how they created an artificial virus. His shock turns instantly into righteous fury at the insult to divinity. He strides forward, already deciding on a violent response. Invoking sacred authority, he declares a holy war. Dolores is left speechless by the sudden extremity of his reaction. Remembering the Night Hound, she speaks up despite herself. The cardinal immediately brands the Night Hound suspicious. Inwardly, he orders that the man be captured at once and forced to confess everything. Dolores openly defies him for the first time and insists that the Night Hound is innocent. The cardinal is stunned that his obedient daughter has contradicted him. She defends the Night Hound as the one who worked hardest to treat the infected and says there were no deaths because of him. She declares with conviction that there is no way he could be evil. The cardinal's response turns cold and unreadable. He notes in disbelief that his daughter has finally gone against him. He raises his hand to act on his authority. Golden power gathers as he decides to personally interrogate the Night Hound. The force of his power terrifies Dolores and drives her back. A pillar of holy light shoots up from the church into the sky. That light swells into a citywide blaze, signaling that the conflict has escalated far beyond a simple plague response. A powerful church elder dismisses his daughter's resistance because he has already moved against the man she cares about. He reveals that paladins have been sent to hunt that man down as if the outcome were already decided. The paladins storm the target's location without hesitation. They force their way inside with weapons drawn, expecting an arrest or a fight. Instead of finding control, they are met by a sudden escape through the room. They identify their quarry as Hound and accuse him of causing the Red Death. Before they can seize him, he vanishes from the room and leaves them stunned. Elsewhere, a messenger rushes to a cardinal with urgent news, interrupting his meeting with a blonde young woman. The messenger struggles to explain the disaster he has discovered. He reports that one of the sacred saintess tears has been involved in the crisis. The secure vault has been breached, and the relic's place is empty. The blonde woman realizes the saintess tear has disappeared from the basement safe. The implication hits her immediately, and dread replaces her composure. She fears the thief came here for that relic from the beginning. Far above the city, the stolen saintess tear is now in the fugitive's hands. Hound accepts the relic with cold gratitude, as if someone else's scheme has just armed him. He stands alone on the tower, ready to leave before anyone can catch him. A moment later, the tower is empty and he is gone. His disappearance triggers a memory of a frightened child archer facing death. In that memory, a young forest girl stands before a monstrous beast while hunters around her are powerless to stop it. The hunters loose arrows in desperation, but their attack changes nothing. The beast remains overwhelming, its killing intent crushing the child's courage. She freezes as the monster closes in, knowing she cannot win. Her footing gives way at the worst possible moment. She loses balance and drops toward disaster, too shocked to recover. She falls through the trees as the world around her blurs into panic. In the darkness of memory, faint voices begin to surface. Those voices belong to adults who watched her life as if it were entertainment. A cruel old man and his companions laugh, revealing the child was trapped in a spectacle for others. The memory widens to show villagers gathered around the aftermath of her suffering. The girl's face shows fear and exhaustion, but also the numbness of someone used to being cornered. She is made to stand alone with a sword in a fighting pit despite being only a child. A crowd roars for blood while a hulking arena fighter steps forward to face her. The brute enjoys the mismatch and the crowd's approval, treating her terror as sport. He charges her head on, confident he can crush her instantly. She realizes she is about to die and has no room left to retreat. The man laughs at her helplessness, savoring the moment. At the last instant, she throws herself into a desperate counterattack instead of surrendering. Her blade finds his throat, turning the spectacle into a killing blow. She is shocked by her own survival and by the fact that she has killed him. But victory lasts only a moment before another force seizes her. She is hurled violently into the arena wall as the crowd erupts with savage excitement. Blood fills her mouth and the pain nearly breaks her. The audience laughs harder, exposing how completely her suffering has been normalized. Even as she collapses, the arena celebrates the brutality inflicted on her. She lies on the ground crying, too hurt to rise and too young to endure anymore. Her tears become the clearest memory of that humiliation. She remembers the women who ruled over the fighters and decided who would be used next. The arena itself remains in her mind as a place where mercy never existed. Another heavy step in the pit signals that the torment was not over. While the crowd watches, she kneels in pain and notices something small on the ground near her. As her handlers and tormentors close in again, her attention fixes on that fallen object. Blood on her face and tears in her eyes, she realizes she still has one chance to act. Her enemy points at her like prey, but her gaze hardens with sudden resolve. The memory shifts to the image of a caged body, showing how trapped she felt in that life. She lies still, but her eyes remain open, refusing to fully give in. The women who controlled the arena linger in her thoughts as symbols of that captivity. Her eyes narrow as she decides not to die obediently. The object she noticed is a glass vial containing blood. She scrambles toward it the moment it rolls within reach. Someone approaches her cage-like confinement, but she is already focused on the vial. The memory gives way to the present as Vakir appears before her with a commanding calm. He simply tells her to go, offering escape instead of pity. His presence breaks through her fear, and she looks at him as if waking from a nightmare. She wakes in her mother's lap, and her mother gently asks if the nightmare was about the past again. Her mother notes that even in sleep she kept searching for Vakir. The daughter admits her pain is worsening and fears she has contracted the Red Death. She says the agony is so severe that she regrets having been born. Her mother begins comforting her with a story about how her life first began. She says the girl's father planted the seed and her mother nurtured it every day. In her telling, that seed became a beautiful flower after months of care. Then the story turns bitter as she explains that the flower was a drug plant, that the girl was conceived in intoxication, and that her father was later executed for his crimes. Even while her own body is failing, the mother tells her daughter that life must be endured rather than understood in advance. She tries to reassure her that Vakir will return with a cure, but the daughter no longer believes in comfort. The daughter insists that Vakir will not come back, convinced hope has run out. Then someone outside suddenly announces that he has returned. The news reaches the room that Vakir is back at last. They are told he has not only returned but brought medicine with him. The mother starts to reassure her daughter, only to be interrupted by a new realization. She notices something impossible. Her daughter no longer seems sick. The daughter leaps up, strength restored in an instant. Outside, she breaks down in tears near the remains of a fire, overwhelmed by relief and emotion. She later admits that at that moment she was terrified by how much Fakir meant to her. Her fear is linked to the memory of seeing him stand alone against a monstrous horror in the forest. Because he showed her how to face fear, she found the strength to move again. That strength took shape the moment she threw herself into action. She seized him and refused to let him fall alone. With the aid of a great white beast, she was able to rise again and carry on. When Fakir returns to the tribe, the recovered daughter is among those stunned to see him alive. She can barely believe he actually came back for them. She explains that the warriors had told her he was gone and that she had the Red Death. Unable to contain herself, she throws herself at him. She crashes into him in front of the others, clinging to him with all the force of her relief. As they hold each other, she explains that the sickness vanished the moment she heard he had returned, and someone dryly notes that she may have been pretending all along. She can only say his name, too emotional to answer the teasing. Fakir quietly confirms that he has truly come back. That night, the tribe gathers in their tree settlement around the hope he has brought. Fakir kneels beside the sick child to heal, while the tribe watches in tense silence. He prepares the Saintess tear, focusing its power for the cure. The relic shines in his hand as he brings it close to the infected girl. The corruption on her skin begins to recede under the light. Her mother sees the spots vanish and cries out in disbelief. The tribe realizes the relic's light is erasing the Red Death, and that Fakir truly brought a cure. Fakir immediately asks how many patients remain and learns the outbreak extends far beyond this one child. When he hears the scale may reach 10,000, he orders every tribe to gather the sick at the river catchment. The others are amazed that he seems to have enough cure for everyone, even beyond their own people. Fakir then asks about the swamp monster called Ka. He reveals he killed it on the way here and tells them to bring the carcass back as food. That feat only deepens the tribe's awe toward him. Ignoring the praise, he insists there is no time and repeats the order to gather everyone by the water. The tribes converge under the moon at the great river basin. Even rival tribes arrive, wary but desperate enough to stand together. The forest tribe's warriors face them with equal caution. The daughter's mother stands among her people, watching what Fakir will do next. A vast crowd of sick and frightened natives gathers around the water as Fakir steps forward alone. He raises the Saintess tear over the river like a ritual instrument. Golden liquid begins to pour from the relic. The sacred fluid falls into the water and starts to spread. The entire basin erupts with radiant purification as the relic's power multiplies through the river. The shining current surges outward, carrying the cure downstream. Golden waves race through the forest waterways in every direction. Soon the whole catchment glows as if the river itself has become medicine. Fakir tells everyone that drinking this water will save them. The sick rush to the river with desperate hope. They drink the glowing water as if grasping life with their own hands. Strength returns almost immediately, and disbelief turns into joy. All across the crowd, people realize the Red Death is gone and that they have been given their lives back. The daughter's mother explains that the purification will keep spreading through the basin, then offers to make Fakir the tribe's shaman. Before he can refuse, another presence interrupts the moment with raw authority. Fakir turns toward the challenge without surprise. A powerful tribal leader steps forward, staking his own claim over the moment. He demands that the people name the hero who purified the forest. The answer comes back from the crowd as one name shouted again and again, Fakir. Women of the tribe echo that he is the one who saved their families. Others proclaim that he is the one who brought a future back to the deep forest. His name spreads through the mountains and forests like a chant of allegiance. Fakir stands in the golden river light as the people rally around him. He realizes that the Poison Clan's crime has unexpectedly created an opportunity for him. If he can win over these mountain natives, natural enemies of the Baskerville clan, he may gain a force capable of resisting his own house. He decides to use this moment to strike a major blow against Hugo Baskerville. While the tribe declares a grand festival in his honor, Fakir says there is still one more thing to do first. The mother and daughter sense that his thoughts have already moved beyond celebration. He points out that the one who spread the poison in the forest still has not been found. At the same time, the true culprit broods in secret, blaming Fakir for running a deal with imperial drug traffickers. The old schemer reveals he intended to let everyone despair first, then cure them himself so the whole tribe would worship him. He even admits that infecting his own granddaughter Yahello was part of that plan because no one would suspect such cruelty. Convinced his scheme remains flawless, he grins in the dark. He starts to leave his hiding place believing he can still salvage everything. But the moment he peeks out, fear replaces confidence as he senses he may already be exposed. By daylight, he hides and watches the camp carry on normally, realizing with growing dread that Fakir may be waiting for him. A young man checks on the tribe after the ritual and learns they had all been gasping for air before the ancestral ceremony began. As the villagers continue their work in confusion, the young man realizes something is deeply wrong with the situation around him. Shocked by what he has noticed, he rushes off, unable to believe what he is about to confirm. At the riverbank, he stares at his reflection and the water in disbelief, as if seeing proof that reality has changed. The river is no longer poisoned but purified, with living fish and unusually clear water, overturning what should have been impossible. The old shaman is driven into panic, unable to understand how the river could have been restored. A dark-haired outsider steps in and pointedly draws attention to the river's clarity, making it clear he already suspects the shaman. The shaman recognizes the outsider as an imperial enemy and is rattled that he appeared here without warning. The outsider stands calmly before him, backed by silent witnesses from the forest, shifting the balance of power against the shaman. The gathered villagers watch from the trees, their presence turning the confrontation into a public reckoning. The outsider accuses a human of being the one who spread the Red Death through the forest. He explains that before his regression, there had been widespread talk of an old man in the forest whose crimes had become notorious. That story told of a man who infected his own tribe while trying to become a hero, then failed to cure the disease and caused most of his people to die. The shaman realizes the accusation is aimed directly at him and begins scrambling for a way out. Another tribesman approaches as the accused elder and the outsider remain by the restored river, tightening the circle around him. A fierce woman joins the confrontation and asks whether a human completed the ceremony properly, pressing him under the tribe's scrutiny. The outsider explains that the Red Death had once been a weapon in a war between the Empire and the Sacred Tree, meaning this outbreak was deliberately manufactured. The woman points out the contradiction. If the infection was artificially spread, the tribe should ask who had both the motive and the means. A human tries to defend himself by claiming he only noticed the tribe's recovery after performing the rite for their sake. The outsider immediately exposes the weakness in that excuse by asking why he came to the river instead of returning to the village. The woman supports him, saying a human truly did come straight to the river catchment area, confirming the suspicious behavior. Pressed from both sides, the shaman demands to know what they think they have proven. The outsider reveals his conclusion. A human intended to use this disaster to make himself the tribe's savior, so he must have kept the cure hidden. He names that hidden cure outright as the antidote to the Red Death. Desperate to regain control, a human demands that they search his pouch and prove the accusation. Before doing so, the woman asks the outsider to explain a human's origins so everyone understands the kind of man they are judging. He reveals that a human was not born a Balak and that his background was concealed when he attached himself to the tribe's former shamans. According to the account, a human later killed the previous shaman who had plotted a coup, stole his sorcery, and rose from slave to shaman through that violence. Even after gaining status, he spent years doing whatever the Balaks demanded, from filthy labor to humiliating service. He was even used as bait in dangerous hunts, treated as expendable despite being part of the tribe. Though eventually accepted into their society, the memory of that degradation never truly left him. The outsider argues that once a human grew old, he began craving privileges and authority he had never been allowed to enjoy in his youth. From there, he overreached the matriarch's authority and tried to seize control of the entire forest through this crisis. The woman cuts through the argument and orders a human to open his pouch at once. Sweating under the pressure, a human hesitates, revealing his fear before he acts. He pretends compliance and claims the pouch contains only flour he saved to eat after the ceremony. Instead of handing it over, he suddenly throws the pouch away in a panicked attempt to destroy whatever it contains. The pouch splashes into the river as the others watch his desperation confirm their suspicions. Its contents dissolve into the water, making immediate recovery impossible. A human tries to pass it off as an accident, but even the woman can only acknowledge that the outsider predicted this move exactly. The outsider states plainly that a human threw the pouch into the river on purpose, and the woman accepts that his read on the shaman was correct. He adds that although the same trick cannot now reveal the pouch's contents, the act itself still speaks loudly. A human lashes out, insisting that without the antidote in hand they cannot prove he spread poison through the forest. He appeals to the matriarch for punishment against the outsider, but she refuses to condemn anyone on accusation alone. Sensing a path to survival, a human smugly argues that tribal law protects him unless real evidence can be produced. The matriarch answers by invoking an Iliad, the tribe's formal trial by combat or contest to settle disputes that words cannot. A human is visibly shaken, realizing the matter has escalated beyond argument. The tribe's law is explained. When conflict cannot be resolved, the loser of the Iliad is judged unfit. A younger tribesman appeals to his grandfather, reminding him that he always taught tradition must be upheld. He asks the elder to honor Balak custom and show how their tradition is meant to protect the tribe. The elder seethes over a disgrace he cannot accept. A human cuts off the complaint, rejects the delay until the moon rises, and formally demands the Iliad begin at once. The elder dismisses that excuse as nonsense and refuses to let the timing be manipulated. He insists the one receiving the Iliad should choose the day, especially if tradition is being invoked. A human leans in and decides there is no reason to wait, pushing for the contest to happen immediately. The story shifts to the tribe's sacred mountain, where the ancestral graves overlook the arena. A female warrior opens the ritual and declares the Iliad underway. She explains the rules. The duel continues inside the warrior's circle until one side is driven out, and the crowd eagerly rallies behind Vikiri. She reminds everyone that the ancestors are watching from the grave mountain behind them. The elder's outrage hardens into a vow that he will not forgive this insult. The officiant frames the duel as a judgment before both ancestors and living tribe, with victory proving who is right. The elder readies his bow, preparing to defend his claim by force. The spectators overwhelmingly cheer for Vikiri, making the elder's isolation obvious. Realizing even the younger generation has turned against him, the elder is shaken by how alone he is. He draws blood to activate his shamanic weapon, since only weapons tied to one's own life can be used in an Iliad. His blood sinks into the earth and summons a skull from the ground. Skeletons rise at his command, and he orders them to watch his blind spots and warn him when they find a human. Confident in his home terrain and years of experience, the elder boasts that this forest is his domain. A human answers by hanging silently above him, proving he can move through the woods without being detected. He reveals his own weapon, Silent Hell, a pair of beast spirits that erase sound and make him an ideal assassin. Seeing the undead confirms a human's suspicion that the elder was never a mere shaman but someone who once belonged to a tribe of shamans. Even so, a human decides that revelation changes nothing about the outcome. He drops into the middle of the skeletons while the elder still searches for him. In one sweeping strike, a human destroys the undead guards before they can help. The elder realizes too late that a human used the skeleton's collapse to mask his approach. A human appears directly behind him and lands a brutal surprise attack. The elder is horrified that he never even heard a human step through the fallen leaves. He collapses as a human stands over him, having ended the duel almost instantly. A human's weapon pulses with a red, corrupting force after the strike. Vikiri rushes toward him in alarm while the others look on. The onlookers conclude the result was decided immediately because the elder ignored a human's warning about the ancestors' will. The elder lies sprawled in the dirt, while the tribe gathers around the victor. As agony spreads through him like fire, the elder realizes he is dying and panics at the thought of such an end. His mind races through the humiliation of surviving in Balak only to be discarded by the tribe he once clung to. That bitterness turns into envy, as he fixates on the things a human possesses that he never could. Refusing to forgive him, the elder reaches into the dirt with his last strength. His hatred widens beyond a human to everyone who abandoned or mocked him, and he wants all of them condemned. Nearby, one tribesman wonders if they should end the elder's suffering, but another coldly rejects the idea. That man reveals he nearly lost a heel because of the Red Death, and still cannot forgive the elder, even as family. The tribe agrees the elder deserves to die in pain and is not worth pitying. On the ground, the elder's eyes stay wide with rage instead of surrender. Using his blood, he secretly traces a spiral symbol into the earth beside him. His body trembles as he completes the hidden act. The sealed grave responds, and something inside begins to open under a surge of purple power. The ancestral tomb bursts with blinding energy as the seal gives way. A dark vortex forms over the grave mountain, spreading a sinister presence across the sky. The women overseeing the ritual are stunned as they sense ominous energy pouring out of the graves. The realization hits that the elder has triggered something far worse than his own death. Even while dying on the ground, he remains the source of the disturbance. A human is baffled because he is certain he pierced the elder's lungs, while the others recognize in horror that the elder has defiled the sacred grave itself. A human is challenged with the threat of ancestral wrath, but the old shaman treats the ancestors as something that should fear him instead. His terrifying confidence makes clear that he believes he has surpassed the very powers his people revere. Ian realizes the situation is far worse than expected. He immediately decides a human has to be killed before whatever is happening can fully unfold. A dark projectile is launched into the battlefield. The shot detonates between the fighters, interrupting the clash and forcing everyone to reassess. Ian recognizes he nearly acted too late, while the others realize the attack came from an arrow. From the forest, a hidden archer reminds a human that he himself wanted the ancestors to decide this matter. She declares that from this point on, the judgment of the great ancestors will be carried out. Her attack proves lethal at once, dropping one of the corrupted fighters as the execution begins. The threat is identified as a Death Knight, a corrupted being formed from someone who reached the peak of life and then transformed through dark mana overflowing through body and soul. The younger warriors are stunned to realize the enemy is not just a shaman using necromancy, but someone tied to a Balak ancestor. As undead rise around him, the horror deepens into the suspicion that a human may have turned even his own ancestor into an undead servant. A human dismisses their shock and reveals he has prepared more than one such abomination. He unleashes additional Death Knights, making it clear the warriors are now facing their own corrupted forebears. The old man taunts them for having to fight their ancestors, and one warrior is shaken to recognize his own grandfather among the undead. That grandfather, now a Death Knight, draws dark power into his weapon and condemns how far the younger generation has fallen. Before he can strike freely, he senses another hidden threat above. A female Death Knight archer moves to attack, trying to exploit the confusion. She prepares to loose her shot with predatory intent. A precise blue arrow from the unseen ally cuts in first and disrupts her attack. The hidden archer reveals herself as Aquila and orders everyone to stop hesitating and prepare for open battle. She warns them not to be distracted by the faces of the dead, because the figures before them are only puppets wearing their ancestors' bodies. Aquila pushes survival over sentiment, forcing the warriors to fight without reverence. The group spreads through the forest and begins coordinated combat against the undead assault. Even so, a Death Knight lands a brutal hit on one of the warriors, showing how dangerous these enemies are at close range. Another archer falters behind cover, rattled by the pressure and the speed of the attack. The female Death Knight bears down on them with a monstrous, relentless ferocity. Aquila answers with a devastating shot that pierces the Death Knight cleanly through the head. The corpse is blasted backward, confirming Aquila can kill Death Knights with a single arrow. She follows by launching herself through the air in a storm of blue energy, taking the offensive. Ayan realizes her strength is extraordinary, enough to kill Death Knights while still only ranked as a high gladiator. Aquila reveals that her arrows are not ordinary weapons but a sacred artifact that protects the village head and amplifies her power. Confident that Aquila can hold the line, Ayan decides to move with her toward a human himself. As they pursue him, a human flees deeper into the area while vowing revenge for being cast out by the Balak. While retreating, he orders one of his undead servants to handle a separate task for him. He pauses just long enough to think through his next move, letting the skeleton carry out his command. Ayan reflects that even Aquila, despite being regarded as the most formidable village head in history, cannot be treated carelessly. A human mocks that reputation and insists even a genius will not be able to stop what he is about to unleash. The chase leads into a quieter stretch of forest where his true objective comes into view. Ayan and Akia close in carefully, using the trees for cover as they track him. They find a human seated inside a large dark ritual circle, already in the middle of some forbidden chant. Ayan notes that he escaped here on purpose and questions why he would perform such a ritual in this place. Aquila decides they cannot allow him even another moment to continue and draws to kill. She resolves to execute a human on the spot before the ritual can finish. Her empowered arrow streaks straight toward the center of the ritual. The shot closes on a human's back, seemingly timed to end everything before completion. But a human laughs and announces that he has already finished. At that instant, a massive blue force erupts from the ritual site, signaling the activation of whatever he was preparing. Ayan and Aquila are caught off guard as the completed ritual changes the situation in an instant. An old shaman exults that he has finally succeeded in summoning a being he has sought for a long time. He invokes the legend of a solitary sleeper deep in the forest as a purple aura surges around the ritual site. Boasting that no one else ever recognized this hidden figure, he claims exclusive credit for finding him. The dormant target begins to stir within the dark energy. A skeletal, purple-skinned archer rises with a corrupted bow in hand, radiating a violent aura. The summoner identifies him as Adonai, the divine archer. Watching from nearby, the young pair are stunned that the legendary Adonai has truly appeared. The revelation lands fully. This is the famed archer of the Balaks, returned in a monstrous state. Adonai silently draws his bow, immediately turning that legend into a threat. He fires a massive aura-forged arrow that tears through the ground toward the onlookers. The young man intercepts the shot, but the blast still erupts with devastating force. He realizes the projectile was made purely of aura, and that even deflecting it barely spared them. As he regains his footing, he senses something is wrong with his companion. Her leg has been cut and is already burning, revealing that Adonai's attack carries poison. The old man explains that the bow Adonai wields was fashioned from the remains of Madamada's legs, making it especially vile. Adonai follows up by raining down a barrage of dark arrows from above. The poison volleys slam across the landscape, shredding the battlefield with repeated impacts. When the assault ends, a huge trench has been carved between Adonai and the survivors. The wounded woman calls out to Vikir as she struggles to stay upright. She begs him to stop shielding her and flee while he still can. The summoner mocks them both, making clear he intends to let neither of them live. He orders Adonai to finish them. Adonai launches another killing shot without hesitation. The attack closes in too fast for the pair to escape on their own. At the last instant, a new fighter crashes into the exchange and blocks the strike, shielding both youths. The old man is shaken that someone strong enough to interfere has appeared. Adonai, by contrast, remains calm and immediately measures the newcomer. Behind their rescuer, the two younger survivors stare in surprise at their sudden salvation. The newcomer gathers dark energy into her hand, showing she can manipulate the same dangerous power. The aura condenses into a controlled vortex rather than the wild corruption surrounding Adonai. With a single clenched fist, she crushes and disperses the hostile energy, proving overwhelming control. Her display terrifies the old man, and she cuts through the tension by proposing a talk instead of immediate slaughter. The young woman recognizes the rescuer as her mother, who says she came because she sensed a powerful aura. The mother adds that arriving now was fortunate, given how close they were to disaster. The old man identifies her as Aquila, realizing an even more dangerous opponent has entered the scene. Vikir urges her to get treated for poison at once, but Aquila dismisses the injury as a minor concern. Instead, she tears open her own wounded hand to force the poison and tainted blood out of her body. Vikir understands that she deliberately expelled the contaminated aura and blood, something only someone of her level could do. Aquila's composure confirms that she is fully in control of the battlefield now. The old man bitterly recognizes her as a human, his tone turning hostile and resentful. Aquila says that if he feels cornered enough to lash out, he should answer one question before anything else. She asks whether the figure before her is truly the divine archer Adonai. The old man hurriedly confirms it, and warns that Adonai is far beyond anyone here to challenge. Aquila accepts the answer with quiet confidence rather than fear. She reassures Ayan and Vikir, praises them for holding on, and orders them to stay back. Then she formally addresses Adonai, treating him not as a monster to fear but as a worthy opponent. With a faint smile, she says that although this is not an ideal reunion, they can settle who the superior warrior is. Aquila steps to the edge of the shattered ground and takes her place opposite Adonai. Adonai meets her challenge in silence, his focus sharpening for the duel ahead. Aquila returns the stare just as steadily, and the confrontation between two great warriors is set. The hunt begins with the archer bursting forward at full speed. She closes the distance on the red-haired demon before he can settle into a ranged advantage. Drawing while moving, she unleashes a rapid volley meant to overwhelm him up close. Her glowing arrows streak past him in intersecting lines, forcing him to react instantly. Instead of retreating, he answers with a surge of dark purple aura and forms a massive black arrow of his own. That corrupted shot tears through the ground in a devastating line, turning the battlefield into a lethal zone. She flips away from the blast and keeps her balance despite the pressure of his aura. Landing hard, she plants herself and prepares to rush again. Her expression hardens as she commits to fighting him on her terms. The demon's power continues to rupture the terrain around him, showing how dangerous his aura has become. Blue and purple projectiles carve through the forest in a chaotic exchange of long-range attacks. When the barrage pauses, she remains standing and ready. Watching from nearby, her child recognizes that this is a clash between masters of aura and realizes his mother is facing the moment of truth. Elsewhere, an older observer focuses intently on the battle. A strange purple eye-like presence appears in the trees, signaling that another force is monitoring events. The white-haired elder acknowledges Aquila's skill but warns that defeating Sir Eponal will not be easy. He stresses that the real problem lies beyond ordinary combat. As Eponal attacks from above, the warning becomes clear. Even if she kills him, his infinitely usable hell-dimensional aura makes him effectively impossible to finish. Aquila immediately understands that trading arrows at range only favors him. She falls silent and thinks through the flaw in his apparent perfection. Though he has speed, power, and mobility, she judges that his archery still has one critical weakness. She decides to exploit that missing element by forcing the fight into close quarters. Eponal fires another dark arrow to stop her approach. She answers with a blue shot of her own, meeting his attack head-on. The two arrows collide in midair, blue and purple power grinding against each other. Their impact erupts violently and blankets the area in smoke and debris. The explosion leaves a swirling cloud that hides both fighters. Using that cover, Aquila slips through the smoke without losing sight of her target. She bursts out of the haze already inside his guard, turning the ranged duel into a melee. Her first strike drives into him before he can fully reset. Eponal tries to answer with sweeping purple constructs, but she stays tight to him and keeps moving. In one fluid motion, she reaches for the blade at her waist. She slashes across him and knocks aside his weapon hand, disrupting his ability to aim. Without giving him room, she follows with a brutal kick that hammers his leg and further breaks his stance. For the first time, he is forced onto the defensive and loses his composure. Sensing the opening, she gathers blue aura into a far more concentrated attack. Aquila draws with absolute focus, charging a point-blank shot meant to end the fight. The released beam tears upward with overwhelming force. It spears down into the forest like a pillar of light, blasting the ground apart. She lands from the recoil in a low crouch, expecting the strike to have decided the exchange. But her stare sharpens when she feels that something is wrong. She calls out to her great ancestor as the dust and shattered earth continue to shift. Eponal, still standing, taunts that the one who should fear for a descendant is not him but her own bloodline. Aquila answers coldly that she knows exactly what she can do for him, free him from his current cursed state. With that resolve, she launches herself again and condenses another blue strike in her hand. At close range, the damage on Eponal's face reveals a body that is decayed yet still unnaturally sustained. He remains eerily calm even as her light closes in. Then a blue barrier blooms before his face and stops her attack at the last instant. Aquila is caught off guard because this defense should not have been possible. Eponal immediately counters by unleashing a violent surge of purple power from point-blank range. A human is suddenly engulfed as Sir Adonai's corpse mutates under necromancy into a violent purple-black monster. The corruption tightens around his hand first, spreading with unnatural force through his body. The transformation continues to consume him, turning his flesh into a writhing undead weapon. Vikir realizes the necromancy spell has worked on someone he thought would resist it, proving the legends about Adonai were incomplete. Delighted, Vikir urges the resurrected Adonai to stop holding back and kill every threat to him. A human meets the command with fury, vowing to destroy everything endangering Vikir, even as he identifies his target. Now half corpse and half shadow, Adonai fully rises as a monstrous archer driven by murderous intent. He unleashes a first devastating attack that tears through the area with a scream. The woman facing him steadies herself despite the pressure, silently assessing the new danger. Dark power swells around Adonai as the undead transformation settles into a stable battle form. Vikir makes clear that this creature is no longer truly Sir Adonai. The corpse's face hardens into a demonic mask of glowing eyes and jagged hunger. Adonai takes aim with a bow formed from necromantic energy, ready to hunt. He senses movement beyond the clearing as massive presences gather in the forest. Several A-rank monsters emerge overhead, converging on the disturbance. Watching through his floating eye, Vikir recognizes the monsters and wonders if the commotion has drawn them in. The beast closes in from above, threatening to overwhelm the battlefield. Adonai answers by firing multiple spinning arrows upward in a single barrage. He releases the shots with such speed that the attack is almost impossible to follow. The woman is startled because she cannot even see the arrow's path. Vikir exults as Adonai wipes out the monsters in one exchange, reveling in the corpse's overwhelming power. Drunk on that success, Vikir orders Adonai to kill the woman next and make her die in front of him. Adonai's arrows streak toward her, forcing her into a desperate evasive run. She realizes the projectile carries intense killing intent beyond an ordinary shot. Already wounded, she feels poison from the madam's attack spreading through her body and slowing her down. Knowing she cannot endure a drawn-out fight, she decides to end this quickly. She grips 2 arrows together, preparing a specialized counterattack. Blue arrows launch toward Adonai in a carefully timed sequence. The undead archer faces the incoming shots head-on without flinching. He tracks the lead arrow as it closes on his face. At the last instant, he raises a circular necromantic shield to intercept it. The first arrow slams into the shield exactly as expected. Adonai braces behind the barrier, believing he has neutralized the attack. The woman watches closely, waiting for the real strike to unfold. A faint smile shows she anticipated his defense. A second arrow suddenly changes course from above, dropping into the opening created by his block. The redirected shot slips past his guard before he can react. Her technique works by making the first arrow miss, rebound, and force the enemy to block the second, while the first loops back toward the back of the head. She identifies it as her personal arrow skill, developed after studying Imperial Knight's spear techniques. The returning arrow closes in behind Adonai's neck, seemingly set to finish him. But instead of piercing through, it only strikes his chest and fails to bring him down. She is shocked that a killing shot to the throat did not decide the battle. Vikir mocks Aquila for forgetting the basic truth of fighting a corpse. He explains that Sir Adonai is already dead, so a single arrow to the throat cannot defeat him. Elsewhere in the forest, violent eruptions of purple energy begin bursting from the ground. A woman realizes the disturbance may involve her mother, and grows alarmed. Feeling the forest tremble with an ominous force, she senses the crisis worsening. She tells Ayan to stay hidden until Vikir resolves the situation, intending to act on her own. Before she can move, Vikir commands Adonai to stop using necromancy and kill a human directly. He reveals that a human has always feared Aquila deeply and is likely hiding now to avoid facing her. A young warrior's sharpened gaze locks onto a target in the forest. He confirms that he has finally found the man he was hunting. He and his companion rush in at full speed to close the distance before their quarry can react. The boy commits to ending the fight immediately with a single decisive strike. Their target, an older elf-like man, stands unaware for only a moment among the trees. Before the ambush can land cleanly, a female undead guardian drops in to intercept them. She slams down with violent force, breaking their opening attack and forcing them apart. The boy skids back and regains his footing as the sudden defense ruins his plan. The old man recognizes the child at once and reacts with furious disbelief. He reveals that he had expected retaliation and prepared by summoning Death Knights in advance. One of the summoned undead draws its blade, making clear that these are elite corpses taken from honored warriors' graves. The boy finds himself surrounded as multiple Death Knights converge from every direction. Instead of panicking, he releases a dark, violent power that wraps around his body and weapon. The old man is visibly shaken when he senses that power. The boy lowers into a fighting stance, ready to meet the encirclement head-on. The old man exults, believing the child has finally been forced to submit. Drunk on victory, he boasts that the forest's guardian will soon die and that he will seize control of the woods. His ambition spills further as he vows to murder the clan members who once despised him. The boy dismisses the rant as meaningless and calls forth a far more terrifying force. Using a technique tied to Baskerville, he unleashes a crimson-black assault that tears through the charging undead. The old man is stunned that the boy can so easily destroy Death Knights comparable to high-ranked graduates. The boy coldly reminds him that this outcome should have been obvious the moment he chose betrayal. For the first time, fear overtakes the old man as he realizes he may have misjudged everything. A shadowy being answers his desperate call to Sir Adonal. That monstrous ancestor manifests in crackling violet darkness and gathers power in its hand. It launches a brutal, high-speed strike before anyone nearby can intervene. The female companion sees the attack coming and braces in alarm. Adonal's blow lands hard, driving destructive energy into her body. The force erupts outward as a concentrated beam, threatening to finish her outright. The boy cuts across the attack's path and counters with a red-edged slash. His counterattack flashes through the battlefield with lethal precision. Watching the exchange, the old man realizes in horror that Adonal is being overpowered again. The boy's strike reaches past the summoned power and toward the summoner himself. The old man barely comprehends what is happening before the attack passes him. A clean red line opens across his torso, revealing that he has been cut down. As the old man reels, the boy moves through the aftermath without slowing. Around them, the remaining undead collapse and scatter, their threat effectively broken. One last Death Knight lunges at the injured woman, trying to exploit the chaos. The attack catches her at close range and leaves her gasping. The undead raises its blade for a finishing blow while she is still down. It brings the weapon down with full force, expecting an easy kill. She looks up in confusion as something interrupts the strike at the last instant. The others turn and see the battlefield shift again as the attacker is checked. Breathing hard, the woman realizes someone has stepped in to save her. She faces the dark ancestral figure directly, steadying herself despite her injuries. The corrupted form begins to break apart under the accumulated damage. Its body continues crumbling, the summoned darkness losing cohesion. A hand reaches out to the disintegrating remains in a final act of acknowledgement. The woman offers a respectful farewell, asking the great ancestor to rest in peace as the spirit fades. The scene ends with a raw scream, leaving the aftermath charged with pain and rage. A dying elder rages that he was on the verge of claiming the forest for himself before being cast down. The young heir he recognizes as the child of the empire turns away from his defeat, confirming who ended his bid for power. The victor reflects that the old man was far more dangerous than expected, having awakened his own strength, controlled death knights, and even touched a shaman's path. Even in defeat, the elder refuses to accept the end and swears he will make his enemies regret driving him out. He tries to leave one last curse on a Hun in the Balak, but his threat is cut short before it can matter. With the enemy finished, the survivors stand in the uneasy silence that follows a brutal fight. One tribesman calls a Hun's name, drawing attention back to the cost of what just happened. Vikir apologizes for failing to stop the order to kill a human sooner, blaming himself for what followed. A Hun absorbs the apology in silence, weighing grief against what still needs to be done. He tells Vikir the tragedy is not his fault, easing the guilt enough for them to move forward. As the elder's body crumbles away, a Hun receives quiet praise for ending the threat. The remaining Balak gather around the aftermath, battered and subdued as they take stock of who is left. Vikir closes his eyes for a moment, collecting himself before making the next decision. He decides they should return to the village at once. The wounded begin the march back together, every step showing how much the battle has taken from them. The path ahead seems calm, but the quiet only heightens the dread of what they may find. When the group reaches the rise, they see figures waiting beyond it. The survivors hurry forward, already sensing something is terribly wrong. One of them freezes as the truth comes into focus. Their village has been reduced to a shattered ruin. Shock spreads through the group as they struggle to understand what happened to those who stayed behind. A surviving child steps out of the wreckage, proving at least some of the villagers endured. The Balak rush to her, and a Hun urgently checks whether she was hurt. Vikir realizes the madam attacked the village while they were away fighting a human, and he cannot understand why she struck people who had done nothing to her. The child gathers herself and prepares to explain what she witnessed. She says smoke first rose from the grandmother's cave, and soon after the madam appeared and rampaged through the village. Vikir kneels to inspect the scene personally, searching for anything that explains the attack. Among the debris they find an orangutan corpse, another sign that something unnatural was involved. A strange leaf makes Vikir suspect a human had prepared some kind of lure, possibly to draw insects or trigger the chaos. Before he can follow that thought further, a Hun calls out in alarm. The tribe's matriarch is forcing herself to work despite a serious wound, trying to direct the recovery. Her injury is visibly corrupted, yet she still focuses on rebuilding the village and restoring food supplies. Ignoring her own condition, she orders the uninjured to clean the area, tend the wounded, and protect the remaining survivors. Her command snaps everyone out of despair and back into action. Soon a Hun finds Bakira collapsed and trembling, alive but badly hurt. Bakira's leg has been horribly damaged, making the cost of the attack painfully personal. Overcome, a Hun breaks down beside Bakira and apologizes for leaving him alone. The narration explains that the Madam Eight Legs is feared across the forest tribes as a catastrophic, corrupting evil tied to darkness itself. Because the Balak regard her as a natural disaster beyond vengeance, Vikir sees that even this devastation has been met with helpless resignation. But that answer only deepens his doubt instead of settling it. Later, he goes to the cave where the tribe has taken shelter after the destruction. Inside, a fire burns as the survivors endure the night in temporary refuge. Vikir approaches Matriarch Aquila and asks her directly about the madam. He specifically wants to know everything she can tell him about Madam Eight Legs. Aquila is unsettled that he would pursue the subject so seriously, but she listens. Vikir shows her a record he recovered earlier from the Lokoko tribe's village. The document contains collected information on the madam, including witness accounts of her dealings with other monsters and even the location of her lair. After studying it, Vikir was left with a question he could not ignore. He cannot understand why all the forest tribes fear the madam yet have never united to subjugate her together. He points out that if tribes like the Lokoko could preserve records about her for generations, then the Balak should also remember some attempt to fight back. The narrator recalls that in the battle at the ancient god Adona's nest, Sir Adona severed one of the madam's legs with an arrow. That wound only made the creature split and multiply, and every part destroyed fed the madam's growth. Because the madam's body was too tough for Adona's arrows to pierce, the fight ended with everyone forced to retreat. Hearing this, the young woman realizes the madam's current weakness may come only from the old injury left by Sir Adona. She identifies the madam as the evil goddess born from the countless forest's own will and fears that any move against it could cost her family their lives. The hooded young man admits that against Aquila and Adona directly, his odds of winning are poor. He decides the situation changes if his target is merely a powerful monster. Remembering that he once hunted monsters on the same level as the madam, he treats this as a familiar kind of prey rather than an impossible foe. To him, even the madam is still a monster, and monsters can be understood through their habits and weaknesses. He heads toward the lair convinced that if he can identify the madam's weak point, he can kill it. That resolve hardens into a direct vow to finish the madam himself. With his red eyes fixed on the mountain ahead, he commits fully to the hunt. The story shifts to the stony mountain that serves as the madam's nest. The mountain suddenly trembles, signaling the madam's movement inside. The disturbance escalates as the peak cracks open under the creature's force. The madam bursts out of the summit and launches into the air to forage. Its massive body slams down and propels itself away from the mountain. Hidden below, the hunter watches the giant spider-like monster pass overhead without revealing himself. He notes that the madam is always loud when it wakes, giving him a reliable cue for its routine. After several days of watching the lair, he confirms that the madam leaves to feed at a fixed time. From its movement pattern, he estimates he has roughly 2 hours before it returns. He crosses the surrounding cliffs in quick bounds to exploit that narrow window. Landing at the nest entrance, he immediately moves inside. He enters a vast hollow mountain packed with thick strands of webbing. He recognizes that the madam's lair only looks like solid stone from outside, while the interior is almost entirely empty. Preparing to investigate, he channels a red aura into his blade. He tests the webbing with a slash, cutting through strands and the stone they support. A chunk of rock drops away, proving the web structure bears the mountain's weight. From the web's rough cross-section, he judges it can be severed cleanly with his sword technique. He realizes that if he cuts enough of these support strands, the entire spider web framework will collapse. As more strands snap, the lair's hidden structure becomes clearer to him. He descends deeper into the hollow interior to study it further. He concludes the entrance is narrow but the nest widens as it goes down, making it an ideal lair for a creature of the madam's size. Deeper inside, he finds the walls lined with cocooned remains and trapped bodies. The sight confirms that both humans and monsters have been caught here and left to rot after being drained. From that evidence, he infers the madam clearly understands its place at the top of the forest's food chain. He forces himself past the horror and keeps searching before the madam returns. His attention catches on a strange cluster of orb-like sacs embedded in the web. Looking closer, he realizes he has found something important. He cuts one free from the cluster to examine it. As the other spheres loosen and fall, he keeps hold of a single specimen. He identifies it as one of the madam's eggs and understands that these eggs are the source of the spider monsters that helped ruin the world. He plans to take the egg back for analysis, but that thought is cut short when a presence appears above him. The madam has returned sooner than expected and is already peering down into the nest. Its body shifts and bristles as it prepares to strike. The monster tears open the lair and thrusts itself inside to attack. It immediately fires a long appendage toward him like a sudden injection or stab. He throws himself aside across the webbing and narrowly avoids the hit. Realizing the attack was not a simple stab but some kind of injection, he decides survival depends on observing the madam's abilities before acting. Elsewhere, ordinary people continue working in a forest settlement, unaware of the deadly confrontation unfolding at the madam's nest. At the camp, word spreads that Vakir has been acting strangely since Bakira was badly injured while trying to cut down a sacred tree at dawn. The explanation is simple but troubling. Vakir has shut himself away instead of reporting to Commander Ayan. Ayan learns he has refused even her summons and gone straight to his tent. Already uneasy, she goes to confront him herself. She reveals she heard from her mother that Vakir had been asking about the madam, which deepens her concern. Facing his closed tent, Ayan warns that the madam is a monster no warrior can defeat and begs him not to challenge it. Bakira's maimed condition makes the danger real, and Ayan fears Vakir will end up the same or worse. Her fear turns personal as she admits she cannot bear the thought of something happening to him too. Overcome, she finally calls him by name through tears. Vakir answers at last and invites her inside because there is something he needs to tell her. Inside, Ayan finds him working alone late into the night, surrounded by notes and specimens. She realizes he has been preparing for something far bigger than a reckless impulse. Vakir explains that he has gathered every record he could find from the forest tribes about the madam. He has also been studying the web, skin, and egg taken from the madam's cave to understand what it is. Ayan presses him to admit the truth. All this research means he really intends to go after the madam. When she insists on going with him, Vakir refuses, saying her injury would only slow them both down. He stops her protest by addressing her with unusual seriousness. Vakir confesses he will soon leave the forest for Baskerville, but before that he still has one unfinished task. Ayan quietly admits she already knew he would eventually leave. Even so, she waits for the part that matters most to her. Vakir tells her that once he has done everything he must, he wants to come back here. That promise changes the mood, because he is no longer speaking only of departure. He makes clear that he is preparing not just to survive the madam, but to secure a future worth returning to. He has already formed a concrete plan to hunt the madam and swears Bakira's fate will not be repeated. Ayan calls the very idea of hunting such a creature reckless, but she is listening now instead of only resisting. Vakir reminds her that he has repeatedly solved disasters others could not, from poison outbreaks to attacks on innocent villagers. He argues that his record of turning impossible situations around is why this gamble is not blind arrogance. Ian, moved by what he is implying about returning, warns him not to raise hopes carelessly. When he answers with quiet certainty, the two finally share a fragile understanding. Later, in Heavy Rain, the story shifts from promises to action. Vikir confronts a giant salamander in the storm as part of his preparations. He closes in on the creature before it can escape or counterattack. With a burst of violent force, he crushes through its defense and overwhelms it. His red-eyed focus shows he is using his full power without hesitation. As the salamander is subdued, he turns the kill into a practical step in his larger plan. He notes that if the creature's head remains intact, its regenerative ability will restore the rest of the body. That regeneration is exactly the final component he needs for the coming hunt. He claims the salamander's healing power for himself, treating it as a weapon to be equipped against the madam. His new setup is revealed. Beelzebub now holds burn resistance, silent healing, and the salamander's regeneration. Elsewhere, Ahun finishes his own work and relaxes, satisfied. He has completed a new house, and the others gather to admire it. When asked if it is for Vikir, Ahun admits that building a home for him feels like something one would do for a brother. The others tease him for how much his feelings toward Vikir have changed, and his flustered denial only confirms it. Looking over the restored village, they recognize how much of its recovery traces back to Vikir's efforts. Wanting to share the finished house and their gratitude, they hurry to find him. But when they open his tent, Vikir is already gone. As the others lament missing the chance to see his reaction, Ayan understands immediately that he did not leave by accident. She realizes the day of his departure has finally come. Left behind beneath the forest sky, she offers a prayer to the god of the forest for the one who has gone to face disaster. Far away, hooded and already on that path, Vikir carries her blessing with him as he heads toward the coming battle. A young hunter stands at the mouth of a ruined mountain den, ready to begin the trap he has prepared. He notes the weather turning and treats the coming rain as part of the timing. Believing Madam is asleep, he decides this is the best moment to hunt her. He reminds himself that he has already mapped out countless possible outcomes and responses. With the planning finished, he finally puts the operation into motion. He dives into the web-filled cavern and commits fully to the hunt. Deep inside, the monstrous Madam stirs awake. Her huge body rises, revealing the scale of the threat he came to kill. The Spider Queen fully emerges, radiating menace as she prepares to fight. Her webs lash through the cavern at once, turning the den into a killing field. He reacts instantly, drawing on demonic power to evade the first barrage. He counters with a Baskerville technique, launching a direct opening strike. The blow lands hard enough to make Madam register the danger. He severs one of her legs and forces her back, but the wound sprays venom. He stays focused, watching for the result he expected. Just as Adonai's record said, the cut leg doubles instead of simply regrowing. Madam retaliates immediately, hurling herself forward with renewed ferocity. Seeing the duplication confirmed, he decides he can proceed with Plan A. Madam floods the space with even more webs and legs, trying to overwhelm him by numbers. Her crushing assault closes in from every direction. He cuts through her mouth area, but her venom bursts outward in response. He dodges the spray, yet some of the poison still scatters dangerously close. A stray droplet slips past his defense. The poison strikes his arm, and he realizes too late that he has been tagged. The venom begins spreading through him almost instantly. Forced into a harsher option than he wanted, he steels himself. He swings his empowered blade toward his own poisoned arm without hesitation. The cut begins with brutal precision. He tears the infected limb free before the poison can claim the rest of him. Even Madam is startled by how far he is willing to go. As he starts regenerating, he recalls another being once told him not to be surprised, because they had shared the same desperate condition. Madam presses in again, trying to finish him before he recovers. He uses the moment of regeneration to keep attacking, carving through her legs while moving around her bulk. He drives himself harder, refusing to let pain slow the assault. His follow-up strike smashes another leg down and keeps her off balance. He pushes forward with grim determination despite the mounting strain. His severed arm continues reforming as he charges, showing the cost of his survival method. The effort taxes him badly, but he refuses to stop. Madam whips her multiplied legs around in a desperate attempt to swat him down. He slips through the attack and uses his regenerating limb to keep his momentum. Her strike misses cleanly as he darts past her guard. He slices through more legs, steadily turning her own duplication ability into a burden. Madam's mouth gapes as her mobility starts failing under the excess limbs. He realizes the trap is working and presses the advantage. Broken legs crash to the cavern floor around them. His bloodied hand hits the ground as he stabilizes himself for the next phase. He rises again with his weapon restored and his body barely holding together. Breathing hard, he admits that repeated regeneration is draining his stamina fast. At the same time, Madam keeps multiplying legs with far less apparent cost. That contrast gives him the final piece of the puzzle. He smiles because he now sees how to end the fight. He races along the webs he anticipated using as pathways rather than obstacles. Madam notices his movement pattern too late as he redirects through her own web network. Her many eyes track him, but she still cannot stop what he is setting up. She crashes down under the weight of her multiplied limbs, losing agility exactly as he intended. Only then does Madam realize something is wrong. He reveals that he never expected to outrun her, and had planned from the start for her to keep doubling her legs. What first looked like a godlike ability becomes a curse when the same limb is duplicated until movement grows difficult. He calmly advances, now fully in control of the battle's logic. He adds that he also knew she would rely on her webs once cornered. From studying those webs, he discovered a critical weakness. They resist ordinary fire, but purple hellfire burns them like dry wood. He further explains that the den is packed with corpse gas, making it ideal for a blaze to spread. Madam senses the danger at last, but too late to undo it. He asks whether any place could be more perfect for a firestorm. Declaring that her arrogance has earned its punishment, he decides to deliver it himself. He unleashes the hellfire into the den. The infernal flames erupt through the webs and gas in a massive explosion. As the fire rages, his thoughts return to the investigation that led him here. He remembers the moment he began connecting Madam's behavior to a hidden strategy. During his practical assessments, meeting Cerberus after it had been driven from its territory made him question why the tribe kept pushing dangerous monsters away from the mountain. He concluded that Madame had been expanding her territory by forcing the forest's monsters toward Mt. Le Rouge et Le Noir. That realization exposed Madame's hidden intention. She had used the dense forest tribes to drive away hellbeasts so that her weakness, hellfire, would stay far from her, yet he discovered that weakness was actually close at hand. He focuses all of that understanding into his blade. The empowered weapon plunges into the source of the infernal blaze. The fire intensifies into a focused detonation. He rides the explosion from above, forcing the hellfire deeper into Madame's lair. The flames race through the webbed corpses and ignite everything they touch. The inferno keeps spreading through the den's fuel. As Madame burns, he tells the dead to reclaim the trophies she stole from them. The blaze takes on the shape of the countless skulls and corpses packed into her nest. He lands and watches the fire consume the mountain from within. For a moment he believes the plan has succeeded. His reasoning is simple. Once he found Madame's weakness, all he had to do was stop her from escaping the web-filled den. With her duplicated legs ruining her climbing and her webs turned into fuel, escape should have been impossible. He is certain that any living creature trapped there would have its lungs and body destroyed by the hellfire. So he decides the only thing left is to wait for Madame to die, and then claim her ability. That confidence vanishes when he senses something moving. He realizes too late that the situation is not over. The entire mountain begins shaking under a new impact from within. From outside, the peak looks as if something is forcing its way through the rock. The mountain ruptures as Madame tears a path out through sheer force. Molten debris and hellfire burst from the breach she creates. He is stunned that his supposedly airtight trap has failed. Madame emerges from the mountain alive, and he realizes she survived by brute force. Her body is scorched and damaged, but she is still moving. Her ruined mouth opens, showing she can still attack. She spits venom upward even in that condition. The poison bursts across the sky like a deadly rain over the mountain. The toxic shower falls through the forest below. It splashes across branches and terrain, contaminating everything it touches. Madame towers over him again, burned but still overwhelmingly dangerous. He realizes she can no longer locate him properly. The fire destroyed her eyes and sensory hairs, leaving her unable to track him normally. Her shadow looms across the rock as she gropes for him blindly. He notices that forcing her way through the mountain also cracked her body, creating a new weak point. Knowing this is his last chance, he launches himself back into the fight. As he falls toward her, he resolves to strike the crack created by her escape. He drives down with another Baskerville technique aimed at that fracture. The blow detonates against her damaged shell, but the impact only chips the crack instead of breaking through completely. Realizing one hit is not enough, he prepares to attack again despite his exhaustion. Madame's damaged eyes begin to react in a way he did not expect. The ruined eye cluster shifts and opens through the broken shell. Fresh sight returns through the shattered sockets, and she locks onto him again. He understands with alarm that her eyes have regenerated first. Madame immediately fires a violent counterattack toward his position. The blast tears through the forest and launches him away. As he is hurled through the air, he admits he made a fatal miscalculation. He had not expected Madame to selectively molt and regenerate only certain body parts, and the exchange destroys both of his legs. Now exhausted, he finds his regeneration slowing badly. Lying broken and gasping, he realizes he may not recover in time. Madame's restored eyes glow as she closes in for the kill. He desperately urges his body to rise, but it no longer obeys fast enough. At that helpless moment, a familiar voice asks why he is fighting a monster like this at all. The newcomer tells him he should have already left the dense forest to pursue his true goal. He is told that revenge on Hugo alone should have been enough to define his path. A swordsman in Baskerville uniform stands over him, forcing him to listen. The man declares that a single wish can be enough to sustain a life. He repeats the question, pressing him to face what he really wants. If his purpose was truly his goal, he should have abandoned everything else and left the forest long ago. He insists that the only thing the fallen hunter should have thought about was killing Hugo. The vision or memory holds him in place, as if judging his hesitation. The speaker states that such singular desire is the only true reason to keep living. He accuses the young hunter of becoming dull and slow since entering the forest. Then he commands him to remember the hatred he felt toward Hugo. He specifically invokes the memory of Hugo cutting his throat, demanding that pain be kept alive. The speaker identifies himself as Vikir van Baskerville. Vikir recalls that he once believed his only reason to exist was to complete his master's missions, valuing duty above his own life. From birth, he had been taught that obedience and mission alone gave his life meaning. That belief ruled him completely until the end. Only when his master beheaded him did he finally understand the truth. In that instant he realized his life of obedience had been empty and wasted. What remained was one pure desire, to make Hugo feel the same despair he had felt. He condemns any distraction from that purpose as a betrayal of everything. To him, killing Hugo and destroying Baskerville are the only goals that matter. He declares that this single-minded vengeance is the fallen hunter's sole reason for existing. That idea echoes like a final creed in the darkness. The young hunter is left facing one brutal question: has he ever once truly defied Hugo's will? In the forest, the young man reflects that there was a moment when he nearly abandoned his group. Even so, he remained with the others, still moving as part of the force he had been trapped inside. As he walks on, he admits that something stopped him from running away. He realizes he had only been following the chain of control placed on him, like a hound led by its master. That bondage is literal and emotional, tying him to orders he no longer wants to obey. He bitterly sees himself as nothing more than Hugo's trained bloodhound. Clenching his teeth, he begs himself not to fail at this turning point. He rejects both Hugo's commands and the idea of living only for revenge. He decides that even if Hugo carried out the execution, that no longer gives him the right to dictate this life. With that, he vows to stop living as a hunting dog driven after someone else's prey. He immediately regrets the choice, as the deadly consequences of defiance close in on him. Still, beneath the fear and pain, he identifies what he truly wants. His fading consciousness drifts toward that answer as danger bears down on him. A monstrous spider-like madam descends into the forest, flooding the area with violent power. Its attack slams him into the ground and leaves him broken beneath it. Pinned in the dirt, he reaches for the one thing he now craves above all else: freedom. The monster's force tears through the ground around him, threatening to finish him there. He writhes in pain but refuses to let that desire die. His thoughts turn from revenge to the place he wants to protect and return to. He remembers the people of that home, realizing they are the heart of all his desires. Using the ground to force himself up, he claws back from collapse. He declares that he wants to live according to his own desires, not anyone else's. To do that, he understands he has to keep fighting and stop being controlled by another person or purpose. A sudden movement behind him signals that the battle is shifting. Blue attacks streak in from above and strike the monster before it can finish him. The barrage hammers the creature's body and interrupts its assault. He looks up in shock, realizing someone has come to his aid. From the monster's perspective, the attackers are revealed on the ridge beyond the forest. The village women charge in furiously, refusing to let the creature take the man they have chosen to protect. They call out to Vikir and remind him they came here to fight beside him. All the Balak warriors gather on the cliff, ready to join the battle. Even those who thought he had taken the burden alone now rally, recognizing that Vikir is fighting the madam and ordering everyone into combat. They rush forward with a single purpose: help the hero of the forest. Their arrows and strikes pepper the monster, forcing it to react. The madam dismisses the interference with contempt. It rebukes Vikir for ignoring its warning to stay away. Vikir answers that surviving because of Iron has changed him, and that debt now drives his resolve. He counters with a fierce blow that makes the creature scream. When the attack still fails to destroy it, he refuses to accept defeat. He hardens his will and decides he will keep trying until the monster falls. The madam lashes out with its limbs in a violent counterattack. Its rampage tears through the forest in a storm of crushing strikes. The Balak fighters warn each other that the madam has gone berserk. Seeing that Vikir has forced it into a corner, they order everyone to hold the line and keep fighting. One female archer stands her ground as the monster crashes forward through the trees. Breathing hard, she steels herself instead of retreating. Vikir reflects that he once judged the madam as a disaster so dangerous that killing her seemed like the only answer. But this young warrior's courage shows him another truth, even as the battlefield explodes around them. He realizes she has taught him how to face a disaster and break the fear it creates. At the same time, the madam prepares a desperate measure, deciding it must force its power further even at the cost of destroying its own body. Ian realizes the enemy's resistance has left a narrow opening, and he commits to an attack meant to break through it. He fires a concentrated blue strike straight down the path he found, driving it into the giant insectoid madam. The blast bores into her body and forces her defenses apart. Madam's maw opens under the impact as the attack tears deeper inside. Ian rushes in immediately, refusing to let the opening close. He sharpens his focus and prepares a more lethal follow-up. His power shifts from blue to a violent red as he commits fully to killing intent. That power condenses into a piercing point at his fingertip. He launches himself forward like a red fang aimed at Madam's core. The strike punches into her at close range. Madam reels as the blow lands where she is most vulnerable. Ian forces the attack through despite the danger and pain of the clash. Using Baskerville's first technique, deeply piercing fang, he drives the hit all the way in. Watching from nearby, Madam's followers realize Vikir has somehow entered Madam's body. Inside that opening, Ian chains the second and third techniques together to deepen and widen the damage. He escalates again with the fourth and fifth techniques, tearing and shredding Madam from within. The combined assault rips through her flesh in a burst of gore and ruptured armor. In that frenzy, Ian rejects the life of a hound bound by orders and restraints. He refuses to remain a bloodhound that exists only to obey. His resolve hardens around breaking the shackles that have defined him. With Baskerville's sixth technique, he turns that defiance into force meant to crush those chains. The crushing fang detonates through Madam's eye from the inside. Her eye socket splits apart as the attack bursts outward. Bichur is violently expelled from Madam's eye along with the impact. He is thrown clear as Madam's massive body starts to collapse. The onlookers are stunned to see Bichur emerge from Madam's eye alive. At the same time, they realize Madam herself is falling. Her crash kicks up a choking cloud of dust and debris. When the dust thins, Bichur lies on the ground surrounded by the dying monster's remains. He quickly understands why his body is failing. Madam's blood was poisonous, and it entered him during the attack. Even so, he notes that Madam is also on the verge of death. The monster convulses weakly, barely clinging to life. Knowing he may not have long, Bichur decides he must act immediately. His priority becomes purging the poison from his body before it kills him. He activates a dark red power through his arm to force that process. That power extends outward and latches onto Madam's body like a draining tether. Madam senses the threat and focuses on him again. Her full spider-like form rises, revealing she can still fight. In response, Bichur summons Beelzebub and several monstrous familiars around her. 3 spectral hounds surge and first to pin Madam down. They tear into her from multiple sides, keeping her from reaching Bichur. Beelzebub hovers above the struggle, dominating the battlefield while the hounds maul her below. The others hesitate because the area around Bichur is saturated with poison. Even so, one of them panics and tries to rush to him, insisting he cannot die yet. As his companions gather around his fallen body, Bichur weakly answers Ian by name. He downplays his condition and tells the worried group to quiet down because the noise is exhausting him. Ian breaks into tears at the sound of Bichur's voice, overwhelmed with relief and fear. From the slope, the emotional outburst makes clear how desperately they had feared losing him. Meanwhile, the dark mark on Bichur's arm stirs, hinting that his poison-draining power is still active. The scene closes by identifying Beelzebub's current abilities: Madam Eight Legs' deadly poison, Mishusa's Silent Hill trait, and Moody Bog Salamander's super regeneration. In the aftermath of a long celebration, tribe members lie passed out around the camp, showing the festival has run on for days. Even the leaders had joined the revelry, relaxing together atop a huge beast while the gathering wore itself out. Bichur wakes from the haze of it all, annoyed and trying to collect himself. Looking over the wrecked festival grounds, he realizes the dense forest trial has ended and enough time has passed for him to move on. Nearby, the white wolf Bakira is still recovering, panting but alert. Bichur goes to check on Bakira before leaving, making sure the wolf's condition has improved. He praises Bakira for surviving injury, finding a mate, and enduring everything that happened, while noting he already settled accounts with Madam. As he touches the flower garland around his neck, his thoughts turn from the tribe to the power he gained. He reflects that killing Madam let him fully use the seventh fang, a reward tied to his hard-won understanding of combat and the struggle between life and death. Even so, he judges that his power is still incomplete and that a direct clash with the Empire's sword master Hogo would remain dangerous. What matters most is that clearing the dense forest objective has made him far stronger than before. With that decision made, he resolves to return to Baskerville. As he prepares to depart, someone from the tribe watches him from the doorway while Bakira remains at his side. The story shifts toward the road ahead, beyond the forest and toward the mountains in the distance. Now dressed for travel, Bichur sets out with a bag and cloak, ready to leave the tribe behind. He thanks Ian for accepting his departure so easily, but she makes clear she never intended to stop him. Ian reminds him that once someone becomes family, that bond does not break even if they are far apart. She tells him to remember that he is always the hunting leader of Baroque, and he answers with sincere gratitude. Even while speaking with the others, Bichur notices Ian's absence and understands she is avoiding a direct farewell. He decides to leave anyway, but pauses when he senses someone behind him. The tribe sends him off as their hero, urging him to seek help if needed and to achieve even greater things in the Empire. Their farewell grows more personal as they promise to wait for his return and ask him not to disappear from their lives. Bichur walks into the forest path carrying their hopes and blessings with him. He leaves with a small smile, clearly moved by the send-off. His steps stay steady, but the departure still carries weight. Further along the path, he slows when he reaches a field and realizes someone is waiting there. Ian stands alone in the grain, having come after all to face his leaving in private. She calls his name and stops him. When she asks if he is truly going, his silence confirms that he is. The question hits her hard, forcing her to confront the finality of his departure. Instead of trying to keep him, she thrusts a wrapped object into his arms and tells him to take it. Bichur realizes she is giving him something important, though he does not yet understand what it is. Ian explains that it is Anubis, a great bow once used by Lord Adonis, and that she modified it so Beecher can wield it himself. Beecher finally understands why she had been absent for so long. She had been preparing this gift for him. Before he can fully process that, she reaches for the broken chain around his neck. He recognizes it as the damaged choker she made after hearing his rambling about chains, hunting dogs, and wolves. Ian rejects the idea that he is a hunting dog at all. She tells him he is a wolf, and that the collar would only suit him if it were broken, because he was never meant to live bound. Overwhelmed by her understanding, Beecher begins to thank her as they draw close enough for the moment to turn intimate. Ian rises onto her toes, closing the distance between them. Beecher grips the broken chain, holding on to the meaning she has given it. For a brief moment they stand wrapped in each other's presence, with the gift and the promise of freedom between them. Their faces hover just short of a kiss, both caught between confession and farewell. Ian breaks first, tears welling as the goodbye becomes too painful to hide. She turns away and admits she had imagined people of the Empire would say farewell with a kiss, then shyly notes how much he has grown. Beecher answers gently, wishing her safety and a peaceful journey through life after he is gone. He softens the awkwardness with a smile, pretending her idea about imperial customs was new to him. Ian gathers herself and asks that they meet again someday. She walks away alone down the forest path, leaving the farewell unfinished but understood. Once out of sight, she finally lets herself break down, clutching her head as she struggles with the pain of letting him go. A woman parts with him on a light note, leaving him with a lingering memory as he moves on. That night, the hooded traveler arrives on foot at a rocky overlook. From above, he surveys the town below and confirms he has reached his destination. He recognizes it as the Red Anvil Castle and notes how long it has been since his last visit. Seeing the Morgue banners still flying, he realizes the Morgue and Baskerville families have continued working together to mine rubies. That alliance makes him think of a red-haired woman and wonder whether she is still here. He cuts off the thought, reminding himself he is in no position to judge others when his own relationships are a mess. He drops down into the town to enter unnoticed. Since he arrived late, he decides to stay the night and starts looking for an inn. Something catches his attention before he can move on. He finds a newly built golden statue in the square and is startled that it exists at all. Knowing such a monument would require approval from both ruling families, he immediately wonders whether Hugo permitted it. A guard stops him from getting too close and treats the statue like a sacred civic treasure. When the traveler asks who the statue honors, the guard is shocked that anyone could be ignorant of the town's celebrated hero. The guard eagerly launches into praise, amazed that someone in the Empire has never heard the story. He describes a swordsman powerful enough to slaughter countless barbarians alone. He adds that the hero's nobility and compassion saved a weak and beloved daughter of the Morgue family. The tale grows even grander as he credits that same man with helping unite forces and defeat a giant monster. The traveler realizes exactly where this story is going and inwardly dreads hearing the rest. The guard insists the town must remember the great hero who lived there 2 years ago. He finally names the statue's subject as Vakir van Baskerville. Hearing his own name publicly glorified, the traveler confirms his suspicion and keeps his reaction hidden. He heads to an inn, trying to put the absurd tribute behind him. Inside, the talk of Vakir is so lively that someone nearly spits out a drink in excitement. The women at one table gush over how striking he looked when they first saw him. Others join in, saying everyone in the fortress still remembers that first impression and turning the conversation into a shared legend. One woman sums it up as simple charisma and admits he was hard to approach despite wanting to get close. She recalls that they still managed to speak with him often until the Baskerville triplets kept getting in the way. Another remembers how merely seeing him seemed to wash away all her exhaustion. Listening from nearby, the hooded traveler thinks the statue is inaccurate and unlike the man he remembers being. He reflects bitterly that the achievements credited to him were really shared with Adolphe Morgue, and that he only fought the madam at the end. He also recalls that after he disappeared 2 years ago, Hugo Baskerville became furious and repeatedly caused trouble for the Morgue family. Even a large payment from the Morgue family failed to calm Hugo's anger. The traveler concludes that losing a useful hound and receiving unsatisfying compensation would indeed have enraged Hugo. Meanwhile, the women's admiration turns into drunken fantasies about who would have won his heart. Unable to endure any more of it, he decides to leave. As he rises from the bar, one of the women notices him and grows suspicious. She loudly calls him out, drawing the whole room's attention to the hooded stranger. Others dismiss her as drunk, but she stubbornly insists he feels suspicious. The traveler coldly tells them to come closer if they want something from him. Offended at being ignored, one of the women lashes out first. She tries to bind him with a sudden vine attack. He evades the trap in a single fluid movement, leaving the spell to crash uselessly behind him. The women are stunned that their target slipped free so easily. The surrounding men are just as shaken as the room shifts from gossip to confrontation. The traveler bursts forward, ready to end the farce on his terms. In an instant he is in the middle of them, brushing past weapons and magic without hesitation. When they demand his identity, he decides the situation has become tiresome enough. He starts to remove his hood, saying he intended to announce his return to the Baskerville family anyway. The reveal leaves the triplets staring at him in stunned disbelief as they realize who has come back. The staff are first struck by how attractive the newly arrived man is. That admiration turns into confusion when they notice his face resembles someone important. Comparing him to a statue, they realize his black hair and red eyes match Sir Vikir. The resemblance becomes alarming enough that one of them fears the impossible may be true. The triplets erupt in panic as the realization spreads between them. Their cries announce that Sir Vikir has returned alive. The story shifts from shock to his journey back through the mountain stronghold. At the fortress gate, the triplets explain they came out to meet him so the prepared welcome would not go to waste. They insist they had believed he survived and compete over who was the first to seek him out. Vikir learns they only found him because the Baskerville family had sent word through an owl, and he notes, with mild irritation, how overbearing the triplets still are. As they fuss over escorting him, he recalls hearing that the family had been deployed elsewhere and starts checking who is currently at the fortress. Realizing one person is missing, he asks after Camus Morgue. The triplets explain that Camus is in closed-door training after being cast out of Uncle Adolphe's Hall of Light and accepted into the Hall of Darkness, where she is now working hard to master its techniques. That news unsettles Vikir because before his regression Camus had a disastrous connection to the Hall of Darkness. He wonders whether his altered past has changed this part of the future as well. Choosing caution, he asks them to tell Camus he wants to see her when she is free and to leave the Hall of Darkness. As he rides away, the triplets are baffled that after 2 years apart he sent only that cold warning. Soon, one fact begins to dominate the empire: the hero of Red Owl Mountain has returned. The news spreads rapidly across the land by messenger owl. In one household, a suited official receives the report, while a child nearby remains absorbed in drawing. Elsewhere, another recipient is interrupted by a child as the message is read. Even a solitary elder by a great door receives the news in silence. A woman at a window is startled into calling for the patriarch. The report is brought before the family leadership with urgent excitement. The elders turn their attention to the claim with immediate gravity. One of them demands confirmation, treating the matter as potentially momentous. At the center of all this attention, Vikir himself remains composed. He closes his eyes as if gathering himself before stepping back into his old identity. When he opens them, his red-eyed resolve makes clear that Vikir van Baskerville has truly returned. His reappearance is no longer rumor but a fact that reshapes the family's expectations. Back at the office, the chief secretary dryly notes that unlike last time, Vikir entered properly through the door. Now working under the name Pomelian, Vikir addresses him in a more formal setting. Still uneasy, he hesitates before raising another matter. He asks why a crowd has gathered outside the building. The secretary explains that news of his return has spread across the empire, and people have come simply to welcome him. Vikir immediately realizes the attention will become exhausting. Before the discussion can continue, a little girl bursts in calling for her father. Vikir gently corrects her to call him uncle and receives the gift she excitedly brought him. The gift turns out to be a dead mouse, offered with childish pride despite the obvious health risk. Returning to business, Vikir asks whether the office manager has resolved the problems in Underdog, and the secretary credits Shindiwin's earlier introduction for stabilizing things. But the secretary adds that one case still resists every attempt to uncover the truth. He places a file before Vikir and reveals that children in the slums have recently been disappearing one after another. The pattern does not fit ordinary kidnapping, slavery, or black market trafficking, and the children vanish so completely that it suggests monsters or something equally abnormal. Though there is no proof, the secretary believes all the disappearances are connected to a single perpetrator. That detail jolts Vikir because it echoes a case he recognizes. He remembers a future incident in Underdog where numerous children vanished, a case disturbingly similar to the false accusation once used against him. He quickly realizes the timeline is wrong, meaning this event is surfacing decades too early because of changes already set in motion. His thoughts are interrupted when the child runs back in to show both men something urgent. The mouse she had presented as dead is now somehow live again. Both Vikir and the secretary are left stunned by the impossible revival. A child proudly confirms that her pet Pomelian has been brought back to life. Hugo immediately recognizes the feat as corpse revival through netherworld mana, a form of black magic far beyond what a little girl should know. When pressed, the girl nervously admits she only learned it within the last few nights. That answer jolts Hugo into recalling that Pomelian came from the Rococo tribe, making it possible she picked up necromancy there with alarming ease. He realizes this child is using netherworld mana at an age when even prodigies can barely sense ordinary mana. The thought unsettles him further because it marks her as a black magic genius, the kind of child his ruthless family would never spare. Fearing how his cold-blooded relatives would react if they learned the truth, Hugo decides Pomelian must not meet them. Before he can act on that worry, a secretary rushes in with urgent news. The alarm is serious enough that Hugo immediately demands a clear report. The secretary struggles through his panic long enough to say the patriarch is on the move from the capital. The room braces as the report is finally made plain. The arrival is no rumor but an event already underway. The patriarch is coming to Underdog City, and more importantly, he is coming here. That announcement turns the room's calm into tense anticipation. The household gathers to receive the visitor in formal silence. Even the attendants stand rigidly, signaling how weighty this reunion is. Hugo composes himself for a meeting he clearly cannot avoid. Across from him sits the father whose presence still dominates the room. After a long separation, father and son finally acknowledge each other with restrained formality. Hugo keeps his real anxiety hidden, knowing Pomelian has been concealed nearby and hoping the visit passes without incident. His father opens with concern for Hugo's condition, inviting him to explain what he has been doing since his injuries. Hugo says he lived among the barbarians while recovering, used that time to study them from the inside, and developed a plan to destroy them. When asked for specifics, he proposes controlling the tribes through imperial goods. His idea is to hook them with useful trade items and make dependence on the empire the basis of domination. When that sounds more like commerce than conquest, Hugo reveals the hidden cruelty behind it. He intends to demand monster extermination in exchange for those goods, forcing the tribes to pay in blood. His father immediately grasps the strategy. The barbarians will fight monsters for the empire's expansion while weakening themselves. Pleased, the patriarch praises the plan and openly takes pride in Hugo as his son. With the infrastructure already prepared, Hugo wins his father's trust to proceed, astonishing the servants who have not seen warmth in this family for years. The rare sight of the Lord laughing makes the reunion seem almost genuine to everyone watching. But while outwardly calm, Hugo is thinking of Balak and rejects the idea of letting the Baskerville family prey on its people. He remembers that the tribes are already being pushed into bloody monster hunts because the Empire's mana has waned, and he resolves to prevent further conflict while their strength is still underestimated. That private resolve is interrupted when his father abruptly hardens the conversation. The warmth drains away as the true target of the discussion surfaces. The patriarch forbids any trade with the Rococo tribe under any circumstances. He makes his hatred explicit by ordering that those barbarians be exterminated. Hugo understands at once that the family's grudge against Rococo is still alive, which makes keeping Pomelian hidden even more urgent. His father then shifts back to a gentler tone, saying he came to see his son after so long and does not want their meeting consumed entirely by barbarian matters. He reminds Hugo that after rescuing Morg's daughter and then vanishing, Hugo's actions brought the family major diplomatic gains. He frames that praise with a story of paternal grief, saying honors mean nothing to a father who has lost a son. From that posture, he asks what value any achievement has for a father who believes his child is gone. He tells Hugo not to overstrain himself in the future, presenting himself as a caring parent. To Hugo, that concern is pure hypocrisy. He remembers the night he fled after being falsely accused, when he was hunted down and struck from behind. The memory of the blade in his back returns with painful clarity. Surrounded by pursuers he had once endured hardship beside, he realized in that instant that his own master had abandoned him. That betrayal hardened his resolve, and he swears he will not let such hypocrisy dull his vengeance. Pulled back to the present by his father calling his full name, Hugo answers with cold politeness and thanks him for the concern. The tense audience is suddenly shattered when a child bursts in crying out for her uncle. Hugo is caught completely off guard, realizing the secret he was trying to protect may have just been exposed. A sudden sight jolts the young man, his attention locking on to something that feels impossible. During a stormy evening, a frightened little girl runs to her uncle for comfort, while two older men look on. As the child clings to him in fear, the young man realizes with alarm who she is being brought before. He panics at the thought that Pomeranian has just been put in front of Hugo. His sharpened gaze confirms that Hugo has noticed something too. Hugo rises and confronts the young man directly, visibly unsettled by what he sees. The girl senses the tension and wonders how this reaction is possible. Hugo is shaken because the child's face reminds him of someone he knows. The narration identifies him as Hugo Le Baskerville, master of the swordsman clan of Blood and Iron. A feared warrior who never turned back from a decision is remembered for his ruthless campaigns and iron nature. But in this moment, that legendary resolve begins to falter. Hugo trembles as he struggles with the possibility raised by the child's face. The girl keeps crying for her uncle, and Hugo quietly wonders if she could be Penelope. The resemblance presses on him hard enough to leave him momentarily speechless. The child recoils from Hugo and the older attendant, and the young man urges his father to calm himself. He explains that the girl is a child he brought back from a personal errand, though even he was startled by how strongly she resembles a member of their clan. Hugo forces himself to reject the idea, insisting there should be no chance that she shares their blood. Even as he says it, his composure is strained. At last he retreats from the thought, deciding he must have mistaken the resemblance because Penelope could not still be alive at that age. Claiming fatigue, Hugo ends the encounter and prepares to leave first. The young man politely sees him off while privately concluding that Hugo's reaction means there is more to this mystery. Before departing, Hugo orders him to attend the grand banquet the next day. The young man realizes the event is normally reserved for direct family diners, so the invitation signals unusual intent, and he accepts. As the child cries into his chest, Hugo leaves with lingering suspicion in his eyes. That night, the estate settles into silence under the storm. Unable to rest in the luxurious room, the young man lies awake on the floor instead of the bed. He admits to himself that comfort still feels unnatural after the harsh life he endured for 2 years. His thoughts drift back to the warriors of Baroque and the habits that still cling to him. He then returns to Hugo's reaction, recognizing it was far stronger than he expected. He decides to watch Hugo closely at the banquet and use both the child and the pendant to confirm whether Pomeranian's existence could become the final blow against him. Even so, he resolves that whatever method he chooses must not harm Pomeranian. A movement in the room interrupts his planning. A hooded intruder slips into the bedroom while he remains alert on the floor. The figure quietly readies a weapon, expecting to strike the bed. The assassin approaches the lump under the blankets, unaware the target is not there. Seeing through the attempt, the intruder notes that news of his return has already spread fast. He launches himself at the attacker before the ambush can continue. His sudden kick knocks the hooded figure off balance and turns the assassination around. The weapon is sent flying from the clash. He seizes the intruder by the throat, ready to finish it, until the attacker urgently stops him. The supposed assassin reveals it was only a joke, and he recognizes the voice. She scolds him for making her sneak in unofficially and warns that his habit of sleeping on the floor nearly got her killed. Amused, she remarks that even coming back from the dead has not changed him. The intruder unmasks herself as Cinderwendy and greets him as Beecher Van Baskerville. Now relaxed, he asks why she entered through the window instead of the door. She explains that the management office and her superior Manhwa had already learned he was alive, and she has been tracking the pattern of investors gaining trust and then draining him. When he calls that draining rude, she coolly reframes it as taking her commission as a financial planner. She says Judy would have lost 10 million gold to her without intervention, which is why she sent bodyguards. She adds that she planted financial experts among the guards to remove scammers, noting that the bodyguards never touched him. The reason, she reveals, is that she specifically ordered them to leave only him alone. The woman reveals that she has been manipulating events from his side all along. When he asks whether she obtained the important trade documents, she confirms she brought them. She hands over the papers, and he notes how much she has changed in 2 years while already treating her as a subordinate asset. She keeps her promise to help him open trade with the natives, accepting that this makes him her effective boss now. As he reviews the guest list for the grand banquet, he realizes his expected reward for aiding the clan may be more complicated than a simple invitation. He first sees Hugo Le Baskerville listed and initially has no reason to care much about the clan head's profile. That indifference vanishes the moment something in the information catches his full attention. He discovers that Boston Terrier Le Baskerville, a high-ranking pitbull captain, will also attend. Great Dane Le Baskerville, a top Mastiff captain and Boston Terrier's half-brother, is on the list as well. When he questions why such figures would attend an internal clan event, she reminds him they are tied to the clan's legendary line that returned from death. He understands the real purpose immediately. They intend to recruit him into one of their night orders, which means tomorrow will be exhausting. The list also includes Osiris Le Baskerville, the eldest son and heir apparent. She explains that Osiris is the clan's strongest young swordsman and is expected to soon reach the level of swordmaster. He recalls Osiris as a distant, cold figure he had only ever seen from afar through formal family gatherings. When she compares Osiris's strength to his own, he shuts down her probing into his combat ability. Another profile catches his eye, and this one matters personally. He learns that Set Le Baskerville, the second son, rarely appears because he spends most of his time in closed-door training. The record describes Set as gifted yet gentle, someone who suffered abuse in childhood for seeming weak. Remembering that Set alone mourned the clan's dying hounds, he recognizes him as the one Baskerville he truly respected. The thought of meeting Set again under these circumstances unsettles him. He moves on through the stack, searching for the rest of the names. The woman warns that several of them are unexpected and were difficult to uncover because they were not meant to be public. Seeing those hidden attendees, he realizes he knows these people far too well for this banquet to be harmless. He concludes that tomorrow's gathering is going to be very interesting. The next day, he heads toward the banquet hall. He approaches in silence, composed and alert. At the grand doors, guards stand watch as he arrives before the hall. The sealed entrance looms like a threshold into a political test. The doors open just enough for him to enter. He steps through with a steady, unreadable resolve. Inside, the entire Baskerville leadership is already assembled around the formal banquet table, making clear that he is being judged the moment he arrives. His presence is formally announced as ordered by the patriarch. The gathered nobles watch him with collective scrutiny. Among them sit the powerful order captains he had identified the night before. He answers the summons with perfect courtesy and thanks them for inviting him. The patriarch receives him calmly and invites his son to sit. A heavy silence settles over the room as the meal begins under rigid etiquette. The banquet proceeds with ceremonial calm, every gesture carrying tension beneath it. Even the act of dining feels like part of the test, with the family measuring him while pretending to share a meal. Servants remain lined up in the background, reinforcing the formality and pressure of the occasion. Boston Terrier breaks the silence by mocking the food as undercooked, clearly baiting someone at the table. The patriarch asks whether Boston Terrier is dissatisfied, and the captain quickly backs away from sounding openly disrespectful. Boston Terrier redirects the insult toward the meat on the plate beside him, making it obvious he means Vikir rather than the food. Great Dane picks up the challenge directly and asks whether there is a problem. Boston Terrier frames his contempt as concern, sneering that it is cruel to make his supposedly lovable nephew eat meat that undercooked. Great Dane answers with equal calculation, acknowledging Vikir as his nephew too and implying he wants the boy guided properly. The conversation turns into open recruitment pressure as Great Dane argues that Vikir belongs in the Mastiff order rather than the Pitbulls. Vikir realizes the banquet invitation was indeed a setup to pull him into one of the clan's military factions. He weighs the offer from 2 of the 7 orders and sees it not as an honor but as a struggle between rival beasts. Rejecting their prestige outright, he dismisses both factions as nothing more than mutts. At the family banquet, the patriarch's calm mood makes the servants think the gathering may pass peacefully despite the usual tension among his sons. Hugo, however, treats the family's internal conflict as entertainment and watches the table with amused detachment. He turns the conversation toward the young heir's recent time in the northern mountains, pressing him to account for what he accomplished there. When the question sounds like concern, it is quickly exposed as scrutiny disguised as familial interest. Even after being warned not to push, Hugo insists his curiosity is justified and keeps the pressure on. The patriarch cuts through the exchange with a single command, instantly freezing both men. He reminds them that he will not repeat himself, reasserting absolute control over the room. Both offenders immediately back down, forced into uneasy compliance. The young heir then claims that proving his achievements is difficult, refusing to be cornered by words alone. His father suggests he must be tired from training and offers him an excuse to withdraw, but the son declines. Instead, he argues that skills should be demonstrable anywhere and turns the dinner table itself into a test. He begins with harmless criticism of the meal and wine, making it seem as though he is merely being picky. Then he calmly extends a finger toward the table, preparing to prove his point. With a tiny touch, he pierces the meat so precisely that it bleeds as if freshly cut. The sudden burst of blood and shock at the table reveal that his control is far beyond what anyone expected. The steak remains intact in form, but its interior is perfectly exposed, confirming the absurd finesse of the strike. He follows by disturbing the wine without breaking the glass, showing the same impossible delicacy. One of the elders can only register stunned disbelief as the demonstration reaches him. Hugo breaks into loud laughter, delighted by the spectacle rather than threatened by it. The feat makes clear that the boy has reached a level of mastery far too early for his age, enough to manipulate meat and wine from across the table. The patriarch receives this proof in silence while another brother openly praises him as a son worthy of pride. That praise unsettles the young heir, because the family's reaction does not match what he expected. He remembers revealing comparable power 2 years earlier during the battle at the Fall and realizes this should not be new information. Since the family's agents would have known his true level back then, their ignorance now suggests that report was deliberately buried. While others commend him, he stops listening to the praise and starts tracing the hidden motive behind it. Osiris, the eldest son and current favorite successor, unexpectedly encourages him to keep improving. The young heir is startled that Osiris, of all people, is treating him warmly. He immediately suspects the compliment is not kindness but evaluation from the man most like Hugo, and closest to inheriting the family. Even the simple act of setting down a wineglass feels unnatural in a household where brothers rarely show approval. Set, another brother, notes that Osiris almost never praises anyone, and seems genuinely pleased for once. Set then turns to the young heir with unusual familiarity, hinting at a prior connection and asking whether he remembers him. When the young heir acknowledges him, Set eagerly explains that he often trained nearby and had wanted to speak with him. He says he hoped to hear about the forest, and the young heir notices that Set's bright, open manner has not changed since before. That attitude brings back memories of the Fall, when Set stayed near him through the aftermath and offered quiet comfort amid the dead. He also recalls that Set defended him when he was falsely accused and remained on his side until the end. Because of that, the young heir had secretly hoped Set would be the one person he could trust at this banquet. For a moment he holds that thought in silence, weighing memory against the present. Then a foul sensation hits him, and he recognizes the same revolting presence he sensed long ago. He realizes that only someone who was at the Fall would know this unmistakable odor. To him, the smell can mean only one thing: demonic corruption. The banquet instantly becomes a hunt in his mind, because he is certain a demon is hidden somewhere among the family. He begins searching the table one face at a time, trying to locate the source. His suspicion sweeps across brothers and elders alike, sparing no one in the room. Even the older retainers and senior family members fall under that silent scrutiny. To avoid exposing himself, he closes his eyes and steadies his thoughts before anyone notices. When he looks again, his focus sharpens into a deliberate, controlled search. He masks the tension by lifting his wine, using the motion to hide his vigilance. Set notices his unease and gently reaches out, asking whether something is wrong. The young heir sees that Set is trying to keep things normal and ease the strain gathering around them. Set continues acting casually, even chatting with the servants, while the young heir remains alert beneath the surface, still hunting for the demon in the room. Dane confirms to himself that the man before him is still the same person he knew before the regression. At the banquet, a noble probes him with demonic suspicion, while also noting that Dane seized control of the underdog district after the deputy consul disappeared. The same guest adds that the citizens even want Dane to remain in power permanently and suggests they could work well together once he returns as consul, leaving Dane to silently assess the offer. Dane gives a neutral acknowledgement instead of committing himself. His counterpart smoothly claims to welcome their future cooperation. Their toast seals the implication that Dane is expected to fall under that person's influence. But as Dane raises the glass, he studies it instead of relaxing into the moment. He realizes the wine shows no reflection of him, which makes him suspect his dead body may be possessed by a demon. He briefly considers exposing the possibility to everyone at the table. He decides against it, knowing he lacks proof and needs more information before making an accusation. The conversation shifts when someone asks whether he plans to join the order, while Dane privately struggles with the unbearable demonic stench in the room. Another guest reminisces about how impressive the order's uniform once seemed, while Dane's brother cuts in to stop the idle chatter and keep the meal moving. The brother bluntly shuts down the small talk and orders everyone to finish dinner. Dane silently appreciates the interruption because it spares him from enduring the smell any longer. The host turns to Vikir and asks about the meal, and Vikir answers politely that it is good. Satisfied, the host tells Dane he has something important to discuss later in the main house office. Dane accepts the summons without protest, though he remains guarded. Once outside, he leaves the dinner behind and moves through the night alone. He crosses the estate grounds, finally free to think clearly. Reflecting on the exhausting 5-hour dinner, he connects the summons to Academy entrance paperwork that has just arrived. He concludes Hugo called for him because of the Academy entrance, unaware that someone is already watching from above. A sudden killing technique lashes out at him from the darkness. Dane immediately recognizes it as the Baskerville 6 technique and weighs whether to crush it outright. He restrains himself, remembering that his public strength is only supposed to match a mid-grade graduate, and limits his response accordingly. Using the 4th technique, he intercepts the attack instead of revealing too much. He decides to absorb the remaining force with River Styx's blessing and his own aura. The red strike is swallowed without breaking through him. His unseen attacker pauses, then bursts into laughter from above. The ambusher reveals himself as a relative who is delighted to see how much Dane has grown and boasts that he deliberately held back. He drops down in front of Dane and addresses him familiarly, making clear this was a test rather than a true assassination attempt. An older man arrives behind Dane and remarks that he never expected Dane to be swinging a sword again, distinguishing him from the rest of the family's weaklings. He condemns the attack as barbaric in principle, but only because being caught would bring political trouble for several months. The attacker dismisses the criticism, insisting he adjusted the blow so it would stop just before hitting Dane. Dane cuts through their excuses and insults them back, refusing to let them treat Vikir or him like prey. The exchange devolves into mutual contempt, with both sides mocking the other while the hostility sharpens. As the two older men prepare to fight each other instead, Dane realizes they are more nuisance than immediate threat. He returns to analyzing the earlier strike and notes that it was not actually that strong. He reasons that although the 7 counts are the family's strongest and the attacker used a high Baskerville technique, he himself now possesses the 7th technique, River Styx's blessing, and the demon's sword Beelzebub. With that in mind, he judges that he can handle at least one of the counts, and possibly both if necessary. Before the situation settles, more footsteps approach. Dane turns to find a new group blocking his path. 3 blonde youths from the family confront him and ask if it is him this time. They draw their swords together, making their challenge unmistakable. Dane realizes they understand the gap in power between them and him. Because of that, they choose not to rely on bloodline pride and instead kneel in formation. One after another, they plant their swords point down and lower themselves into a formal stance. Dane recognizes the ritual immediately as the pledge. He understands its meaning. They are placing themselves in a position where the other person could kill them instantly, and trusting their lives to his mercy. Caught off guard, he demands to know what they think they are doing. They answer that they intend to repay what they owe him, repeating their vow as a solemn declaration. He admits that after being attacked by the blonde boy in childhood, he came to fear him. Even so, that fear turned into recognition once the boy proved himself by hunting Cerberus. His respect deepened further when the boy killed a troll, and when they faced a giant monster in the forest, the 3 of them were overwhelmed with awe and reverence. After barely surviving that ordeal, the trio made a solemn decision to become the Spears of Vikir van Baskerville. The protagonist recalls how they once swore eternal loyalty to him as their master. He also remembers that these famed 3 spears were, in truth, merely Hugo's bloodhounds carrying out orders. So he refuses to let old feelings sway him now and walks away from their pledge. One of the blonde youths is left silently watching him go. The protagonist decides he has no use for sentimental vows and will instead use the triplets as much as necessary next time. The triplets agree to stay united and keep whatever happens in the future secret. He accepts their response without emotion and leaves them behind. Turning to a new concern, he realizes Set's body being taken over by the demon was an unexpected variable, and decides to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate immediately. Still, his central resolve remains unchanged. No matter what happens, he must kill the demon. Before acting on that goal, however, he turns to unfinished business elsewhere. An older authority figure demands to know what he is doing. The protagonist forces the matter forward and makes the man repeat what he said. The report is devastating. Roxana, the first wife, is dead, and so is the daughter born to her. He immediately presses for more, specifically asking about Penelope. That name shocks Hugo so badly that his composure breaks at once. Seeing that reaction, the protagonist realizes his revenge is finally entering its true opening stage. With dawn over the Baskerville estate, the confrontation continues under a calmer surface. A notice from the Academy arrives, giving the discussion a formal pretext. Hugo orders him to enter the academy as previously promised. The protagonist recognizes this summons as the very reason Hugo called him in. He reflects that the destination is Colosio Academy, the Empire's greatest educational institution, where his admission will place him among elite students. He also remembers attending that academy in his previous life as the triplet's servant, when he was scarred, limping, and despised by the nobles there. Those memories no longer trouble him, and Hugo asks whether going with the triplets will be acceptable, or if he wants anyone else. Instead of answering directly, he reminds Hugo of an old promise that success on a mission 2 years ago would earn him a major reward from the family. Hugo confirms the promise and asks what he wants. The protagonist says he will name his reward only after Hugo agrees to hear a story from him. Then he reveals what he truly wants to know, the truth about Roxana and Penelope. That request stuns the room. Hugo, suddenly shaken, asks him to repeat himself. The protagonist deliberately restates Roxana's identity as Hugo's dead first wife. He repeats the full chain of facts, including the dead daughter and his question about Penelope, forcing Hugo to confront every buried detail. The pressure lands hard, and Hugo's restraint starts to crack. When Hugo demands his reason, the protagonist refuses to dismiss it as idle curiosity and insists he needs answers before he can explain. He asks for trust, and Hugo grudgingly gives way. The protagonist thinks through why this matters. Butler Barrymore once described Hugo as a loving husband and father, but that story clashes with what he knows, including the kidnapping of Hugo's eldest daughter by barbarians. Because that idealized image may be false, he decides he cannot let Pomerian meet Hugo based on a lie. He resolves to verify the truth for himself, and Hugo finally begins to speak. Hugo's expression softens into painful remembrance. He confesses that Roxana was the only woman he ever truly loved and that Penelope was his most precious treasure. The protagonist listens in silence, caught off guard by the sincerity of it. Hugo goes further, admitting that Roxana was not merely an arranged wife but a commoner he genuinely cherished. He remembers their first meeting as a moment of love at first sight. That memory returns to an ordinary setting where a nobleman and a modest young woman first crossed paths. The protagonist realizes Hugo is starting his confession from the very beginning. Hugo explains that their love was difficult because Roxana tried to reject him over the difference in their status. But he pursued her anyway and would have thrown away everything for her, body and soul alike. The son thanks his father for sharing his past and urges him to continue, but immediately turns the story toward the crime that matters most. He presses to know who really drove the Baskerville family to hunt the barbarians so relentlessly. The father recalls that he once fought desperately to protect Roxana, and that despite a painful path, their love endured because either would abandon the other. He explains that their struggle eventually overcame both families' opposition, allowing them to marry. Their perseverance led to Penelope's birth, giving the couple the family they had fought for. For a time, he believed he had finally gained the happiness he wanted with his wife and daughter. That peace collapsed when Roxana's health failed after childbirth, leaving him alone with the infant Penelope. Even so, Penelope grew into a bright child, carrying her mother's strength and receiving the family's affection. He insists that as long as Penelope was safe, that alone was enough for him. Then everything changed with the incident that reopened his grief and rage. Penelope disappeared during a walk and was taken by the Lococo tribe. Unable to understand how barbarians had penetrated Baskerville land or abducted her, he was consumed by fury and confusion. With no trace of Penelope, he used the kidnapping as justification to widen the Empire's reach and begin a campaign against the barbarians. Believing one heir was not enough for such a task, he expanded his bloodline through arranged marriages and mass-produced descendants for war. Over the decades, that obsession forged a fearsome power on the frontier. From that ambition, the Iron-Blood Baskerville family was born. Yet beneath the family's glory, he remained a man broken by the loss of the wife and daughter he truly loved. The son dismisses the tragedy as irrelevant to what the father became. He condemns him as a monster whose sorrow does not excuse turning countless children into tools for the battlefield. Still, he reveals that he understands how much Roxana and Penelope meant to him, then says he is finished listening and demands the real reason for these questions. As he prepares to leave, he decides to answer with proof instead of more argument. He places an object before his father and asks him to examine it. The pendant's design shocks the father on sight. He recognizes it as the pendant he made for Roxana and remembers that Penelope had been wearing it when she vanished. When he opens it and sees the family portrait inside, the old wound becomes immediate and personal again. The discovery hits him hard enough to leave him visibly shaken. Then he is asked what he intends to do about Penelope's surviving child. The father can barely process what he has just heard. The son clarifies that the child in question is Penelope's daughter. He states the truth plainly. His father has a granddaughter. The revelation overturns the old man's composure. A little girl appears at the doorway beside the son, confirming that the lost bloodline did not end with Penelope. The son admits he had hidden this from his father, explaining that while in the forest he met a child in Lococo territory who said her mother gave her the pendant. The father realizes with disbelief that the child's mother must have been Penelope. The pendant and the girl together make the implication impossible to deny. Seeing his father thrown into confusion, the son inwardly savors it. He reminds himself that this girl carries the blood of the woman his father loved most, and of the people he despises. The father struggles to steady himself in front of the child, trying not to lose control before her. He clings to one possibility, focusing on the fact that she was found in Lococo territory. From that, he concludes in anguish that his daughter must have borne a barbarian's child. The son confirms it without mercy, deliberately pushing him deeper into shock and despair. As the father trembles, the son senses that this emotional ruin is exactly what he wanted. The child looks up innocently, unaware that she has become the center of a devastating reckoning. The son resolves that this is where his revenge truly begins. Later, the atmosphere shifts to a quiet garden, where the family confronts the aftermath more calmly. The son stands with two elders as the child's attention falls on the old patriarch rather than the tension around them. Her playful fascination with his beard and her casual use of grandpa instantly humanize the relationship he never expected to have. The vice patriarch admits he has never been more surprised, and another elder agrees that the situation has become astonishing even by their standards. Watching this, the son can only wonder what is really happening now that revenge and family have become entangled. The moment leaves him questioning whether the Hugo before him is still the same man he thought he knew. The sight of Hugo's changed face hits Beecher like a shock that cracks his certainty. Seeing the feared clan head tenderly holding a little girl, Hugo can only choke out that he has become a grandfather. The realization overwhelms Hugo so completely that he breaks into tears over a future he never thought he would live to see. Beecher is left staring, unable to understand why this man is nothing like the monster in his memories. His composure falters as old hatred collides with the strange scene before him. Hugo notices that Beecher's expression has turned murderous and calls him out by name. Beecher remembers that when he first stood before Hugo again at 15, one question ruled his mind. He had wondered whether he could simply assassinate Hugo and end everything there. Back then, he judged that killing Hugo outright was impossible. As a sword master, Hugo lived with such perfect calm that Beecher could find no opening in him at all. Years later, after abandoning that direct approach, Beecher found a new chance when he met Pomeranian. Because she was Penelope's daughter, Beecher believed her presence alone could shake even Hugo's unshakable heart. So he refined every method he had, from swordsmanship to poison, and steadily raised his odds of killing Hugo. Now, with Hugo openly doting on the child, Beecher sees the first real step toward that assassination. Yet Hugo's bright, genuine happiness confuses him more than it helps. Instead of seeing Hugo emotionally exposed, Beecher is disturbed that the old man still seems inwardly steady. Hugo cautiously asks whether the child truly is Penelope's daughter. He reaches toward her, trying to confirm the truth for himself. The girl studies him closely, sensing something familiar in his face. When Hugo hears Penelope's name tied to her mother, his restraint begins to crack. The child explains that her mother longed to meet her own father and often looked at a necklace while remembering him. Then she asks the question that destroys Hugo's defenses and wonders if he is her grandpa. That innocent appeal brings back Penelope's voice calling him father. For a moment Hugo can barely speak. The grief he buried for years surges up all at once. Beecher can only watch as Hugo repeats Penelope's name in disbelief. Hugo breaks down completely, crying for the daughter he lost. He collapses to his knees before the child, undone by love and regret. An old retainer quietly congratulates Beecher, recognizing that he has given Hugo something priceless. The servant marvels that the clan head can smile like this at all and treats the moment like a miracle. Beecher is unsettled when the gratitude is directed at him. Hugo's joy is so sincere that it no longer looks like an act. Pomeranian happily accepts the candy Hugo offers, deepening the sense of domestic peace. The servant watches with relief, as if a long nightmare has finally lifted. Beecher manages a faint smile, but it does not settle the conflict inside him. His hand tightens and then loosens as his resolve wavers. Faced with a Hugo who is suddenly full of openings, Beecher feels strangely powerless instead of triumphant. That night, the Baskerville estate falls quiet, but Beecher cannot rest. He lies awake alone, staring into the dark. Sleep will not come because the past and present refuse to fit together. He begins replaying the Hugo he remembers from his previous life. In that memory, Beecher had begged Hugo to believe he was innocent. Hugo had refused to hear him and dismissed him as a sinner trying to escape blame. He accused Beecher not only of consorting with demons but of offering innocent children to them as sacrifices. When Beecher tried to deny it, Hugo answered with violence instead of trust. He silenced Beecher with contempt and force. To Hugo then, Beecher had been nothing but filth. That memory is the foundation of Beecher's revenge, because Hugo condemned him before killing him. But now Beecher cannot understand why his vengeance suddenly feels uncertain. A familiar voice interrupts his thoughts and asks why he looks so defeated. Cinderwendy arrives through the window and mocks his miserable state. When Beecher asks why she came, she says she brought the information he requested. She hands over the results of her investigation into Settler Baskerville. Noticing how shaken he is, she bluntly asks why he is acting as if he has lost everything. She explains that she spent the last few days digging deeply into Set's affairs. What she found is that Set publicly donates to orphanages and sponsors adoptions under the clan's name. But the adopters' identities are missing, and the adopted children cannot be traced afterward. If Set truly is a demon, she says, then the purpose of those disappearances is obvious: sacrifice or food. She adds that the missing children case in Underdog may also connect back to Set. Beecher realizes with horror that he overlooked something crucial. If the current Set is a demon, then the Set he served in his previous life may have been one too. That means the person who warned him that Hugo planned to frame and kill him may have been manipulating him from the start. He remembers Set visiting his cell and telling him that Hugo intended to dump all Baskerville's sins on him and execute him. Set had pretended to pity him while offering no real help. Beecher rejects the idea that he was fooled so completely, but the possibility grips him. The report's implications lead into a hidden memory of one of Set's adopted children. A frightened boy is led through the dark by the man he trusted as his sponsor. When the boy protests that he was promised a good family, his fear starts to rise. He realizes too late that he has been brought not to a home but to a cave. Set smiles and pretends it is only a misunderstanding. Then he reveals the truth with cruel delight. The cave is not the child's home but the place where he will be kept. A monstrous eye opens in the darkness before the boy. The demon's true presence descends on him. The child can only cry for his mother as terror consumes him. What follows is reduced to a shadow of slaughter. Only the child's bloody shoes remain to tell the end of the story. Set savors the kill and admits that young humans taste best. He reveals himself as the demon Andromalius, one of the upper 10 corpses. The memory shifts to the hidden cave where that demon now resides. It is a lair of bones and death, built from countless victims. There Andromalius complains that his current supply of humans is insufficient. He considers organizing humans more efficiently to raise livestock for himself, and confirms his rank among the upper 10 corpses. He asks another corpse demon, disguised as a strange bird called 8, for advice. 8 warns him that expanding too much would expose their presence to humans. 8 also cautions that Andromalius's recent preference for children could draw the Baskerville hounds to him, but Andromalius insists his cave is protected. Andromalius says he still needs more than 12 years of drinking human blood to gather enough power to open the gate, and he is told not to stir up trouble before then. When asked whether anything unusual has happened in Baskerville lately, Andromalius hides the truth. 8 reminds him that the upper 10 corpses exist only to open the gate between the human and demon worlds and usher in ruin. Their entire conspiracy is aimed at humanity's extinction and the rise of the corpse demons. Even so, Andromalius privately admits that Baskerville now has one dangerous complication. He cannot tell the others that Hugo has become weak for his granddaughter. He had preferred Hugo to remain cold and ruthless so that killing Baskerville children would cause no resistance. Now he worries that Hugo's change could interfere with the larger plan. He blames the disruption on Beecher for bringing Penelope's daughter back. Andromalius bitterly recalls how Beecher survived every attempt to die and even returned from the forest with Hugo's granddaughter. He reveals that he has spent years trying to destroy Hugo. So he decides the simplest answer is to eliminate the cause of the problem. Back in the present, Hugo and Beecher walk together through the estate in silence. The silence itself becomes tense, because Hugo has summoned Beecher for some unknown purpose. Hugo's expression is grave, but not hostile. Beecher waits without speaking, trying to read his intent. After several silent minutes, Beecher grows certain something important is coming. Seeing Hugo's unguarded posture, he realizes this may be the perfect chance to kill him. But unlike before, the urge no longer comes naturally. Instead, Hugo quietly admits that he knows Beecher resents him. Beecher is startled and briefly fears Hugo has sensed his killing intent, but Hugo is speaking of a father's guilt rather than a swordsman's warning. Hugo confesses that he treated even Beecher harshly, consumed by rage and a life built on anger. Beecher immediately suspects this confession is a test of loyalty, because it is too unlike the Hugo he knew. He answers only with an apology, choosing caution over honesty. Then he thanks Hugo, turning the conversation away from open conflict. Hugo explains that hearing from Pomeranian that Penelope did not die in utter agony eased his heart for the first time in years. For him, it felt as though he had been saved. He tells Beecher that bringing Pomeranian back was an act beyond reward and offers to grant any wish in gratitude. He insists this is not payment to a subordinate but repayment from a grieving father, while Beecher remembers a question that has haunted him since regressing. He recalls Set's old encouragement before the midterm assessment, which once seemed like ordinary concern. Set had urged him not to lose to the direct descendants, feeding his ambition while keeping him in danger. When Beecher pushed himself too far, Set had stopped him just before disaster. Set then framed that intervention as guidance, telling him that recklessness only leads to injury. He even spoke to Beecher with false warmth, calling him his son. Now Beecher asks himself whether the Hugo before him is truly different from the Hugo he once knew. If the cold-hearted Hugo no longer exists, that change only makes Beecher's choice more confusing. He wonders whether 17 years of revenge can be abandoned, even if Hugo may not have been the one who framed him, because Hugo still condemned him and ordered his death. The conflict narrows to a single choice between revenge and forgiveness. Hugo bows his head in front of him, and Beecher is forced to decide what kind of man he will be. Beecher asks Hugo to raise his head, deciding that another matter must be settled before he can judge him. He reminds Hugo of the promise to grant any wish. Beecher begins to state what he wants, intending to postpone his final decision about Hugo until afterward. He resolves to decide Hugo's fate only after this request is fulfilled. That request leads him to Pomeranian, where Set is gently tying up the girl's hair. Set asks whether she is happy in Baskerville, and she happily lists the family members she loves there. When Set teases that she forgot his name, she pauses to remember. She cheerfully calls him Uncle Set, and he accepts the role with a smile. A maid notes that Set should already be in closed training, but he says he wanted to see his niece before going in. He smooths over the rule that no one should approach the girl and gets both maid and child to agree to keep his visit secret. As he handles Pomeranian's hair, he remarks on how soft it is. He says it reminds him of Penelope, drawing the maid into a dangerous conversation. When she questions how he could know that, Set realizes he has said too much. He recovers outwardly, but his attention turns cold. Then he reveals his demonic eye and tells the maid that Hugo is looking for her. The command becomes an execution, and the maid is silently cut down before she can resist. Pomeranian only hears a strange cry and looks around in confusion. Set calmly tells her that her nanny is gone. He dismisses the disappearance as if the woman merely had somewhere else to be. Then he asks Pomeranian whether she loves Grandpa Hugo, and she answers yes without hesitation, adding that Hugo clearly loves Set too. Set twists that innocent answer into a weapon, deciding that Hugo now loves the girl as much as he loved his dead wife and daughter together. He reaches the cruel conclusion that killing her would shatter Hugo even more deeply than before. Set prepares to strike Pomeranian, eager to break Hugo through the child he treasures most. Before he can do it, someone calls his name and stops him. Bichur arrives, demands to know why Set is here and where the nanny has gone, and catches the demon in the act. A young noble in uniform arrives at a memory centered on his older brother, Osiris. The scene opens with restrained tension, as Osiris is already speaking in a guarded, serious tone. A little girl happily greets Osiris, while her caretaker explains that the child was left alone because the nanny was absent. The caretaker quietly warns that their father would be furious if he learned of this and insists it is better to keep the matter hidden. She then urges Osiris to return to his training and mentions she will be leaving soon, while privately clinging to the thought that she will kill him herself one day. That buried malice makes the observer freeze as he recognizes something unsettling in her. Osiris reaches out and stops her before she can leave. Instead of suspicion, he shows concern, telling her she is overworking herself and can rely on him if she needs help. His unexpected kindness catches her off guard and breaks through her hostility for a moment. She is shaken by the realization that her elder brother is genuinely worried about her. The memory reveals why that matters so much. She had grown up under a father who never valued her and constantly compared her to Osiris, so even a little concern from him stirs feelings she never expected. Pulled back to the present, the observer almost speaks the name Set aloud, startling her. Realizing he has nearly exposed what he knows, he hastily covers the slip. He recovers by excusing himself, and she uses his arrival as a reason to withdraw from the scene. Osiris watches her leave in silence, unable to read what just passed between them. The little girl notices the shift in mood and looks up at him. For the first time, he understands that he had finally shown concern for his brother, just as he had long wanted to. That realization leads him to reflect that if he wants to act like the villain his father expects, he should also learn to express the emotions he truly carries. He connects this to his father as well, wondering whether the man who summoned grandfather that day had also been revealing hidden feelings in his own way. He concludes that he should stop suppressing what is inside him and let those emotions show. He gently thanks his niece, acknowledging that she helped bring him to this understanding. As they walk away together, he credits the trip to Baskerville for making this change possible. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a bleak cave hidden among rocks and dead trees. Someone paces restlessly inside, unable to contain his agitation. It is Bichur, and he admits he is seething with frustration. He broods over how Pomeranian now never leaves Hugo's side, making it impossible to kill her because Osiris ruined his chance. His anger sharpens into blame as he fixates on the moment Osiris interfered. Surrounded by bones, he vents his hatred into the darkness. Even so, he forces himself to be patient, deciding to wait until the gate opens and Hugo grows even more attached to Pomeranian before striking. He starts planning methods, weighing whether to poison the girl and disguise it as illness. He also considers using barbarians again, just as he did in an earlier crime. Whichever method he chooses, he vows to kill Pomeranian far more brutally than before. Before he can sink deeper into those plans, another figure enters the cave. A sudden impact from above disrupts the barrier protecting the place. Bichur whirls around, alarm replacing his certainty. He realizes the barrier has cracked and that an intruder has broken through. The breach leaves him rattled as he demands to know who could have found him. A man steps out of the darkness and into the cave. The newcomer's calm presence immediately unsettles Bichur. The intruder reveals himself as Hugo and says he has come to keep the promise he made to Brother Set. Bichur is stunned that Hugo has reached him at all. Hugo explains that he tracked Bichur the entire way and notes that Bichur was too distracted to notice, while his status display identifies him as a Silent Hill magician. Bichur is shaken both by Hugo's ability to breach Baskerville's barrier and by the fact that Hugo knows his true identity. Hugo presses him with feigned casualness, asking what he is doing in a place like this while clearly already knowing the answer. He openly accuses Bichur of being the demon behind the missing children incident in Underdog City. Bichur's smile shows that the accusation has hit the truth. Dropping any pretense, Bichur demands to know how Hugo uncovered everything. Hugo answers by calling him a demon and making clear that Beecher failed to hide his presence from the start. Seeing no point in denial with no witnesses around, Beecher advances with his sword drawn. He mocks Hugo's confidence for coming alone and unarmed, preparing to attack. The young man declares that everything ends if he kills the demon and strikes first with the red, soul-cutting blade. The attack tears through the demon before he can finish his move, driving him back with sudden, overwhelming force. Instead of fear, the demon grins, intrigued by what he has just felt from his opponent. The young man meets that reaction with cold focus, refusing to be rattled. In the bone-filled cavern, the demon demands to know why his enemy is smiling, not yet understanding what has happened to him. Only when he notices the wound in his side does the demon realize he has been armed and struck without seeing it coming. The young man stands over him with the crimson weapon drawn, forcing a scream from the demon. As the pain spreads beyond flesh, the demon realizes the blade is cutting his soul itself and suspects it is no ordinary weapon. He identifies it as Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony, and is stunned that a human possesses the remains of an ancient demonic constellation. The young man calmly names the demon for what he is, one of the 10 demon lords who once crossed into the human world through the gate, one of the upper 10 corpses. That recognition shocks the demon into silence. What truly unsettles him is not being recognized, but sensing that the young man's soul has the wrong shape for an ordinary human. The demon recoils as the young man's presence carries the same bloody scent as demonkind itself. He blurts out the impossible suspicion that this human has somehow been to hell and returned, while the young man confirms inwardly that this demon was the one who ruined his past life. He remembers being deceived by this same figure, and even mistaking him for a savior before learning the truth. That betrayal ended with the demon having him executed. Back in the present, the young man orders the demon to get up and face him properly. The demon rises in a monstrous state, and warns that death will not come easily. The young man recalls the catastrophe before his regression, when destruction descended on the world. He remembers the gate opening in the sky and the beginning of the demonic invasion. Humanity named that breach the fall. From it came the first high-ranking invaders, the 10 elite demons later known as the 10 elite corpses. During the long war, he once encountered one of them in battle. That encounter ended in utter disaster. Of 671 fighters, 666 died, and among the 5 left breathing, only one remained truly capable of surviving. He remembers that the lone survivor existed only because the demon deliberately spared one person to preserve the number 666. That memory leaves no doubt in his mind that the 10 elite corpses were destruction incarnate. He returns from the flashback with his resolve hardened. The demon, clutching his wound, marvels that he has met one of those elite demons again roughly 10 years earlier than before. The young man stays silent, surrounded by the dead that testify to what demons have always done. The demon reveals that the skeletons around them are the remains of children he devoured. He laughs at the pain that confession is meant to inflict. Seeing the young man's anger, the demon presses harder, pleased that he has found a nerve. He claims the children are still inside him and cruelly offers to bring them back if the young man wants. The taunt twists into the voices of the dead begging for help and calling for their mothers, striking directly at the young man's trauma. For a moment, rage flashes through the young man's eyes. He answers that manipulation with violence, severing the demon's arm in a single slash. As the demon howls, the young man rejects the lie outright and states that the dead cannot be restored. The demon panics over his missing arms, suddenly less amused. But his body regenerates almost immediately, restoring what was cut away. Recovered, he admits that the young man is hiding as many secrets as he is. He lays out the anomaly. Evan Osiris was only supposed to become a mid-rank graduate at 30, yet he reached that level at 17 as an irregular. If that impossible growth is combined with possession of Beelzebub, the demon concludes that the future itself may have changed. Deciding that such a variable cannot be allowed to live, he resolves to kill Evan here and now. Evan answers with absolute confidence that the one who will die is the demon. The two square off in the cavern, ringed by bones and old slaughter, with neither willing to retreat. Their clash erupts in a storm of red force that shatters the stillness around them. Evan drives in with a rapid series of blade strikes, pressing the demon before he can regain control of the fight. The demon counters at close range, meeting Evan's assault head-on as the duel turns into a lethal exchange. Amid the battle, the demon notices a crucial detail about Evan's identity, and realizes that the difference between them may hinge on the name Ivan. A forbidden rule is laid bare. Illegitimate members of the bloodline are only supposed to learn up to the 4th technique. Realizing that limit should make victory impossible, the young fighter is stunned that his opponent somehow knows the 6th technique. The demon presses the advantage by unleashing the Baskerville 6th technique in a sweeping assault. The young man braces himself instead of breaking under the surprise. He answers immediately with the same 6th technique, turning the demon's own secret art back on him. That reversal shocks the demon, who had not expected a human outsider to possess such a high-level Baskerville skill. Even so, the demon stays confident, convinced this only confirms there are still hidden truths to uncover. He reveals he had already suspected the young man was concealing far more power than he had shown. The young man reads the shift in the demon's intent and prepares to escalate. He plants himself and channels power into his weapon for a stronger strike. Blood-red energy surges through the blade as he commits to a higher technique. The demon senses the danger too late. The young man unleashes the Baskerville 7th technique, sending a far deadlier slash crashing down. The attack lands hard enough to make the demon cough blood and recoil in disbelief. As he follows through, the young man realizes the demon should never have known the 7th technique, which was reserved even among the family's highest ranks. His power detonates outward, overwhelming the space with the force of the strike. With the demon wounded and pinned, the young man coldly states that demons' arrogance makes them easy to deceive. He leans in and makes the insult personal, reducing the supposedly superior demon to a fool he manipulated. He explains his real objective. In the original catastrophe, even the heroes who sealed the gate failed to find and punish every elite corpse. But this time the disaster has not begun yet, so if he acts now, the hidden elite corpses can still be found and destroyed before they move. He whispers for the demon's full attention, forcing him to listen. Then he asks whether linking the human and demon realms is really worth sacrificing the demon's own friends to make it happen. He twists the knife further, wondering aloud whether killing those friends would at least ease the demon's conscience. That question finally rattles the demon more than the wounds did. For the first time, the demon is shaken by the fact that a mere human has made him feel fear. Humiliation hardens into anger as he grits his teeth and rejects that fear. He lashes out at the human who has cornered him psychologically as well as physically. A violent blood-forged thorn erupts toward the young man, forcing him to evade at close range. He lands low and steady, instantly reassessing the new threat. Seeing the spiked mass left behind, he identifies the attack as a thorn formed from blood. The blood construct swells with unnatural life instead of collapsing. A larger body begins to take shape from the blood on the ground. The demon's pride returns as he decides to show the human what he truly is. He reveals a monstrous true form, no longer pretending to be merely wounded prey. With a taunting flourish, he presents the transformation as the answer to the human's pressure. He admits the young man's strength exceeded expectations, but insists that surprise ends here. To prove it, he summons a mass of giant serpents as his next wave of attack. The snakes close in from every direction, trying to trap the young man in a living ring of fangs. The young man counters by carving out a red geometric barrier of slashes to keep them from closing. Amused, the demon challenges him to keep cutting and see if he can survive the swarm. The young man dashes through the assault, slicing apart multiple serpents before they can pin him down. But one snake slips through his blind side and lines up a strike at his neck. Its fangs sink into his shoulder, finally drawing blood. He reacts at once, slashing around himself to stop the rest from piling on. Watching him get tagged, the demon smiles as if the battle has already turned. He declares the fight over, while the young man refuses to accept that such a wound is enough to finish him. The demon reveals the real danger by opening a grotesque mouth in his palm, exposing the mechanism behind the attack. He names the ability Endless Blood Absorption, making clear the bite was only the beginning. Blood energy starts rising from the young man's wound toward the demon's hand. As the red stream coils upward into the waiting mouth, the demon begins draining the young man's blood directly from a distance. The demon confidently reveals that it can control blood and claims that against any living creature, that power makes it unbeatable. It warns that once all of a victim's blood is drained away, death is inevitable, and it identifies its target as Vikir van Baskerville. The creature is exposed as Andromalius, the 10th corpse, an S-rank disaster-class immortal enemy of humanity discovered deep underground. Its body opens a grotesque maw and begins drawing in blood as if feeding through its entire form. Andromalius boasts that its endless blood absorption, combined with a half-immortal body, means nearby living beings guarantee it cannot die. Vikir stays silent under the threat, showing no fear despite the blood swirling around him. Instead of panicking, he starts to smile, as if he has already understood a weakness in the demon's power. His reaction unsettles Andromalius, which cannot understand why someone being drained would laugh. Vikir prepares to answer while calmly covering his mouth, treating the demon's confidence as a mistake. He explains that the demon is enjoying itself without realizing what kind of blood it has just absorbed. The realization hits Andromalius immediately, and its body begins to crack under the effect. As the demon collapses in shock, Vikir reveals he had not offered ordinary blood at all and invites it to witness something more interesting. He draws a blade marked by demonic power, reinforcing that he planned this counterattack. Andromalius recognizes that Vikir's blood carries poison, but Vikir makes clear the danger goes beyond that alone. He demonstrates that his wounded hand has already fully regenerated, proving the poison came from a body that can instantly recover. The demon is stunned that a human possesses regeneration on that level. It recalls that only a few poisons can truly harm demons, including one from the black sea fish known as the blue ring octopus. Realizing Vikir carries such a lethal toxin, Andromalius is shaken that a mere human could wield poison potent enough to threaten demons. Vikir presses the advantage and mocks the demon for rejecting the blood it was so eager to take. He identifies the source as the Madam Eight Legs poison within his own abilities and concludes that it works even on the 10 corpses. Enraged by that discovery, the demon lashes out with murderous force. Vikir readies his weapon and recognizes that with his Baskerville technique and Beelzebub-derived power, he may truly be able to kill a 10 corpse. He strikes hard, carving through Andromalius and turning the fight decisively against it. Badly damaged and bleeding, the demon can no longer comprehend how Vikir has become this strong. Vikir's overwhelming presence makes Andromalius see him less as a human and more as a monster in his own right. Deciding survival matters more than pride, the demon resolves to flee, inform the other corpses, and recover the mana it spent maintaining its barrier. Its protective barrier collapses as it withdraws its power to escape. Vikir notices the change at once and realizes the demon has dropped the barrier. Even while injured, Andromalius begins to smile, convinced it still has another way to turn the battle. It declares that it can transform water into blood, unleashing that ability across the area. The surrounding water starts to change under the demon's control. In moments, the transformed liquid becomes a mass of blood under Andromalius's command. Vikir understands the implication immediately. The demon can manipulate not only existing blood, but water converted into blood as well. Standing amid a blood-soaked battlefield, he warns that even if the demon creates more blood, it still cannot absorb it back if he denies it that chance. Andromalius assumes Vikir infused the water with his poisonous blood and starts to dismiss the tactic as pointless. Vikir corrects it. He never turned the water into blood for the demon to absorb in the first place. The demon suddenly understands too late as Vikir gives a command to the blood itself, calling forth blood knights. The blood responds instantly, gathering and thickening into summoned forms. The first mass of blood condenses on the ground like a living seed of a soldier. A crimson knight rises from it, fully formed and ready for battle. More blood knights emerge all around Vikir, surrounding him with an army born from the demon's own converted blood. Andromalius realizes these constructs can use the Baskerville's sixth technique, meaning Vikir has multiplied that deadly sword art across the battlefield. Driven into fury and fear, the demon vows to kill Vikir and slaughter everyone he loves one by one. Vikir remains calm in the middle of the encirclement as the demon warns him to regret opposing the 10 corpses. He assesses the danger soberly, recognizing that every blood knight can use the sixth technique and that he came into this fight unprepared for such a scale. In that pressure, he recalls a past promise that he could ask for anything he wanted, and he focuses on what he truly needs now. That memory leads him to a whistle hanging at his chest, and he reaches for it as his answer. He presents the whistle to Andromalius and pointedly asks whether, as someone once tied to Baskerville, it recognizes what this object means. The demon's eye widens in alarm as it instantly understands the threat. Vikir smiles and prepares to blow the whistle, while the demon realizes in horror that the situation has turned even worse for it. A young man activates a blue ring power in the cave as hostile presences close in around him. That signal shoots out from the cave and carries across the mountain at once. An older white-haired swordsman on the mountain senses the summons and turns toward it. He immediately grips his sword, recognizing the urgency. Inside, the demon realizes something has gone wrong and orders the surrounding creatures to kill the young man before help arrives. The young man reveals that the whistle grants authority over the Baskerville forces. He adds that this black whistle has another function as the monsters continue to circle him. That hidden function triggers a devastating red strike from afar that tears through the mountain toward the cave. The demon understands too late that the Baskervilles were waiting for exactly this opportunity. The young man remains calm as the destructive force rushes past him. The demon throws up its arms and braces against the blast. Elsewhere, Baskerville fighters draw their blades and prepare to move in. The red attack carves violently through the mountain with overwhelming force. The demon is shaken into panic as it realizes the cave itself is being destroyed. In an instant, half the mountain is blown away, exposing the hidden battlefield. With the dust settling, the young man reflects that this is why he borrowed the authority to command all Baskervilles. The Baskerville leadership arrives in person, confirming that he used that authority to hunt a demon. The family head openly acknowledges him with approval. The demon, still wearing Set's body, recoils as the young man coughs and steadies himself amid the ruins. It is horrified to see not only Hugo Baskerville but even the commanders and Vice-Patriarch Osiris gathered there. Looking up, the demon realizes the entire Baskerville force has surrounded the crater. The family head raises a hand to issue a formal command. He declares that for the next 6 hours, Vikir Baskerville, as holder of the whistle, has full authority over their forces. That decree gives Vikir complete command of the Baskerville army. Accepting the role instantly, Vikir orders everyone to attack. The demon tries to hide behind Set's body and urges the Baskervilles to stop if they want to preserve him. Vikir's order overrides that hesitation, and the assault begins from every direction. A rain of blades descends without mercy. The Baskerville fighters commit fully, driving their swords straight in. Set's possessed body is impaled repeatedly as the demon screams through him. Vikir stands at the center of the trap while the family watches from above, and he warns that the demon grows stronger by feeding on blood and magic. To deny it that chance, he orders any wounded fighters to throw themselves into the poisonous river instead of bleeding nearby. He further commands the bloodhounds not to help the demon under any circumstances and to keep pressing the attack. Vikir makes the priority absolute by forbidding them from letting him suffer even a single scratch. The bloodhounds obey immediately and intensify their coordinated assault. Watching the command take hold, one elder laughs that Vikir has stirred the knight's killing intent all at once. The family head studies his son in silence and wonders when he became so ruthless. Surrounded by relentless Baskerville hounds and writhing serpentine power, the demon curses the family's ferocity. The attackers keep slashing in close, never giving it room to recover. Another clean strike lands with lethal precision. The barrage continues as multiple fighters cut through the demon in overlapping attacks. Even while regenerating, the demon realizes the bloodhounds are far more dangerous than expected and that its own power is being wasted. It concludes that it cannot outlast this and desperately searches for another way out. Then it notices Vikir standing above with the Baskerville leaders and sees a possible opening. The demon abruptly calls for negotiation. Pinned down between swords, it offers to leave Set's body immediately if they spare its life. It tries to exploit family sentiment by implying they would not abandon the second son so easily, but Vikir coldly singles out the real decision-maker. Using his authority, Vikir asks whether Hugo Baskerville would ever accept such a bargain. The answer is immediate and dismissive. No one in the family would agree to that deal. Hugo makes clear that only one person matters to him here, and he names Osiris instead of Set. A demon presses him to choose ruthlessness, arguing that a true leader would not hesitate to sacrifice a brother who followed him. He remembers that Set was once the kindest among them and realizes that if any trace of that self remains, there may still be a way to reach him. The demon tries to force the issue by warning that this is the last chance to save Set, but he refuses to answer in haste. Instead, he walks straight into the ritual ground where the corrupted brother kneels between red-robed followers. An ally urgently warns him not to trust the demon's manipulation, but he keeps moving forward. He closes the distance without wavering. Even at the final step, his resolve does not falter. He stops before Set and the cultists, choosing confrontation over fear. He tests the hope he sensed, asking whether Set's soul is truly still there and whether he can still help him. The demonized Set reacts violently, his monstrous side surfacing at the question. Then Set's human will breaks through long enough to plead that he is still alive inside. Set confesses through tears that he gave his soul to the demon. He admits that years of being compared to his brother and judged by their father drove his weakness and resentment. Now he fully accepts that selling himself to the demon was a terrible mistake and that the disaster around them is his responsibility. Begging for one chance to make amends, Set offers atonement with his life. His brother grants that request in the harshest possible way, cutting him down before the demon can keep using him. As he strikes, he does it with grief rather than hatred, calling Set by name. Set dies believing this bitter mercy is the only help his brother can still give him. The severed demonic remnant is left stunned that its host has been taken from it. The ally tries to ease the burden, explaining that Set's soul had already passed on and that the demon had only been pretending. But he refuses that comfort and blames himself for ever giving the demon a path to Set. He thinks back to their childhood and regrets not protecting his younger brother better when they were young. The ally pulls the focus back to the larger crime, reminding him that countless children were sacrificed for the Baskerville future, and that this bloodline's suffering is not the only tragedy here. Ashamed as Vice Patriarch, the ally admits he failed to see the demon's influence sooner. Both men recognize how completely they had been maneuvered by the demon from the start. Before they can recover, a cultist shouts that the demon's severed head is escaping. They look up to see it flying into the sky, trying to flee beyond their reach. The demon mocks the Baskerville bloodline even while retreating. It boasts that the gate's opening has only been delayed and that its other brothers will succeed where it failed. It promises to return and kill them once its body recovers, while the ally realizes they have no way to strike something that high. At that moment, a new presence arrives behind them with the authority of a master correcting a disciple's mistake. The newcomer addresses the swordsman as his son, revealing a far greater figure has entered the field. For the first time, the demon's confidence cracks as it senses overwhelming danger. The old swordsman feels the demon's instinctive terror and understands that it is finally experiencing true fear towards someone stronger. That realization confirms the gap in power between them. He grips his sword, and a crushing red aura gathers around him. The ally recognizes that something extraordinary is about to happen. The younger swordsman also turns his attention fully to the elder's intervention. In a blur, the old master launches his attack toward the sky. From afar, the entire battlefield is dwarfed by the scale of the strike. The demon can only stare as the attack reaches it. It had believed that even a sword master could never touch something in the heavens. The old man answers that arrogance with a vast sword domain that engulfs the sky itself. His slashes cross through the air like a net, leaving no route of escape. The demon realizes too late that it has been completely trapped. As the attack tears it apart, it can only call it impossible that a mere human could do this. Below, the old swordsman finishes the motion with calm certainty. The ally identifies him with awe as Hugo Le Baskerville, the sword saint. Hugo stands beneath the split heavens, his power having reached the fleeing demon without effort. The sky itself seems carved open, revealing the terrifying extent of a true sword saint's blade. A formal notice spreads across the Baskerville territories, announcing the results of the investigation into the missing children case and the clan's response. The notice explains that children between certain ages had been disappearing for years under a hidden clause, and the public learns the clan had long been tied to it. The revelation shocks the territory, especially when it becomes known that the second son of the Baskerville clan committed the atrocity. Rather than letting outrage fade, the clan immediately begins a public sentencing to show that punishment will be carried out openly. Set is condemned for a vast list of crimes, from poisoning and attempted murder within the family to aiding kidnappings and other abuses, and is sentenced to immediate execution. It is also made clear that Nut had not been acting under demonic control, and that set had only just encountered Nut before everything came to light. Attention turns to the one who sees the moment, as Osiris is credited with taking control of the investigation and exposing what had been hidden. The deeper truth emerges that another figure had inherited part of Osiris's authority and used it to act decisively. That person is revealed to be Beecher Van Baskerville. As word of Beecher's actions spreads, public anger toward the clan begins to soften, and some start seeing him as the force restoring order. Osiris and Beecher quickly finish the purge by executing high-ranking Baskervilles in public, proving the cleanup is real and not symbolic. With that display, even clan members are reminded that Baskerville law still rules absolutely and cannot be ignored. Amid the aftermath, the mood shifts indoors when someone calls out that there is a problem with Pomeranian. The child tries to figure out what has changed about her grandfather and studies him closely. She suddenly notices the difference. To everyone's surprise, she blurts out that Hugo's mustache is gone. The room's grim tension breaks as the brothers are drawn into the absurdity of discussing Hugo's missing mustache right after the clan's crisis. Even they recognize how unbelievable it is that this is what the family is focusing on after such a disaster. One brother reasons that with Set's supporters being driven out, the remaining demonic elements in the territory should gradually disappear as well. Another immediately rejects the idea of personally hunting down every demon king-rank demon, deciding it is enough to wait for the information he already requested. The two brothers exchange restrained praise, each acknowledging that the other also carried a heavy part of the burden. Then comes a new order. One of them is told to return to the academy before the clan's unresolved turmoil can drag him deeper into its internal conflict. He is assured this is not a dismissal but their father's decision, meant to keep him from worrying about the clan for now. Privately, he suspects the move is also meant to improve the family's public image while the remaining problems are handled out of sight. The other brother's faint smile suggests he understands more than he is saying. He frames their father's choice as concern that the clan's factional struggle could swallow his brother up. He admits their father is awkward at expressing himself, but insists that the concern is genuine. To make that point land, he says that as the son most like their father, his own belief should be enough to trust that explanation. That confidence leaves his brother quietly unsettled. Meanwhile, Hugo and his attendant become absorbed in the serious business of fixing Pomeranian's hair. Hugo carefully works through the final adjustments himself. When he finishes the braids, Pomeranian is delighted with the result. Asked whether she likes it, she happily confirms it, and the room fully gives into the warmth of the moment. Watching this, one brother realizes he has still been seeing everything through the eyes of his former life. In that past, he had lived as if bound in chains, trapped by the path laid out by resentment and fate. He understands now that he had only followed wherever those chains pulled him. Because he was fixated on Hugo as the target ahead of him, he never stopped to see Hugo's own burden clearly. That realization forces him to reconsider the man he thought he knew. He admits to himself that this is why he failed to understand the truth before. Hugo, too, had been living in chains, and the future that once seemed fixed is already changing. The old image of Hugo as a cold, distant figure begins to crack as memories of his clumsy, inconsistent care resurface. Other memories follow, showing that the relationships he once dismissed were more complicated and more human than he allowed himself to believe. Even the endings he thought were inevitable now feel less certain. The revenge that once defined his path loses its finality, as his past assumptions fall apart. In the present, Pomeranian throws herself at Hugo with affection, and Hugo accepts it without reserve. Seeing that tenderness, the brother finally looks at Hugo without the distortion of old hatred. He realizes this is what Hugo looks like when he is no longer viewed through those chains. At last, he becomes certain of it. The Hugo he had needed to hate and take revenge on no longer exists. With that, his former self is finally released from the chains that bound it. In a tense household, a young man is held close by his family while an older servant stands by, underscoring how tightly controlled his life has been. Another young man in a suit faces this scene, becoming the focus of the moment. He reflects on himself as if standing at the edge of a decisive turning point. With calm resolve, he lets go of his former hesitation and embraces a darker purpose. He declares that he will go to the academy, and his brother approves the decision. Even so, the broken chain at his feet shows that his bondage is not truly over. As he turns away, the remaining links remind him that escape is still incomplete. He drags that burden with him, carrying his captivity forward instead of leaving it behind. He admits to himself that he is still not free. The chain becomes a symbol of the restraint hanging over his entire life. Behind that restraint lies something monstrous, as if demonic forces are bound up with his fate. Rather than despair, he grips the chain and decides this is where his real revenge will begin. The story shifts to the imperial capital, where that plan will unfold. Its great clock tower marks the city as a center of power and order. That calm is shattered when violence erupts high above the city. A demonically transformed brute crashes into battle against a cloaked opponent. The cloaked fighter avoids the assault and forces the monster to skid across the rooftop. Realizing his attack failed, the demon demands to know who his enemy is. The cloaked youth exposes that he already knows the creature made a contract with the demon, rattling him. Enraged at being understood, the monster lunges in to crush him. The youth answers by drawing a red, ominous blade tied to a mark on his hand. As he prepares to strike, he frames the fight around the question of his own identity. He unleashes a blinding flurry of slashes that tears the demon apart. The creature can only stare in shock as the attack overwhelms him. His body is hurled upward, already broken beyond recovery. The cloaked fighter finishes him with a crushing downward blow. The demon reaches out weakly, unable to resist his defeat. Leaving the ruined body behind, the victor walks away without hesitation. From the shadows he identifies himself as Night Hound and declares this slaughter the beginning of his revenge against demons. By day, the capital appears lively and prosperous as crowds gather for a major event. It is the entrance ceremony for Colosio Academy, the Empire's most prestigious university. The first day is dominated by club recruitment, with upperclassmen aggressively trying to attract new students. Students note that this year's freshman competition is especially fierce because the incoming classes in both major divisions are exceptional. They explain that the Ice Corps specializes in physical weapons such as swords, bows, and spears. By contrast, the Fire Corps specializes in magic, though all students study broader subjects as well. Attention quickly centers on the most promising freshmen. Two of the standouts are Tudor from a famous spearmaster family and Bianca from a renowned bowman family, both of whom dominated the practical exam in the Ice Corps. Behind them come the Baskerville triplets, whose family reputation alone makes them impossible to ignore. In the Fire Corps, the leading name is Sinclair, a prodigy who ranked first in both the practical and second-stage theory tests. But the students point out one more person whose name matters even more. That person is Vikir, the freshman who placed first in the theory exam. Vikir hears his name and realizes he is already being noticed. The recruiters decide that anyone who topped theory must be valuable, and they start looking for him. Internally, Vikir curses the attention, noting that he hid the Baskerville name to enter as an ordinary commoner precisely to avoid this. He concludes that doing too well on the written exam instead of the practical one still made him stand out, so he resolves to keep a lower profile from now on. Before he can slip away, a loud call from a senior interrupts him. A crowd has gathered around a celebrated upperclassman, showering her with admiration and reverence. She is revealed to be Dolores Quo Vadis, the student newspaper president, calmly trying to manage the attention. Others clarify that people claim interest in the newspaper club, but in truth they are captivated by Dolores herself, whose status is comparable to a school president. Recognizing how influential she is, Vikir immediately decides he should avoid Dolores as much as possible. A new student arrives at the academy feeling isolated as the crowd around him already seems to belong there. The imposing campus makes clear that he has entered an elite institution with its own rigid order. He reaches his assigned room, uncertain whether this is where his new life is supposed to begin. Before he can settle in, another student appears and realizes they have been assigned together. His roommate immediately welcomes him and cheerfully claims him as his new companion. The boy introduces himself as PG with nervous enthusiasm, eager to make a good impression. The newcomer gives his name as Vikir and recognizes PG at once, though he keeps that to himself. Vikir recalls that before his regression, PG had been a kind helper who supported him when he was at his lowest. He also remembers that PG was tormented by previous roommates, a chain of mistreatment that eventually ruined him. As they enter the room, Vikir silently hopes this time PG's fate will change while PG tries to make sharing the space easy. PG assumes Vikir will attend the freshman welcome dinner, treating it as the natural first step into academy life. He explains that the event is where freshmen begin building ties with future allies, but Vikir flatly refuses to go. PG is stunned that Vikir would reject such an important gathering, yet Vikir remains unmoved. Alarmed, PG warns that skipping it will make the seniors target him and leave him isolated among his peers. Vikir dismisses the pressure because he already knows the academy's celebrated talents and political heirs are not worth his interest. PG pushes one last time, convinced Vikir must secretly want to attend despite his denial. Vikir's blunt refusal leaves PG completely bewildered. Vikir ends the discussion by saying he simply has no desire to go and leaves PG to attend alone. Left behind, PG is struck by Vikir's cold detachment rather than offended by it. Vikir decides that same indifference is something he wants to master for himself. Night falls, and the story shifts from school politics to a darker hunt. A lone figure moves across the rooftops under the crescent moon, closing in on a hidden target. The pursuit leads to a cluster of warehouse-like buildings where suspicious activity continues after dark. Inside, armed men around a fire complain about recently having to deal with too many children. Their talk reveals they have been using storerooms to hold children, and have just sent them away by carriage. An eavesdropper hears that the children were being transported toward an orphanage in Quo Vadis, exposing a trafficking route. The intruder steps out, and the guards recognize him as a dangerous graduate named Ron Battison. Ron confirms his identity with relish, making clear he came looking for blood. The mercenaries try to hide their fear behind insults, but Ron treats them as beneath notice. He demands to know whether one of them is Ron Battison's true target, a man he intends to carve apart. The named man erupts in outrage that someone of lower status dares confront him so directly. Then the balance of power flips instantly as his companions collapse before they can even defend him. For the first time, he realizes he is facing something far beyond an ordinary ambush. A hidden voice identifies him fully and begins reciting the crimes he thought were buried, starting with selling children to a demon 4 years earlier. The accusation continues, exposing how he later joined the Northern Guild Association and kept feeding information to that same demon. The voice adds one more secret betrayal involving military intelligence, proving intimate knowledge of acts that have not yet come to light. The masked interrogator finally appears behind him and reveals that he already knows the massacre those betrayals will cause. Steel is drawn, and the threat becomes immediate. Ron attacks with confidence, believing he can kill this mysterious accuser in a single rush. When his strike meets no resistance, he briefly mistakes the encounter for an easy victory. That confidence is shattered as both of his arms are severed in an instant. The masked figure stands behind him untouched, surrounded by a sinister red aura that marks overwhelming superiority. Ron collapses screaming, unable to comprehend how completely he has been broken. When he protests that one of the exposed crimes has not happened yet, the interrogator confirms that is exactly why he is being stopped now. The masked man seizes him and reveals the real purpose of the attack. He already knows Ron has a contract with the demon and wants the demon's identity. Ron tries to answer, but terror and pain reduce him to stammering. He finally claims he does not know, whether from panic, deceit, or the limits of what he was told. Something inside him suddenly reacts, and his face begins to distort unnaturally. His head explodes before he can say anything more, silencing him with a violent failsafe. The masked hunter coolly notes that this is yet another contractor killed by a self-destructing head, confirming a pattern behind the demon's secrecy. A masked investigator flips through a blood-marked ledger, checking off another completed target. He notes that the count has reached 3. The book is identified as the Blacklist, a record compiled from the investigations of Morris and Syndwyn. Its purpose is to identify demon worshippers who sided with demons and must be eliminated before the coming fall. Reviewing the latest kills, he realizes the 3 cultists died with their heads exploding before he could finish them himself. That detail makes him suspect a deeper connection to the demon behind the skull he found. He concludes that if the victims were bound that way, the demon must be hiding somewhere inside the capital. A new figure comes to mind as he follows that lead. He focuses on the identity tied to the contract. He recalls that one of the 10 elite corpses bound to the demon was this man. The scene shifts to the academy grounds at night beneath a church bell tower. Nearby, a large academy building remains lit despite the late hour. Inside, the investigator has already left a trail of blood and bodies behind him. Counting the latest victim, he marks this as his 29th kill. From the corpses, he confirms that anyone who tries to reveal the demon's identity dies instantly, proving the contract enforces silence. Because even the elite corpse's location cannot be extracted, he accepts that the hunt will be long and brutal. Still, having learned more than expected on his first day, he considers returning to the academy. He leaves the scene in a series of rapid rooftop leaps. Gliding over the walls, he heads back toward the school grounds. He stops outside a brightly lit hall where a gathering is still underway. Watching from concealment, he studies the room through his mask. He realizes the freshman welcome party is continuing inside. He drops into the trees away from sight. Then he straightens up in his ordinary academy uniform, shedding the assassin's presence. He decides he may as well make an appearance, just in case it matters. Inside, the party is lively, with students eating, drinking, and serving one another. The upperclassmen are already deep into the celebration and drinking heavily. A popular student leader arrives to cheers, showing how social and carefree the atmosphere is. Others laugh and toast, completely unaware of the killings outside. Students continue pouring drinks for their seniors as the party rolls on. The investigator enters quietly and scans the room instead of joining the fun. 2 people immediately catch his attention. He recognizes them with surprise, realizing they are in the same year as him. They are not ordinary students to him but heroes from the future war during the fall. One is Tutor La Mancha, Don Quixote's genius descendant, famed for leading the battlefield from the front with a spear. Seeing that future legend now as a carefree student with a glass in hand feels almost unreal. The other is Bianca Fo Usher, a prodigious archer who once slew countless demons. She too now stands here as just another partygoer, drink in hand. Looking around, he realizes several more faces in the room also belong to people he remembers from the battlefield. He is struck by how different these future veterans look in this peaceful setting. That recognition makes him wonder whether Carmus Morgue, the great hero of the fall, also attended this academy. Before he can dwell on it, the party's attention shifts to a nervous freshman being pushed towards singing for everyone. He identifies the boy as PG and watches the situation develop. The seniors mockingly offer PG a huge drink, telling him he can avoid singing if he downs it all at once. PG hesitates, overwhelmed by the amount. The mood turns coercive as the older students pressure him harder. They frame obedience as respect for seniors, making refusal socially dangerous. Under that pressure, PG forces himself to chug the entire drink. The seniors cheer him on as if it were a game. PG immediately vomits onto the floor, and the surrounding students laugh at his humiliation instead of helping him. A freshman is being viciously humiliated until he breaks down and vomits under the seniors' abuse. Just as the bullying reaches its ugliest point, someone steps into the scene. The newcomer kneels beside the sick boy, immediately shifting the room's attention. When the bullies demand to know who he is, he answers with silence and calm. He recognizes the victim as PG, a former classmate who once dropped out after relentless bullying and later lived quietly as a low-ranking official while supporting his parents. He recalls meeting PG again after the time of the fall began, when PG volunteered for the front and repeatedly saved lives through strategy and information analysis. Because he owes his own survival to PG's work, he refuses to let him be degraded now. He publicly reframes PG from a target into someone worthy of respect, and tells him to return to the dorms and rest. When a senior objects to being interrupted, the newcomer makes it clear that standing by while his friend is humiliated is not an option. He identifies the aggressor as a Class B senior and slaps him, openly challenging the confidence behind the bullying. The senior's followers are outraged that anyone dared lay hands on their leader. The bespectacled freshman reveals a frightening intensity that instantly unsettles everyone watching. He warns them that he is only a commoner at the academy and threatens to kill anyone who exposes his true identity. Before the confrontation can explode further, a female senior steps in and pretends to calm things down with talk of treating freshmen kindly. Her friendliness is fake, and she quickly decides on a more entertaining way to torment them. The seniors offer to let both boys go only if the newcomer can finish an enormous mug of extremely strong liquor. PG tries to stop him, but the newcomer has already decided to take the burden himself. He grabs the mug without hesitation. To everyone's shock, he starts drinking the entire thing in one go. The seniors had expected an impossible failure, certain no normal person could survive that much high-proof alcohol. Instead, he keeps swallowing steadily, turning their trap into a spectacle. Their confidence gives way to disbelief as they realize he may actually finish it. He drains the mug completely, leaving the seniors stunned. With the challenge beaten, he simply announces his departure and helps PG away. The senior he slapped tries to stop him, still unwilling to let the insult stand. A blonde observer tenses, sensing the danger in provoking this freshman any further. The female senior also freezes as the mood abruptly turns threatening. The newcomer answers with a cold, predatory readiness that makes clear he is not bluffing. Faced with that pressure, the senior loses his nerve and backs down. At that moment, the student council president arrives and demands to know why the area is in chaos. The bullies instantly switch to damage control, claiming only that a freshman vomited and insisting they were protecting the academy's image. As they leave, PG quietly thanks the one person who stood up for him. Some nearby students are dazzled by the freshman's boldness and start admiring him. Even the blonde senior who expected less begins to wonder if he judged the newcomer wrong. A white-haired student is openly intrigued by what he has just seen. That student is Sinclair, the top-ranked first year in both practical and theory among the ICE Corps. Watching the pair walk away together, Sinclair decides he has found someone genuinely good. The story then shifts to Academy Life, where the ICE Corps and Fire Corps attend lectures together. This shared system is meant to keep elite students in constant competition, which the Academy deliberately encourages. In combat theory class, Professor Vency Morg finishes a lecture on the culture of the barbarian tribes. He asks whether anyone can identify the likely location of the tribe's stronghold based on the known battle sites. One student reasons that because the fighting happened in highlands, the stronghold should also be somewhere elevated. Another follows the same line of thought and assumes the tribe would choose a low-altitude area within that region. Sinclair eagerly volunteers to answer. The professor recognizes Sinclair's rank and gives permission to speak. Sinclair cites the Academy's military data and points out that the battle locations cluster around specific highlands. He narrows the pattern further, noting that aside from one peak, the sites all lie in troughs, suggesting a hidden geographic logic. The bespectacled freshman listens in silence, already connecting the evidence to something far darker. He remembers that the 29 corpses found the previous day reeked of demons, and that their faces exploded before death. From that memory, he concludes the Academy's hidden elite corps may be tied to the same face-exploding phenomenon, and he can think of one place where the answer lies. While class drags on, Vikir quietly decides he should investigate the suspicious Cindywind area later. A sudden call of his name snaps the room's attention toward him and breaks his concentration. The instructor uses the moment to mock the Ice Corps as inferior to the Fire Corps and to shame Vikir for seeming asleep despite being a top theory student. Vikir calmly denies sleeping, but his classmate is rattled that he has been singled out so publicly. Around them, other students dismiss Vikir's academic rank and resent how someone like him keeps taking first place. One blonde student, Tutor, reduces Vikir to a book-smart rival and wonders whether that advantage will matter in real combat. His thoughts turn toward the practical lesson, where theory alone should finally be tested. The class moves on to Run Flat, a ball game that serves as their combat exercise. The rules are explained. 20 players per side score by carrying the ball into the opposing goal area. Because mana and weapons are forbidden, victory depends on whatever physical methods the players can use within those limits. As the match begins, bodies collide immediately, and the field turns into a chaotic brawl around the ball. Tutor seizes possession and treats the game as his chance to prove he is the best where raw physical ability matters. Some students admire Tutor's athletic dominance, while others look down on the sport as crude. Charging downfield with the ball, Tutor draws the attention of 3 defenders moving to stop him. The defenders reveal themselves as the notorious Iron Blood triplets, and close in together to break his advance. Tutor recognizes their reputation and understands he is facing a coordinated obstacle, not ordinary opponents. Rather than meet them head-on, he slips past their formation and mocks them for expecting a straightforward clash. The triplets are caught off guard for a moment as he breaks their line. One of them recovers fast, cuts in front of Tutor, and demands the ball. Tutor answers by accelerating instead of yielding. He suddenly channels a concentrated burst of force through his body, turning his charge into a direct impact. The defender braces to stop him, only to be overwhelmed by Tutor's explosive tackle. The collision lands squarely in the triplet's torso and blows through his attempt to hold the line. Tutor commits fully to the clash, convinced that if he chooses to overpower someone, he cannot afford to lose. From the sidelines and across the field, students recognize Tutor's reputation and praise how dominant he is even without mana or weapons. Tutor inwardly dismisses theory as meaningless compared with proving strength in a real fight. That confidence falters when he suddenly notices someone standing directly in his path. He realizes the obstacle is Vikir. Remembering Vikir as the theory prodigy from the morning lecture, Tutor initially assumes he can simply brush past him. Amused, Tutor decides to toy with Vikir a little instead of taking him seriously. He lunges in with the same crushing charge, intending to use the hit as a lesson about focusing on training over books. Vikir remains completely composed as the attack comes straight at him. In the next instant, Tutor is the one sent flying away, losing control of the exchange before he understands what happened. Midair, Tutor is stunned by the impossible reversal. The spectators are just as shocked, unable to process how Vikir dropped him so easily. Tutor crashes hard onto the ground while Vikir stands untouched nearby. Vikir offers no boast or explanation, only a quiet, unreadable silence. Trying to make sense of it, Vikir reflects that he had meant to dodge, yet Tutor somehow ran into him first. Vikir lowers himself to the ground as if the collision affected him too. He lightly claims pain and decides to act injured rather than draw attention to what really happened. Meanwhile, Tutor lies dazed, staring upward as his thoughts struggle to reconnect. Fragments of memory and sensation return in a rush. As teammates gather around him, Tutor realizes he is flat on his back and still doesn't understand why. He wonders whether he fainted or even somehow fell asleep during the match, because the result makes no sense to him. Replaying the moment, he remembers charging Vikir with full confidence but not the instant that led to his defeat. He finally accepts the humiliating possibility that his clash with that supposedly frail theory student knocked him unconscious. Off to the side, Vikir quietly dusts himself off and keeps his distance from the confusion. Tutor, unsettled rather than convinced, decides he has to test what happened again. The game resumes with players crowding around the ball in another fierce standoff. Holding the ball once more, Tutor concludes that something is wrong and resolves to repeat the confrontation until he understands it. During a run-flat match, Tutor's team closes in on the goal only to find 3 defenders forming an unusual wall in front of it. From the sidelines, the spectators are caught off guard by the defender's strange choice. It becomes clear that instead of protecting space normally, the opposing side is deliberately blocking Tutor's advance with a named trio and their leader. One defender identifies the formation as Vikir and the triplets, signaling that Tutor has run into the enemy's key stoppers. The triplets openly declare that Tutor will not break through them. Even so, Tutor drives forward with the ball, forcing the defenders to converge on him at once. As he charges, Tutor realizes the setup is too deliberate to be coincidence, and suspects they were waiting specifically for him. He recognizes the trap as a secret run-flat technique of the Azure Spearman family. Before he can adjust, a high-speed Saint Spear tackle crashes into him from ahead. The sudden impact jolts the onlookers into stunned silence. For a moment, the force of the hit leaves the whole field frozen. Tutor comes to with Sancho leaning over him and checking whether he is conscious. Realizing he has been knocked flat again, Tutor is left sprawled on the ground in disbelief. He panics over blacking out once more, but Sancho immediately steadies him. Sancho explains that Tutor was launched away because he struck a high-speed tackle head-on and rebounded from the collision. Tutor admits he cannot figure out the bespectacled opponent, while Sancho agrees the boy is hiding something and decides to face him personally. Sancho steps forward, introduced as a transfer student from the Northern Mercenary Guild Association, confident that he can handle what Tutor could not. The narration reveals that Sancho is so physically dominant for his age that he normally avoids playing run-flat at all. He judges the opposing defenders as fighters shaped by brutal training, the kind who struggle desperately on the edge of death. The triplets still refuse to yield, insisting they will stop him this time as well. Sancho blasts through their line with overwhelming force, sending the defenders flying aside. In the aftermath, the triplets are left scattered on the ground while the bespectacled boy remains standing alone behind them. With a killing intent that terrifies the fallen defenders into apologizing, the quiet boy reveals that he is far more dangerous than he looks. Sancho immediately charges that final obstacle, intent on crushing him head-on. He commits fully, convinced raw power will decide the exchange. The bespectacled boy stays calm, showing no sign of fear. Sancho unleashes his full strength and bears down on him with a direct attack. But the moment of contact twists unnaturally, as if Sancho's charge has been swallowed by something impossible. In Sancho's perception, the field itself becomes a vast mountain blocking his path. The illusion of an immovable peak leaves him stunned mid-attack. The bespectacled boy quietly decides to play along with Sancho's aggression rather than resist it directly. He makes a minimal adjustment at the last instant. That tiny movement is enough to redirect Sancho's momentum and send the powerhouse crashing past him. Sancho is hurled away across the field, his own force turned against him. Observers first think Sancho has smashed through the defense, then realize the impossible truth. He was pushed aside instead, and the match is effectively over. Shaken, Sancho stares at his hand and admits the contact did not feel human. Before he can process it, one of the defenders recovers the ball near him. A quick pass follows, and Sancho can only react too late. A whistle signals the decisive end of the play. Class B erupts in celebration as they secure the point. The result is announced as a 0-1 victory for Class B, while the bespectacled boy quietly brushes himself off apart from the cheering crowd. Someone dumps water over his head, breaking his detached composure. Sancho praises him as the hidden reason for Class B's win and refuses to let him stand unnoticed. A blonde teammate tells him to be happier, apologizes for earlier jealousy, and admits he had wrongly assumed the boy only knew theory. Sancho, impressed by his physique, asks what kind of training built him and assumes mana must be involved. The boy reveals he is only a commoner who cannot use mana, prompting Sancho to marvel that such talent could have become extraordinary with proper instruction. A group of girls approaches with towels for Tutor and the others, offering simple care after the match. Sancho accepts a towel with easy gratitude, pleased by the warmth of his classmates. The narration frames Tutor of the Azure Spearman family, and Sancho of the Mercenary Guild as future heroes who will one day fight endless demons during the fall. The quiet boy reflects that it is strange to imagine those future legends once had an ordinary past like this. A striking new student draws immediate attention, and the onlookers are caught off guard by his presence. The girls all makes it clear that his appearance alone is enough to stir the academy. As he wipes himself down, he is presented as someone stepping into view for the first time. Vikir realizes this handsome newcomer will make academy life troublesome from now on. Later, the story shifts to a grim night outside a large institutional building. A masked investigator identifies his target as Lloyd Dockseller, a 52-year-old man. He accuses Lloyd of leading the orphanage's information house and conspiring with a demon to sell children from high-ranking families. When Lloyd assumes he escaped notice, the masked man reveals himself and confronts him directly. Lloyd instantly recognizes the red weapon aura and realizes he is facing a sword master level threat. The masked fighter clarifies that he is not a true sword master yet, but a top graduate whose aura has nearly reached a solid state. Rather than kill Lloyd immediately, he offers a deal: help capture the demon and be paid for it. Behind the mask, he waits for Lloyd's answer without lowering his guard. Before the exchange can settle, something massive crashes down from above and shatters the ground. The impact turns the plaza into rubble and forces the masked fighter to react instantly. He slips clear of the collapse, preserving his footing and weapon. Looking up, he finds a new enemy standing atop the fallen structure under the moon. He senses an overwhelming presence and understands this opponent was detectable even from afar. The newcomer, a stitch-faced brute in a suit wielding a huge hammer, is identified as an elite corpse. The monster launches itself into battle with explosive force. From above, it brings the hammer down in a crushing attack aimed at the masked fighter. The masked man evades the first slam by a narrow margin as the floor erupts beneath the blow. The corpse follows through with relentless momentum, smashing through the debris-strewn ground. It keeps pressing the attack, using the hammer's weight and reach to deny any opening. The barrage drives the masked fighter backward and threatens to pin him under sheer force. The corpse tightens its grip, preparing an even heavier finishing strike. It hammers straight down again, trying to crush him before he can counter. He escapes the vertical blow at the last instant, refusing to be trapped in the corpse's rhythm. While defending, he analyzes the enemy and concludes that this is not a true elite corpse but a high-ranked graduate using a holy bludgeoning technique. That realization reframes the fight. The enemy is a disguised operative rather than a mindless monster. He deduces that a demon has infiltrated the religion itself, and that this man likely serves beneath the 10 elite corpses. Deciding the lead is worth the kill, he resolves to eliminate the man and use him to reach the higher organization. The hammer wielder welcomes the challenge, pleased to finally fight seriously while disposing of an annoyance. The masked fighter answers with a vertical red slash that blasts upward and knocks the attacker off balance. The blow hurts enough to draw a pained reaction from the stitch-faced man. The masked fighter closes in through the red glow, turning defense into sudden pressure. In response, the enemy unleashes a cluster of swirling crimson projectiles to overwhelm him at close range. Those attacks streak past in a concentrated burst, forcing the masked fighter to break away. He retreats upward through the collapsing interior as the barrage tears apart the structure around him. The hammer wielder charges after him through the wreckage, refusing to let him reset the distance. The masked fighter lands lightly and regains control of his footing. From a crouch, he measures the charging enemy and prepares a counter at the moment of approach. The stitch-faced man raises the hammer for another committed strike. Before the swing can finish, the masked fighter cuts across his torso with a sharp red slash. He instantly slips behind the man's flank, turning the first hit into a positional advantage. Then he drives a brutal follow-up strike into the enemy from behind, breaking through his guard. Using the impact, he vaults over the larger man and sends him reeling across the room. The enemy is flung away, his suit torn as the masked fighter creates separation. A final piercing blow rips into the man's chest and leaves him gravely wounded. As the stitch-faced operative collapses and coughs blood, the masked fighter stands over him in control of the fight. Seeing the word Efibo carved into the man's chest, he realizes it may be the operative's name. A masked interrogator demands to know who created the stitched creature before him and who is controlling it. When the captive only howls, the interrogator concludes that ordinary questioning will not work. He makes clear that pain is just another form of interrogation and prepares to carve answers out of the body. By dissecting the creature's flesh, bones, and traces of mana, he intends to identify both its maker and its nature. Elsewhere in the ruined orphanage grounds, a man addresses Efibo and moves to begin a separate interrogation. Before he can proceed, faint sounds from beneath the rubble reveal that someone has survived the collapse. The masked figure tears open the debris to reach the source of the noise. He finds the poison seller alive in a pocket under the wreckage and presses him for information while noting his luck. He warns the man that survival depends on full cooperation and demands everything he knows. From above, another man coldly tells the captive that mercy will depend entirely on how useful his information is. A silent observer in uniform takes in the exchange without emotion. Terrified, the poison seller breaks and reveals that something important is hidden in the headmaster's room safe. At that instant, a strange symbol flares in his eye, signaling that a hidden trigger has been activated. The danger moves faster than words, as if a remote mechanism has already been set in motion. The black-haired watcher realizes the threat a moment too late. The captive's head is violently severed, cutting off the interrogation before he can say more. The observer reacts in shock as the sudden kill confirms the enemy planted a safeguard in their pawn. A surge of green energy erupts from the corpse, turning the silencing measure into a larger attack. The blast detonates with overwhelming force and tears through the area. Far away, church bells begin to ring in alarm. The city answers the explosion as smoke billows up from the devastated site. Holy guards rush toward the scene, shouting that an explosion has occurred. They arrive to find a massive plume rising over the bridge and orphanage district. A saintess meets the responding guards and immediately demands to know the situation and whether anyone was killed. The guards report that they are still investigating, but the remains of the blast are unlike anything normal. The full scale of the destruction becomes clear as a huge crater and shattered buildings draw crowds from across the city. The saintess steps forward to inspect the scene herself, treating the explosion as something deeply abnormal. The orphanage walls bear unmistakable marks of battle, proving this was not a simple accident. As she approaches the ruined building, she wonders what kind of evil force fought here. Something she notices among the wreckage stops her in her tracks. Half buried in the stone lies a distinctive black mask. The sight overwhelms her, and she collapses as nearby guards rush to check on her. Though she insists there seem to be no casualties, the strain leaves her too weak to continue steadily. Recognizing the mask, she realizes the one who must have fought here was Knight Bloodhound. The story then shifts to a lecture hall, where a professor faces the class. He singles out Beecher, the student who wrote the report on the specimen, and notes that they have met like this before. Pointing to a venomous monster on display, the professor asks whether Beecher already knew it possessed an undiscovered second stinger. Caught off guard, Beecher admits he made a mistake because that detail was not supposed to be known yet. The professor decides to test the claim immediately by cutting open the creature's abdomen in front of the class. He begins the incision to verify whether the hidden organ is truly there. As the blade opens the body, the dissection turns dangerous. A concealed stinger shoots out from inside the abdomen exactly as Beecher predicted. The students recoil in shock as the hidden threat appears. The professor freezes as the poisoned stinger stops just short of his face. Beecher has intercepted it in time, saving the professor and calmly asking whether this is proof enough. Shaken, the professor accepts that the second stinger was real and marvels that a student solved what had baffled experts. He awards a point to the cold weapons department, and orders Beecher to report to his office after class with the full explanation. The class buzzes with admiration, now seeing Beecher as talented in scholarship as well as combat. But Beecher's attention shifts to something he considers even more important than the praise. He concludes that the true prize is the hidden genius behind the glasses and unremarkable appearance. A red-eyed boy jolts into a grim memory. He steadies himself as the recollection comes back into focus. He recalls the explosion that destroyed the orphanage the day before. In the chaos, he had briefly clashed with a monstrous enemy. He fought through the aftermath with his body pushed to its limit. Even injured, he prepared himself to keep fighting and thinking. After the blast, Efibo vanished, leaving behind only the orphanage director's ledger in the safe. That ledger revealed where the children used as demon feed had been sent. Because those destinations had no obvious connection, he suspects several of the Empire's top 10 corpses may already be inside the capital. More than that, he cannot forget the mysterious man he glimpsed for only a moment. That fleeting figure left a strong enough impression to stay in his mind. Elsewhere, Academy reporters identify that man as the likely culprit behind the murders and the orphanage bodies. One student asks whether the same suspect is also tied to the demon-related corpses. The group begins trying to shape the story into a dramatic headline. They throw out sensational titles that frame the unknown figure as a terrifying supervillain. None of the names feel right, and one student realizes the problem is that the suspect still lacks a proper title. A blonde boy eagerly proposes an absurdly edgy name and thinks he has solved it. His suggestion is immediately dismissed as ridiculous. The others pile on with equally theatrical names, turning the discussion into a joke. Then the student leader quietly takes control of the room. She settles on Hound. The name matters because she found a mask at the crime scene that appears to belong to Hound. Yet she remembers Hound as a humble figure who healed slum victims during the Red Death without seeking praise. That memory makes her doubt that he could truly be the butcher of the orphanage, even if he also stole the tears of the saintess. Trusting her own judgment of character, she concludes that if Hound is involved, he must have had a reason, while privately admitting the name itself is effective. She pauses as a new thought begins to form. The group agrees to use Hound because it sounds memorable and unsettling enough for print. One girl excitedly starts building a headline that accuses Hound of invading the capital. The red-eyed boy cuts in, warning that Lyceum reporting must stick to facts and not brand someone a criminal without proof. Asked directly whether he thinks Hound is a villain, he says he does not care, though he is startled that the saintess herself named him. The blonde boy presses him to choose anyway. The question makes him hesitate only for a beat. He answers that Hound is clearly not a good person, and therefore must be a villain. Before the others can simply accept that, the student leader rises in challenge. She openly rejects his conclusion that Hound is bad. Demanding his reasoning, she forces him to defend himself. Caught off guard by her intensity, he falters for a moment. The room realizes she is treating Hound as if he might actually be virtuous. She presses again, insisting on a real answer. She identifies him as Vakir and demands that he explain how he can judge a man without evidence. Vakir reminds everyone that irresponsible reporting can ruin an innocent life, so claims must be proven before publication. When someone cites guard testimony, the president counters that those statements are only deductions, not solid evidence that Hound killed the orphanage director. She adds that even the dead children found in the basement do not prove Hound murdered them, because too many details remain unresolved. Her subordinates are stunned to see her defending neutrality so fiercely. They realize this is especially striking because the orphanage was run by her own family. She orders the article rewritten to stay objective, even if that means they cannot say much yet, because it is too early to decide whether Hound is friend or foe. Inwardly, she leaves room for the possibility that he may still be evil. But she insists that judgment should come only after the truth is known, so criticism can be deserved. Vakir watches her in silence, taking in her stance. The meeting is abruptly interrupted when someone bursts in and urgently calls for the president. Vakir learns that the club advisor wants to see him because his report exposed the student council president's harsh behavior, and he decides to meet the man himself. Before that meeting happens, the scene shifts away as the academy day moves on. Other students casually praise the president's forceful personality, treating her domineering reputation as something long established. The story recalls that she has not changed since the war, when she led holy knights on the battlefield before the regression. In that memory, she drives the knights forward with absolute zeal and scorns any hesitation as weakness of faith. She condemns those around her for resting instead of constantly saving people, showing how relentless her standards are. Her old creed is that true holy knights should throw themselves into danger the moment demons appear. Vakir reflects that he expected her to judge his actions as evil, so her support for the truth catches him off guard. The president openly thanks the saintess, reinforcing that she values exposing wrongdoing over protecting appearances. Morning arrives over the academy, and the students begin another routine day. PG wakes slowly, still half asleep. He gets out of bed and starts the day groggily. As Vakir prepares himself with calm discipline, PG greets him and the two head into the morning. The academy's strict schedule sends all students to the training grounds at dawn for supervised exercise before classes. Once the workout ends, the students split off to rest, wash, or eat according to their own needs. PG complains that the routine is exhausting. Vakir tells him the exercise is meant to wake his mind, and PG bristles at being lectured even though he knows Vakir is right. Their friends tease Vakir about his lack of empathy and joke that it hurts his popularity, but he refuses to play along. The group starts planning a weekend trip into the city for shopping and food, treating it as a welcome break. When they ask Vakir to join, he reveals that he spends his weekends volunteering instead. The others are surprised, noting that Vakir already earns plenty of merit, and Vakir privately suspects Professor Venci is behind his constant assignments. Even so, he tells them to go without him and starts to leave. His friends insist on coming along, deciding that helping with the volunteer work sounds more worthwhile than going to the city. One of them notices that this is unusual and starts to wonder why everyone keeps gathering around Vakir. PG realizes that people are naturally drawn to Vakir, much like they are to his admired older brother, because his quiet presence still carries remarkable charisma. That realization deepens PG's admiration for him. PG remembers how Vakir has already helped him personally and excelled in both study and training, making him seem exceptional in every way. To PG, being near Vakir makes anything feel possible. But as PG looks at him more closely, a sudden sense of dread interrupts that admiration. He is shaken by an instinctive fear he cannot immediately explain. A sinister presence seems to seep into his awareness. In that moment, Vakir's perception separates the people around him into targets and bystanders, as if he is assessing the room through a killer's instinct. His attention locks onto a male student among a mixed group, marking him out from everyone else. Trying to stay casual, Vikir asks PG who that student is. PG identifies him as the handsome and socially active sophomore Bane Kaudzak, and the name triggers Vikir's recognition. Vikir realizes Bane is the future serial murderer known as the 10 Corpses. He immediately considers killing Bane now, but restrains himself because acting here would endanger innocent students. Choosing caution, he decides to withdraw under the excuse of feeling unwell while resolving not to let a future monster harm the heroes around him. As he leaves, Vikir decides to gather information first and quietly activates Silent Heal Mashusa to move without notice. The president appears on the stairs just as he slips away, and she instantly wonders whether she should follow him. She notices him too late and cries out in surprise. Vikir is caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Their friends turn in alarm as the near collision unfolds. The president ends up on the floor after crashing into him, and PG recognizes her as Dolores. Everyone rushes over, worried that the student council president has been hurt. One friend pressures Vikir to apologize at once, and he does so without argument. Dolores diffuses the tension by taking part of the blame herself, though she privately marvels at how solid Vikir felt, as if she had hit a wall. She also realizes she failed to sense his presence beforehand, leaving her deeply curious about who he really is. Vikir abandons the idea of tailing Bane for now because too many witnesses are present. Left alone with the name echoing in his mind, he fixes on his new target, Bane Kaudzak, the future 10 Corpses. The story opens in a dark, secluded place where a man leads two women deeper inside under the guise of a private conversation. He flatters them and frames the meeting as something intimate, making them lower their guard. He claims he has painful news to share, and the women immediately become worried for him. He invents a story about being harassed so badly that he has lost his appetite, drawing out their sympathy and protective anger. He adds that the culprit was likely an academy student, and that he fled before identifying him, which only makes the women more determined to defend him. As they reassure him that they will stay by his side, he answers with gratitude that hides a darker intent. That promise is twisted the moment he decides their togetherness will continue only on his terms. He suddenly seizes one woman's face, revealing that the tenderness was bait for an attack. Elsewhere, a masked investigator concludes that the culprit behind the recent attacks is no ordinary student but someone with the skill of a high-ranking graduate. By tracing the attacks to places connected to one victim, he realizes the target was chosen because the attacker could sense demonic presence in humans. That deduction points to a victim whose body is being overtaken by a demon, confirming the case is tied to something far more dangerous. The investigator suspects the same person may be responsible for Andromalius's death, while the possessed victim begs for rescue in terror. The focus shifts to a young academy student who is about to be drawn into the growing chain of incidents. He reflects that too many strange events have been happening lately, sensing a pattern behind the unrest. At the academy, upperclassmen explain that numerous cases have piled up and order the first years to help by investigating them. The assignment is formalized. Each student must choose a case, gather facts, write it up, and report back. As the first years sort through the records, they are overwhelmed by how many serious incidents are erupting across the capital. The case files reveal a city plagued by disappearances, murders, and demonic disturbances, suggesting a broader crisis rather than isolated crimes. The student reaches for one report that stands out from the rest. He selects a case about 3 academy students who vanished together, a disappearance suspicious enough to attract rumors but no clear answer. Something in the report shocks him, and his reaction suggests he has noticed a clue others missed. The file identifies one of the missing as an elite corpse, turning the disappearance into a matter tied to forbidden or monstrous forces. Night falls over the city as the investigation moves from records to the place where the hidden threat is gathering. The scene narrows to a quiet residential district, where danger is concealed behind ordinary homes. Inside one house, a couple lies asleep, unaware that the night is about to turn against them. The husband wakes first, already carrying a cold, unnatural calm. He quietly rises from bed so as not to disturb his wife, as though preparing for something he has already decided. The stillness of the house emphasizes how deliberate and premeditated his next move is. He sits alone in the dark, no longer a husband at rest but a figure waiting to receive others. His inhuman eye opens, signaling that the man is either possessed or no longer fully human. A group of masked subordinates appears before him, and he immediately questions them about the masked enemy interfering with their plans. One subordinate, Ifibo, is identified as part of Dantalian's 9th Corps and stands ready for orders. Another subordinate, Geronto, is introduced, showing that this is an organized faction rather than a lone killer. A third, Heave, arrives armed, reinforcing the group's readiness for violence. A fourth, Fido, completes the team gathered under Dantalian's command. Dantalian learns that the troublesome mask has not appeared again since the earlier incident, implying their enemy is cautious and still at large. He responds by expanding the search and reveals his grotesque power, treating the hunt as a practical adjustment rather than a setback. His subordinates move at once, showing absolute obedience to his command. To aid the search, Dantalian offers to distribute his own faces, suggesting he can alter or share identities as part of his power. He sends them toward brighter areas to find the pandemic mask, narrowing the hunt to a specific target. Before they can leave, a door opens and interrupts the conspiracy. Dantalian's wife enters and innocently addresses him, unaware she has walked into a room full of killers. Confused by the hour and the strangers in her home, she asks what is happening. Dantalian looks at her without warmth, already deciding her fate. He admits that he had wanted to keep admiring the face of the woman still living beside him, but now he believes he has no choice. He orders Fido to keep her still, and the woman only has time to register confusion before she is restrained. She is killed immediately, the murder carried out with brutal efficiency. As her body lies in blood, Dantalian coldly explains that delays caused by Andromalius's death and the pandemic mask have interfered with the plan to open the gate. He dismisses the inconvenience with irritation, his face warping into a monstrous spiral that exposes the inhuman being beneath the husband's disguise. With his wife dead and the mission refocused, Dantalian orders Ephibo to accompany him because they now need to see another woman. A church official privately savors the thought of indulging his pent-up urges. In the cathedral's solemn calm, he prepares himself behind a facade of holiness. Wearing a priest's collar and cross, he presents himself as a man of faith. When the saintly woman notices his smile, he admits he cannot help it in her presence. She makes clear she has not come to joke with him, but to confront him as the battlefield saint standing before a guilty man. He feigns concern about her recent visits and the rise in missing people, framing the world as increasingly corrupt and violent. Privately, he reveals that he himself is responsible for those incidents. She stays silent, watching him carefully as her suspicion deepens. He reflects on how the Quo Vadis family's orphanage records and the disappearances of children and adults all point toward hidden wrongdoing. Convinced he is concealing the truth, she presses him to explain himself directly. Instead, she states her purpose. She wants the church's redemption system abolished because it punishes all sin through wealth-based payments. He defends the practice as long-standing doctrine, arguing that financial punishment is still punishment. She counters that sin should be confessed before God and forgiven through proper atonement, not reduced to money. Then she delivers the crucial warning that those harmed by this redemption system cannot be saved by it. Her accusation briefly strips away his composure. He steadies himself before responding. Retreating behind doctrine, he insists he is only following church law and urges her to take the matter to her father, the cardinal. He dismisses her for now, noting that academy students are arriving to volunteer and that she should avoid causing a scene before the Quo Vadis airs. She yields for the moment and promises to return so they can continue this dispute later. Once she leaves, his restraint cracks and his hidden obsession surfaces. He becomes intoxicated by her beauty, repeating the thought like a compulsion. He admits he nearly gave in to the urge to take her face, but forces himself to wait. To him, the saint is the finest prize in the world, and he wants to claim her only after plunging the world into despair. A sinister presence urges him on, telling him they must open the gate as soon as possible. The plan is laid bare as a call for chaos to descend quickly. He regains his outward calm and returns to his role. Elsewhere, a student arrives at the Quo Vadis orphanage to investigate whether this is the place tied to the suspicious records. He recalls that Cindy Wendy traced abnormal ledgers to this orphanage, suggesting a link to the 10 elite corpses case. Because the orphanage belongs to the Quo Vadis family, he suspects that if one noble family has been infiltrated, others may be compromised too. Using the Academy's volunteer event as cover after recent public unrest, he joins a group heading inside. A blonde classmate drapes himself over him and mocks him for suddenly having companions, while he coldly reminds them he never asked for any of this. The investigator endures the unwanted attention in uneasy silence. As he grows irritated, the story links his annoyance to the saint's earlier tension and the priest's lurking malice. The Academy's long holiday has begun, and while many students are free to relax or visit family, others have been sent into the capital for volunteer work. Not everyone enjoys the break, and one loud complaint echoes through the orphanage halls. The group grumbles about being forced to volunteer, though the strongest among them just wants to finish quickly while the investigator gives a flat, unenthusiastic thanks. Seeing the scale of the building, they confirm this is indeed Indulgentia Orphanage, one of the largest in the imperial capital. A classmate explains that the orphanage's headmaster is also its founder and even lectures at the academy. The students identify the founder from a portrait as Guilty Lune Indulgentia, head of the orphanage, a Quo Vadis in-law, and a powerful figure in the Lune Church. His connection to the church immediately recalls the saint, and it is noted that he and Bianca have long been at odds over religion. The investigator decides he wants no part in a family conflict, but the new information only sharpens his interest. He quietly fixates on the idea of a famous orphanage headmaster with influence and status. Looking at the portrait, he resolves to learn what kind of man Guilty Lune really is. A nun welcomes the volunteers and asks them to spend the next 10 days acting as teachers for the children. She appeals to their goodwill, promising the children will remember their kindness if they care for them well. The request is softened with pious language, but the students are clearly not thrilled by what they are being asked to do. The blonde boy is dismayed to find Bianca and Sinclair here as well, making the assignment even more complicated. Bianca declares that helping needs no justification, while the others react with weary disbelief at her heroic sincerity. Then a white-haired student treats this unexpected reunion as destiny, drawing the investigator's attention. With sparkling excitement, the white-haired youth dramatically greets him as if their meeting were fated. A white-haired girl abruptly ends a brief introduction by hoping she and Vikir can get along over the next 10 days, catching him off guard. Vikir accepts the gesture and seals the exchange with a polite handshake. As she leaves, Sinclair quickly pulls Vikir aside with information he thinks matters. He reveals that the girl volunteered to assist the admissions office and specifically asked to be placed with Vikir. Vikir realizes their meeting was no coincidence, and decides Sinclair may be right to treat her cautiously. That suspicion lingers as he turns the matter over in his head. The scene shifts to the Academy's child selection event, where someone notes the headmaster is absent. The children are told it is time to choose which teacher they want. Most of them immediately swarm the more approachable candidates, confirming how lively and uninhibited they are. One observer finds the sight endearing as other teachers are mobbed by excited children. The white-haired girl ends up calmly surrounded by children while handling them with ease. Vikir, by contrast, is left with none and is forced to confront the awkwardness of the situation. Trying to engage the children directly, he asks for their names, but the attempt lands poorly. While another teacher is effortlessly chosen by several children, Vikir remains isolated despite being urged to look friendlier. He admits to himself that children are hard for him to handle and that his stern presence only makes it worse. As he withdraws from the crowd, he notices a blonde girl quietly slipping away from the hall. Her sudden departure draws his attention, and he follows after her. He finds her alone near the corridor steps, keeping to herself. She has retreated to a quiet arcade far from the noisy gathering. Pressed against a pillar, the girl stays silent and guarded. Vikir approaches carefully and explains that crowded places make him feel suffocated too, startling her. He adds that if he is not careful, people tend to misunderstand him and think badly of him. He gently asks why she left, but she still gives him nothing. When the silence continues, he realizes his approach has failed. Remembering advice that children respond better to warmth, he rethinks how to reach her. A glance at her name tag finally gives him a way in. Her name is Perry. He crouches to her level and addresses her by name, which immediately breaks through her distance. He follows up by confirming that Perry is really her name, trying to keep the tone gentle. For the first time, she truly focuses on him. But the sudden attention overwhelms her, and she bolts before he can say more. Left behind, Vikir wonders if his attempt at smiling only made things worse, though someone nearby suggests Perry did not run because she hated him. President Dolores steps in, saying she saw what happened and reassuring him that his kindness was clear. She explains that Perry's heart was badly hurt in the past, leaving her with aphasia and unable to speak. When Vikir asks what happened, Dolores says only that it began at the orphanage before Perry came here. Dolores suspects Perry was repeatedly approached by volunteers who acted warmly at first but always disappeared, teaching her to fear temporary affection and abandonment. Vikir falls silent as he absorbs what that means for the girl. The weight of that explanation leaves the corridor feeling heavy and still. At last, Vikir starts walking again, now with a new resolve. A sudden realization strikes him as he pieces together what he has sensed. He tells Dolores that Perry responded to him, then asks if he may look after her himself. Before she can answer, he abruptly covers her mouth to stop her from speaking. Two men are approaching through the corridor, talking as they draw near. One, a priest, remarks that more people have recently been coming to confess their sins. He then reveals he also wants to purchase an exemption, and his companion asks how much he needs. The priest casually explains that he wants 1 billion gold's worth because he recently let a barbarian slave escape and burned a whole village of slave owners while chasing him. As Vikir hides with Dolores and keeps her quiet, the priest's monstrous confession confirms the danger, while Dolores struggles to understand why Vikir is treating the situation as so urgent. Vikir's senses sharpen when he catches a familiar odor on the air. He realizes it is the same smell he noticed at the academy, and hears the men discuss how a mere 500 million would already be enough to erase a sin of that scale. The priest's smile turns chilling as Vikir identifies the scent for what it is, the smell of a living corpse. Hidden nearby, Dolores hears the priest calmly preach that generous offerings can buy divine forgiveness for anything, exposing the rot beneath his piety. A priest teasingly praises Sir Quilty's piety, but the mood shifts when he notices something off nearby. Hidden behind a pillar, a girl tries to stop her companion from moving and exposing them. Their concealment fails as a masked, ominous man appears behind them, making it clear they have been discovered. The pair freeze in panic, realizing they have been caught eavesdropping. Vikir abruptly senses something unusual and halts before the situation worsens. He identifies the masked man by smell, recognizing a dangerous connection to a past incident. Sir Quilty calmly reveals he already knew they were listening and treats their spying as a childish habit rather than a secret. He pointedly suggests that, if not for eavesdropping, it would have looked like the two students were sneaking off for a romantic meeting. The girl realizes how badly the misunderstanding and their exposure could spiral. Quilty turns his attention to Vikir, correctly identifying him as a volunteer from the orphanage. As he speaks pleasantly, Quilty's interest sharpens into predatory fascination with Vikir himself. Behind the polite words, Quilty decides he wants Vikir for his own grotesque collection. A subordinate interrupts, giving Quilty a reason to end the encounter before revealing too much. Quilty excuses himself and leaves, while the others are forced to watch him go. Vikir remains silent, still processing the threat he just confirmed. The girl seethes at her own helplessness after witnessing open corruption and doing nothing. She confronts Vikir, unable to understand why he pulled back instead of acting. Her anger meets his silence, and the tension between them hardens. Vikir apologizes for startling her and promises to be more careful, but avoids explaining his real reasoning. He distances himself further by saying he will stop volunteering for a while. Left behind, she can only watch him go, troubled by the anger she sensed in him. Vikir walks away carrying both his frustration and a new resolve. He reviews what he knows. Quilty visits the orphanage daily, runs a business selling deceptions and mechanical dolls, and secretly reports on the Quo Vadis family to outsiders. He confirms that intercepted messages are being delivered to Cardinal Humbert of the Quo Vadis family. He also notes that Quilty never moves alone in foreign dealings, relying on rotating escorts that include powerful figures. Most importantly, Vikir confirms that the masked man from the orphanage explosion is one of those escorts, an Ephibo identified by scent. From that, he concludes Quilty is protected by at least 1 corpse and 4 high-ranking graduators, making a direct kill extremely dangerous. As a result, he decides he must first eliminate Quilty's 4 guards before going after Quilty himself. While carrying out volunteer work by the water, Vikir is interrupted by fellow students who worry he is pushing himself too hard. They admire his dedication to the children and openly treat him as someone worth following. Their enthusiasm turns him into an unwilling leader just as he is trying to think through his plan. Vikir realizes he has been too absorbed in his thoughts and reminds himself that moving at night is difficult, so he should make the most of daylight. He settles on acting as effectively as he can during the day instead of waiting for darkness. A small round object suddenly drops from above, interrupting the calm. Children rush toward it excitedly, treating it like a toy. Nearby, a quiet blonde girl sits apart under a tree while the other children play in the distance. She remains alone on the stone ledge, detached from the group. Her attention snaps toward the falling object as something about it feels wrong. The object lands near Vikir and the ledge with a heavy, unnatural thud. It bounces once, drawing immediate concern. Vikir and the girl both focus on it in uneasy silence. Recognizing it as a ball the children like, Vikir quickly moves to take control of the situation before anyone else touches it. He identifies it as the Madam's egg, notes that it has not hatched, and decides to use it now because its grip effect should still work. He deliberately drops it near the lonely girl, baiting her curiosity. She stares at it, startled and uncertain, but clearly drawn in. The girl picks up the egg, taking the bait exactly as Vikir intended. Seeing her attachment form, Vikir quietly confirms that his plan worked. The girl approaches him and, already softened toward him, tells him she knew he was kind. She introduces herself as Sinclair, though her blunt manner undercuts the warmth of the moment. Vikir cautiously invites her to say what she wants, opening a new conversation that may become useful. A white-haired girl admits she wants to be closer to the boy named Vikir and asks to drop some of the formality between them despite being younger. Vikir listens in silence, weighing her request without showing much emotion. When he gives permission, she brightens immediately, relieved that he is letting her approach him more casually. She tests the new familiarity by calling him Brother Vikir, then quickly backs off and decides she will find a better way to address him next time because that still feels awkward. Nearby, a little blonde girl loses control of her ball. The ball slips past her hands before she can catch it. It bounces away across the ground while she panics and chases after it. The ball goes through the fence and drops into the estuary beyond reach. Vikir and the white-haired girl notice the commotion and turn toward the child. The child realizes the ball is gone for good because it fell into the water outside the fence. As she starts to cry, Vikir calmly tells her not to worry about the lost ball. He pauses, looking toward the water as if deciding how far he is willing to go. He resolves to act, accepting that there is only one way to get it back. The child steps forward, watching what he is about to do. Elsewhere, a blonde woman is still troubled by how she judged Vikir. Thinking of him by name, she focuses on the unease in her conscience. She recalls hearing from others that Vikir had been tirelessly helping everywhere, and that her suspicion of him had come from her own prejudice rather than his conduct. One volunteer explains that Vikir had gone to the kitchen because they needed extra hands. Another reveals he had even checked the pipes and handed out food so others could eat. A third says he also repaired the plumbing well enough for laundry to be boiled. Someone else adds that he had been helping with clothes before leaving to prepare the gym for the children. The woman finally understands that everyone sees Vikir as dependable, and that she was the one who misjudged him. Realizing he may have kept his distance because he knew she disliked him, she becomes determined to make amends. She heads to find him, resolved to apologize. But when she arrives, she is caught off guard by what she sees. The white-haired girl reacts first in startled disbelief. Vikir has already stripped off his outer clothes and shoes to go after the ball himself. He vaults over the fence without hesitation. A huge splash follows as he plunges into the estuary. The blonde woman stares, stunned by the extremity of what he just did for a child. The white-haired girl is equally shaken, unable to believe he went that far. The little girl watches in wide-eyed shock, on the verge of tears. A hand finally emerges from the dark water holding the recovered ball. Vikir climbs back up soaked and covered in mud, simply announcing that he found it. His blunt remark makes clear that this is what real remorse and responsibility look like. The white-haired girl can only stare at him, overwhelmed. The blonde woman is left speechless as her view of him shifts even more. The child faces him directly, taking in what he did for her. The mood later lightens as the children run around the yard in excitement. The volunteers note that it is already the last day of their service, surprised by how quickly the time has passed. The children decide to use their remaining energy to play, while Vikir and the little girl stay seated apart under a tree. In the quiet after the commotion, the child sits beside him in comfortable silence. She glances at him shyly, gathering courage. Vikir notices her attention but remains calm and unreadable. She suddenly places a flower crown on his head as a gift. He is briefly puzzled, and she worries she may have overstepped. Instead of rejecting it, he reaches out his hand to her. When she hesitates, he explains that he understands the crown as her sign of gratitude. She thanks him for staying by her side and for retrieving the ball, then admits she likes sitting with him like this. As their hands move closer, the moment settles into a small but genuine bond between them. A small touch begins a quiet promise between the boy and the girl. The blonde girl asks him if they will meet again, revealing how much this parting matters to her. He recalls that although he first approached her gently, their bond deepened because he kept returning despite his busy life, and he suspects the strange spirit tied to her may have drawn him in. Even while preparing himself to die during his hunt for demons, he admits he cannot promise to return alive. Still, he resolves that no matter what happens, he will see her again, and the certainty of that vow stuns her. Under the tree, he promises to come back if tomorrow still exists for him. Her fear gives way to bright relief as she accepts his promise with a smile. She declares she will wait for him and teasingly calls him older brother, while he corrects her to uncle. The story shifts to the Great Hall of the Indulgentia Orphanage, where the 10-day volunteer period is ending. The children, once separated from their parents and left with no home, have spent precious days with the academy volunteers and begun to heal. A priest praises the volunteers for helping the children grow and prepares to present the donations gathered in gratitude. He asks that the offerings be shared with the children and has a donation box brought forward. Vikir refuses to contribute, bluntly saying he has no money, which makes him stand out immediately. As the others mock his lack of kindness, Vikir privately focuses on a more urgent problem. The priest is heavily guarded, making any attack difficult. Seeing the priest surrounded by escorts, he judges that an ambush will be troublesome but still necessary. Vikir decides he can no longer allow the priest to continue unchecked. When the priest announces that all preparations are complete and that he will hunt a blue corpse that day, Vikir realizes the moment has come. Donations begin to pour in, masking the tension beneath the ceremony. While others question why an academy student would not donate, Vikir inwardly rejects the idea of giving money to a demon. Sinclair cheerfully calls him brother, and he coldly allows it only because she insists on using that form of address here. When she argues that the wealthy should help children and asks whether he is being too harsh, Vikir answers with his usual ruthless logic that parents are ultimately unnecessary. He clarifies that children may need parental help early on, but in the end each person must rely on their own strength to face the world, leaving Sinclair unsettled. Noticing the pain behind his words, Sinclair gently reaches for him and recognizes that his past must have been difficult. Rather than recoil, she warmly invites him to visit her home and spend time with her family during the next break. Vikir slips away from the awkward kindness by saying he is going to see the children before the volunteer work ends. Left alone with the invitation lingering in his hand, he can only conclude that Sinclair is a strange person. He remembers that Sinclair once stood out as a gifted first year who excelled in both theory and practical work, only to vanish after graduation and never reappear. The priest formally gives the children time to thank their parents for the past 10 days, turning the hall into a scene of emotional farewells. One volunteer promises a child that even after becoming successful, he will keep returning every week. Another kneels to encourage a child, telling him that the future of the empire rests on children like him. A volunteer assures the children he will come again and bring them plenty of good food next time. Others admit they have grown deeply attached during these 10 short days. Standing apart in the middle of all this affection, Vikir falls silent. As the volunteers and children continue their farewells around him, something in that scene stirs a buried memory. Vikir watches the reunions with a hard, distant expression as the old promise resurfaces in his mind. Nearby, Dolores tends to the children with calm warmth, reinforcing the contrast between care and the danger Vikir senses. He calls out to Senior Dolores, catching her off guard. When she hears him say Vikir, she is visibly shaken, as if the name itself has suddenly become ominous. A grim image of a bloodied figure and a desperate question crash into Vikir's thoughts, making him wonder why he keeps remembering that day. He abruptly asks Dolores whether she has seen Perry, and she can only repeat the name in confusion. Dolores says she has not seen her, and that Perry was still acting strangely that morning, which immediately sharpens Vikir's suspicion. Realization hits him, and his eyes blaze as he understands something is terribly wrong. He cuts the conversation short and starts to leave, while Dolores calls after him in alarm. Perry's smiling face flashes through his mind, and her absence becomes the answer he feared. He reaches the horrifying conclusion that this may be repeating the tragedy tied to that earlier promise. In an instant, he launches himself toward the priest, abandoning all pretense. The priest notices and responds with a calm, knowing smile, as if he had expected this move. Vikir freezes for a fraction of a second, recognizing the danger in that reaction. Night falls over the orphanage as the confrontation shifts into a far darker phase. Elsewhere, someone wakes in bed and realizes with dread that this is not a simple farewell. In the middle of the night, the orphanage dormitory lies quiet as someone rests, unaware. At Nuglentia Orphanage's 4th dormitory building, a covert team moves into position under cover of darkness. 4 armed intruders advance through the halls with clear purpose, spreading out as they search. Their coordinated sweep suggests they are hunting something specific rather than merely patrolling. They split at a crossroads to cover more ground and tighten the net. One suited man with a weapon on his back continues alone, alert to any hidden threat. He senses something wrong before he can identify it. A plague doctor masked figure with glowing eyes appears silently behind him, revealing the hunter has become the prey. The man stops in the empty corridor, realizing he has been approached without warning. He stays outwardly calm, measuring the danger in silence. Instead of panicking, he immediately presses the masked figure for information. He demands to know where the children are being kept and accuses the other side of raising them as food for demons. The exchange turns violent at once as he attacks before any answer comes. The masked figure overpowers him instantly and seizes him by the head. Realizing the captive cannot speak, the masked figure abandons interrogation and opts for a quicker method. With a red energy blade forming, the masked figure makes clear there will be no wasted time. The attacker is dropped helplessly to the floor while the masked figure keeps hold of what he needs. A sudden thought makes the masked figure pause and reconsider the body more carefully. He peels away the victim's false face, exposing it as a disguise rather than real flesh. The discarded mask hits the ground, confirming the deception. Recognizing the cloth as something Ephiba once wore, the masked figure realizes the enemy has been using stolen identities. He studies the exposed face, suspecting it may belong to someone connected to Peter. The resemblance raises the possibility that this corpse is Peter's missing younger brother. A small distinguishing mold disproves that theory, and the masked figure rules the identification out. He recalls Peter once speaking, before his regression, about a younger brother who vanished during isolation training. Now he understands the truth. The boy was not lost in training but hunted by a demon and turned into an undead. That realization leads him to suspect the other intruders may also be people he once knew. As more enemies approach down the corridor, the masked figure prepares to face former acquaintances wearing corrupted forms. 2 guards rush in with blades drawn, trying to overwhelm him together. They coordinate their attack from opposite angles to pin him down. He answers with explosive speed, red energy flaring from his arm as he lunges into their assault. The masked figure drives through their formation before they can contain him. His sweeping strike tears through the pair in a single decisive counterattack. The guards are cut down before their ambush can take effect. The clash ends in a violent burst, leaving the corridor momentarily still again. Elsewhere in the building, a blonde girl prays alone before a statue of Loon, seeking comfort and guidance. Her prayer follows the familiar sacred words, showing she is trying to steady herself through devotion. In the quiet chapel-like room, she continues the prayer beneath the statue's gaze, but her concentration falters as the image of a mud-covered boy intrudes on her thoughts. Even while reciting a plea for deliverance from evil, she cannot stop remembering him. The memory unsettles her so much that she blurts out frustration at why he keeps occupying her mind. She tries to calm herself by insisting Vikir is merely a capable junior and nothing more. Yet the thought catches in her throat, betraying feelings she cannot neatly dismiss. A sudden noise interrupts her inner struggle and snaps her attention outward. She rushes toward the disturbance just as an explosion or impact shakes the corridor. Seeing the plague mask through the dust, she immediately recognizes the figure as the Night Bloodhound. The sight leaves her stunned, because he should not be here. As she watches him fighting the guards, confusion deepens over why this feared figure is battling guilty men instead of aiding them. She calls out his title in disbelief, and the masked fighter hears her voice behind him. When he turns and recognizes her, the encounter takes on a new urgency as he realizes the Saintess is here. A black bird darts through the corridor, signaling sudden danger. A blonde Saintess recoils as one guard already lies fallen nearby and the threat closes in on her. Surrounded by armed attackers, she desperately tries to stop the violence and plead for a chance to talk. The guards ignore her appeal and press in from all sides, leaving her trapped. Resigned and frightened, she braces herself as a hidden ally orders her to step aside. A red glowing blade intercepts the attack before it can reach her. The masked protector takes a hit to the arm while forcing the strike away from her. He throws himself between the Saintess and the assassins, shielding her despite the wound. She realizes Bloodhound has been injured and panics over his arm. He dismisses the injury as unimportant and stays focused on the fight. Bloodhound unleashes red energy that tears through one attacker. The counterattack turns lethal, ripping into the enemy at close range. He follows through with brutal force, dropping another foe before the others can recover. The Saintess watches in stunned silence as the slaughter continues around her. Bloodhound finishes off the remaining attacker in a sweeping, merciless strike. Left alone amid the bloodshed, the Saintess stands shaken by how quickly the ambush was erased. Bloodhound, now covered in blood, turns away from the fight and scans the corridor for answers. At his feet lie the dead bodies of the guards who had just tried to kill her. The Saintess catches her breath, still trying to process what just happened. She urges Bloodhound to let her treat his wound, but he refuses and tells her not to worry about him. As he studies the scene, Bloodhound is struck by the strange fact that the Saintess was here so late at night. She cannot understand why Quilty's own guards attacked her when they should have known exactly who she was, and Bloodhound notices something odd. One corpse begins to dissolve, revealing that its human appearance was only a disguise. Bloodhound identifies the attackers as undead that wear other people's faces, horrifying the Saintess. She is rattled that this is happening to people connected to the Quo Vadis family, and Bloodhound implies she may know more than he does. The implication hits her hard, and she refuses to believe Quilty could be behind it. The discarded disguise lies empty, confirming the body was never what it seemed. Bloodhound stares ahead as the pieces begin to connect. He recognizes one of the dead men as Staffordshire Baskerville of the Pitbull Order. Remembering that Staffordshire vanished during forest operations and was supposedly absent for isolation training, Bloodhound realizes the official story may have been false. The discovery alarms him enough that he drops his composure for a moment. A tattoo on another corpse identifies him as someone from the Don Quixote family, widening the conspiracy. Bloodhound recalls that Set was also said to be in isolation training, linking multiple prestigious families to the same suspicious cover story. The phrase isolation training now sounds less like discipline and more like a pretext for quietly removing people. As the truth starts to form, a new threat announces itself with conjured fire. A massive explosion erupts in front of them, forcing both Bloodhound and the Saintess to react instantly. The corridor is engulfed as flames and debris tear through the hall. The blast keeps expanding, turning the entire space into an inferno. Bloodhound pulls the Saintess close and shields her as fire roars around them. He wraps his body and cloak around her, taking the brunt of the heat and debris. Even in the blaze, he keeps his attention fixed on the new attacker. Then he steps forward through the fire to confront whoever launched the ambush. A red-haired girl emerges from the flames, revealing herself as the one who struck. She coldly judges his protective attitude as weakness and mocks him for valuing the Saintess over the fight. With open hostility, she prepares another attack and makes clear she intends to kill. Bloodhound keeps the Saintess behind him while facing the girl alone across the burning corridor. The Saintess realizes once again that Night Hound is the one protecting her. That recognition jolts her, as if a buried truth has suddenly come into focus. Bloodhound reads the girl's strike as malicious rather than mindless, concluding she is not like the undead they just uncovered. Suspecting a deeper link, he asks the Saintess how long Quilty has employed this girl, and she answers that the hiring was recent. The blonde priestess falls silent, tense and uncertain as the battle's weight settles over her. She resolves that if the enemy is truly one of the undead, she cannot stay out of it, and offers to support Night Hound. Night Hound stops her, ordering her to keep back because he has his own business with their opponent. When she tries to insist on healing him first, he refuses, leaving her startled by how little concern he shows for his condition. Before she can press further, the red-haired mage launches a barrage, driving iron spikes down through a storm of fire. Night Hound charges straight through the deadly rain instead of retreating. He cuts through the assault with a sweeping red strike, forcing his way toward her. The mage pauses, realizing he is enduring attacks that should have stopped him. Assessing him while casting, she notes his interest in her appearance, and recognizes that he has already judged her as a rare talent with long red hair and advanced iron and fire magic. His analysis continues. Someone this young wielding magic at that level would be exceptional even within the Morg family. As she intensifies the pressure, Night Hound keeps advancing through the inferno with grim certainty. Her iron stakes slam into the ground around him, turning the battlefield into a trap. Even surrounded by fire and blades, he pushes forward without slowing. The mage gathers more flaming spheres, preparing to overwhelm him completely. Night Hound focuses on one conclusion, as if a crucial suspicion about her identity has just been confirmed. Watching him fight head-on despite his injuries, the priestess realizes this confrontation is far more personal than she understood. Night Hound presses the thought further, wondering if this mage could be connected to someone he knew before his regression. He narrows it down to a possibility tied to Adolf Morg, a figure who once had close ties within that family. He recalls that Adolf later vanished from public life for secluded training in the Dark Hall, making any surviving connection difficult to trace. His thoughts jump to a memory of a red-haired girl fiercely staking a claim over the ruby vein, revealing how long their history may go back. He realizes that if he had never crossed paths with her in the past, the present might have unfolded very differently. Another memory surfaces of her teasing him with a mocking score, showing that their bond had once grown through repeated encounters. He understands that he had deliberately built a relationship with her for his own purposes. That manipulation included using closeness and touch to steer her emotions and trust. He remembers a moment when others tried to stop him as he walked away, already committed to a path that would hurt her. He now sees that he also used her as part of his larger plans after regressing. The name Camus Morg rises in his mind, and with it the full weight of who she is. He condemns himself for choices made after regression that may have ruined the brilliant future of the hero Camus Morg. Facing her now, he is overwhelmed by the damage his schemes may have caused. For a moment, guilt overtakes him as he asks himself what he has done to her life. Camus tries to finish him with a concentrated fire spell at point-blank range. Hound catches her casting arm before the attack can be released. He reaches for her head and hair, controlling the distance and breaking her rhythm. Using that opening, he drives a brutal kick into her and sends her flying away. The priestess recoils in shock as Camus is hurled across the chamber. A blue-eyed young man appears in Hound's memory, suggesting the deeper source of his fixation and regret. Camus tries to gather another fire spell, but her movement is already compromised. Hound seizes her arm again and completely shuts down the attack. He follows with a decisive red slash aim to end the fight. The blow tears through her, and her body whips away under the force. Camus crashes to the ground, broken and bleeding, while Hound remains standing only by sheer will. The priestess rushes toward Hound as the aftermath leaves both combatants devastated. Seeing how badly he is torn apart, she desperately offers healing, but he can barely hold himself upright. As they look toward the fallen mage, the priestess asks if his determination came from knowing her personally. Hound hesitates, hiding whatever truth lies behind the mask. He finally claims she was a stranger to him, and that this makes the outcome easier to bear. When the priestess protests that his wounds still need treatment, he cuts her off and insists he has had enough healing. Pressed to explain why he would fight until he was nearly destroyed, he gives only a single answer: demon hunting. When she questions that answer, he dismisses it as something more private, calling it personal revenge instead. Even after saying that, his bloodied hand tightens against the floor, betraying the strain and unresolved emotion he refuses to voice. The plague doctor realizes the relic was hidden under a city guard's watch and decides to postpone dealing with the wounded man in front of him. He abruptly demands the relic back, startling the saintess beside him as he turns his attention to the body on the floor. The corpse answers through a grotesque mouth in its torso, revealing it borrowed the relic from someone else and naming several targets tied to the theft. The saintess is horrified to find a mouth growing from a body, while the plague doctor identifies the speaker as the demon behind the recent plague mask incidents in his district. He presses further and recognizes the demon's true identity as Guilty, or rather the eunuch using that name. Hearing that name, the saintess realizes the feared demon is here, and the creature is pleased to have unexpectedly found her as well. The demon's delight turns calculating as it sees this encounter as an opportunity. It decides to drop the Killian persona for now, since obtaining the saintess matters more than recovering the relic immediately. The saintess struggles to process that Guilty is not just a criminal but a demon. The demon revels in her despair, seeing the saintess as the center of its obsession and savoring her fear. Refusing to break, the saintess calls on holy power and invokes judgment on the wicked. A massive burst of sacred light erupts through the chamber, forcing everyone back. The demon is struck by the holy power and panics as the attack overwhelms it. Its screams continue as the saintess's purification burns through it. When the light fades, the chamber is left blasted open, with the saintess and plague doctor still standing amid the aftermath. The saintess condemns the demon to face judgment after death, still trying to assert moral authority over it. Instead of being cowed, the demon responds with obscene amusement. It lunges with a Hound attack, mocking how much more thrilling the saintess looks when she speaks fiercely. Before the strike can finish, a new arrival interrupts the clash. A calm man steps in smoking, chiding the saintess for interrupting while revealing himself as a demon as well. He answers her outrage by openly embracing his demonic nature and dismissing any threat she poses to him. Looking down on both her and the half-dead plague doctor, he treats them as far beneath him. He closes in and taunts the saintess for trying to appear brave when terror is written all over her face. He leans in cruelly, insisting no one would believe such fear on a saintess's face. At last, he exults that the saintess herself is within his grasp. The plague doctor suddenly drives a red blade up through the demon's head from behind. As the saintess stares, he coldly explains that watching this demon has taught him something important. He exposes the demon as a coward who sacrifices subordinates and avoids direct danger unless forced into it. He reveals he only pretended to be badly injured because he knew the demon could easily heal lesser wounds. With the trap sprung, he asks whether his performance was convincing. He addresses the demon by its real title, Eunuch. The demon's eye twitches as it realizes it has been read correctly. The plague doctor rejects the false name entirely and identifies the enemy as Dantalian, condemning its method-acting disguise. The saintess is stunned by the sudden reversal and the new name. She cannot understand how a man pierced through the head is still alive and standing. The plague doctor remains steady, his mask hiding any strain as he keeps the demon pinned. He explains that Dantalian is one of the rank elite corpses, and that title is literal enough to let him survive this much. Dantalian peels away the stolen face and admits that the disguise is ruined now. He reveals his power. By collecting faces, he can borrow their lives and memories, and the current face belonged to a woman named Felning Innocence. He further explains that Guilty was merely one of many identities he has worn, and that he cannot truly die unless every stored face is destroyed. Taking that as his objective, the plague doctor vows to kill them all and attacks at once. His red blade slices through Dantalian's current body, but the saintess is thrown into confusion when the dying figure suddenly begs for help. The face now pleading is a terrified woman who does not understand why she has to die. Her desperate request for mercy makes the execution feel horrifyingly personal. Even so, the plague doctor finishes the strike and casts the body aside while the saintess watches in shock. The woman's body lies motionless on the ground, seemingly dead. Then Dantalian's threads and collected faces begin to gather over the corpse again, showing the death was only another layer to shed. A disoriented civilian suddenly appears nearby, and the saintess instinctively clings to the plague doctor as the situation grows even stranger. The bewildered man can only remember that moments ago he was on his way home after buying his daughter's favorite meat pie. A hooded swordsman cuts down a red-eyed fiend, only for it to sneer at his confidence. In the creature's eye, a small boy appears to be crying helplessly, as if the scene has suddenly shifted. The child stands before the wounded swordsman and accuses him of cruelty, trying to look like an innocent victim. He pushes the act further by insisting he did nothing wrong and framing the swordsman as his bully. The swordsman immediately sees through the deception and refuses to be manipulated. The fiend admits the boy's form is useless against him because he is already resistant to the mental tricks used by his ally, and the swordsman apologizes to that ally for what he is about to do. Dropping the disguise, the enemy reveals a smug, green-eyed face and tests whether the swordsman truly means it. He offers a new move in response, preparing another grotesque trick. Before the swordsman can finish him, the enemy tears something from his own body and interrupts the attack. He treats the severed piece like a gift, enjoying the reveal. The swordsman swings through the child-shaped body without hesitation, proving he will not be fooled. A second figure is hurled away by the force of the exchange. That body crashes and skids across the floor, showing the fight has shifted beyond simple swordplay. The green-eyed enemy rises laughing while holding a torn human face in his hand. Dark energy surges as the planted face begins to activate its curse. A blonde woman recognizes the swordsman as Sir Knight Bloodhound and watches in alarm as the enemy stands at a distance. The enemy explains that he implanted a face into the swordsman so its memories and emotions will infect him and torment Dr. Masf. He reveals the face belonged to someone driven by paranoia and schizophrenia into murdering his own family. He expects that trauma to merge with the swordsman's memories, forcing two identities to clash inside one body. His goal is to erode the swordsman's mind until his original consciousness disappears. The swordsman reacts, noticing something is wrong within himself. Even so, he steadies himself in front of the blonde woman, still ready to fight despite his injuries. When she notices his arm, he downplays the damage and keeps his focus on the enemy. Part of his arm twists unnaturally, and he realizes he may be facing something more monstrous than a mere demon. Smoke rises from his damaged body, but he concludes that this only means the enemy is far from ordinary. The enemy studies him and finally understands why Andromalius was defeated. He identifies the swordsman's advantages, a demonic energy sword tied to Beelzebub, and the overwhelming aura of a highest-grade regulator. Judging a direct fight too risky, he decides to change tactics. His transformed arm creeps forward across the ground toward the blonde woman behind the swordsman. She freezes as the reaching limb suddenly targets her. The swordsman instantly intercepts with a slash, shielding her before the attack can land. The enemy grins, pleased that the woman's presence gives him exactly the weakness he wanted to exploit. As the swordsman keeps protecting her, she realizes he cannot ignore threats to her, and that his burden is growing heavier. She understands that if she remains here, she will become the hero's fatal vulnerability. Fear nearly overwhelms her, but she forces herself to think. Watching the brutal fight, she wonders whether the Knight Bloodhound can keep carrying everything alone forever. Though trembling, she decides she must strengthen her resolve. She concludes that helping him matters more than surrendering to fear. Something small drops nearby, drawing her attention. She stares in shock as she recognizes what it is. The severed face speaks to her as sister, turning the enemy's horror into something personal. That single word triggers a crushing vision of a looming figure behind her, as if buried trauma has resurfaced. She is left shaken and on the verge of breaking under the memory. Meanwhile, the enemy, convinced the situation is now easy, unleashes a mass of grotesque tendrils covered in faces. He boasts that if one transplanted face caused this much pain, then overwhelming them with hundreds should shatter his opponent completely. The swordsman braces in the middle of the encroaching swarm, refusing to retreat. He decides the simplest answer is to cut through every face the enemy sends at him. His red blade tears into the incoming mass, carving a path through the attack. The enemy mocks the idea that even a swordsman like him can destroy thousands of faces. The swordsman answers with another violent slash, meeting the flood head-on instead of yielding. A masked young man catches sight of something that jolts him with sudden recognition. The face before him pulls up a buried memory he cannot ignore. He remembers a quiet moment beneath a tree with a saintly blonde girl and another figure from the past. That memory centers on the girl, Perry, smiling at him with warmth and innocence. The recollection snaps away, leaving him shaken by what that resemblance might mean. Realizing the girl in his memory may be connected to the present crisis, he blurts out Perry's name. Before he can dwell on it, monstrous currents surge around him and drag him deeper into a grotesque inner space. The engulfing force closes in from every side, making escape impossible. He is swept through the darkness until the motion finally stops. When he regains himself, he stands alone in a bleak, enclosed world. He steadies himself and tries to understand where he has been taken. Ahead, he finds a tunnel crowded with rows of children sitting in unnatural silence. He realizes he was swallowed by Dantalian's power, which means this place is the demon's inner domain. From that, he concludes these children are the people Dantalian has consumed. The sight enrages him, and his body reacts as his fury and dread rise together. He steps forward through the foul ground, pressing deeper into the scene. As he studies the children, he notices the same deadened expressions worn by the victims whose faces had been attached to the demon. Their suffering breaks through in flashes of agony, showing that the consumed are still trapped in torment. Even curled up in despair, the children's thoughts leak out as pain, fear, and pleas for it to stop. He reaches out to one child, trying to offer comfort or reassurance. His touch draws no real response, confirming how deeply they have been hollowed out. That only sharpens his suspicion that the child he seeks must also be somewhere inside this place. He hardens his resolve and searches with renewed focus. Looking over the crowd, he concludes the missing child has to be among these imprisoned victims. The children's minds continue to spill out exhaustion and terror, showing how completely despair has consumed them. Their thoughts grow darker, turning into self-hatred and a wish for death. At the center of this misery stands Perry, surrounded by the accumulated negativity of the dead. She identifies the voices around her as the vengeful spirits of those the demon devoured. Dantalian rises before her and mocks her compassion, flaunting the countless humans he has eaten. He boasts that he even refined his methods, preferring not to prey on the ugly side of humanity without purpose. Revealing himself as the upper corpse Dantalian, he taunts Perry by asking whether the weeping of his victims moves her heart. When Perry condemns him for consuming even orphan children, he dismisses morality entirely and claims hunger needs no justification. He insists he has committed no sin by feeding. To prove his point, he presents an indulgence and claims it grants him permission. He sneers that human greed made such corruption possible and delights in how easily people can be bought. Dantalian explains that using the orphanage as a feeding ground was merely an adaptation of how humans raise livestock for slaughter. He goes further, blaming humanity itself and telling Perry that her holy power only delayed the suffering he intended. He reveals that the young man trapped in this inner world was only caught because Perry dragged him into the conflict. Enjoying her silence, the demon savors the moment, as if her shock were a victory. He explains that his inner world erodes a person's ego by drowning them in the negativity of the dead. Perry calmly admits he is not entirely wrong, but only in the sense that humans do carry such darkness. She clarifies that indulgences, convenience, and personal weakness are human failings that can accumulate into terrible despair. Dantalian eagerly agrees, convinced her words validate his contempt for humanity. But Perry turns the argument around, declaring that true human strength lies in fighting that weakness and choosing righteousness. As holy light erupts from her, Dantalian realizes she is resisting the corruption that should have tainted her. Perry admits that this ordeal has forced her to confront her own indecision at last. She recalls her guilt over failing to oppose indulgences and failing to help when others fought demons, all because fear held her back. She openly acknowledges how useless and cowardly she has felt. Then she remembers the encouragement once given to her when she questioned why someone as weak as herself had been chosen as saintess. That memory reminds her that the world needs someone who can keep shining even in its darkest places, and she accepts that duty. A saintly girl resolves that she can no longer leave him to fight the demons alone. She forces out every bit of holy power she can muster, unleashing a radiant purification over the room. The demons immediately realize her sacred power threatens everything they are doing here. As she advances, the truth becomes clear. The living children can be restored, but souls erased by holy exorcism cannot be brought back. Refusing to be manipulated by demonic lies any longer, she steadies herself and commits to acting. Then she senses something unexpected within the flood of light and falters. The purification reaches the children caught in the ritual. Instead of being destroyed, they begin returning to themselves, their faces and awareness restored. Seeing that too late, she is crushed by guilt and apologizes for failing to save them sooner. Her holy power continues sweeping through the inner world, tearing through the darkness around them. The trapped children remain huddled in fear, still half lost in the nightmare they endured. Among them, a small blonde girl sits alone in the mire, withdrawn and trembling. She slowly looks up, sensing someone has finally reached her. The wounded young man finds her at last and calls her by name, Perry. He admits that on his way there, he realized he still wanted to see her again. Barely holding himself together, he tells her he had something important left unsaid. He confesses that revenge against demons had been the only purpose guiding his life, even his visits to the orphanage. But during that empty pursuit, meeting her changed him. What gave his life meaning was the smile he found in her. He decides that if revenge is worth anything, it must become a world where she can keep smiling. As the holy light intensifies around them, he thanks her for giving his journey a purpose. He also apologizes for failing to protect her when it mattered most. Perry realizes through tears that he truly came back for her. The two are drawn together in the blazing inner world as the surrounding souls look on. Perry breaks down and admits how terrified she had been. Her confession stops him cold and strips away his last emotional distance. He pulls her into a full embrace, finally answering her fear with comfort instead of resolve alone. Holding her close, he swears he will never forgive the one who made her cry. Perry clings to him and accepts that promise through tears. Outside, the orphanage erupts with holy light as the purification spreads through the entire building. The demon in charge braces himself against the shock of the saint's awakening power. He realizes with alarm that the saintess may have fully awakened. He understands that her power has cleansed the inner world and all the souls trapped inside it. Within that overflowing radiance, the young man's battered body begins responding to the saint's power. He senses a decisive change taking place within himself. His aura surges beyond its limits as the saintess's holy power amplifies it. For the first time, he feels he can reach the level of strength he has sought. That long-desired stage finally comes within reach. Red power gathers around his hand, condensing under the pressure of the blessing. The aura hardens and takes shape, no longer just energy but a weapon. The demon recognizes it in horror as solid aura. The young man manifests as a sword master, and the demon identifies him as Dantalion. Now transformed by rage and power, he warns the demon that death will not come easily. Watching him, the saintess feels the force rising from him and understands it is more than simple anger. She realizes he is carrying the grief of the sacrificed children and their hatred for the demon responsible. Remembering an old teaching, she understands that a saint can awaken through meeting a true soulmate. Accepting that bond, she gathers all of her divine power into their joined hands. She directs that power to the Night Hound. A soul resonance is formed, transferring the saint's divine power to her acknowledged soulmate and temporarily maximizing his abilities. The Night Hound is revealed to be none other than Vikir von Baskerville. A hidden power is identified as the moment the hooded fighter first awakened as a sword master, elevating him into a realm only the rarest human elites could ever reach. The demon poet Dantalion is stunned that a mere human has attained such a level. Others confirm that even among humanity, only a tiny handful of the highest born ever approached that rank. They realize the intruder truly possessed the qualifications to become a sword master. Dantalion is shaken further when that power appears twisted into something abnormal and reversed. The red-cloaked swordsman tears through the corridor, shredding the demon's reserve bodies and faces in a storm of crimson force. As the assault continues, Dantalion's spare forms are blasted apart and scattered. With Dantalion's collected souls purified and erased, the swordsman leaves him with almost nothing left to sustain the fight. The swordsman presses the advantage and tells Dantalion that despair is now unavoidable. For the first time, Dantalion understands too late that this battle may truly be his end. He bitterly reflects that what should have been a simple mission in the human world has been ruined by one man. Driven into a corner, Dantalion resolves to kill his enemy even if it costs his own life. The swordsman reveals that Dantalion still has one face left, exposing the demon's final reserve. Dantalion gathers that last remaining mass of souls into a single monstrous form. As the demon prepares to detonate and drag everyone nearby into death with him, the saintess senses the catastrophe and fears the entire area will be consumed. She is told to remain calm. The swordsman assures her there is no need to panic. He declares that he can now reach the level he sought in his previous life but never attained before regressing. He credits Hugo's sword for showing him the path to that higher state. Meanwhile, the fused souls urge Dantalion to complete their mission and bring destruction to the human realm. That final demonic mass swells with murderous intent. The swordsman answers with a single overwhelming vertical strike. His attack erupts in blinding light and completely engulfs the demon. The force of the blow tears through the orphanage grounds from above. The explosion of red energy rips across the complex, shaking the entire area. Inside, the children and caretakers are jolted awake in terror by the violent tremor. They scramble up, thinking an earthquake has struck. The saintess, who had been praying, is thrown off balance by the shock. She quickly regains herself and realizes something immense has happened. She follows the white-haired man through the ruined corridor toward the source, where blue energy pours through the shattered structure. Seeing it up close leaves him awestruck. The destruction is so unnatural that he can only wonder what kind of force caused it. By morning, the midnight incident at the Indulgentia orphanage has thrown the capital into fear, and another attack tied to the Quo Vadis family draws public attention without yielding a confirmed culprit. Onlookers note that the notorious Night Hound has now struck even here. Students and witnesses discuss the chaos, with some lamenting that the final day has turned into disaster and even a lost chance to prove themselves. They also find it strange that such a massive blast produced no casualties. Rumors spread that Director Guilty and his escort knights vanished in the attack, suggesting the Night Hound may have taken them. Hearing this, Saintess Dolores quietly reflects on Guilty's fate. A man named Pedro tells her he always distrusted Guilty and now suspects he was not merely corrupt but demonic. Pedro adds that if the Night Hound truly removed that stain from the family, then part of him finds justice in it despite the disgrace. Others remain doubtful that the public will accept such a story. Dolores steels herself, having reached a decision. She warns Pedro in advance that she is about to do something difficult. Then she steps before the gathered crowd and asks everyone to hear her out. The crowd recognizes the saintess and turns to listen as she prepares to address the incident directly. Holding a notebook, she begins by naming the Night Hound. She recalls that the hooded swordsman entrusted her with the truth about the Quo Vadis family and left it to her conscience how to use it. Now she opens that record and commits herself to speaking plainly. She starts reading the ledger aloud, exposing an entry that records the sale of indulgences and pardons. She publicly names the sender and recipient, directly tying Guilty and Cardinal Humbert to the corrupt indulgence scheme. Rumors spread that powerful nobles have escaped punishment for horrific crimes simply by paying enormous sums, exposing how openly justice can be bought. The list of pardoned offenders keeps growing, and the scale of corruption makes it clear that wealth is shielding even murderers and abusers. As people condemn these indulgences as evil without limits, Dolores is singled out as the saintess now daring to denounce Cardinal Humbert and Lord Cavades. Reading yet another account of bought absolution, Dolores decides she will no longer live in fear of her father. Ashamed that she once stayed silent, she publicly declares that sins cannot be erased with money and that Cavades is committing blasphemy. She hardens that resolve into a vow to never again tolerate the family's atrocities or forgive them. Elsewhere, the protagonist reflects on the saintess and what her change of heart means. He concludes that even after regressing, Dolores has remained steadfast. Remembering that only 8 of the 10 corpses remain, he renews his own determination. His expression settles into quiet resolve as he commits himself to what comes next. Placing a hand down, he swears to carry that resolve through. He leaves a grave behind with the wish that children like the one buried there might someday live and smile at the end of this struggle. At Perry's memorial, he offers a final hope that the child can at least smile freely in death. The scene shifts to Dolores confronting a professor over why her article was never published. She insists the piece contained only the truth and demands to know why her condemnation of Night Hound was printed instead. The professor challenges her as if she already knows the answer. He explains that her original article directly attacked a specific organization, while the Academy is bound to political neutrality. Dolores refuses that excuse, arguing that she merely reported facts and that even official denials never disprove the victims' testimonies. When she cites the indulgence ledger, the professor dismisses it as anonymous and turns the issue back on her loyalty to Cavades. Her suspicion of outside pressure hits home, and his silence all but confirms it. He admits the article was softened to focus blame on Night Hound because the dean himself is under pressure. The professor reveals the influence behind it goes beyond Cardinal Humbert, and points to someone powerful enough to endanger even the dean. Dolores suddenly realizes who that could be. She identifies the hidden force as the Pope, the one person within Cavades above Cardinal Humbert. Even so, she cannot accept that Humbert would exploit the Pope's age to block his judgment and isolate him from the truth. The professor warns that her article was flawed from the start because it helped brand Night Hound as a terrorist who committed monstrous crimes. Dolores rejects that narrative, deciding Night Hound himself is not evil and that the true evil lies with Cavades and the demon concealed within him. She recalls his warning that demons still remain in the world and comes to believe he has been fighting that darkness alone and will keep doing so. As she leaves, she resolves to continue helping him in secret, while the professor tells her to keep this dangerous conclusion to herself. Privately, Dolores commits to supporting him however she can, even if she must do it alone. The mood abruptly lightens when a blonde classmate stretches and yawns. He announces he is done with volunteer work and heading back to class, and the group starts moving together again. A friend invites the protagonist to practical training, but he declines, saying he needs some time alone. That phrase instantly alarms the others, who overreact to the idea of leaving him by himself. They decide to take the younger boy with them instead, finally giving the protagonist permission to go on his own. Once alone in his room, he finally has space to deal with what he obtained from the recent battle. He opens his bag, relieved to have private time to examine the reward properly. Reviewing his gains, he notes that reaching the Sword Master stage was valuable, but what interests him most is the relic taken from Dantalian's forces. He focuses on the item as the greatest prize from the fight. The leather fragments merge into a single relic, and he recognizes what it is. He identifies it as the human mask of beastly heart picaresque, a counterpart to the demonic sword Beelzebub that he never expected to obtain. From memory, he recalls that the mask grants a monstrous body, grows stronger with killing, and massively boosts regeneration and mana. Despite remembering there was some kind of side effect, he decides to test it anyway. The relic activates with a predatory presence as he puts it on. Its power floods in at once, restoring his drained aura and granting regeneration so extreme it could recover even severe injuries. But almost immediately he senses that something about the transformation is wrong. He realizes his vision has sharply worsened and that the world has turned black and white. A dog staring back at him makes the truth impossible to ignore. He understands in shock that the mask has transformed him into a dog, and this must be the forgotten side effect. Panicking that he may be trapped like this if his body does not revert, he scrambles desperately to tear the mask off. He exhales in relief as the strange transformation finally settles down. Now back in human form, he confirms he can undo the change by will rather than being trapped in it. He decides that if turning into a dog is controllable, it is less a harmful side effect and more a useful extra ability that could even help him keep a pet in the dorms and stay active. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden ominous disturbance from nearby. He notices the source and realizes something in his room has started moving on its own. The egg begins to crack open in his hand. He understands that the egg Madame left behind was already hatching, and that its earlier movement had been the warning sign. Remembering Madame Eight Legs as a terrifying demonic creature feared even in ancient stories, he is alarmed that one of her descendants is being born in front of him. The shell breaks further, confirming that the child of that monster is emerging now. Instead of a nightmare, A tiny fluffy spider pops out and barks like a puppy. He is baffled that Madam's child looks like a harmless cotton ball and is even more confused that it sounds like a dog. When it keeps barking and whining, he suspects it picked up canine habits while being raised for a time by the wolf in the forest. The newborn stares up at him with needy, innocent eyes. He guesses the baby is hungry. He offers it meat, assuming it inherited Madam's diet. When the baby ignores the meat, he realizes it is too young to eat what its mother ate. Seeing value in raising an S-rank monster from infancy, he decides to take responsibility for it and go find proper food. He heads out through the academy with the baby in tow. On the way, he overhears someone contemptuously warning a commoner not to pollute the academy with his presence. He pauses and sees a small group of elite students cornering a frightened first year. The victim is PG, and the one leading the harassment is someone important enough to be immediately recognized. He identifies the ringleader as Grenouille de Leviathan, the arrogant vice representative of the first-year Hot Weapons Department, and a child of one of the Empire's 7 great clans. PG timidly tries to leave, explaining he was only passing through and his friends are waiting for him. Grenouille blocks him and makes it clear that a commoner does not get to walk away at will. She vents her disgust openly, saying that sharing the academy with someone as lowly as PG is an insult to her noble blood. She escalates from contempt to outright exclusion, declaring that people like him do not belong there and should leave the academy. When she extends the insult to PG's friends as well, she finally crosses his limit. PG grabs her by the collar before even she expects resistance. Shaking but resolute, he declares that she may insult him, but he will not allow her to insult his friends. Grenouille answers his courage with contempt and dares him to prove he can do anything about it. She immediately orders her followers to beat him down. PG braces himself for the blow he knows is coming. The tension peaks in the instant before the attack lands. A far more dangerous presence cuts into the moment. One of Grenouille's own allies suddenly freezes as someone seizes him first. The attacker's grip alone shows overwhelming physical power. Tudor arrives and effortlessly crushes the bully's attempt at force, warning that he chose the wrong opponent for a contest of strength. PG is stunned to see Tudor appear, followed by the rest of his friends. Vikir is there too, revealing that PG was not alone after all. Grenouille turns her anger toward Tudor by name. Tudor calmly explains that he came because PG had been gone too long, only to find him being attacked. He makes the issue plain and personal by asking how they dared lay hands on his friend. The hallway's power balance flips as PG's side now stands together against the nobles. Grenouille tries to recover her superiority by sneering that Tudor's worth can be judged by the commoners he keeps around him. Tudor counters with the Academy's own principle that nobles and commoners are not supposed to be treated differently there. Grenouille mocks him for preaching equality when he supposedly failed to act during the Night Hound incident, and he can only offer the embarrassing truth that he had been asleep. She dismisses that as loser's excuses and boasts that if she had been present, she would have captured Night Hound herself. Her arrogance turns dangerous as she releases poison in the middle of the building. Tudor recognizes the scent at once as a paralyzing poison and is shocked she would use her ability indoors. While everyone else recoils, the baby spider on Vikir's shoulder curiously sniffs the poison cloud. Grenouille smugly claims the poison is only a demonstration meant to teach them the gulf between her and ordinary students. As the others struggle to breathe, she tells them to understand their inferiority and despair. The baby spider suddenly opens wide and reacts to the poison as if it has found food. The cloud begins drifting away from the victims and toward Vikir instead. Vikir realizes the baby is absorbing the poison cloud rather than being harmed by it. He concludes that poison is actually the creature's natural food source, and the baby happily confirms it in its own odd dog-like way. Tudor notices something impossible has just happened. The poison attack loses all force as the cloud vanishes before it can cripple anyone. Grenouille tries to save face by pretending she never intended to go further, and that she merely showed restraint. Even she is rattled by how completely her poison disappeared. An onlooker voices the obvious suspicion that the poison seemed to get sucked into Vikir, though he doubts his own eyes. Grenouille doubles down on her bluff, claiming she spared them out of generosity and because they were not worth wasting poison on. Tudor stops tolerating the act and directly challenges her to settle things properly. Instead of a brawl, he proposes a formal contest in the upcoming midterm group assessment, with the loser forced to run naked around the academy. Grenouille accepts immediately, confident she cannot lose. She agrees because humiliating them publicly sounds entertaining to her. PG apologizes for causing trouble, but Tudor reframes the situation as a perfect chance to crush Grenouille's ego. PG worries that as a barely low-rank sword expert, he will only drag the team down in a group exam. Tudor reassures him that his intelligence and observational skill make him valuable. He quickly assigns roles for their four-man team, placing himself and Sancho at the front, PG in the command position, and Beecher in the rear with the bow. With a plan in place, he declares that they will not lose to Grenouille. Vikir unexpectedly refuses the invitation, saying he has already promised to join another group for the assessment. The others are stunned and protest that he should keep his word to them instead. His refusal leaves Tudor, Sancho, and PG momentarily speechless. Vikir remains oblivious to how badly his timing lands. The scene shifts to the Academy's massive arena, where the public midterms are about to begin. Students in the stands buzz with excitement over the spectacle. The crowd especially cheers for Dolores and the Academy's prestige as the event opens. It is explained that Colosseo Academy conducts its midterms openly before an audience. 3 subjects are tested in total, including a group defense assessment. Another subject measures individual offensive power. The final subject is a written exam. For the defense test, hologram magic turns the stadium into a dungeon where students must survive waves of dummy monsters built from mud golems. The projected enemies take the form of giant ants and other monsters. Each student is protected by shield magic that tracks damage, and 4-person teams are scored by how much they contribute and how long they endure. Their hit points drop from both attacks and poison, and the test ends automatically when a student's HP reaches 0. Surviving all 3 20-minute waves earns full marks. The audience hears that the best score so far this year belongs to the third years. Dolores's party set that third-year record by lasting 58 minutes, just 2 minutes short of perfection. PG studies the results and concludes that, since fourth years do not take the test, Dolores's group will likely remain the overall benchmark. Comparing year levels, he estimates that first years only need to survive the first wave for a respectable score. Tutor rejects aiming low and says that if they want to crush Grenouille, they must push at least halfway through the second wave. Sancho backs him confidently, insisting that with him on the team, such a goal is manageable. Bianca, however, treats teamwork like personal service and tells the others to tank properly while she hunts the monsters herself. Tutor snaps at her to stop acting like a princess with servants and reminds her that his own dignity is on the line in this bet. Bianca fires back that she has no desire to see him naked either and tells him to worry about his own performance. Sancho tries to keep the team focused by insisting their fighting should be directed at the monsters, not each other. PG notices that Tutor and Bianca clearly have a history of clashing. He also realizes Beecher has joined another group entirely and wonders why he left them. Away from the others, Vikir reflects that he dislikes attracting attention and has already drawn more than he wants. He decides to let his new teammates do the work so he can stay unnoticed unless absolutely necessary. His new group eagerly promises to protect him completely so he will not need to act at all. Those teammates turn out to be the Baskerville triplets, all high-ranking first years in practical assessments. The 3 brothers present themselves as a coordinated unit with strong combat records. They are thrilled because serving their lord in this first mission matters deeply to them. Tutor's group can only stare at the absurd devotion Vikir has inspired. Grenouille notices that Tutor has abandoned his commoner ally in favor of Bianca and interprets it as the obvious choice of someone who wants to win. Even so, she remains sure Tutor's side still cannot beat hers. Her confidence comes from having recruited an ace of her own, though her attempt at introducing him is undercut by a teammate mangling her name. That ace is Sinclair, a top-ranked first year from the Hot Weapons Department, and Grenouille patronizingly welcomes him as a commoner she has chosen to accept. Sinclair ignores the condescension and only asks that they work together for good marks, while still failing to say Grenouille's name correctly. As Group 69, Grenouille's team declares that first place among the first years will belong to them. Group 108, Vikir's team, takes the field with the Baskerville triplets surrounding him. Group 109, Tutor's team, enters as well, and the first-year midterms officially begin. The crowd erupts as the test starts. A magical dome seals the arena and the hologram dungeon activates. Watching the setup, Vikir notes that he never saw this academy exam in his previous life, though at first glance it seems to reward simple combat competence. One of the triplets explains the mechanics to him. Once they step into the arena, virtual reality magic transforms it into a dungeon, and the exam begins when the monsters charge. He adds that although survival is the goal, the monster's poison is real, so HP can drop even without obvious wounds. Vikir confirms that instructors will intervene if something truly dangerous happens, and the triplets mention they have already practiced this kind of drill repeatedly. Satisfied, Vikir tells them to handle everything while he stays still and out of the spotlight. The triplets accept the order with fanatical enthusiasm and vow to protect him like iron pillars. Tutor's group comes over and finds Vikir standing with the triplets. Tutor casually asks whether Vikir has prepared properly for the exam. He also checks whether Vikir is all right, having heard he joined the Baskerville triplets, and Vikir insists it was by mutual agreement rather than coercion. When Tutor presses further, Vikir explains that the arrangement was made weeks ago in exchange for monster information, and he denies being bullied. Before the conversation can go further, the start signal sounds. Another first-year group's exam ends, clearing the way for the next teams. Group 69 is called to the arena, and Grenouille steps forward with predatory confidence. She tells her team it is time to unleash themselves. The first wave of ant monsters charges in. The swarm closes rapidly on the defending students. Grenouille barks at Sinclair to hurry up and contribute. Sinclair calmly finishes preparing a spell despite her panic. His focus sharpens as he commits to the cast. He unleashes a powerful blast that wipes out the oncoming monsters in one strike. The crowd roars in approval at the display. Vikir recognizes Sinclair by name as he watches. He realizes Sinclair's talent is exactly why she later becomes the famed Proximax Cesset, and he wonders why someone this gifted did nothing during the fall in the future he remembers. Group 69's exam ends almost immediately after the overwhelming performance. Their result is announced as just under 20 minutes, giving them the best first-year record so far. Tudor is furious that Granui's team has taken the lead before his group even enters. The pressure of the wager suddenly becomes very real to him. Granui rubs in her advantage by reminding him she expects to see him running naked. Tudor's anger hardens into determination. Vakir quietly steps forward as his own group is called. Group 108 enters the arena with the triplets taking point around him. Tudor's team calls out encouragement to Vakir as he walks in. The triplets answer with absolute conviction that they will seize first place for their liege. Inside the dungeon, the next wave of ant monsters emerges from the tunnel toward Vakir's group. Back among the spectators, PG and Bianca notice that Vakir is not reacting at all and wonder what he is doing. The observers realize the quiet first year can fight at range too, using ice to form both bow and arrows. Wanting to test that claim immediately, they send a swarm of ant monsters at him to see how well he can really shoot. He answers with a rapid volley so fast that the battlefield fills with arrows before the ants can close in. His speed shocks the onlookers, who had not expected a beginner to fire that quickly. One of them is especially unsettled, unable to understand where that level of speed is coming from. He calmly judges the monsters as quick but fragile and inaccurate, yet senses that something about the situation is off. As he draws again, his sharpened perception catches a hidden clue and he starts to suspect an unseen factor behind the attack. He focuses on one arrowhead, preparing to use it for more than a simple shot. Red energy gathers around the tip, turning the arrow into a detector for the hidden threat he sensed. The empowered shot detonates on contact and exposes what had been concealed. Satisfied that he can no longer hide his ability, he admits to himself that showing off is tempting. He also remembers a warning not to reveal his talent with the bow, and knows he is breaking that promise. Still, he decides to seize the moment, and quietly calls on Baby Madam for help. The tiny creature leaps from him toward the battlefield to carry out his plan. Baby Madam eagerly accepts the task, delighted to be involved. He explains that ant monsters release poison and confirms his theory that Baby Madam can act like an all-purpose antidote, telling her to enjoy herself until the exam ends. Outside the arena, the test barrier remains sealed as the trial continues under supervision. When the round ends, his group posts a record time of 19 minutes and 50 seconds, placing second among the first years. Their success immediately draws mocking laughter from a rival who refuses to accept that commoners could outperform him. The rival boasts that the gap in ability is obvious and sneers that their achievement is beneath him. His own teammates, exhausted and frustrated at missing first place, turn their anger on the archer until he shuts them down. The official announcement confirms that Group 109 placed first and his group placed second, just short of the record set by the top team. Attention shifts to Group 109 as they begin their run with a clear goal of crushing the first wave as efficiently as possible. The ant monsters rush in to meet them, starting a far more aggressive battle. Their blonde frontliner smashes into the enemy with overwhelming force, blowing one ant apart in a single strike. The rest of the team follows in tight coordination, each member covering a role as they carve through the wave. Watching them, the archer is struck by how polished and dangerous their teamwork is. He identifies Tudor and Sancho as the pair holding the front line against the monsters. He notes that Bianca provides range support from behind while PG directs the battle by reading the whole field. Even a spectator has to admit that Group 109 prepared thoroughly, and now looks like the favorite to take first place. But while observing them, that same spectator is distracted by a strange sense of emptiness he cannot explain. He reaches for his shoulder as the vague unease sharpens into a disturbing realization. The truth hits him all at once, and he understands something is terribly wrong. He looks down into the arena and spots an ant corpse that should have remained inert. At its body, he notices a tiny presence attached to it and immediately recognizes the cause. Baby Madam has burrowed into the corpse and is greedily draining the poison from it. Instead of simply helping, she is blissfully indulging herself in the middle of the test. As she feeds, toxic fumes begin spreading through the arena, creating a new danger for everyone inside. He realizes she must have jumped back into the arena after he briefly put her away, just to keep eating poison. Seeing that she has already shed once in that short time, he understands her growth is accelerating at an alarming rate. Unable to call her back while Group 109 is still fighting, he can only watch as the poison cloud disrupts their test. Inside the arena, one of the top team members resolves to finish anyway and tightens his grip on his weapon. He unleashes a powerful sweeping attack to tear through the ants despite the worsening conditions. After the strike, he carries himself with the confidence of someone certain brute force will solve the problem. Bianca rebukes him for wasting energy on weak ants when efficiency matters more than showmanship. He fires back by challenging her to prove her own control, and she accepts by preparing a precise shot. Bianca demonstrates her answer immediately, launching a focused purple arrow at a charging ant. Her shot pierces the monster cleanly, dropping it with far less effort than his flashy attack. Their rivalry flares even in the middle of combat, with each refusing to lose ground to the other. Before they can settle that contest, another ant surges in from above, forcing the team back into the fight. While monsters swarm the arena, the white-haired student admits he still is not sure how well their team works together. The brown-haired boy takes command and insists they regroup into proper positions. He quickly assigns roles, having the archer and swordswoman strike first to scatter the ants, while the others close in and finish them at close range. As they move, the team's rougher members openly praise his judgment, and start trusting his leadership. The boy is relieved that his effort is finally proving he can contribute instead of dragging the team down. With everyone committing to the plan, they believe this lineup might finally let them set a new record. Their coordinated assault wipes out the ant wave almost instantly. The team collapses in exhaustion after finishing with a time of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tying for first among the first years. Watching from outside, rival students are furious that commoners matched their own top time. Inside the arena, the team celebrates the tie while lamenting that they missed first place by only a second. They joke about how much punishment their protective suits absorbed and dream about growing strong enough to endure real combat without them. A spectator from the club acknowledges that these newcomers are impressive and may become formidable later. The test should have ended with the first-year monsters, but an announcement suddenly declares Phase 1 over and Phase 2 beginning with second-year monsters. A new horde materializes, far stronger than what the first years were supposed to face. Elsewhere, a hidden observer notices the abnormal change at once. The supervising students also freeze in alarm as they realize something has gone wrong. The trap team stares at the returning ants in disbelief, unable to understand why the exam is continuing. The blonde teammate warns that whatever caused this, any injuries they take now will be real. Realizing rescue is not immediate, they brace themselves and decide to hold the line against the giant ants. Attention shifts to the Academy's magic control room, where the source of the failure should be managed. The staff confirm the children's suit durability has already hit 0, meaning the simulation should have stopped, yet the system is still reacting as if living beings remain inside. They conclude that some outside life form is interfering with the dashboard and keeping the arena active. The student council president bursts in and urgently reports that the exam has malfunctioned. She demands immediate action to save the students trapped in the arena. The officials try to deflect responsibility, arguing that they only manage the wave system and not the program's response to living intrusions. Pressed for a solution, they explain that stopping the golems would be easier than repairing the magic circle, because the arena's formation and movement systems have been automated this year. The president reveals she has the key needed to break the magic wall, but warns that one key alone cannot fully bring it down. When she asks for the other professor, she learns that the woman is absent and unreachable, leaving them without the second key they need. Meanwhile, the hidden observer slips into position above the arena, preparing to act on his own. He pieces together the truth. The equipment itself is not failing, and the poison fog created earlier must now be spreading through the system. Looking over the dome, he realizes the contamination is using the circulation network, so if he does not intervene quickly the students inside may die. A sudden idea gives him a way to get through. He identifies the small ventilation holes in the barrier as the only possible entry point. Back inside, the white-haired girl senses something odd before anyone else does. As students mill around outside, she wonders whether another team somehow beat their record, not yet realizing the real danger. A small black puppy suddenly dashes through the area at full speed. It slams into the white-haired girl and knocks her off balance. She falls hard, startling the nearby students. As she recovers, she is more confused than hurt. Then she notices the absurd sight of the puppy running off while carrying a pair of pants. At the control room, a blade strikes a suspended magic stone with precise force. The officials recoil in shock at the unexpected attack. The student council president follows through and shatters the expensive magic stone to disrupt the barrier. As the staff protests, she ignores the cost and chooses the students' lives over preserving school property. She orders everyone to stop arguing and hold on a little longer, vowing to do whatever she can to help the children inside. Inside the arena, one of the trapped students is violently struck by a giant ant. He is sent reeling, terrified and helpless against the force of the blow. The blonde boy and the purple-haired girl turn in horror as the attack lands nearby. They find the brown-haired leader unconscious on the ground and desperately call for him to wake up. Seeing his teammate down and the situation collapsing, the white-haired fighter curses their predicament and bitterly thinks he still is not the hero they need. A purple-haired student, cornered before a giant ant-like monster, fears she is about to die in the arena. As the creature closes in, she desperately calls for Tudor and Sancho, hoping someone can still save her. Overwhelmed by the thought that this may be her last moment, she mentally breaks down. She panics at the idea of dying like this just as something violent stirs through the poison fog nearby. A red-charged force slams into the ground, interrupting the monster's attack. The blast tears open the fog, revealing a lone figure who has entered the fight with explosive force. The girl is thrown into stunned silence, barely able to process what just happened. When she looks up, she can only wonder why this person is here at all. A shirtless young man steps forward from the fog, his body marked by battle but his stance steady. Even while wounded, he reassures the others that he will keep them safe. Elsewhere, officials restraining a blonde student try to stop her from interfering, but she insists the students inside must be rescued. As they monitor the arena through a magical device, they continue trying to keep her from breaking in. She forces them to listen by warning that there is still one more living presence inside the arena. The staff are shocked, realizing someone altered the arena and that an extra entrant may have slipped through the magic barrier. Alarm spreads as they demand to know what is happening inside. Within the arena, multiple students lie unconscious in the poison fog, showing how badly the trial has gone. More fallen bodies confirm that the participants have been completely overwhelmed. Standing alone among the collapsed students, the newcomer takes stock of the battlefield. His red eyes sharpen as he prepares to act seriously. Recognizing the ant monsters from his family's creed about untamable beasts, he decides they must be put down. He postpones any personal reckoning with the girl he noticed and focuses instead on clearing the surrounding poison and protecting the others. He releases a force that drives the poison fog outward and opens the field around him. Facing a towering ant golem, he dismisses it as overconfident rather than truly threatening. He immediately targets a weak point in its body instead of meeting its strength head-on. With a brutal kick, he shatters part of the monster and proves he can damage it easily. Outside, the monitoring device suddenly reacts, confirming that something powerful has changed inside the arena. He realizes the arena can detect life energy, which means he must be careful not to reveal too much. To avoid exposing himself as a graduate-level fighter, he decides to limit his displayed power to what an exceptional 18-year-old sword expert might plausibly show. He identifies the enemies as killer ant variants, and recalls that these golems were designed to mimic real monsters. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, he remembers a raid method specifically suited to killing ants. He arms himself with fallen weapons, planning to fight at a level that still fits his cover. He pinpoints the petiole, the narrow joint between thorax and abdomen, as the ant's key weakness. Striking that joint with precision, he tears through an ant's body in a single decisive blow. He follows the creature's biological structure like a map, turning anatomy into a guide for efficient killing. As the remaining ants reposition, he reads their movement patterns instead of being surrounded by panic. He knows that once their spatial awareness is disrupted, they lose coordination and begin moving backward awkwardly. Using a spear-like weapon, he presses the advantage and prepares to exploit a second weakness. He notes that their skills are split between body sections and that their joints are large enough to target cleanly. Because the exoskeleton in this test is weaker than the real thing, he can pierce straight through with controlled force. He launches himself above the ants, taking the fight into a position where their attacks become easier to read and counter. Red energy gathers around his strike as he commits to a faster, deadlier sequence. He carves through another ant's segmented body, cutting along the vulnerable connections rather than wasting effort on armor. Landing in a low stance, he completes the exchange with the confidence of someone far beyond the level he is pretending to be. A brief pause in his gaze shows he has sensed a stronger threat entering the field. He steadies himself and accepts that the real test has only just begun. A massive killer ant general appears, ranked far above the others, and he recognizes that even this monster has been included in the exam. He reaches for his sword, ready to escalate now that a true high-level opponent stands before him. From above, the arena remains obscured by the lingering poison haze, hiding the battle from outside observers. The watching students can only speculate through the fog, assuming no first year should be able to survive this far into the third wave. Meanwhile, the officials panic as the situation slips beyond their understanding and control. News reaches the staff that the ant general has been defeated and every examinee survived, shocking them because that monster was supposed to be far beyond the students' ability to handle. A teacher grimly recalls that the creature was a golden ant and that the barrier had only been meant to delay it for an hour, making the outcome hard to believe. As confusion spreads over what happened inside, another report arrives that Professor Sadie, the holder of Key B, has been found. They learn she had gone to observe the students for her own amusement and business, confirming that her recklessness worsened the chaos. With no time to argue further, an instructor orders the magic wall opened immediately. Outside, the sealed dome still hangs over the exam grounds for a final moment. The barrier begins to break apart and lift, ending the lockdown. The Academy later records that the midterm incident ended when the magic wall was removed, though rescue forces still took over 42 minutes to arrive. When people finally enter the site, they find the giant ants already dead and struggle to understand how the threat was wiped out. One of the teachers rushes through the wreckage, alarmed that the students themselves are nowhere in sight. Her search halts when she notices something unexpected among the corpses. She discovers Vikir lying unconscious in the battlefield, half buried among the remains of the monsters. Seeing him there, she immediately questions why he is present at the center of the disaster. Vikir, still pretending to be out cold, decides this is the safest way to avoid explaining how he fought while hiding his true role. The teacher finds the situation suspicious, but another student nearby is already treating it as the birth of a dramatic new hero story. That student eagerly starts taking photographs, ready to turn the scene into a public narrative. The incident is soon framed as the moment a hero emerged during Colossio Academy's midterms to save his peers. Reports begin spreading about Vikir's supposed heroic feat, even though he had been found unconscious. By modestly crediting his friends instead of himself, he only makes his reputation rise further as praise pours in. His sudden fame also boosts his status, and his mana rank is re-evaluated upward to that of a high-level sword expert. Even when researchers doubt that someone of his rank could kill an ant general, Vikir deflects suspicion by claiming he knew the killer ant's weak point. Because that explanation could reduce future casualties, the Crown Prince formally rewards him with a certificate. Before long, the Academy is buzzing with one question as Vikir becomes the year's breakout name. Away from the attention, Vikir tears up the newspaper coverage that has turned him into a sensation. That night he sits alone on the Academy rooftop, exhausted and trying to breathe through the consequences of his rising fame. He reflects that his once quiet school life has become troublesome, while his familiar messenger doll arrives to tease that this is worth celebrating. Relieved that the others survived, he notices a new visitor descending beside him. An owl lands with a routine report from Cindy Wendy, giving him fresh intelligence. The message summarizes several developments. Information on the 10 elite corpses has been obtained but needs time to analyze. Nighthound's identity remains uncertain. Osiris has left the Baskerville estate and is believed to be heading for the capital, and one of the academy's top students is skipping regular classes. Vakir guesses Cindy Wendy is pursuing the 10 elite corpses carefully and has asked for a month because the matter is too important to rush. He also reviews his own recent battle and concludes that, after borrowing the Saintess's power to defeat his enemy, he must spend the next month growing stronger. Another concern weighs on him as he remembers the mysterious Nighthound and fears disaster if that figure's actions overlap with his own plans, so he resolves to investigate. Elsewhere, someone is informed that Osiris Le Baskerville has indeed left the family estate. That same listener is surprised to hear that a royal is currently at the academy as well. Vakir, meanwhile, is irritated that he is being dragged into this fourth matter too, while a cheerful woman nearby seems entertained by his frustration. Accepting that he cannot avoid the situation, he activates a red power in his hand to begin dealing with it. The energy disperses into dark fragments, signaling the end of that brief activation. As the fragments fall away, he realizes someone has approached him on the rooftop. He turns in surprise when a girl unexpectedly addresses him as the academy's hero. The newcomer stands under the moonlight, calm and self-possessed as she studies him. She wonders if meeting him here is some kind of fate. The girl is revealed to be Sinclair, the academy's top student in the weapons department, and someone known for exceptional talent and discipline. Vakir is baffled that a person of her standing is out here alone at this hour. She casually explains that this rooftop is her private place to look at the night sky whenever she feels low, and he accepts the explanation without much comment. But inwardly, Sinclair is already hoping that returning here might let her see him again. Vakir, thinking more practically, decides he will need to change how he communicates with Cindy Wendy because of this encounter. Sinclair then points out just how much attention he has drawn lately, while he admits he would rather avoid that spotlight. She lists the reasons he has become impossible to ignore: top written scores, published papers that shook the academy, and even the strange aura of a high-rank figure despite his irregular status. From her perspective, competing with him is frustrating, so she tells him not to worry so much about grades because they are not everything. Vakir answers with a colder truth: compared with money, authority, and honor, school grades will soon mean nothing at all. A grim warning sets the tone. When an age of ruin begins, order collapses and only bare survival remains. As the students talk, the white-haired girl teases the bespectacled boy for sounding far older than he looks. He awkwardly tries to ask what she plans after exams, but his clumsy phrasing makes it sound like a confession, and she jokingly treats it as a rejection. He brushes past the embarrassment and explains that someone who appears to be an ordinary student is actually hiding a great deal, especially a girl who once ranked first before vanishing from notice after all records about her were cut off. That leads him to suspect the supposed commoner is a disguise, and that the royal family may know exactly who is being hidden inside the academy. The scene shifts over the academy grounds as the students move on toward their next test. A blonde student complains that the exam period feels endless. His group notes that the recent attack test made the midterms feel even longer, especially because the defense test had already been postponed twice. The blonde boy admits he is disappointed his match with Grenouille ended in a draw. Rather than dismissing it, he decides that result proved Grenouille is a true rival and that the test taught him a lot. The bespectacled boy stays quiet, listening rather than joining the boasting. Other students crowd him instead, praising his high rank while accusing him of hiding his real ability from everyone. He downplays the praise by reminding them he did not achieve everything alone, which only makes them admire his humility more. The conversation abruptly turns serious when someone mentions a new Nighthound attack, instantly catching his attention. They explain that students at the Vargon Training Center were injured in the latest incident. A report says Nighthound was encountered there, and that the students were hurt while trying to restrain him. As the others wonder why Nighthound activity is increasing and what he wants, the boy reaches a private conclusion that the culprit is actually an imitator. He reasons that there are two copycats. One seems to have stopped acting, while the other has started appearing more often. That worries him because growing public hostility toward Nighthound could make it easier for someone to use the chaos as cover to assassinate him. He decides he will deal with the copycats only after the exams are finished. Attention turns to the attack test, held in the Academy Coliseum, where unlike the team-based defense exam, this one measures individual combat ability in professor versus student duels. The rules are laid out. Students are paired with professors, graded on damage dealt and avoided, and because professors are expected to dominate, students can earn points simply by surviving against stronger opponents. The test's main limitation is that each professor can examine only a limited number of students. That means the difficulty varies sharply depending on the professor's style, as one blonde student charges in against a magic-using examiner. At first he is confident, convinced the fight will be easy. His professor calmly studies him instead of taking the bait. The student is immediately trapped by attacking vines, and his confidence collapses when he realizes he has been outplayed. He understands too late that the vines were only a feint, and that the professor has enhanced his own body to close in at overwhelming speed. The student tries to answer the threat with his spear, expecting the incoming punch to be the real attack. But the punch is another feint, and the professor's kick lands cleanly before he can recover. The blonde boy is left stunned by how completely he was read. The professor drives the lesson home, mocking the idea that a magician would rely only on fists, and reminding him that every part of the body can be used in a real fight. Accepting the defeat, the student acknowledges the lesson that combat is about winning by any means, not following narrow expectations. When the scores are posted, he is shocked to learn he earned 35 points. A purple-haired girl protests that the result makes no sense because she lost to her own professor and only scored 31. She argues the structure is unfair to archers, since duels favor close combatants, while the blonde boy points out she had no issue with individual scoring during the defense test. Their rivalry sharpens as they glare at each other over the comparison. Then she reveals that she also scored 35 in the attack test, tying him after all. Realizing they matched in both this exam and the earlier defense test, the blonde boy is stunned. She immediately claims overall victory anyway, insisting her superior written score settles the rivalry in her favor. The blonde boy collapses into despair over being beaten by such a tiny margin, while she tries to soften it by saying they were lucky with the professors they drew. She explains that the boys are being tested by Professor Suddy and brings up a student who vanished after being found drunk with a key tied to a magic barrier, hinting at how dangerous that professor is. Her description paints Professor Suddy as a terrifying figure whose personality and methods make her the one instructor students most want to avoid. The blonde boy struggles to understand how someone so unstable remains at the academy, and she explains that Suddy is highly skilled and even used to track down criminals while teaching there. Her reputation is so extreme that she is said to be capable of hunting even monsters like Hound. The blonde boy tries to reassure himself that their group should still be fine because they are talented, but the other's presence only deepens his unease. The purple-haired girl admits that their talent is exactly why she is more worried for them. She says Suddy is known for being irritated by good students, and especially by anyone with obvious talent. The real danger, she warns, is that Suddy has a habit of crushing gifted students simply to break them. That warning hangs over the arena as the ominous image of high heels approaching suggests the feared professor is about to appear. As the practical exam begins, students panic when classmates start collapsing, and the room being sealed makes it clear this is no ordinary test. The trapped cadets beg for help and for the professors to intervene, but the chaos only confirms that they have been left to endure whatever this exam is. One of the proctors, Professor Suddy, calmly studies the scene instead of stopping it, treating the students' fear as part of her evaluation. She reviews the results of fallen cadets from the Cold Weapons Department, and notes, with disappointment, that none of them have scored a single point. A first failed student, Sinclair of Class A, is shown to have earned nothing before being taken out. A second failure, Sancho Barataria of Class A, is likewise recorded at 0, reinforcing how brutally the test is being judged. Suddy decides the current batch is wasting her time and prepares to move on to the next candidate. A dark-haired cadet steps forward when called, accepting the exam without protest. He steels himself under the pressure of the arena and the proctor's attention. Suddy, openly delighted by the ordeal, calls for the next student, while her reputation as Danachian Alphonse Francois Suddy de Sade underscores how dangerous and eccentric she is. The story briefly rewinds to 30 minutes earlier, when Sancho had been excited for the attack exam to finally begin. Among his classmates, Sancho boasts that a one-on-one fight is his specialty and that he has been looking forward to this kind of test. Another student backs him up, saying even Tutor considers Sancho one of the Ice Corps' strongest duelists aside from Nuka. That confidence is interrupted when the students realize Professor Suddy is doing something alarming before the exam even starts. She raises a bottle, and the cadets protest that she is drinking alcohol and recklessly endangering students during an exam. Suddy dismisses their objections and drinks anyway, irritated by their complaints. Her brazen behavior leaves the nearby students unnerved, but she remains completely unconcerned with their judgment. She finishes her drink with vulgar ease, making it clear decorum means nothing to her. With mocking precision, she insists it is not really alcohol because it is only 76%, turning the students' concern into a joke. The class is left stunned, and even those who only knew her by rumor realize their professor is every bit as strange as people claimed. Suddy finally begins the exam by selecting Sancho Barataria to go first. As Sancho heads down, a classmate warns him about rumors that Suddy has driven students to quit the academy, but he refuses to be intimidated. Facing the professor, Sancho declares that a warrior's will cannot be broken, trying to assert his resolve before the fight starts. He promises to take care of his professor and launches the exam with full confidence. Sancho attacks aggressively from the outset, leaping in with his weapon and expecting to overwhelm her. Suddy barely reacts, and her calm amusement shows she never considered him a real threat. She mocks his talk about unbreakable will, already treating his bravado as something she is about to crush. Watching from the stands, his classmates tense as they sense the fight has gone wrong almost instantly. Their confidence gives way to alarm when they realize Sancho is being overwhelmed. That alarm turns into outright shock as the exchange ends far too quickly for anyone to process. From the spectator's view, Sancho is suddenly down on the ground at Suddy's feet, the fight effectively over. Suddy pins him and reveals she has already broken him, reducing his proud challenge to a humiliating defeat. As magic circles gather around her, she taunts him by asking whether losing so completely makes him a failed warrior. One classmate freezes, realizing the exam is not a fair contest but a deliberate crushing of the students. When Sancho collapses fully, his friends rush toward him in panic. They carry the unconscious Sancho away while Sinclair confronts the professor, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. Sinclair accuses Suddy of beating a student until he fainted, but Suddy answers that real combat experience is exactly what this exam is meant to provide. She justifies her cruelty by invoking the Academy Chancellor's philosophy that no one gets to complain about hardship in an actual fight. Then she turns her attention to Sinclair and names her as the next examinee. A classmate immediately urges Sinclair to refuse, arguing that Suddy's conduct is unjustified. He adds that if they report this to the Academy, they may be allowed to retake the exam under proper conditions. Sinclair appreciates the concern but makes her decision in silence and resolve. She refuses to retreat from someone who hurt her friend and steps forward to fight Suddy herself. Suddy answers Sinclair's anger with mockery, provoking her by ridiculing the look on her face. She promises to wipe that expression away, turning the match into a personal humiliation as well as a test. The exam begins, and Sinclair immediately deploys advanced third-class spells tied to the Proximax Asset art, showing far more skill than expected. Suddy acknowledges Sinclair's talent at once, recognizing that she can already use techniques beyond what most cadets at her level should manage. But instead of being impressed, Suddy prepares a harsher lesson. She asks whether Sinclair has ever suffered mana countdown caused by forced magic cancellation, striking just as the question lands. Suddy interrupts Sinclair's spellwork with a brutal blow, and as the magic collapses around her, she coldly notes that the resulting pain is severe. A white-haired student lies battered on the ground, his body still crackling with unstable power. Professor Suddy looms over him and cruelly makes him feel the pain she has inflicted. She warns that the damage may permanently cripple his magic and mocks the idea of an Ice Corps candidate losing that ability. She twists the knife further by reminding him that, as a commoner, becoming a Proximax Asset was the result of desperate effort, then kicks him aside. Without emotion, the examiner calls for the next student. A nervous boy steps forward with a sword, trying to look ready. Suddy immediately belittles him as someone too incompetent even to hold his weapon properly. Shaken but stubborn, he forces himself to stand firm and refuses to retreat. He convinces himself this trial is his chance to prove hidden courage beneath his weakness. That resolve is cut short when Suddy's golem attacks before he can do anything meaningful. He swings too late, and the golem's blade-like strike flashes past him. He realizes too late that he is completely outmatched. The golem launches him upward in a brutal vertical blow. As she attacks, Suddy dismisses all struggling weaklings as trash no matter how hard they try. One student watching in silence hardens at what he is seeing. The boy is smashed face first into the floor and left bleeding. The spectators recoil as yet another student collapses, and the test begins to look less like an exam than abuse. Panic spreads when the doors will not open and the trapped students beg for help. The silent observer looks down at the bloody victim, taking in how far this has gone. He sees Sinclair lying unconscious and badly injured. He also notices another fallen student, equally broken and bleeding. Something murderous stirs beneath his calm exterior. Meanwhile, Suddy laughs off the class as cowards and calls for the next victim. Her smugness falters when she senses someone different stepping forward. A bespectacled student carrying a bow enters the arena instead of another swordsman. He calmly declares that he will be the next to take the test. Suddy is delighted, sensing that the real entertainment has finally arrived. The crowd recognizes him as Vikir, the Academy's famous hero and reputed sword prodigy. That only deepens their confusion, because he has chosen a bow for a one-on-one fight against a graduate-level professor. The exam officially begins, and Suddy relishes the chance to crush a talented student. She decides that beating the Academy's top-ranked student will be especially satisfying. She charges in, already fantasizing about breaking his arm and enjoying his screams. Bakir quietly draws an arrow as she closes the distance. At the last instant, he releases a shot with deadly precision. Suddy realizes too late that he has done something she did not anticipate. The arrow slices through the golem and continues on into Suddy herself. It tears into her face and destroys one of her eyes. Bakir remains outwardly composed after the shot. Suddy's confidence vanishes as pain and shock finally hit her. The golem's attack halts in front of Bakir, stopped by his timing and shot. The spectators are stunned that he not only neutralized the golem, but fired so quickly they never saw it happen. Suddy screams as blood pours from the ruined eye. She staggers back in disbelief, fixated on the loss of her eye. Bakir closes the distance while she is still reeling. He feigns confusion, claiming he only meant to hit the golem, and cannot understand how the arrow ended up in her eye. His polite concern only deepens the humiliation, while Suddy realizes he is addressing her, as though nothing unusual happened. She clutches her mangled face, bleeding heavily and unable to answer. Outside the sealed room, a faculty member hears the scream and turns in alarm. He immediately suspects Suddy is hurting students again. Nearby students also react to the cry with dread. The professor rushes toward the exam chamber. He demands the door be opened, already convinced Sati has gone too far once more. When they enter, they find Sati on the floor bleeding from the face with Vikir's arrow still lodged in her eye. The faculty and student council are left speechless by the scene before them. The room is littered with unconscious, bloodied students, proving how savage the test had become. A senior authority arrives and demands an explanation. Vikir calmly states that he panicked when the golem charged, fired an arrow, grazed the construct, and accidentally struck Professor Sati's eye. The faculty member can hardly believe he is hearing about a professor being injured by a student for the first time. Sati seethes in silence, forced to endure the irony of being hurt after brutalizing others. The scoring system finishes and awards Vikir 11 points, including a critical hit on Sati. A healer begins restoring the injured students. The healer studies the damage with growing concern. She identifies severe internal injuries, widespread bruising, and even a shattered jaw among the victims. She concludes these wounds are far beyond what any exam should inflict. When asked if the students will recover, she says quick intervention should spare them lasting harm. That reassurance brings relief, but her anger remains. She turns to Sati and formally demands to inspect the professor's wound. She also announces that the student council will report Sati for excessive violence and request a disciplinary hearing. Then she insists again that Sati show the injury. Before anyone can help, Sati lashes out and violently knocks the healer's hand away, drawing blood. Sati rejects any help and reveals a vicious pride that pain has only sharpened. The others freeze, realizing she is still dangerous even while injured. She says punishment means nothing to her and warns them to fear the day it ends. Sati hints that she is the notorious figure who prowls the imperial city at night and enjoys the chaos around her. Then she turns her attention back to Vikir and asks his name directly. After hearing it, she promises she will remember Vikir and meet him again. The long midterm exam finally comes to an end. When the rankings are posted, Vikir is only 21st while Sinclair remains first and PG falls near the bottom. Because Sati's attack test unfairly cost many students points, the faculty allows retakes, and Sinclair regains enough to remain the top first year. But the Academy's real fascination shifts away from first place and toward Vikir. Students spread the story that he was the only one to land a real hit on Sati, and even took her eye, turning him into a legend overnight. Vikir dryly accepts that acting on emotion has earned him a heroic reputation he never wanted. He reminds himself that his daytime life exists only to support his secret work at night, yet seeing the students suffer made him move without thinking. As he walks the halls, a girl tries to approach him with admiration. Before she can say much, a hostile upperclassman lunges toward her with violent intent. The Baskerville triplets arrive and block the aggressors, instantly changing the balance of power. They sneer at anyone daring to threaten Vikir over a commoner, and drive the crowd back. After scattering the troublemakers, they casually report the matter handled and receive quiet approval. Vikir heads to the newspaper club to gather information instead of basking in his fame. He warns himself not to let his daytime identity influence him too much. Still, his hidden red eye betrays that his other self is always present beneath the surface. Inside, Dolores is already reading reports and tracking recent incidents. She notices his troubled expression and asks what is bothering him. Startled by how silently he appeared, she admits she never sensed him entering. She briefs him on the latest article blaming the Hound of the Night for destroying the central clock tower and damaging the Royal Memorial Cemetery. Dolores finds it suspicious that the public is blaming the Hound without evidence. Vikir is quietly moved that someone is willing to doubt the accusations against him. As he reads, he reasons that destroying the clock tower, a symbol of order and peace, suggests a culprit driven by deep resentment rather than mere imitation. The mention of the Royal Memorial Cemetery catches his attention because it matches a location tied to missing informants in Cindy Wendy's report. He decides he must investigate the cemetery himself and deal with the copycat criminal as well. That night, he moves through the city under cover of darkness. He arrives above the cemetery and prepares to enter. He recalls that the Royal Memorial Cemetery is where the Empire's heroes are buried. He also realizes it lies near the orphanage where Dantalion once hid, making the connection too suspicious to ignore. He slips into the graveyard to confirm whether the link is real. From the shadows, his masked knight persona surveys the scene. He believes this place should reveal why Cindy Wendy's informants vanished. Instead of clues alone, he finds zombies roaming among the graves. He realizes some of the undead are the missing informants themselves, confirming a far darker crime. Deciding he has delayed enough, he prepares to use the divine relic Anubis. He assembles the weapon and notes that its modified, portable form is practical despite being an irreverent alteration of a sacred relic. With Anubis, he fires red energy arrows into the undead. The blasts tear through the zombies with overwhelming force. One shot after another obliterates them completely. He concludes that superior equipment matters after all, because this relic far surpasses the ordinary bows he used in the exam. As he fights, he catches a strange mixed scent in the air. He recognizes it as demonic energy, but oddly diluted by something else. He pauses, focusing on the source rather than the zombies. The scent confirms a demonic presence, yet not a normal one, as if human and demon traces are blended together. He tracks that scent toward the Indulgentia orphanage and senses something waiting there. He lands near a dark summoning circle. There he finds a red-haired girl standing inside a necromantic ritual, while black energy coils around her. The ritual deepens and begins transforming her. A skeletal-faced woman with the same red hair emerges, revealing a half-undead form. She curses Dantalion for stealing this girl from her. Holding the girl close, she apologizes to Rose for losing her again and vows not to fail this time. She swears she will never lose someone precious to her again. Her identity is revealed as Ser, the 8th of the Demon 10 Corps, and she proclaims an age-ending creed against livestock and false kings. The ritual's power splits the ground and tears open the area around her. Ser values her power to find whoever she seeks, because it helped her recover Rose. But she admits that even with that power, the other person she wanted to find remains missing. She decides she must push her demonic contract further and fully master the power she has only half controlled so far. As she resolves to draw out all of Ser's power quickly, someone approaches. A commanding voice orders her not to move, instantly freezing the moment. Ser realizes with alarm that someone powerful has been watching without her noticing. The masked hunter steps out, threatening to kill her if she moves or says anything except direct answers. He identifies her scent as a mixture of human and demon and demands to know what she is, and she answers that she is both. He recognizes the skeletal woman as Geronto, Dantalion's servant who should already be dead, and concludes the girl beside her is not truly Dantalion's servant but someone stolen from him. He announces that he has one final question. He asks whether Ser is the upper core demon bound to her by contract. She meets the question head-on and asks what he will do if that is true. His answer comes as a sudden attack aimed straight at her head. The strike nearly takes her before she can react, forcing her to shield Rose. The hunter reveals absolute intent, declaring that demons must die. Ser counters by unleashing a field of summoned skeletons and challenges him to try. The undead surge up from the ritual circle to defend her. Even Ser is horrified to realize that children's corpses have been raised among the undead. The hunter notices her shock and understands this atrocity may not be entirely her doing. He apologizes under his breath as he acts. Then he releases a devastating red barrage that tears through the skeletons and the battlefield alike. A blast tears through the night, violently disrupting the battlefield. The shockwave scatters bones and skulls, showing that the dead around them are being obliterated. Amid the chaos, two figures are thrown across the ruined ground as the attack drives them back. A masked hunter closes in under the moonlight, while the skeletal woman shields Rose and warns that death will not come easily for him. Realizing they are still in immediate danger, she urgently tells Rose to cling to her. Another explosion erupts nearby, keeping pressure on them before they can recover. The two sides reset their footing at a distance, preparing for the next exchange. Still carrying Rose, the skeletal woman demands to know what connection the hunter has to the Baroque tribe. He answers that he is Baroque's hunt master, placing himself at the center of her grudge. That confirmation convinces her he was present on the night she has been seeking vengeance for. Her restraint breaks, and she swears to kill the barbarian as purple power gathers around her. The hunt master lunges in through her magic instead of retreating from it. As he closes the distance, he realizes Rose's presence feels unmistakably human. That discovery makes him question whether the upper demons he has been hunting were actually demons possessing human corpses. She lashes out with looping streams of purple force to stop his advance. He slips through the barrage even as explosions burst around him. His footwork stays controlled, showing he has found the opening he wanted. In an instant, hidden spikes or blades pierce through her body and halt her attack. Bleeding and staggered, she is reduced to cursing him as a lowly barbarian. He mocks her for all her threats now that the fight has turned against her. More dark spikes drive into the ground around them, tightening his trap. For the first time, she is visibly shaken by what he has done. Seeing him endure and counter so abnormally, she realizes he may not be fully human either. After trading blows, he concludes she is only a half-demon and weaker than the other upper corpses. Having learned enough, he decides there is no reason to keep talking. He coldly sentences her to die. Instead of finishing her directly, he summons a cattered flesh golem to kill her while he keeps control of the field. The giant stitched monster roars and charges as his executioner. She quickly sees the golem as a distraction and prepares to destroy it with fire magic. At the same time, the hunt master draws out a red power from his arm, revealing a far deadlier move. He unleashes red slashes that carve through the charging golem with overwhelming force. The sheer violence of that attack shows he was never relying on the monster in the first place. Watching the red aura, she recognizes it as the Baskerville clan's power. She tries to stop him, but her warning comes too late as her own magic spirals out of control around her. He commits fully to the Baskerville technique and drives straight through her defense. The hunt master realizes in that instant that something has gone wrong with her spell. She also understands too late that the clash is about to rebound on her. Red and purple power collide in a blinding impact. The failed casting detonates violently, turning the battlefield into a burst of destructive light. Smoke and debris swallow everything after the explosion. For a moment, only the drifting aftermath remains. When the dust begins to clear, a crater marks the force of the backlash. The hunt master emerges standing, having survived the blast. She collapses to the ground while he notes that, because she is half-human, the mana reversal from her failed spell hit her especially hard. Looking back on the clash, he realizes the girl lost concentration for a moment, and that lapse caused the failure. Barely conscious, she murmurs a fragment of a name or plea. Her full thought surfaces as a desperate fear of being abandoned. Hearing that, he concludes her contract with the demon was born from that personal desperation. He raises a red blade over her fallen body, ready to end her while remarking that every death carries its own story. With the glowing sword poised overhead, he prepares to deliver the final blow. A violent force suddenly tears through the night. It slams into the town hard enough to blast open a massive crater and shake the surrounding buildings. At the center of the impact, a masked young man and a white-haired girl are left standing amid the destruction. The masked fighter raises a blood-red blade, ready to finish the encounter. He drives the weapon into the girl without hesitation, treating her as one of the undead enemies he has been hunting. But crimson hair lashes outward, signaling that something about her is changing. As he presses the attack, he recalls that ordinary undead cling jealously to life and can only be kept from the living by special treatment. He also knows that most dead soldiers are bound by a master's will and become uncontrollable if that master loses consciousness, yet this case does not fit that rule. He realizes this girl is unlike the others. Her lack of resistance confuses him, because she does not show the same murderous will as the corpse queen. Before he can sort it out, a voice from above calls out his identity and points the guards toward him. He recognizes the voice as Professor Sadie and understands that the academy guards have arrived. At the same time, the red-haired girl rises behind him and reaches upward as a column of blue light begins to form. He immediately grasps that the situation has turned dangerous. The girl, now clearly transformed, lowers her head as if surrendering to a power beyond his control. He strikes again at close range, trying to stop her before that power fully takes hold. The blow lands, but she only spits blood and remains eerily detached. Then the blue beam carries her away, leaving him alone at the bottom of the crater and frustrated that she escaped. Above, someone steps to the edge of the ruined ground to take command of the search. Professor Sadie orders Hound to show himself while armed guards surround her. When they inspect the crater, they find only the aftermath and conclude that he is already gone. Sadie blames the delay on a sluggish subordinate, calling him a pig. To vent her irritation, she kicks him off the edge and snaps that they arrived late because of him. Her annoyance lingers as the search yields nothing. All that remains of Hound is the plague mask he discarded to aid his escape. Already far away, he flees through the city in the form of a small black hound, admitting that he has lost his target. By daylight, the story shifts back to the academy. A cheerful instructor announces that with exams over, the academy festival season is about to begin. She gathers the students and reveals that this year's featured event will be chosen next. With theatrical excitement, she unveils the answer: a trip to a haunted house, complete with costumes. The class brightens at the chance to relax and enjoy Halloween after the pressure of exams. Some students remember that the Academy Festival also has another long-standing custom. They are told that tradition is unavoidable, even for professors, and should be respected. The instructor pushes ahead enthusiastically and prepares a drawing to decide who will dress as which kind of ghost. Most of the students laugh together, but one boy stands apart in silence. While the others enjoy themselves, he remains preoccupied by the identity of the eighth corpse, the corpse queen Ser. He judges that failing to kill her when she had only half her power was a grave mistake. Remembering past battles, he admits that defeating monsters like Andromalius required help from the Baskerville family's knights. He also needed the Saintess against Antalion, so he doubts he can face the fully restored eighth corpse alone. He concludes that to hunt the demons by himself, he must master the Baskerville's incomplete seventh technique and rise to the level of a true sword master. Reviewing the teachings, he notes that the 10th technique, lurking ambush, calls the 6th Fang and the 7th wisdom teeth, and that understanding their link is essential. The theory says the 7th technique is recorded in the swordsmanship book, but to learn it one must overcome emotional limits rather than abandon emotion entirely. That realization convinces him he needs a completely different path from the brutal training that turned recruits into bloodhounds by killing their feelings. His thoughts narrow to a single question: how did Hugo become a sword master? The drawing begins, and a blonde classmate pulls the first roll while he remains lost in thought behind her. She unfolds the slip and reads out the roll Hound. The instructor panics because Hound recently attacked Dolores's orphanage, but Dolores calmly takes responsibility for the part herself. She steadies herself and accepts the role with quiet resolve. The instructor moves on and calls for Vakir to draw next, urging him to join in because everyone's attention is on him. As he reaches into the box, he notices the others enjoying the harmless game, and is reminded that they are still young. Vakir is puzzled by the paper he has received. As his friends crowd around, he remembers a festival custom he had completely forgotten. On this day, the academy turns into a lively nighttime celebration. One of the busiest attractions is Lukian's bar. Students throw themselves into the festivities with loud excitement. Some members lure in customers by flamboyantly inviting them to drinks and poetry. Others promise hearty food and alcohol to draw in even more people. A refined-looking host politely adds that their presence would elevate the bar and asks them to come by. Even a fairy-costumed member personally hands out flyers to recruit guests. The boys are caught off guard by how charming the staff appears and start asking who she is. Before they can get carried away, a tougher member shuts them down for bothering one of their own and forces an apology. That confrontation is interrupted when someone important arrives. A poised woman in red heels approaches Lukian's bar, drawing attention as she enters. The newcomer is revealed to be President Dolores, and even the staff tense up at her presence. Her sharp gaze makes clear she has come with scrutiny, not for fun. Professor Venci recognizes her immediately, while Dolores pointedly questions the outfit she is wearing. Dolores criticizes Venci for joining the festival in a way she sees as beneath an academic advisor and tied to a notorious group. Put on the spot, Venci can only weakly indicate that the costume is part of the issue. Dolores studies her with cold disapproval. She makes it clear that Venci is free to embarrass herself, but any consequences will be hers alone. Nearby, the others explain that professors traditionally visit student stalls during the festival to support their classes. Dolores inwardly admits she is only here because custom demands it, and she expects little from the food. Venci serves her the fried chicken and fries she ordered despite the pressure. Dolores judges the meal harshly before tasting it, assuming the ingredients are poor and the cooking unsanitary and crude. She lowers her expectations even further, convinced it will taste awful. With Venci waiting anxiously across the table, Dolores finally tries the food. The onlookers hold their breath, desperate to know her verdict. Instead of mediocrity, the dish delivers astonishing flavor and texture, transforming cheap ingredients into something exceptional. Shocked out of her composure, Dolores demands to know who made it and suspects they secretly hired an outside chef. Venci denies it and hints that the cook is someone Dolores already knows well. In the kitchen, the mysterious chef is revealed as a witch-like figure working over roaring flames. The disguise hides the identity, but the cook remains calm and focused. He continues cooking with practiced confidence. The narration explains the festival tradition of students cross-dressing for the event. That means the alluring witch in the kitchen is actually a male student in disguise, and his identity is about to matter. Orders begin pouring in as the stall's popularity surges. The kitchen is immediately overwhelmed with requests for Vikir's signature dishes. The disguised Vikir accepts the rush without hesitation. The male customers are already going wild over the kitchen's new attraction. Then the female customers join the frenzy too, forcing the staff to scramble for more number tickets. At the center of the chaos, Vikir keeps cooking steadily and lets the food speak for itself. For him, the work stirs memories of finally being able to recreate the rough meals he once survived on during war. He recalls that in the long years of destruction, proper food was scarce. Frontline soldiers had to learn how to make even miserable ingredients worth eating. That meant mastering techniques for turning inedible or poisonous things into usable food. Vikir had researched such survival methods extensively during that brutal time. He explains that the potatoes used here naturally smell like dirt, taste bad, and have a gritty texture. But by slicing them thin and seasoning them with salt and vinegar, he begins to correct their flaws. He then stir-fries them hard with carefully chosen herbs and fruit to reshape their flavor completely. The finished dish erases the potatoes' foul qualities and brings out surprising sweetness and texture, proving Vikir's battlefield knowledge can turn trash into a delicacy. At the festival kitchen, the staff are immediately thrown off by a witch in a revealing costume and lose their composure over the spectacle. Their embarrassment turns into distracted gossip as they admit they were staring instead of working. The commotion shifts when they realize Vikir is somehow stuck in the kitchen instead of being used where he would matter more. An argument breaks out over whether his value lies in cooking or in drawing customers with his appearance. One side insists the kitchen will collapse without Vikir's cooking. The other argues he is just as indispensable as a public attraction, proving how absurdly useful he has become. Watching the chaos, Osiris confirms a suspicion he already had. He quietly prepares to intervene, drawing a blade as his aura sharpens. The witch senses the sudden change in pressure and turns serious. She recognizes at once that this is no ordinary interruption. Osiris's presence cuts through the quarrel and forces everyone's attention onto him. The witch identifies him as Osiris Le Baskerville and demands to know why he has come. He leads her outside, away from the kitchen and the crowd. Once alone, Osiris casually reveals he knows this academy well and even teases her about her disguise from his own experience cross-dressing as a student. When she asks his purpose, he answers with teasing familiarity and says an older brother should come when his younger sibling is in trouble. He lets the joke hang for a moment before revealing his real motive. What he truly wanted was to see her himself, catching her off guard. Before she can react, something small flies toward her. She instinctively catches it and is startled to find it is not an attack at all. It is Pomeranian, who throws himself at her in tears and clings to her affectionately. Osiris explains that the child missed her terribly and had been desperate to see her again. He says their father granted him leave to escort Pomeranian to the academy, joking that the family heir now serves the child who truly rules the household. To prove the point, he recounts how their father once cleared a monster-infested region just to build a cacao plantation because Pomeranian liked blood bean chocolate. He adds that the same child staged a dramatic protest demanding to see her. After a comically brief hunger strike, their father finally gave in and allowed the visit. Osiris presses that Pomeranian has been miserable since she left, and that her smile has been missing from the family. Seeing Osiris speak so gently and openly shocks her more than the reunion itself. Osiris privately concludes that if reclaiming emotion is necessary to become a true sword master, then this reunion is helping her whether she realizes it or not. He admits he came to find her the moment he arrived, blaming his unusual softness on travel fatigue. She accepts his request to spend time with Pomeranian while he is here. As they walk, Osiris updates her that the trade partnership with the Manhwa company is proceeding smoothly. He explains that before entering the academy he formed a committee to investigate past wrongs between the Baskerville and Manhwa families, and that it exposed the truth. Because of those findings, the Baskervilles formally apologized to the Manhwa. At the same time, the older Baskervilles who had sided with the Scarlet Covenant were executed. Even Cindy Wendy has softened enough to cooperate with the Baskervilles, though whether she truly forgave them remains uncertain. Osiris then reveals that Pomeranian was only one reason for his visit. He hands her a sealed letter and a ring as a second gift. He explains that the ring was recovered near the place where the demon possessing Seth died. Since it appears to be a powerful artifact, their father wants her, the one who contributed most, to keep it. She realizes the ring can reproduce Andromalius's barrier, making it a divine inviolability artifact. Osiris adds that there is still one more thing. The final item is something even more shocking, a personal letter from their father to his son. She can barely believe the family head wrote directly to him, and Osiris confirms he received one as well. Leaving her to read it in private, Osiris departs and tells her to take her time. She is left standing in stunned silence as he walks away. Opening the letter, she realizes it contains a message from Hugo meant specifically for his son. The letter begins with Hugo addressing his son and anticipating the struggle he faces. Hugo says he expects his son to be wrestling with the same problem Osiris once had in reaching the level of Sword Master. Reading this, she is shaken by the possibility that Hugo has already seen through Vikir's true level. Elsewhere, the festival resumes its normal rhythm as people continue their duties. One worker laments that he may have to attract customers alone again. His boredom ends when someone suddenly enters his space. He is flustered at the sight of the newcomer before even understanding who it is. The newcomer turns out to be a striking red-haired woman accompanied by another masked woman, both moving through the festival unnoticed. Even the bystanders can only register that the masked woman is stunning. The festival itself remains lively and crowded, giving them perfect cover. The two women continue deeper into the market, while the crowd laughs and celebrates around them. One of them casually enjoys sweets, blending into the festival atmosphere. Her companion fusses over whether she likes the food, revealing a surprisingly domestic bond. The masked woman suddenly remembers that this is the Halloween festival, and the setting triggers a painful line of thought. She wonders how her life would have unfolded if the incident that led her to contract with a demon had never happened. She imagines that she might have entered the academy normally and perhaps even attended alongside the man she cannot forget. That possibility becomes something she decides she must verify for herself. Her thoughts turn to the Hound of the Night, and to the question of whether Seer, one of the 10 eunuchs, is truly the demon she contracted with. She recalls that the villain terrorizing the imperial capital somehow knows about the 10 eunuchs, making the connection impossible to ignore. Because that villain was obsessed with the demon inside her, she believes he will appear if she exposes herself in a crowded place like this. She also remembers the crimson aura swordsmanship she once witnessed and how closely it resembled the style from that unforgettable night. To confirm her suspicion, she decides she only needs to remove that man's mask and see who he really is. But the possibility that the Hound of the Night might truly be the man she longs for leaves her shaken and unsure how to face him. Her longing surges until she forcibly tries to suppress it. At that vulnerable moment, Seer intrudes into her mind and offers to take over the painful thoughts for her. The demon manifests before her in an angelic form and calls her by name. The world around her seems to fall away as the demon isolates her in a private mental space. She accuses Seer of violating their contract, reminding the demon of the terms they agreed on. She states those terms clearly. Seer would gain her body only after her death, and otherwise only for 1 hour when she allowed it. Rejecting the demon's interference, she orders Seer to leave and insists she will not be controlled. Seer listens in silence for a moment. Then the demon's restraint drops, revealing a monstrous grin. Seer sheds the angelic pretense and takes on a far more demonic form. The demon mocks her helplessness, saying she has never been able to do anything alone when the people she loved vanished. Seer cruelly reminds her that she even stabbed the uncle who cared for her, reducing her independent choices to ruin and regret. The demon then twists the knife further, claiming that only through Seer's power was she able to find her younger sibling again. She refuses to be moved, saying none of that matters because the one person she truly wants has still not been found. She reveals that the real reason she accepted the contract was to find at least that man's corpse, yet even after 2 years searching the Red and Black Mountains she found nothing. Now that she finally has a clue that might lead her back to him, she warns Seer not to interfere. Her will pushes the demon back and breaks the mental hold. Seer grudgingly admits that her will is still strong and that she has not been fully broken. But the demon suddenly senses something alarming in the real world. Seer detects demon blood and a sinister energy coming from a nearby tavern, enough to identify a dangerous presence. Realizing demon hunters are close by, Seer panics and urges immediate escape. The thought of staying any longer makes the demon recoil. Using that opening, the woman bolts away before Seer can fully reassert control. Seer screams after her, furious that the human is running toward danger instead of away from it. She races toward the source of the disturbance, convinced it is connected to the Hound of the Night. She cuts through the festival crowd at full speed, ignoring everything else. A sudden burst of fireworks and noise interrupts her pursuit for an instant. She freezes in confusion, thrown off by the distraction. Then she notices a familiar witch's hat nearby. She spots the witch standing near a tavern entrance and moves toward her. A shocking possibility hits her. The Hound of the Night might actually be a woman. At the entrance, the blonde masked organizer politely warns a disruptive guest to follow the rules or be removed. The masked woman immediately realizes this is only someone dressed as the Hound of the Night, not the real one. Annoyed at the false lead, she begins gathering dark power. Her magic surges into her hand as she decides to force the issue. She slams her power into the ground and unleashes a massive necromantic spell. A huge purple magic circle spreads across the entire festival grounds. The organizer is caught off guard as skeletal hands begin rising from the spell. Festival staff and costumed guests suddenly find themselves surrounded by real undead. Panic erupts as the crowd realizes the monsters are not part of the celebration and begins to flee. The staff quickly understand that the masked woman has committed forbidden necromancy and is therefore a genuine villain. The undead swarm outward under her control. A golden divine light answers the threat and starts suppressing the skeletons. The Ryukian members take command, ordering an evacuation and putting civilian safety first. The blonde organizer sends Anna to fetch a professor and prepares to hold the line herself. She reveals that dealing with undead is exactly her specialty. The necromancer recognizes the divine power as a troublesome counter to her magic and dismisses the organizer as an irrelevant fake while insisting she needs the real Hound of the Night. The organizer catches the contradiction and presses her on why she wants to meet the Hound, especially after referring to that figure as a man. She directly asks what relationship the necromancer has with the Hound of the Night. The answer comes with absurd sincerity. She claims to be his soul's companion. The declaration leaves the organizer speechless, while the necromancer accepts her own answer with chilling seriousness. She immediately turns murderous, vowing to tear apart the Hound's soul companion and turn her into one of the dead. The organizer refuses to yield and counters with divine force against the undead assault. Her holy power blasts the skeletons apart in a single sweep. Just as the pressure rises further, Sinclair arrives with his weapon and joins the defense. The organizer urges him to evacuate because the situation is too dangerous. But Sinclair cannot explain it, and only says he feels compelled to fight. The necromancer mocks the pair and answers with an even larger burst of destructive magic. Sinclair and the organizer barely survive behind a barrier as the blast tears across the area. From within the smoke, the necromancer keeps shouting for the Hound of the Night to appear if anyone wants to live. Even the defenders are stunned that she can combine large-scale fire magic with necromancy, revealing a terrifying reserve of mana. The strain on the barrier shows they cannot withstand many more attacks like this. The necromancer launches herself forward to finish them personally. She streaks through the smoke toward the trapped pair. Her killing blow closes in before they can recover. Then something catches her attention at the last instant. A blur cuts across the battlefield faster than she can track. An unseen figure seizes her and rips her out of her attack path. The moment she recognizes who intervened, her fury turns into exhilarated relief. She reaches out toward the newcomer and calls him by the title she has been chasing all along. A devastating white strike answers, obliterating the undead and carving through the battlefield in one line. When the dust settles, the festival grounds are split by a massive trench left by that single attack. The organizer stares at the destruction, realizing someone moved the fight away from the crowd. The bystanders can only marvel that the Hound of the Night appeared and moved with impossible speed. As the crowd processes what happened, the red-haired woman quietly notes that the battlefield no longer reeks of corpses. The organizer, now alone at the edge of the new crater, addresses the Hound of the Night directly. She realizes he deliberately relocated the confrontation to spare the civilians. That realization softens her, and she clasps her hands in relief. She offers a quiet prayer that he will not be hurt. At the far end of the ruined ground, the necromancer faces her long-sought opponent at last and greets him like a reunion. The hooded figure finally answers her challenge by naming himself as the Hound of the Night. The masked woman tries to stop the cloaked figure from leaving, but he coldly declares that this parting will end with the deaths of 10 eunuchs. He draws a red energy blade and makes clear he will not repeat his earlier mercy, fixing the eunuchs as his immediate target. Before the clash can continue, a warning points out movement nearby and interrupts the confrontation. A squad of white-clad figures rushes in, tightening the situation around them. While others urge a retreat, the cloaked figure refuses because he has been left something useful instead. He reveals a divine inviolability ring that can erect a barrier, a god-made boundary meant to isolate what lies within. The ring activates in a burst of violet force, sealing the area and trapping everyone inside with him. The battlefield shifts into a grim mental landscape tied to old memories and buried history. Within that space, towering statues of 2 children loom over them, hinting at a past involving Hugo and Osiris. The cloaked figure realizes this place reflects the mind of Seth Le Baskerville, now overtaken by Andromalius. The masked woman recognizes both the barrier and the statue as signs connected to the Baskerville family's head. Seeing her reaction, the cloaked figure concludes she is exactly who he suspected. He identifies her as the Hound of the Night, and demands that she remove her mask so he can confirm her identity. She admits she cannot do that, because a contract with a demon prevents her from revealing either her face or even her name. His attention sharpens at that confession, and he moves before she can say more. When she tries to stop him, his red blade is already at her throat, forcing the issue. She counters with layered barriers, turning his sudden assault into a close-range struggle of force against defense. He presses through the resistance without hesitation, staying locked on her. The strain shows on her face as she realizes her defenses are being overwhelmed. He notes that she has grown far stronger than before, but also that even this strength is becoming too much for her to bear. His attack breaks through enough to wound her, proving he can still reach her past the barriers. Bloodied but not broken, she steadies herself and prepares to draw on something beyond her own limits. A demon named Seer appears behind her and offers a bargain, asking how much power she wants. Seer names the price as half of her power, treating the exchange like a simple transaction. She accepts immediately, and when Seer instead demands half of 1 day of her life, she still agrees without hesitation, sealing the contract. Empowered by the deal, she surges back into the fight and drives the cloaked figure onto the defensive. Monstrous summoned bodies rise around him as he is forced into close combat against her reinforced assault. She warns that if he will not remove the mask himself, she will rip it off by force. Her summoned beasts lunge in to pin him down and create that opening. He answers with sweeping red slashes that carve through the attackers instead of yielding ground. The monsters are cut apart in mid-charge, but he remains boxed in by the pressure she keeps applying. She is unsettled that even this level of power still cannot stop him. Desperate, she begs Seer for more power, and the demon raises the price to leave her with only 8 hours of life in the day. She accepts again and unleashes an even larger skeletal serpent to crush him. The attack closes around him like jaws, trying to seize and immobilize him outright. Even caught in the trap, he stays composed and refuses to panic. She demands still more power, and Seer cuts the remaining span of her day down to 4 hours. With that added strength, the assault intensifies into a storm of flesh, bone, and red-edged violence. The cloaked figure realizes her attacks are deliberately incomplete. She is not trying to kill him, only restrain him long enough to remove the mask. That realization leaves her exposed, because he now understands the true aim behind her desperation. She keeps pushing and buys more power yet again, reducing herself to only 3 hours left as the battlefield fills with restraints and strikes. Her obsession deepens into mania, and she sacrifices even more, accepting a day with only 2 hours remaining just to keep escalating. At last a massive blue vortex of summoned force closes around the cloaked figure and traps him at its center. Inside the confinement, he gathers his own power into a single decisive response. The vortex erupts from within, blasted apart by his counterattack. She drops to one knee, exhausted and shaken, while Seer stands behind her as if waiting to see what she will pay next. Above her, the shattered energy reforms into another swirling prison with the cloaked figure still at its core. Believing she finally has him still, she focuses on the one thing she wants most, taking off his mask. But from within the trap, his red killing intent flares again, showing he is still ready to strike. He bursts free once more and launches forward, turning her attempt to unmask him into another failed restraint. A white-haired fighter faces a wounded masked opponent and senses a painful familiarity beneath the hostility. Instead of simply defending himself, he wonders why this battered enemy is still forcing a fight. He presses further, trying to understand what suffering could have twisted this person into such hatred of demons. Believing he knows who stands before him, he begs the masked figure to recognize him. His plea reaches something buried inside, as if the real person trapped within is desperately trying to surface. The white-haired man drops low, shaken by the response and the memory it stirs. He steadies himself, and decides to test the truth with one direct question. He realizes the attacks were meant to restrain rather than kill, and that the demand to remove the mask carried hidden intent. From the enemy's eyes alone, he concludes that this person has something urgent to convey but cannot say it openly. With that, he finally understands. Acting on that realization, he lunges forward without hesitation. The masked figure is caught off guard by his sudden move. He uses a stone pillar as cover to close the distance before the other can stop him. Then he tears away the mask, exposing the face hidden beneath. That sight pulls him into an old memory about what it meant for someone to fall into darkness. He remembers a boy from years ago reaching out across a divide and recognizing him after a long separation. The memory confirms the identity he feared and hoped for. The masked figure is Camus Morgue. The past lingers around the moment, tying their present confrontation to the bond they once shared. The story shifts to 3 years earlier, where muffled sobbing comes from behind a sealed bedroom door in the Morgue family mansion. The crying continues, drawing the household's attention and concern. Even in the vast quiet of the mansion, Camus' grief is impossible to ignore. Servants whisper that Lady Camus has shut herself away for days, unable to stop crying after the disaster that struck the family. They recall the failed rescue from the barbarians, where many were killed or wounded. Among all the losses, they identify one death as the deepest source of her mourning. That wound is the death of Vikir Baskerville, someone Camus treasured. The servants pity her, convinced the pain of losing him must be overwhelming. Their gossip continues unchecked as they hope she will eventually recover. Their loose talk is abruptly punished by a surge of blue magic that seizes their throats. A stern noble forces them into silence, condemning them for spreading their mistress's private grief. He reminds them that a servant's duty is discretion, not using concern as an excuse for rumor. As they choke and panic, they recognize him as Lord Adolphe. Only after they have been thoroughly frightened does he release them to cough and gasp for air. He warns that another offense will cost them their tongues, and they flee in terror. With the hall cleared, Adolphe goes to Camus' room himself. He announces his presence gently, identifying himself as her uncle. Receiving no real invitation, he opens the door and enters anyway. Inside, the room is dark and still, heavy with neglect and mourning. Camus lies collapsed beneath the covers, trembling with quiet sobs. Sitting beside her, Adolphe tells her that she has not even been eating and that the family is deeply worried. Camus answers from behind the curtain of grief that eating feels impossible when she believes she is the only one left alive. She blames herself for everything, convinced that if she had not been captured and if she had stopped Vikir from fighting alone, he would still be alive. Already broken by an earlier loss, she cannot bear that Vikir is gone too. At last she says plainly what has consumed her. She believes all of it is her fault. Adolphe listens in silence, taking in the depth of her despair. Then he pulls her into an embrace and refuses to let her sink further into surrender. He tells her that her life now carries the weight of the dead as well, so abandoning it would betray more than herself. He insists that enduring in place of those who died is the duty of those who remain. As she absorbs his words, he adds that if Roge and Vikir had lived, they would have been devastated to see her like this. That thought jolts Camus into action, and she suddenly seizes on the idea that there might have been another way. Driven by that desperate hope, she begins working through a theory that if the conditions governing life remain the same, restoring it might be possible. A red-haired young woman tries to solve magic like a mathematical problem, convinced that changing the sequence of calculations could produce a different result. She pushes the theory further, imagining how to draw on a negative dimension and convert its entropy into a usable exchange. But her thoughts collapse from exhaustion, and she admits she cannot think clearly without energy. Unable to continue in that state, she calls for food to be prepared at once. A lavish meal is assembled for her, showing the household is ready to indulge the heir's needs. At the family table, her uncle explains that everyone has been worried because she had stopped eating. Her mother, Lespain Morgue, receives her daughter's return to the table with restrained attention. The mother admits she had been concerned by how long the family heir had been wasting away. Seeing that concern, the daughter immediately asks for something in return. She demands the Morgue family's military authority so she can search the floodplains, alarming her uncle because the area has become deadly. Her mother agrees, but only on the condition that she stop neglecting her meals. When her uncle objects, the mother insists the girl still has something she must do, and shielding her would only make things worse. She decides her daughter must confront this choice herself rather than be protected from it. The daughter accepts the condition as a promise and finally begins to eat. Her mother and uncle watch tensely, hoping this means she is recovering. Instead, the first bite overwhelms her, and her body rebels against food after so long without it. As she retches and struggles, her uncle orders the meal cleared and asks for something gentler for a patient in her condition. She stops the servants, refusing to let the food be taken away. Driven by sheer will, she declares that she will eat all of it. She forces the food down in a near-frenzied state, clinging to the name Vikir as if it alone keeps her moving. Her mind returns to Vikir's death, and she blames herself for failing to protect him from the barbarians and the spider. Her uncle grieves too, believing Vikir's death was an injustice born from his own failures. But for her, grief hardens into resolve. She swears she will correct that wrong. Still choking back food and tears, she begs Vikir to wait a little longer. From that day on, the Morgue heir emerges from despair and begins moving again, though no one realizes her recovery is leading somewhere dangerous. That hidden turn takes her to the Morgue family's shadow hall under the moonlit estate. There she stands before Snake Morgue, the elder who rules the family's secret hall of dark arts. He recognizes her at once as the heir of the Light Hall and demands to know why she has come. She notes that he identified her immediately, confirming she has entered the right place. Then she reveals her purpose. She is abandoning the Light Hall and wants to join the Shadow Hall. The elder is visibly shaken by the seriousness of her declaration. The divide between the two halls is absolute. The Light Hall wields the family's public authority, while the Shadow Hall studies forbidden magic in secret. He warns that joining the Shadow Hall means surrendering her mother, uncle, title, and public life to disappear into darkness. Knowing she has recently been leading soldiers through the floodplains, he suspects she seeks necromancy to bring Vikir back. She confirms it without hesitation and names the method she wants, the rite of complete resurrection. The elder reacts in alarm, reminding her that the spell is an ancient taboo banned by both the family and the empire. He refuses her outright and orders her to leave the Shadow Hall immediately. Faced with rejection, she quietly decides she will proceed without his permission. She demonstrates that she has already begun teaching herself, summoning and controlling spirits on her own. The elder realizes with shock that she is not bluffing but truly manipulating spirits. He understands the implication at once. She has independently reached a level of dark magic that should have been impossible. That talent reminds him of her mother, a once-in-a-century genius, and he sees the same terrifying potential in the daughter. After weighing that revelation, he changes his mind. He accepts her entry on one condition: inside the Shadow Hall, his authority will be absolute. She kneels and makes clear that losing her family, status, and everything else means nothing to her now. Her only goal is to bring Vikir back to life. With that resolve set, the story moves deeper into the hidden reaches of the Shadow Hall. Far below the estate lies a secret underground chamber known only to the Shadow Hall, a place buried on the 666th floor. There, a violent surge of dark power opens like a spiraling void. Inside the ritual chamber, she confronts a summoned undead figure within a magic circle, beginning her descent into forbidden resurrection. The red-haired heir asks for an opinion while presenting a crude revenant soldier she has managed to create. Her master is genuinely impressed that she has already reached the point of producing undead soldiers through black magic. He realizes with shock how quickly she has advanced since embracing black magic. Watching her, he is overcome by pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sorrow all at once. He senses that her drive mirrors the very longing that once drew him into the dark hall, and wonders why he ever allowed her onto that path. Even so, he reminds himself that her current achievement is still far from true perfection. She admits the revenant is not enough, because her real goal is complete resurrection of the dead. He warns that true resurrection is nearly impossible and that failure could leave only corruption or a rampaging shell. She insists that if she can restore the soul, the person she wants back will return stronger than anyone else. Her certainty unsettles him, and he finds himself wondering what exactly he is seeing in this girl. Elsewhere, a white-haired man cries out for his sister in anguish. In the light hall, he begs Camus not to abandon them for the dark hall. Their mother refuses to force Camus' choice, insisting her daughter must decide freely between light and dark. When he objects that Camus has been spending time with Snake, she argues that Snake may guide her rather than harm her. She cuts off any further protest and forbids more discussion of the matter. The man is left with no answer as her decision stands. Back in the present, the master leads the heir deeper into the dark ruins by lantern light. As they walk, he asks whether she knows the origin of the name Morgue, and she admits she does not. He begins his explanation while carrying the lantern ahead of them. He tells her the Morgue family first rose through mortuary work and the storage of corpses. Long before they were a formal house, Morgue was an ancient bloodline devoted to gathering unidentified dead and finding their relatives. Because they lived so closely with death, some among them eventually learned to speak with the dead, and such people still appear in the family. He makes clear that she, as the current heir, inherits a bloodline tied to black magic from its very beginning. When she concludes that black magicians must therefore grow intimate with death, he immediately rejects that as a shallow misunderstanding. He corrects her by saying the first lesson is not closeness to death, but caution toward it. He teaches that a true black magician is the one who keeps death at the greatest possible distance. Before trying to understand death, he says, one must first understand life and value it. In his view, a real black magician loves the living deeply, grieves for the dying, and seeks to understand them. She begins to grasp that black magic, at its highest form, resembles wisdom and compassion more than cruelty. With that in mind, she asks the question she truly cares about: why Snake himself joined the Dark Hall. He hesitates, clearly pulled back toward painful memories. He recalls the balance once represented by Camus and the light hall beside him. He answers indirectly that light and shadow must coexist, though she complains that he is dodging the real issue. At the dark chamber on floor 666, she excitedly calls for him as they arrive at the ritual site. She proudly reveals a resurrection magic circle she has designed through her own research. The master is stunned by what she has produced. She hands over the design and explains that it is a complete resurrection circle, not a rough draft. After examining it, he realizes it surpasses his own work by several levels and appears nearly flawless. He is shaken by how far into the abyss of black magic this child has reached, while she simply asks him to help perform the ritual. He silently compares her to himself and recognizes that, unlike him, she is not warped by darkness. Seeing her bright sincerity, he understands that she has entered black magic without losing the clarity of her heart. He concludes with quiet regret that she is better than he ever was. At last he agrees to carry out the resurrection with her. He raises the practical problem of identifying the exact soul they want, and she reveals she has prepared blood and hair from the Baskerville family. She also shows that she has summoned every ghost from the Sea of Souls, giving them fragments he can sort through. While they kneel to begin, he warns that even a perfect restoration of body and memory may not restore the same self, but she refuses to be slowed by philosophy before success. She starts inscribing the resurrection circle across the stone floor. Once the full formation is complete around the prepared offerings, she declares that she is ready to begin. He worries they are rushing into it, but she answers that she has already waited far too long. With power gathering around her, she makes her plea and initiates the resurrection ritual. A white-haired subordinate addresses his master and prepares to intervene. He gathers magic into his hand, readying a spell. From above the ritual chamber, he unleashes power toward the girl standing inside the resurrection circle. The pink-haired girl braces within the circle, trying to withstand the surge. Seeing no flaw in the formation, the man realizes her spell may truly mark a breakthrough in black magic. But the ritual suddenly twists as violent crimson-black energy erupts out of control between them. The backlash takes shape like a monstrous presence, swallowing the chamber and hostile power. Recognizing traces of Vikir, the girl reaches toward the phenomenon in shock. She desperately calls for him, refusing to give up on the resurrection. Her attempt is answered by a catastrophic detonation from the circle. The magic circle collapses in a blinding explosion that tears apart the floor. The backlash courses through her body, burning her from within as she is thrown away. The white-haired man rushes toward her, calling her air even as debris flies around them. She is hurled back through the air while he can only watch the failed ritual consume everything. Realizing the rebound from forbidden magic is killing her, she wonders if the resurrection has failed. As consciousness fades, she forces one eye open and confronts the possibility of death. In a dark inner void, she accepts that she may die here after all. She questions why the spell failed, doubting her assumptions about the circle, Vikir's remains, and the spirits needed for the Sea of Souls. A worse thought follows. Perhaps the one she sought had already left this bitter world and found peace long ago. If that is true, she wonders whether all her desperate struggle meant anything at all. Overcome by grief, she starts to believe dying might be easier than continuing. That surrender is interrupted when someone grips her face and forces her attention back. The white-haired man appears beside her in the void and admits he joined the dark hall simply because he chose to. He confesses he never believed he could stand beside his sister in the light, so he resigned himself to living in the shadows. Yet her sincerity and moral clarity made him question that choice. He admits that if he had been honest and brave enough to attempt the impossible, his life might have turned out differently. Before letting her go, he urges her not to lose hope. He sends her away with a final wish that she be reunited with the one she loves. She reaches for him as he recedes, unable to hold on. Both are thrown back into reality, crashing onto the shattered stone, but he takes the fatal impact in her place. The man lies broken and bleeding, clearly beyond saving. Stunned, she realizes her master has died protecting her. Even in death, his hand twitches weakly against the floor. A small insect lands on his fingers as the last traces of movement fade. His body finally goes still, confirming that he is gone. The ruined chamber falls silent around the two fallen figures. Unable to move, she realizes the rebound has burned away her nerves and left her trapped in her body. She accepts this agony as the price of attempting forbidden resurrection, knowing no one will find them in the hidden death court. Believing death is now inevitable, she thinks she has no excuse left before the master who died for her, though she takes slight comfort in having at least brought him briefly back to life. Her deepest regret is that she still failed to meet Vikir one last time. She resigns herself to the hope that death might let her see him at last. At that moment, an unseen voice mocks the regret written on her face. Too weak to react, she can only listen in silence. When she wonders if she is hallucinating, the voice tells her it has answered the yearning she projected. She asks if it is a demon from old stories, and the voice confirms it. The demon offers to save her life in exchange for a deal, and when she says she no longer cares about living, it presses her to name what she truly wants. It points to her failed resurrection circle and asks whether there is a spirit she longs to meet. The speaker reveals itself as Ser, a demon of the dead and rot, delighted by her desperation. Ser offers to help her meet the one she tried to resurrect if she will form a contract. The demon's promise echoes her master's final wish, tying reunion with her beloved to a dangerous bargain. Camille lies battered and nearly unconscious, hanging between life and death. A blue demon named Ser offers her a contract, and Camille clings to it as her last remaining chance. She forces herself awake with the resolve that she cannot die yet. She is brought back to the morgue estate, where her survival causes alarm and urgency. Inside, her uncle and attendants confront the situation as she returns. Camille faces them in silence while her uncle calls her name. He reveals genuine worry over her disappearance and condition. His concern turns into questions about her changed hair, her 10-day absence, and a snake he suspects is involved. Unable to answer, Camille lets him continue while keeping her distance. Exhausted and emotionally shut down, she apologizes only enough to end the exchange. Ser mocks her weakness and pressures her not to grow attached to her family. When Camille tells him to be quiet, Ser warns that if she proves useless their contract will be void, and she accepts that threat. She explains that this was how her contract with Ser began, binding her to help restore the fallen Camille Mord name and forbidding her from speaking openly about him or demons. With Ser's power, she began moving through the night in search of Bichur. The contract granted her the ability to locate what she sought and to raise corpses for her use. Using that power, she finally found Rose, the cousin she had lost to the barbarians. Their reunion gave Camille hope that at least one precious person could be brought back. But the demon Dantalion dismissed that hope, saying Rose's soul was gone and could not be sensed or restored. Even so, Camille refused to abandon her goal. She hid her obsession behind daytime sword training and spent each night searching for Bichur, gradually shutting out her uncle and everyone around her. Meeting Bichur became the only thing left in her mind. That fixation hollowed her out until she barely noticed anything else. While working alone in a ritual chamber, she sensed an intruder and demanded to know who had entered. A grinning inhuman figure ignored her and made clear that he had come for Ser, not for her. He ordered her to bring Ser out, and from that day Rose vanished. Dantalion later explained that Ser had forced Rose to carry him away, and that Rose then disappeared with the demon. When Camille blamed him for letting her cousin be used, Dantalion treated Rose as a disposable vessel and offered only to repair her if she broke. That answer confirmed to Camus that demons remained monsters no matter how they spoke. Then, while searching for Rose again, Camus came upon a strange ruin and an impossible encounter. There she stood carrying Rose's body, only to be confronted by someone approaching through the wreckage. What she found felt like a miracle. The moment hit her before she could even process it. Bichir appeared before her and greeted her by name after all this time. He stood alive before her, turning her long pursuit into reality. Seeing what she had become, he quietly noted how much she had changed. Camus was overwhelmed by all the words and feelings she had buried since his death. She wanted to tell him how desperately she had searched for him and how much she had suffered, but the contract kept those truths trapped inside her. Unable to confess, she could only watch him come closer. Bichir noticed that she had made a contract with a demon and asked what had happened, while she longed to know what he remembered of his final moments. He understood her pain without needing an explanation and saw that she had endured everything alone while he had been left behind. Knowing his time was short and that she would soon have to face Sarah again, he decided his last act would be to help her one more time. Camus thanked him for recognizing her and for coming back to her at all. Accepting that farewell, she prepared herself as if to die with no regrets left. Bichir answered by urging her to keep living and find happiness for both of them. In the next instant, blood spilled across the ground. Camus realized too late what he had done. Bichir threw himself into the deadly attack and died in her arms to protect her. As she demanded to know why, he explained that her contract prevented her from speaking plainly, but he had understood her message anyway. He realized that her reckless fighting and even her attempt to die had both been cries for help meant for him, and she broke down asking why she had to lose him again. Holding her as he faded, Bichir told Camus to stop worrying and leave the rest to him. A wounded young man fixes his resolve with a murderous focus as the confrontation begins. The demon woman mocks him and reveals herself as 8th Corpse Ser, an elder-level being who has never been defeated by a demon hunter. In a graveyard-like barrier filled with swords and giant stone figures, she greets him as if this meeting has been long anticipated. He confirms she is Vikir and says he knows of her through his former roommate Camus Morgue. When he asks what happened to Camus, Vikir answers by driving a blade into him and treating his concern with contempt. She reveals that Camus is not dead but sealed asleep inside her body. Vikir boasts that she now controls Camus completely. As skeletal weapons descend around them, she taunts him for trying to restrain her and questions how long he can keep it up. The pressure in the barrier erupts into a barrage of attacks. He breaks away bloodied while Vikir advances with her undead retinue behind her. Vikir explains they are inside Andromalius's unique barrier and realizes the man before her is the demon hunter who killed her comrade. What unsettles her is not his identity but that a human somehow knows about the 10 elders. She also cannot read his soul with her demon eye, making him feel alien even to her. Calling him cold, she offers to explain Camus Morgue's tragedy if that is the only way to get a response from him. She frames it as the story of a girl who used forbidden complete resurrection just to reach one man. Vikir recounts that Camus failed, was left unable even to move, and spent days trapped in an abandoned lab, yet still claimed she had no regrets. Amused and offended, Vikir recalls that Camus called her a demon and named this man as her new hope. She adds that after making a contract with Camus, hearing Camus cry out for him was pathetic to witness. The man is forced to imagine Camus in agony, blaming herself for leaving Vikir alone and for being captured by the barbarians. In that memory, Camus fears that if he is still alive and has not come for her, then he must have abandoned her, and she begs not to be left alone. Vikir twists the knife further by saying Camus only wanted to see him. That provocation finally drives him to attack her head-on. He swings with a red, blade-like force, aiming to cut her down in one decisive strike. Vikir casually stops him with a gun and reminds him that if she dies, Camus dies with her because of their contract. She follows by summoning a gigantic skeletal beast and points out that his feelings for Camus prevent him from killing her outright. Even so, he launches himself above the monster and presses the assault. He gathers himself midair and commits to a stronger follow-up strike. A storm of red slashes crashes down across the giant skull. He lands on the construct and drives his attack into it, trying to break through by force. Vikir laughs off the attempt, saying the spell that cut Camus cannot sever her true body because he is still only a graduate-level demon hunter. The skeletal beast retaliates and smashes him away. The monster tears through the ground in a violent charge, overwhelming his position. It slams down again, crushing the battlefield and leaving him buried in the wreckage. As he lies broken in the crater, Vikir declares that instead of saving Camus, he will die by her hand. He remembers Camus once made a contract with a demon to save him, and that sacrifice now defines the impossible choice before him. He recalls that killing a demon bound to a human means killing the human too, a truth he understood from the very beginning. That memory makes him question why he ever gave Camus hope, before answering himself that he simply refused to let a demon win. He realizes he may have promised comfort to Camus at the end without any power to fulfill it. Vikir notices his hesitation and mocks him for drifting into thought in the middle of battle. She rushes in to finish him, striking with savage confidence. Before she can land the blow, a giant stone guardian intervenes and blasts her away. Still kneeling in the rubble, he steadies himself and admits he already knows the cost of what he is trying to do. He weighs Camus's life against the destruction the 10 elders would bring to humanity, and knows the rational answer is to sacrifice her. Yet the faces tied to this struggle remind him that even a tiny chance to save both sides is worth clinging to. He chooses to hold on to that slim possibility instead of surrendering to the cruel logic before him. Vikir, now recognizing the level of power opposing her, is shaken that someone of his rank could bring down even the 9th and 10th elders. Her shock turns to rage as she names him Vikir van Baskerville and blames him for the long delay in reopening the demon realm gate. She surges forward in a blue-charged rush and crashes into him with renewed fury. The impact drives him back into the shattered ground, reopening his wounds. Seeing that he still hesitates because of Camus, Vikir sneers that a mere graduate-level demon hunter who cannot even defeat her has no hope of saving anyone. A demon mocks the dying man, saying that in the end he is reduced to begging for the kind of miracle humans cling to. Half-conscious and bloodied, he seizes on that word and decides a miracle is exactly what he will force into existence. Instead of collapsing, he grabs the demon by the horn, catching her off guard with a sudden, desperate move. Even with his body torn open, he holds her in place and reveals that this impossible gamble is the kind of answer he wants. He drives the horn deeper with brutal force, turning his grip into an attack meant to break her control. The demon recoils in shock and pain as she realizes he is still capable of resisting her. Pressing close, he calls out to Camus Morgue, trying to reach the swordsman whose skill he needs. He admits he cannot save himself by killing this demon alone and begs Camus to act through the opening he creates. Inside the bond, he urges the trapped swordsman to resist, insisting that even a soul-bound demon contract is not absolute. He warns that defiance will burn away his soul, but promises to strike the demon down in that brief chance if Camus can endure it. Throwing everything into that last hope, he calls for them to create the miracle together. The demon senses the danger immediately as his resolve hardens into something she can no longer dismiss. She lashes out in fury, denouncing him as insane while trying to break free of his suicidal plan. The battlefield erupts under the force of their clash, but he remains standing at the center of the chaos. Regaining distance, the demon threatens to turn him into her undead servant and make him destroy humanity with his own hands. He faces her from across the ruined ground, still upright despite the blood loss and the threat hanging over him. He answers with a vow to cut the demon down, and the words stir a memory that suddenly feels like his last true hope. He recalls a letter whose message once seemed absurd, but now appears to offer the only path left. As he advances toward the demon, he reflects that he never imagined he would one day need help from the man who wrote it. That remembered voice belongs to Hugo Le Baskerville. While the demon transforms into a deadlier form and tells him to die, another name surfaces in his mind, Vikir van Baskerville. Drawing on that inheritance, he demands to be taken to the realm of a sword master. His plea opens into memory, returning to the source of the knowledge he now depends on. The vision centers on a woman bound before a radiant void, marking the beginning of the recollection. Hugo's message explains that at the highest graduate level, the Fang form remains incomplete until one reaches sword master. He had written that he would leave behind the method for attaining that realm because he himself achieved it after his son was born. In the memory, Hugo recalls reaching sword master not long after that birth, despite already standing at the top graduate level. After losing Roxana and Penelope and falling into despair, he buried himself in the sword. He trained relentlessly, cutting through everything before him in pursuit of a breakthrough. At the time he was only top graduate, so he swung his sword every day with the single aim of becoming a sword master. Yet even as he practiced, something in his grasp kept slipping away. He realized that no matter how much he trained, he could not cross into the realm he sought. Looking at his own worn hands, he understood effort alone was not enough. Clinging to the smallest hope, he searched the all-knowing archive and found a message left by an earlier sword master. That message claimed one reaches the graduate peak by discarding human emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. But to become a true sword master, one must reclaim those same emotions rather than remain emptied of them. Following that guidance, he began trying to understand joy, rage, sadness, and delight again. He forced those feelings on himself one by one, trying to reconstruct a humanity he had trained away. The experiment twisted him instead, until his emotions came out wrong and his inner state became distorted. As a result, the road to sword mastery only grew more confusing. Unable to satisfy that void through swordsmanship, he turned to rebuilding the family and fathering many sons to strengthen it. By family law, those children were thrown into the cradle of blades from infancy. Then an unexpected realization came to him. It began with witnessing a young child struggling in water, ignorant of the world yet desperately fighting to live. Watching that child endure pain with total instinctive determination forced him to question what drove such effort. For the first time in a long while, his heart truly moved. In that moment, joy, rage, sadness, and delight all surged together at once, not as imitation but as genuine feeling. Immersed in that tangled flood of real emotion, he stepped into sudden clarity. That was his enlightenment, and by the next day he knew he had reached the realm of a sword master. Hugo leaves this account to his son, saying that both father and sword master were made through the full complexity of human emotion, and that this is the path Vakir must inherit. Someone assures him that, above all others, he can reach the realm he seeks. As that conviction echoes in his mind, he continues his desperate sword fight against the armored demon. He reflects on being addressed as a beloved son and realizes he has become utterly different from the person he once was. He decides that to break the enemy's magic, he must attain the level of a true sword master through his own strength. Before he can seize that answer, a violent purple strike erupts and tears through the battlefield. While being blasted away, he admits that anger and perhaps even sorrow still remain inside him. His body is hurled through the air and smashed down amid shattered stone. The demon watches his suffering with detached interest. Sensing something off, she focuses on him more carefully. He rises in terrible condition, stripped of any joy in battle and left with only grim resolve. Even so, he presses the attack and demands to know why her expression has changed. His question catches him too, as if he has noticed a shift he cannot yet explain. The demon turns toward the disturbance behind her, momentarily thrown off balance. In the drifting debris, he sees a small figure nearby and the scene stirs something deeper in him. A tear slips free, revealing that his buried feelings have finally broken through. That emotional rupture becomes momentum, and he dives back in with a red blade blazing from his arm. His focus hardens completely as he commits to a killing strike. He drives the attack straight at her head, forcing a direct clash. She mocks him for repeating a failed approach, convinced he still cannot hurt her. When he grabs her face instead of simply cutting, she realizes he is doing something different. He slams her brutally into the ground, proving he was never aiming for a simple slash. Amused rather than alarmed, she admits she cannot tell what he is really trying to accomplish. Then she reveals the true danger. If Camus dies, their contract may collapse and drag them both down. That warning jolts him, and the risk suddenly becomes real. The contract's backlash surges through him, racking his body with pain. She coldly decides to test whether he can endure that punishment as well. Her magic seizes him and drives him downward with crushing force. He is smashed into the ground hard enough to shake the entire wasteland. The impact leaves a vast crater with him at its center. He lies in the crater bleeding heavily, on the verge of collapse. For a moment, he can barely breathe or move. Even the demon falls silent, surprised that he is still alive. When he forces himself back up, she openly questions whether he is even human. He knows his body is failing and that even his regenerative power can no longer restore him, yet he keeps facing her. A memory surfaces of someone wounded and clinging to him, asking why he keeps going on alone. He answers that question through action by forcing his broken body to stand again. Step by step, he keeps moving forward, repeating the same stubborn choice. Another remembered voice scolds him gently for greeting a rescuer with such a miserable face. Holding his red blade close, he steadies himself with that memory and refuses to fall. The demon is shaken, unable to understand how he is still advancing. A transformed figure emerges and answers that this impossible return happened exactly as she predicted. She explains that if he wanted to end the contract, he only had to strike her down, because she cannot maintain this state for long. He accepts the burden and promises that if he fails, his sword will stop at her neck. Even in this crisis, he recognizes her reckless humor and sees in it the makings of a true hero. She teases him for realizing that so late, while clearly suffering to hold herself together. Then she urges him to prove himself by showing her the man she fell for. As she unleashes a huge magic formation, he denounces both of them as mad for staking everything on this. She counters with a storm of armored power, certain he still cannot cut through her defense. He answers by launching his crimson blade forward with absolute commitment. The attack multiplies into a barrage of red strikes that converge on her from every direction, carrying the fight into its decisive moment. A young man falls silent as an unfamiliar feeling begins to surface inside him. He realizes his once empty heart is now filled with tangled emotions and sensations he had never been able to feel before. A blue-haired woman bound in darkness is relieved that his heart still remembers her. She faces him calmly, as if accepting the weight of what must happen next. She admits she regrets having harmed someone meant to become a hero. At the same time, she confesses that watching him suffer fills her with sorrow. Even so, she now looks ahead with joy to the day they can truly reunite, and that resolve pushes him to act. He unleashes the seventh form of his sword art in a crimson strike. The attack flashes forward with overwhelming speed. It cuts cleanly through the armored enemy standing before him. For a brief instant, the foe can only register what has happened. Then the slash erupts in a violent burst of power. A separate narration explains that those who cast aside ordinary limits can perceive and sever what normal people cannot. Their blades are said to reach beings from the supreme realm itself. The battered young swordsman proves he belongs among those sword masters. Behind him, the blue-haired woman cries out as the result of his strike lands. A spirit-like creature realizes in disbelief that events have gone terribly wrong. It laments that it had been meant to devote itself to Gur. As its power fades, it clings to the thought that this duty had been its entire purpose. The young man senses that by shedding his old shell he has gained a strength and awareness beyond anything he possessed before. His first concern is not himself but whether Camus Morgue is safe. Seeing the blue-haired woman collapsed in the distance, he hears a faint plea from her. Her parting wish is that they meet again someday and speak properly then. He forces his ruined body toward her across the shattered ground. Before he can reach her, both of them are suddenly caught in a new disturbance. A ring-like object activates and begins releasing a concentrated purple force. The beam blasts into the earth, carving out a crater beside them. That energy opens a portal-like rupture overhead and pulls the scene into transition. In the next instant, the young man and the blue-haired woman are thrown into a forest at night. He crashes to the ground, barely conscious after the transfer. Small round creatures gather around him as someone approaches. One of the creatures peers at him in confusion, unsure what it is seeing. A red-haired young woman arrives and stops over him in stunned silence. She studies him closely, too shocked to speak at first. One of the little creatures bristles and rumbles protectively. The red-haired girl reaches out, choosing to help rather than attack. She catches the weakened blue-haired woman and supports her weight. With the injured woman over her shoulder, she starts to carry her away from danger. The young man struggles back to his feet and stops her with an urgent call. She realizes that if he is alive and moving, then Camus must also have survived, which eases her worry. He says there is no time to talk and urges them both to leave this place quickly. Before they part, he asks her for one favor. He hands her something and tells her to deliver it to Camus. He adds that if Camus wants to see him, she should come to the place he indicates. The red-haired girl accepts the request without argument. The blue-haired woman weakly clings to the red-haired girl as they prepare to go. The young man watches them leave while clutching one of the small creatures to himself. The mood abruptly shifts as someone elsewhere reacts with loud disbelief. At the academy, students excitedly discuss the latest attack and learn that the physical damage was apparently limited. The discussion turns to the masked intruder, with one observer concluding he was a black magician and another noting he resembled the Hound of the Night but was too overwhelming to identify with certainty. A witness admits the Hound of the Night terrified her so badly that she could barely breathe. The tension breaks when the others realize Vikir is safe, and their panic turns into angry relief at his disappearance. They press him on how he vanished during the search, insisting he is not the kind of person who would abandon his companions. The witch begins to understand what really happened. The maids rush in to scold her for trying to face danger alone and for making everyone worry. They pile on the reprimand, making it clear her reckless independence is no longer being indulged. Watching this, the others realize she had been helping people after all, and they regret suspecting her again. As calm returns, the story shifts into her private reflection. She reassures herself that if Vikir is involved, he must have survived. She parts with the hope of meeting Camus again, now carrying his name with certainty. Elsewhere, a red-haired girl stands before a dark portal beneath a twisted tree as someone emerges from it. The newcomer steps out weak and drenched, showing the aftermath of a brutal ordeal. A pink-haired woman returns from the void in a damaged body, greeted by the red-haired girl waiting for her. She explains that Seer's rampage and the punishment for breaking her contract left her body ruined, and she regrets never getting to properly say goodbye to Vikir. Remembering how badly Vikir was hurt yet still tried not to harm her, she is forced to reconsider what he meant to her. She clings to the hope that his restraint meant he cared about her too. What consoles her most is that, this time, she did not abandon him. Instead, she was able to stand and fight beside him. She takes pride in what she and Vikir accomplished together by refusing to give up. That conviction hardens into certainty that Vikir is someone worth risking one's life for. Seer suddenly appears in a diminished state, outraged that she broke their contract and reduced him to this. Realizing she now has full control of the body, she wonders whether Vikir actually severed only the demonic contract rather than destroying her outright. Seer confirms it. By breaking their 12-hour contract, Vikir triggered a penalty that left the demon barely surviving. She immediately exploits his weakness, threatening to crush him completely if needed. Terrified, Seer begs for mercy and agrees to obey whatever she demands. She turns the old bond upside down, declaring that Seer will now surrender all authority and power to her as the servant in their relationship. Even while asserting dominance over the demon, she admits that meeting Vikir was only possible because of him. When Seer nervously asks what comes next, she toys with him before dismissing his fear. Her real decision is to recover her damaged body first, and return to the Morgue family for the time being. Now certain that Vikir is alive, she resolves to repair the damage she caused. She adds one more duty she cannot avoid. She must publicly announce her master's death and mourn him, even while privately wishing he is reunited with the one he loved. Inwardly, however, she thanks her master because his actions allowed her to see Vikir again. A coin in her hand becomes a small token of that connection and of what lies ahead. She decides that once she enrolls, she will stand beneath Vikir as his junior. Thinking of their next meeting, her resolve turns personal. She vows that when they meet again, Vikir will belong to her. Time passes, the festival comes to an end, and the Hound of the Night incident survives only as rumor among the academy students. Most students reduce the event to gossip, repeating that the Hound caused terror until the professors stopped him. They also trade confused stories about an unregistered black magician and two villains fighting each other, but none of them understand what really happened. In the end, a near disaster is absorbed into careless chatter and stripped of its true danger. That complacency is broken when a group gathers around a closed room tied to a new controversy. Inside, they confront the publication of a hostile article and demand to know who wrote it. The article paints the Hound of the Night as a monstrous criminal who attacked the Imperial Academy and deserves punishment, using the festival's destruction to support the accusation. A blonde student objects that this account is false because the Hound did not cause the festival chaos. The unknown black magician did. Another student agrees the piece is manipulative, saying it presents imperial assumptions as fact and deliberately frames the Hound as a mass murderer. The room drops the argument over tone and focuses on identifying the author. The answer points back to Vikir, though the writer claims it was done under Professor Banshee's instructions. That revelation prompts immediate suspicion toward director Dolores, whose absence during the festival now seems too convenient. The blonde student concludes that, whatever the orders were, publishing such an article without checking the facts was wrong. A Capitol Guard report announces that the destruction of key city facilities was not caused by the Hound of the Night. The report argues that the Hound of the Night fights with a sword, which does not match the recent attacks. What remained at those scenes were marks like the path of a gigantic snake. Officials therefore identify a separate criminal, a presumed woman known as Ms. Ouroboros. They admit they know neither her motive nor her weapon, only that she is dangerous enough to rank at graduate tier. Their ignorance comes from a simple fact: no witness has survived her attacks. During the discussion, one student warns the group not to lazily blame every crime on the Hound of the Night when multiple villains are active. Vikir stays detached, thinking the criticism of the Hound was only a precaution to shape public suspicion in advance. As the others puzzle over Ms. Ouroboros, they return to the one solid clue: the snake-like traces she leaves behind. The conversation shifts to how the guards concluded the culprit was female. The answer is absurd but consistent: she leaves lipstick marks at every crime scene, as if proudly signing her work. That explanation leaves the room briefly at a loss. The meeting ends with a hardline order that whatever her reasons, Ms. Ouroboros should be eliminated if she interferes with their hunt for demons. The mood breaks when Anna bursts in carrying a huge stack of new documents. She explains that after the festival, a flood of tips and reports came in. Amid the paperwork, Anna hands Vikir a letter addressed specifically to him. The unexpected mail immediately catches his attention. As he opens it, his expression darkens. A classmate notices the change and asks what is wrong, but Vikir keeps reading in silence. The letter turns out to be a first-semester tuition payment notice from Colosio Academy. That bill makes him recall his older brother's offer to pay his tuition whenever he wants. In that earlier conversation, the brother pressed him to explain why he still refused help. Vikir had answered that because he was hiding his identity as a Baskerville at the academy, using Baskerville money would only create problems for his daytime life. He also knew he had less than a week to cover the scholarship shortfall, yet he refused the kind of work others recommended. His brother realized the real issue was Vikir's determination to keep his abilities concealed, even after losing a full scholarship deduction hurt him badly. That realization led the brother to a sudden, almost amused conclusion. He wondered if Vikir was chasing the old fantasy of a hidden powerhouse living as an unnoticed loser. He even recalled admiring that kind of secret strength himself when he was younger. Instead of mocking him, he proposed a practical path that might suit that wish: part-time work in monster hunting. He suggested joining the Pathfinder Guild as a guide and hunting monsters, which would give Vikir more chances to pursue what he wanted. Vikir immediately connected that idea to one particular guide. He thought of a hero who had helped found the Human Alliance, compiled much of the world's monster lore, and laid the groundwork for demonic beast ecology. But that man had belonged nowhere, lacked backing, and died early during the war against demons. Because Vikir knows that figure's future importance, he realizes recruiting him now could change what lies ahead. He thanks his brother and decides to try that route, while his brother is quietly pleased to have been useful. The story then moves to the Pathfinder Guild Sherpa, where the guild master has just returned. Outside, someone calls out to ask how the day's hunt went. The answer arrives with brute force rather than words. The guild master drags back an enormous boar-like monster through the street, making his success impossible to miss. He treats the catch as another routine victory and identifies the beast as a mini-pin, or miniature pincher. Onlookers praise his graduate-level skill, while he casually decides to take a break after the job. Once alone in the guildmaster's office, his confidence immediately gives way to exhaustion. He admits the month will be rough, because he can barely cover his own expenses, much less support his guild members. Pressure from larger mercenary guilds keeps him from landing stable jobs, leaving him to suffer for lacking powerful backing. He blames his current financial ruin on being deceived in his youth while chasing his dream. Even so, he reaches for something he has kept hidden away. Holding it, he calls himself foolish, yet confesses he still wants to pursue that dream if any chance remains. He steels himself with that lingering desire. The object of his devotion is revealed to be the dream of joining the Iron Blood Sword clan, Baskerville. With that longing still alive, he rises to act. A hooded youth arrives in Sherpa and immediately asks where the guild master called Minipin can be found. The local mercenaries bristle at being addressed so casually, but he ignores their pride and states that he has come as a client with a request. When they dismiss him as beneath their attention, he simply walks past them toward the guild master instead of backing down. One of the men tries to stop him by force, offended that the stranger would disregard him. The youth slips past the attack so cleanly that the man is left striking empty air. As more mercenaries rush in, his speed overwhelms them, and they realize they cannot even catch him. He breaks through their pursuit in a single fluid burst and heads straight for his destination. Inside the guildmaster's office, Minipin is caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. The youth confirms he has found the right man and identifies Minipin by his size. Minipin demands to know who could enter so brazenly, shocked by the intruder's skill. The answer remains the same: he is a client here to submit a request. Before Minipin can recover, the youth thrusts a completed request form into his hands. Minipin is stunned both by the formal paperwork and by the realization that someone this capable chose to barge in rather than announce himself properly. As he reads, something on the form makes him freeze in disbelief. The youth reveals that the guide he wants to hire is Minipin himself, and the name on the request ties him to the once famous Baskerville bloodline. He calmly asks Minipin to work with him, while Minipin struggles to process who is standing before him. The hood comes back enough for Minipin to recognize him as Vikir van Baskerville, making the request suddenly far more serious. That night, Minipin accompanies Vikir out of town, already treating the job with reverence. The commission is laid out plainly. Vikir of Colosio Academy is hiring a guide for a monster subjugation mission. Minipin confirms to himself that this is no imposter, but the real Vikir of the Baskerville family. Overwhelmed, Minipin tries to show exaggerated respect, only to be cut off immediately. Vikir shuts down the stammering hero worship and insists on being addressed normally. Minipin apologizes and admits his real ambition is to enter the Baskerville family, a dream he has carried for a long time. To him, the Baskervilles are the legendary bloodline whose swordsmanship protects the western frontier by hunting monsters. He asks outright whether joining them would let him learn their famed invincible sword techniques. He explains that he chased that dream for the sake of a better life, only to be swindled and left with no path forward. Vikir judges that, despite his appearance, Minipin is educated and skilled enough to qualify for a high-ranking mercenary guild. He tells Minipin that dream can still be made real, but only if Minipin proves himself through his actions. Minipin eagerly vows to do everything he can, barely containing his excitement. Vikir then explains his own position. He is secretly attending the academy and needs to earn money without family support. Minipin is so impressed by the trust and praise that he can hardly believe Vikir considers him useful. Even after being corrected on formalities, Minipin remains loud and overeager, while Vikir quietly questions how competent he really is. Vikir asks what kind of monster an academy student could hunt in large numbers for worthwhile profit. Minipin immediately recommends gnolls as the best target. He explains that gnolls are beast-like creatures with hyena heads and human bodies that roam the highlands east of the capital in packs. Though each one is not especially dangerous alone, their numbers make them a serious threat. Minipin adds that they are weak enough to avoid suspicion if hunted in bulk and valuable enough that every part of their bodies can be sold. Reaching the area where gnolls should live, they stop and prepare to track the pack. They soon spot gnolls moving through the forested slope ahead. Minipin shares the standard tactic: lure gnolls with shiny glass beads, then kill them once they gather. Vikir confirms the method but points out that it only works on small groups. He declares that he will use a different approach, just as a giant snake descends above them. Before Minipin can react, Vikir cuts the serpent down with a strike too fast to follow. While Minipin is still reeling from the feat, Vikir asks whether the carriage carries oil. Satisfied by the answer, Vikir states that with oil he can wipe out the entire gnoll pack while avoiding a drawn-out fight. Minipin is shaken by the scale of the plan, since even Imperial subjugation forces failed to suppress such a pack with oil. Vikir's cold confidence only deepens Minipin's unease about what exactly he intends to do. Loaded with barrels, the two head toward a cave where the gnolls appear to be nesting. Vikir advances to the mouth of the den and confronts the first gnoll sentries without hesitation. Inside, a mass of red-eyed gnolls crowds the darkness, revealing the full danger waiting within. A subordinate worries that Vikir cannot simply wipe out the gnolls since a panicked horde could spill into nearby villages and slaughter civilians. Even so, he trusts that Vikir has already accounted for that risk and watches him head toward the cave. Vikir makes clear that he intends to learn exactly how he can subdue the gnolls safely. He advances to the cave mouth while his companion hangs back with the supplies. Recalling that the mountain has 3 entrances, Vikir identifies this opening as the low-level gnoll route. He settles in front of the entrance and begins gathering power. Relying on a swordsman's sharpened sense for aura, he probes the lair for what lies within. That heightened perception lets him map the interior and the clustered gnolls beyond the entrance. In his current state, he judges that he can affect the entire cave system from here. With his ally still watching from behind the barrels, Vikir commits to the plan. The mountain suddenly shudders as his power triggers a chain reaction through the lair. The soldier is thrown into confusion by the scale of what Vikir has just done. Inside, the gnolls are jolted into a frenzy as the disturbance reaches them. The barrels at the entrance are hurled inward and begin crashing down among the pack. The first impact maims a gnoll, turning the falling cargo into a weapon. Vikir ignites the barrels and realizes he is reusing the same fire tactic that once failed him in the forest. This time, though, he is only dealing with gnolls, not a far stronger enemy, so the method should work. The trapped gnolls recoil as flames and smoke spread through their tunnels. Vikir coldly leaves them to struggle as long as they can. The fire consumes the pack, turning the lair into an inferno. His reasoning is simple: with the upper exits blocked, the fire's smoke cannot escape and will sweep through the tunnels, poisoning everything inside. He and the soldier watch the blaze roar through the mountain from outside. The soldier is shaken that Vikir chose mass suffocation and burning without hesitation, concluding that he is even harsher than expected. Vikir identifies the gnolls as Baskervilles, a clue that gives the scene a larger significance. While the soldier is awestruck by how effortlessly Vikir handled it, Vikir remains unimpressed and focused. Smoke begins venting from the mountain's other openings, confirming that the whole lair has been filled. After entering with torches, the soldier reports that the gnolls inside died from smoke inhalation and proudly notes his own hunting experience. Vikir cuts off the praise and warns that some gnolls may still be alive, telling him not to relax yet. As they proceed, Vikir privately finds the man's earnestness reminiscent of someone he knows. The two move deeper into the cave past the bodies of the dead gnolls. The soldier suddenly notices something unusual in the rock wall. He strikes the wall open with his sword. When Vikir asks what he is doing, the soldier explains that he spotted signs of human tampering. The false wall collapses and reveals a hidden chamber beyond. Both of them are stunned by what they have uncovered. Behind the concealed passage lies a cavern overflowing with gold. The soldier guesses that someone has been using the gnoll lair as a secret vault, and Vikir immediately starts testing that theory. Vikir picks up a coin and tells the soldier to examine it closely. He determines that the coins lack serial markings, meaning they could not have come through normal banking channels and the gnolls could never have acquired them on their own. When the soldier asks who would hide money in a monster den, Vikir concludes that whoever chose this place must be strong enough to kill the gnolls and seize their treasure. Elsewhere, a woman in high heels moves through the night, linking the hidden hoard to a new threat. She casually crushes a gnoll's head under her heel, showing that such monsters are beneath her notice. With amused contempt, she compares the intruders to vermin getting into her coin box. Back in the treasure chamber, Vikir repeats that one fact is certain as he studies the coin in his hand. He frames the mystery clearly. The owner of this hidden treasury had the power to slaughter the gnolls and claim everything here. Seeing the sheer volume of gold, the soldier wonders if it all came from a bank robbery, and Vikir agrees that this is the only plausible answer. Vikir remembers a recent article about a looted bank because he wrote the report himself. That case involved an unknown criminal imitating the Nighthound's methods, wiping out facilities and stealing every asset, including one confirmed bank. The report also noted that every witness had been murdered, and the only clue left behind was the mark of high heels and something resembling traces from a giant snake, which now points directly toward the mastermind behind this hidden fortune. In the cavern, the young man studies the masked intruder while the tension between them turns instantly dangerous. A woman approaches with amused confidence, treating the others as prey already inside her grasp. She reveals herself as Ouroboros and mocks them for trespassing in which she calls her safe. The blonde swordsman recognizes her name at once, confirming they have stumbled into a far more serious threat. The young man quickly realizes the snake-like marks were made by a whip, not a beast, and starts reassessing everything about her. He also sees that she is disguising her voice with magic, while she coolly weighs whether the intruders are lucky or doomed for finding her treasure room. Behind the mask, Ouroboros is shaken when she recognizes him and understands he should not be here. Her sudden alarm makes it clear his presence changes the situation, even as the blonde warrior prepares to fight. The young man notices her wariness and realizes she may know him from somewhere he cannot yet place. As Ouroboros steadies herself, he becomes certain of one thing: she now sees him as the real problem. Dropping the pretense, she unleashes her true killing intent and declares that by entering her safe, they have chosen death. Purple power floods the cavern, and the young man judges her aura to be on the level of a top-rank graduate, far beyond what the blonde swordsman should be able to handle. He wrestles with whether to reveal his own strength, knowing that if he loses her after exposing himself, the future risk will be even greater. While he hesitates, the blonde swordsman mistakes his silence for deep strategic thought. The man's admiration only grows, and he convinces himself this supposed hero must be planning around Ouroboros' overwhelming rank. Instead, the young man abruptly points out that the Imperial garrison is already patrolling the mountain base, hinting at escape rather than victory. Taking that as his cue, the blonde swordsman resolves to hold Ouroboros off so the young man can flee and reach the garrison. He accepts the encounter as likely his last and says meeting the young man was an honor. Before any objection can stop him, he throws himself into battle. He charges Ouroboros head-on, forcing her to meet his attack instead of targeting the young man. Their clash explodes through the cavern as his sword pressure drives her back for a moment. He commits fully, refusing to retreat even against an opponent far above him. His sweeping strike lands hard enough to knock Ouroboros off balance and send her skidding. She sneers that he has lost his mind, but her taunt comes after being forced onto the defensive. Ouroboros answers with a surge of violet power through her whip, turning the fight lethal again. Her counterattack tears into the blonde swordsman's face, drawing blood and nearly dropping him. Even wounded, he forces himself to stay upright. He plants his foot and regains his stance through sheer will. Realizing he blacked out for an instant and that her strike cut through skin and bone, he still marvels that the gap between them is this huge even though both are graduates. Bloodied and sweating, he abandons any illusion that this is a fair fight. Even so, he steels himself and refuses to yield. Ouroboros lashes out in a storm of attacks, but he endures the barrage instead of collapsing. The young man recognizes that Sir Vikir is destined for greatness, and that letting him die here would be a terrible waste. Vikir reaches his own conclusion at the same time and finds grim satisfaction in it. Ouroboros notices his expression change and senses that he has decided on something reckless. He resolves that dying here while protecting the young man would give meaning to his life, and he launches himself forward for a final sacrifice. The young man cuts through that resolve with a direct order, telling Minipin not to throw his life away. In the same instant, a blade-like strike flashes past Ouroboros' face and cracks her mask. Shocked and disgusted by what has attached itself to her face, she panics and tries to tear it off while the young man moves in with red-lit power. He acts decisively, no longer hiding his strength. His blow lands cleanly, driving through her guard and drawing blood. Vikir stares in disbelief as the impossible suddenly becomes real. A violent impact follows, blasting Ouroboros away and wrecking the cavern around her. The mountain itself shudders from the force of the exchange. As the dust rolls through the chamber, the young man casually praises Minipin's strength, leaving Vikir too stunned to process what just happened. Buried in rubble, Ouroboros can only gape at how absurdly powerful he is. The young man immediately decides to use her confusion, telling the injured Vikir to run while privately noting that Vikir still does not realize he is dealing with a sword master. Ouroboros recovers fast enough to rage at their retreat, but she is a step too late. Carrying the battered Vikir on his back, the young man escapes through the cave tunnel. As they flee, he notices something that makes him quietly react with sudden realization. Badly wounded, the white-haired woman urges the young man to flee too, warning that the Imperial garrison will soon return to the cave. He answers with cold menace, making it clear that anyone who reaches his treasure room should expect consequences. As he turns to leave, he addresses her as Ouroboros, and she realizes too late who he really is. Left behind in the tunnel, she can only hurl a curse at him as he disappears into the distance. Elsewhere, a battered blonde man lies unconscious, marked by the aftermath of the same violent conflict. He later wakes and trudges alone through the forest in silence, weighed down by pain and thought. The young man reflects with detached curiosity that even now he is still discovering new things about himself. He recalls the loyalty shown to him during the Null campaign and the requests made by those who served under him. That memory centers on his role as a commander who inspired trust and obedience from his subordinates. Under the night sky, he seems to take some comfort from what his past has become. When Imperial soldiers arrive, they are immediately unsettled by the scene they find. At the cave entrance, they discover the aftermath of the battle and struggle to understand what happened there. The Null's subjugation is formally concluded by the Imperial garrison, while Ouroboros escapes after hiding a large amount of gold. Everything left inside the cave is seized by the Empire and hauled away as confiscated spoils. But not all of the loot is lost to the authorities. Later, the young man visits the recovering blonde warrior and reveals that this bag contains his share from the Null's subjugation, money taken before the garrison arrived. He explains that although the leather goods were ruined by fire and smoke, the remains still had value, so the warrior is receiving payment for what could still be sold. When asked about his condition, the injured man admits he still hurts all over, though the healers expect a full recovery, proving his toughness was not for nothing. The young man places the money in his hands as a deliberate act of support. He tells him the amount should cover his assistant's debt and hospital costs, while also supporting him until he can work again. Overwhelmed, the warrior struggles to address him with the proper respect. He asks whether the young man is returning to the academy, and learns that he is. The warrior regrets that their time together was brief, having genuinely enjoyed serving beside the Baskerville heir. Instead of indulging the sentiment, the young man abruptly asks whether he is knowledgeable about monster ecology. The question revives the warrior, who proudly explains that his years of travel taught him to distinguish species, variants, and their habits in detail. Satisfied, the young man rises as though he has found a use for him. He tells the warrior to wait for him, turning gratitude into a promise of future employment. Before leaving, he makes it clear that he intends to call on him again soon. Back at the academy, the focus shifts to Professor Banshee Morg's office. The professor grumbles over paperwork, feeling as though he is doing everyone else's work for them. A visitor interrupts, and he reluctantly allows them in. The student council president enters with scholarship documents, accusing him of dumping this burden on her again while insisting she is there to discuss students who need aid. She explains that some petitions come from students who cannot attend next semester without help, including those whose grades suffered because they had to work. She adds that other scholarship cases deserve re-evaluation as well. Her real complaint is that many wealthy students are fraudulently receiving scholarships that should go to those in genuine need. She argues that protecting the academy's rules is part of her duty as student council president, and presses him to help correct the abuse. She doubles down, declaring that she must speak for students in distress. The professor snaps back with cynical practicality, asking whether she plans to double his salary if she expects him to take on twice the work. Outraged, she rejects his attempt to reduce the issue to workload. As she insists this is about the student's future, another student appears in the doorway and walks into the argument. The interruption halts both of them as the professor recognizes the newcomer. The professor immediately scolds him for entering a professor's office without knocking. The boy coolly replies that he was not raised that way, invoking the harsh Baskerville creed that respecting weakness is a sin. His blunt refusal leaves both the professor and the student council president stunned. The professor gives up on the manners dispute and asks why Vikir has come, assuming he is there to beg for a scholarship he failed to win. The student council president echoes the word in surprise, still trying to understand his purpose. Instead of pleading, Vikir sets down a heavy bag in front of the professor. He states plainly that he has come to pay his tuition fees. The sight of the gold leaves the professor momentarily speechless. When asked where he got that much money, Vikir casually explains that he earned it by subjugating a few gnolls. Vikir explains that while gathering firewood, he accidentally set the mountain ablaze and the fire spread into the gnolls' lair, wiping them out. The official handling his case finds the story implausible, but Vikir calmly asks him to verify the details with Minnie Pin and Shepherd Gunter, and then accept enough money to cover his tuition. The man is left speechless by the unexpected request and the amount of resolve behind it. When the payment is counted, it turns out to be far more than a single term's fee and enough to cover years of study at once. As the others stare, Vikir clarifies that the extra money is not for himself but for the students who still cannot afford to remain enrolled. He asks that the rest be used to pay the tuition of those poorer students, turning his reward into a scholarship fund. The official confirms Vikir is donating everything under one condition: recipients must maintain a certain level of academic performance. When asked if he wants the scholarship named after him, Vikir refuses recognition and instead asks for it to bear another name. Dolores is startled when she realizes whose name he has chosen. Vikir requests that the award be named Perry. The decision leaves a heavy silence behind him. News of the anonymous sponsor spreads through the academy, and students are told that anyone who meets the requirements can now receive full support regardless of birth. As others wonder who saved the struggling students, Dolores quietly dwells on the mystery herself. Hearing the name Perry, she begins to ask who this person was to Vikir. She reflects that Vikir already stood out as a top student with excellent grades, practical skill, and an unusually clean reputation among his peers. Yet despite his achievements, she still cannot read what lies behind his cold, guarded demeanor, and the choice of name only deepens that uncertainty. Her thoughts drift back to an earlier memory of Vikir with a pale-haired girl. She recalls that Perry was a poor child who died as a sacrifice in the battle against Dantalion, proving that Vikir never forgot her. That realization makes Dolores suspect that beneath his harsh exterior, Vikir is far kinder than he lets anyone see. Moved by that thought, she makes up her mind to seek him out. Dolores decides she needs to speak with Vikir directly. She tells herself this may be responsibility, indebtedness, or both, born from having witnessed Perry's final moments and the battle with Dantalion. She goes to Vikir's dorm, only to be met by his roommate, Piggy. Standing in the doorway, she asks after Vikir while taking in the sparse room beyond. Piggy confirms she came to see Vikir, but he cannot help her much. He explains that Vikir often roams at night, and that no one really knows where he is. Dolores is caught off guard by that answer. Piggy adds that Vikir's bed and belongings are so bare that it feels as if he could disappear at any time. That detail hits Dolores hard, making her realize how little attachment Vikir seems to have to this place. Piggy admits Vikir clearly has his own hidden past, and as his roommate he worries that one day Vikir may simply leave without warning. Before Piggy can say more, Dolores abruptly turns away, lost in thought. She thanks him and leaves quickly, while Piggy is left confused by her sudden retreat. Watching her go, Piggy struggles to understand what just happened. As Dolores walks off alone, Piggy starts to wonder if her concern for Vikir is more personal than he first assumed. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the Empire's vast central station as students gather for a major journey. At Imperial Central Station, Platform 999 is designated for the departing group. A purple-haired woman arrives in travel clothes, openly delighted by the chance to go on a trip after so long. Her escorts remind her they are heading toward a dangerous competition, but she treats the mission so lightly that it looks like a vacation. Ignoring their seriousness, she points ahead with eager excitement. She confidently insists Colosseo Academy will win the Olympiad survival competition anyway, so there is no reason to be tense. The upcoming event is introduced as a grand imperial contest where the 4 great institutions gather to compete. Colosseo Academy is presented as the Empire's premier all-around educational institution. Bootcamp Varangian is introduced as the brutal northern warrior school that trains fighters for extreme climates and savage battlefields. Themyscira Women's University is named as another elite academy equal in prestige to Colosseo. This year's host is the Magic Tower, the Eastern Mage Academy where the competition will be held. As the group walks, one student confirms that their destination is the southeastern city of Dortsmile, home of the Magic Tower. A station announcement declares that the Continental train is now arriving. The team pauses as the next stop is announced, and they prepare for departure. A magic-powered train materializes with a glowing spell circle, making a dramatic entrance at the platform. The younger students marvel at seeing a magic train for the first time, while an older companion casually notes he rode one before on his way to the academy. As the train ride begins, the group is told to stop gawking because students from Varangian and Themyscira will be aboard too, and they cannot afford to look weak before rival schools. That warning immediately proves necessary as the atmosphere tightens and the first rival students make their presence felt. A rough-looking Varangian group strides in with enough force to draw everyone's attention and signal trouble. Their hostile confidence makes it clear they are here to intimidate, not mingle. Soon after, the Missourian students arrive as well, adding another layer of pressure to the already tense carriage. The rivals settle in around them, turning the shared space into contested ground. The team tries to play it off casually, but they can all feel how strained the situation has become. One of them predicts the rivals will be especially irritated when they notice Sancho among their group. He explains that Sancho had originally ranked first in Varangian's entrance exam before ending up in the Colosio instead, making him a natural target, while Sancho himself welcomes a fight. Their instructor warns that Sinclair may have an even harder time than Sancho. The reason is simple. Sinclair placed first not just overall, but ahead of both the Magic Tower and Themyscira, and she takes the attention with amused ease. Sinclair downplays the pressure, saying that since she came in first, succeeding would only meet expectations while failure would be entirely hers to bear. The others reassure her that the real monsters are the upperclassmen, then shift into discussing how this year's top ranks are distributed among the schools. They recall that each school could choose a treasure from the institution's shared vault for placing in the top 10, so every academy had strong reason to fight for at least one spot. As the conversation loosens, someone remarks that it is a shame Vikir could not come with them. That leads to grumbling about how he left their side and joined another team, though another voice admits he was simply honoring a promise, and that this at least showed integrity. When they note that Vikir is riding in another carriage, concern shifts to whether he might clash with students from the other schools. But the deeper worry is not outsiders at all, but the unstable people now surrounding him in his own group. That concern sharpens into a private judgment that Vikir's real danger lies with his teammates. The story then turns to one of those teammates, setting up the source of that unease. The focus falls on Grenouille de Leviathan, seated alone in brooding silence. He is introduced as the third son of the deadly poison Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great houses. Praised all his life as a prodigy, Grenouille had never tolerated anyone standing above him until he entered the academy. There he finished second in the entrance exam, losing to Sinclair, an unknown commoner with no famous name behind her. That first defeat unsettled him so deeply that his fixation on Sinclair began to twist into something he could not understand. As time passed, his attention lingered on her beauty and presence, feelings he may have carried from the moment he first saw her. Eventually he realized the impossible truth. Instead of resenting Sinclair, he was rooting for her. Unable to accept that honestly, he tried to approach her little by little while hiding behind insults, and calling her only a commoner. His awkward pursuit collapsed when Sinclair casually invited him to join her group, leaving him stunned and disarmed. Rather than reject him, she embraced him so naturally that his hostility had nowhere to go. That moment shattered his composure and left him emotionally exposed. In the end, Grenouille joined Vikir's group, but the attachment that brought him there remained unresolved. Back in the present carriage, Grenouille sits among the group while Vikir faces the others with his usual unreadable calm. Without warning, Vikir stretches his leg out and plants his foot against another teammate's face. The victim recoils in shock, but Vikir does not even bother to move his foot away. Grenouille watches in disbelief, trying to understand what Sinclair could possibly see in such a low-born boy and whether they are somehow alike. At the same time, he hardens his own resolve, deciding he joined this group to use the opportunity to crush Vikir. Trying to seize control, Grenouille announces that he will be the group's leader and challenges anyone to object. Vikir answers with total indifference, saying he does not care as long as Grenouille is capable, and only asks why his foot is still there. Vikir explains he is merely resting and stretching, which enrages the noble boys already looking down on him for being a commoner. They threaten violence if he keeps provoking them, but Vikir remains unmoved and dryly notes he has never even experienced the pain of being poisoned. Grenouille escalates by warning Vikir not to act tough and boasting that he could plant a poisonous bug inside his body if he wished. To prove the threat, Grenouille manifests his toxic power in his hand and prepares to use it on him. Vikir only watches in silence, giving away nothing. Then another teammate abruptly rises, says he is going to the bathroom, and breaks the tension just enough to confuse everyone. As Grenouille starts to protest, the interruption leaves him exposed and off balance. The departing boy slips to the door and signals for silence, revealing a cold intent behind the casual excuse. In the next instant, Grenouille finds himself trapped as the others close in on him like predators. Hands seize his face and pin him down, overwhelming him before he can reassert control. While Grenouille is muffled and restrained, Vikir calmly makes his position clear. Anyone who obstructs him will not be forgiven. A student resolves that if he wants a high enough score in this year's Olympiad survival competition to claim an artifact from the treasure vault, he has to break into the top 10. His goal is specific: reach the top ranks so he can earn access to the school's treasure room. What drives him is his knowledge of a dangerous artifact hidden there, a demon sealed in inanimate form. He identifies it as the 7th elite corpse, Decorabia. Decorabia is one of the few elder-class demons whose identity was known even before the world's regression. He remembers that this creature once existed as an artifact inside the school's treasure vault. Later, it would awaken and become a major force for the demons during the Age of Destruction. Realizing he has a rare chance to stop that future now, he considers himself fortunate. He commits to a plan: place in the top 10, enter the vault, and destroy Decorabia before it can awaken. Before any of that, he decides to deal with the immediate problem in front of him. He enters a cramped train compartment where several students are sprawled out, and one purple-haired student sits slumped in the middle of the mess. He bluntly orders the drunk or passed-out student to leave. The student only groans incoherently, clearly too far gone to respond properly. He pauses, annoyed but controlled, as the situation turns awkward. Other students nearby find the scene amusing and openly enjoy his discomfort. Once the nuisance is removed, he notes with relief that at least one obstacle has been cleared away. The train continues on toward its destination. As the ride goes on, the atmosphere shifts into the bustle of students arriving for the inter-school gathering. A group of representatives assembles, with the purple-haired student now present and the others settling into place. The protagonist sharpens his attention as something important catches his eye. They arrive in Dortsmile, a southeastern imperial city dominated by a towering magical landmark. He recognizes it as the Mage Tower, a structure hidden by spatial magic so advanced that even modern mages cannot properly measure it. Its impossible scale reminds him of another absolute defensive artifact, the Ring of Divine Inviolability. Formal banners announce the start of the school's representative meeting. A host welcomes everyone and frames the event as this year's gathering of Academy representatives. The Colossio Academy representative is introduced as Dolores L. Quovadis. The Belangian Training Center representative is introduced as Jurejo Bakuraga. The Themyscira Women's Academy representative is introduced as Lovegood Merlini. As the introductions continue, the representatives exchange greetings and note that a full year has passed since they last met. The Mage Tower representative, High-Nose Dalpoli, immediately becomes the target of teasing over his absurdly pompous name. Someone explains that Mage Tower seniors traditionally assign juniors ceremonial names, and his ridiculous title came from that custom. His real name turns out to be an even more elaborate mouthful, making the mockery feel justified. Even while joking, the students acknowledge that every representative gathered here is exceptionally strong. Rumors about Jurejo paint him as a monster who seized control of his school as a freshman and may have slaughtered wolves barehanded in the Red Wastelands. Dolores is said to have gone undefeated through the entire college league and is expected to be appointed a professor at the Mage Tower after graduation, with some even seeing her as future Lord material. Lovegood's reputation is different but no less formidable, combining real skill with overwhelming charisma and fame as a performer in a renowned dance troupe. From all this, one student predicts the tournament hierarchy: Hohenheim and Bakuraga fighting for first, Dolores taking third, and Lovegood likely fourth. The Mage Tower representative cuts in and decides to move things along. Since the visitors have come all the way to the Mage Tower, he offers to escort them directly to their lodging. The group follows him together, taking in the city as they go. Their destination turns out to be an unexpectedly grand dormitory, leaving them wondering if this is really where they will be staying. Inside, the accommodations prove even more lavish, with an extravagant spread of food waiting for them. One of the boys is delighted to discover that the dorm even provides a buffet and immediately approves of the place. At dinner, the group chats about missing classmates and worries that one of them, Vikir, may be in trouble somewhere else. The conversation turns serious when they review the competition scale. Each school brings 100 students, and only 10 out of 400 will earn the right to choose an artifact. That brutal ratio leaves the others uneasy, even before the tournament begins. Meanwhile, the Belangian students pile their plates high and attack the buffet with shameless enthusiasm. Watching their crude behavior, one of the girls complains that sharing dorms with Belangian is already exhausting. The Belangian boys loudly defend themselves by treating the buffet like a battlefield and demanding endless meat, caring more about quantity than refinement. In the middle of the chaos, a smaller student bumps into one of the hulking boys and awkwardly thanks him after being steadied. A group of first years is casually eating when someone complains that the hungriest among them are leaving nothing for everyone else. A silver-haired senior cuts in and scolds them for their bad manners, making it clear he expects basic respect even in a cafeteria. The newcomers are stunned to recognize him as Sancho, a name they clearly know and fear. One of the muscular boys immediately argues back, insisting buffet rules should allow him to eat as much as he wants and mocking Colossio's weakness. Sancho admits he had planned to ignore the provocation, but decides he can no longer let it pass. The loud freshman realizes who Sancho is and recalls him as the Belangian student who once fled after the entrance test. He uses that rumor to belittle Sancho, while Sancho calmly explains he chose Colossio because Belangian's top rank would have taught him less. When the boy finally asks who he is talking to, he learns this is Boy Bolason, the freshman who fought through the entrance exam. Sancho's companions back him up, saying even Belangian's own top scorer judged Colossio the better place, and they warn everyone to stop preying on the weak. Bolason tightens his grip, visibly preparing to turn the argument into a physical contest. He formally introduces himself as Belangian's top first year and openly challenges Colossio's first years to a match. With full arrogance, he demands that Colossio send out its strongest warrior. The challenge hangs in the air as everyone wonders who among Colossio could answer it. Their attention shifts toward a quiet boy still sitting alone and eating, as if the answer has been obvious to them all along. The room follows that lead, and even the challengers pause when they realize who Colasio's students are looking at. The supposed strongest student remains focused on his meal, showing no urgency to acknowledge the commotion around him. Bolason storms over and looms over the seated boy, trying to force a response through sheer intimidation. He demands to know whether the silent student is truly the strongest among Colasio's first years. The boy keeps eating and calmly thinks it might be simpler to defeat all of them at once than entertain the posturing. Bolason presses closer, drawing the attention of the entire cafeteria as the confrontation becomes impossible to ignore. He directly asks the boy if he is Colasio's strongest first year, trying to pin him down in front of everyone. Instead of answering, the boy abruptly rises, his movement alone enough to jolt the aggressor back. Bolason quickly reframes the challenge into an arm wrestling match without mana, trying to keep the contest on terms that favor brute strength. The quiet boy says nothing, and Bolason mistakes that silence for fear. Bolason sneers that if someone like this is considered Colasio's best, then the Academy's standards must be pathetic. That insult finally provokes Colasio's students, who flare with anger at the attack on their school and friends. Before the clash can erupt, a firm voice cuts through and orders everyone to stop. A blonde girl identifies herself as Dolores L. Quovadis, the student council president, and reminds them that inter-school conflict before the tournament cannot be allowed. She tries to calm the room and send everyone to rest for the coming tournament, but the challengers are not ready to let it end. A stronger senior presence treats the whole thing as an amusing scuffle rather than a crisis. That newcomer is revealed to be Jureijo Bakuraga, whose arrival immediately changes the balance of authority. The others explain that Bolason acted in the name of Belangian's pride in its first years, and Bakuraga asks which Colasio freshman is supposed to answer him. Dolores tries to refuse on procedural grounds, but Bakuraga makes it clear he is listening only if the answer is truly no. He points out that his junior is desperate to prove himself, and notes that Colasio's own students seem equally eager to respond. Colasio's first years radiate open fury, no longer willing to tolerate insults aimed at their school or each other. Dolores sees the group's anger hardening and realizes the situation is slipping beyond a simple order to stand down. She weighs using her authority to shut everything down, but worries that crushing their spirit before the tournament could do more harm, even as safety remains her priority. The quiet boy finally decides to speak up. Bakuraga casually assures everyone that if injuries are the concern, he can simply tell his side to hold back. His reputation explains why that confidence carries weight. Before the regression, he was one of humanity's great heroes and a symbol of Belangian's rise despite prejudice against his origins. He is remembered as the figure who helped transform Belangian from an overlooked school into one that had to be acknowledged. The quiet boy finally accepts the premise and states that he will show them through arm wrestling. Bakuraga laughs in approval, while Dolores worries that agreeing to this will only draw more attention and trouble. The boy then reveals his real intent. Rather than indulge a meaningless sideshow, he wants to face the person who actually matters. He points past Bolason and names Jureijo Bakuraga himself. The entire room erupts in disbelief at the sheer audacity of challenging a figure of Bakuraga's stature. Bolason protests furiously, insisting the challenge was his and accusing the boy of trying to dodge him. But even Bolason falters when he realizes the challenge to his president is completely serious. The quiet boy confirms it without hesitation, making clear that this is no joke. Bakuraga grins like a predator finally entertained and accepts the bold challenge. An arm wrestling match is formally set under strict rules. It must end in a clear victory or a forfeit. The referee adds that the contest will be stopped immediately if either side risks serious injury. With both hands locked, the signal is given for the match to begin. The red-haired powerhouse is startled at once when his opponent's grip does not budge. The bespectacled freshman meets that surprise with calm confidence as the struggle starts. Instead of being overwhelmed, the freshman immediately drives back against the stronger man's opening force. Their locked hands tremble violently, but neither side gains control. The clash escalates so hard that the entire table and both competitors shake under the strain. The onlookers, who expected the freshman to be crushed, realize he is holding his own against Colasio's president. His allies watch in alarm, worried about whether Vikir can survive this. Even those familiar with Vikir's strength admit they never imagined he could push a naftali match this far. As Bakuraga goes all out, the possibility emerges that Vikir might actually win. The deadlock continues, forcing Bakuraga to strain harder while the referee watches closely. Bakuraga realizes with disbelief that this freshman's raw power is extraordinary. He had intended to end things gently, but the instant their hands met, he understood he had to fight seriously. Assessing Vikir, Bakuraga sees flawless leverage and body mechanics supporting strength far beyond what weight alone should allow. To him, resisting Vikir feels less like facing a student and more like trying to drag an immovable mountain. He concludes that Vikir's way of using strength resembles a battle-hardened veteran, impossibly seasoned for someone so young. Bakuraga demands to know what Vikir really is as the pressure between them keeps mounting. Vikir answers by naming himself as the hunting field of Balak, revealing the identity behind his overwhelming presence. That declaration is followed by a sudden surge of killing intent around Vikir, as if a predator has fully revealed itself. The clash detonates into a violent shockwave that blasts apart the table beneath them. Dust and debris swallow the room, leaving the spectators blind and confused by the sudden storm. When the dust settles, both fighters are down amid the wreckage, and the question of the winner hangs in the air. Bakuraga looks at his own hand and realizes, to his shock, that he has lost. Vikir, seated among the broken boards, confirms the result himself. He lost. The crowd praises Vikir for enduring so long against Bakuraga, but Bakuraga can no longer accept the idea that Colossio stands above everyone else. Privately, Bakuraga understands the truth. Vikir deliberately gave him the victory. As Vikir starts to rise, the outcome leaves Bakuraga more humbled than triumphant. Bakuraga reaches down and pulls Vikir up while honoring him in Balak's tongue as the pride of the wetlands. He tells Vikir never to forget that recognition, treating him as an equal worthy of respect. Laughing loudly, Bakuraga publicly celebrates the match and declares Vikir's strength incredible for lasting against him at all. The others are fired up by the duel, with some admiring Bakuraga's manly spirit, and others growing even more eager for the tournament ahead. That night, the heat of the coming competition seems to burn through the academy itself. At last, the day of the official college league arrives. Inside Mage Tower's administration office, the tournament officials gather around a magical terrain display. The Lord of Mage Tower welcomes the delegates, and says hosting this year's tournament is an honor. The principals and directors from the participating schools are introduced as the meeting begins. Colossio Academy's vice principal is also present among the assembled leaders. The hosts formally thank all the delegates who traveled to attend. Attention turns to Mage Tower's mysterious extra eye, a device that can observe every student inside the competition grounds. The host confirms that all 400 participants can be monitored precisely through this system. The survival match map is revealed as the Red and Black Mountains. One delegate remarks that the chosen terrain looks brutally difficult to survive. Vikir is shown already moving through a dark, dangerous wilderness, as if the challenge itself has caught his interest. The day of the Olympiad survival competition begins at Mage Tower. The tower is described as a vast structure of layered internal spaces, large enough to contain entire worlds within it. This year's survival field is specified in full as the Red and Black Mountain Wetlands, a volcanic and hostile environment. Its landscape combines harsh mountains with wild, windswept forested lowlands. Students from every school are randomly teleported in teams and must immediately adapt to the unfamiliar wetland battlefield. The rules are made clear. In this contest, the team must keep their shields from dropping to zero, and each member's remaining HP is already being tracked. Before they can settle in, something massive crashes into the ground nearby and announces the start of a real fight. One of the students realizes the danger a split second too late. A swamp monster bursts out in front of them, turning the lesson about survival into an immediate test. The creature rears up to crush them outright, showing it is far stronger than a simple obstacle. Its blow slams down with enough force to shatter the ground, forcing the team to choose between fleeing and fighting back. Instead of retreating, the group commits to hunting the monster for points, and quickly forms up behind their shield bearer. Their leader assigns roles on the spot, ordering Tudor to hold the monster's attention, while Sancho protects Sinclair and Bianca once his shield expires. Bianca is told to target the monster's weak point while the others support the opening, and the team immediately accepts the plan. As the monster lunges again, the leader orders everyone to scatter so the formation does not collapse in one hit. Tudor charges in first, using his shield and spear to draw the monster's focus away from the others. That opening lets Bianca and her support move into position, channeling power for a precise ranged strike. With the monster still active, Tudor panics and demands to know why Bianca has not fired yet. Bianca calmly finishes her aim, signaling that the shot is finally ready. She releases a concentrated beam that tears into the monster from above and decisively turns the exchange in their favor. Once the danger passes, Tudor complains that Bianca waited so long she nearly got him killed. Bianca snaps back that if she had wanted him dead, she could have delayed even longer, then suddenly tells everyone to run. Her warning is so abrupt that it takes a moment for it to register. The others understand first and scream for Tudor and PG to escape immediately. Behind the stragglers, a huge fireball blooms without warning, revealing a second threat entering the battle. The explosion engulfs the area they had just occupied, proving Bianca's warning saved them. A hostile upper-rank student appears through the flames and dismisses the lower-ranked contestants as nothing more than prey worth points. He mocks the idea that rank should place him above this stage, then extends that contempt to humans in general, exposing both arrogance and cruelty. Elsewhere, another student staggers through the jungle as his HP continues to drain under the forest's oppressive conditions. He curses the swamp for sapping his stamina so quickly and starts to grasp how brutal this environment really is. Thinking bitterly about the teammates who abandoned him, he hopes they were at least eliminated too instead of escaping to safety. His resentment deepens into self-reproach as he blames himself for ever trusting such useless followers. Then a drifting scent cuts through his anger and makes him stop. He realizes it is food, an impossible luxury in a place like this. Knowing that any smell of food should attract monsters and expose whoever made it, he decides to exploit the situation and steal both supplies and points. He follows the scent toward a fire in the distance, convinced he has found easy victims. That confidence vanishes when he suddenly notices something wrong underfoot. A hidden snare yanks him upside down before he can react, leaving him dangling helplessly in the air. Humiliated and furious, he demands to know who set such a trap while someone below dryly questions why he is hanging up there. Still upside down, he can only stare in confused disbelief at being caught so easily. The campers reveal themselves as the very teammates he thought were incompetent, all still in strong condition, and his attempted ambush turns into a personal embarrassment. They bring him to their campfire, where the contrast between his misery and their comfort only sharpens the insult. Seeing not just cooked food but a proper shelter, he is stunned that anyone managed to establish a functioning camp in this jungle. The others explain that a commoner named Vikir built everything, overturning his assumptions about who in this test is actually capable. He struggles to process that someone he considered beneath him accomplished what he could not. His pride twists into jealousy as he wonders why a noble of his standing was reduced to watching a commoner excel, and why the Baskervilles would bother protecting that person. The group sits around the fire in awkward silence while he wrestles with that realization. His shame becomes so intense that even a small laugh from the others feels unbearable. When they explain the roasted meat was originally bait for monsters but offer him some anyway, his hostility is met with unexpected generosity. He can hardly believe they are willing to feed him after everything, and their answer is simple: he is still their team leader. One of them adds that his poison could still be useful later in the wetlands, giving him a practical reason to stay with them. That reminder makes it clear they have not discarded him, but are choosing to rely on him despite his failure. Overcome, he admits to himself that he judged Vikir far too harshly, and that the commoner may be far better than he ever allowed. As he eats, his HP begins recovering, and the camp becomes both a refuge and a quiet correction to his arrogance. The moment of rest ends when a green projectile suddenly cuts through the air toward the camp, signaling a new attack. A charging beast is cut down in a single decisive strike before it can reach the students. The group keeps formation as the glasses-wearing boy and his ally hold back while the others rush in to finish the fallen monsters. Another wolf-like creature lunges out of the dark, showing the hunt is still ongoing. The frontliners overwhelm it at once, carving it apart before it can threaten anyone. The monster crashes dead to the ground, adding another easy kill to their tally. With 30 monsters already down, the team grows complacent and starts treating the exam like effortless point farming. The boy with glasses thinks differently, focusing on survival and ranking strategy while wondering why the top scorers are not targeting rival students instead. That thought makes him reassess the situation and question what the commoners around him are missing. A familiar unease returns to him, as if he has stepped back into a test he already understands too well. He recalls an earlier survival evaluation where points came from enduring, hunting monsters, and even eliminating other participants. In that past test, he secured first place by quietly hunting monsters away from everyone else. Because of that, this forest should feel advantageous to him, yet something about it is wrong. Ever since entering the Mage Tower's Red and Black Mountains wetlands, his sword master instincts have been warning him. The warning sharpens into a clear sense that danger is stalking them from the shadows. He realizes with certainty that something is about to attack. As the group advances through the forest, the tension around them tightens. He reacts instantly, drawing his weapon as his teammates surge forward, but the moment is already turning chaotic. His nearby ally is abruptly struck or seized by an unseen force, confirming the ambush. Elsewhere, a white-haired student named Hyung is left weakened and confused, his health already down to 38. At the Mage Tower Administration Office, officials monitor the competition through a magical display. The standings show that only 149 of 400 participants remain, with Mage Tower leading the surviving schools and Colosseo far behind. One observer notes that Colosseo started with fewer students and that Hohenheim has already wiped out an entire group of their first years, admiring his ruthlessness. Another elder mocks Hohenheim's reputation for intelligence and concludes that Colosseo is doomed this year. A senior official notices Vice Principal Banshee's concern and asks what is troubling him. Banshee addresses the elder directly, preparing to challenge the confidence in the tournament's safety. He hesitates, knowing the accusation he is about to make is serious. Speaking as a host school representative, Banshee openly questions whether this map is truly safe for the students. The elder demands that he explain exactly what he is implying. Banshee points out that the tournament was moved deeper into the wetlands, into an unreleased region, where stronger monsters are more likely to appear as time passes. He invokes an old case tied to the Morgue family, where terrifying creatures were said to emerge from those forbidden wetlands. According to that story, a presumed S-rank monster once came out of the unreleased wetlands and caused catastrophic destruction. Banshee presses the issue, asking whether the Mage Tower's systems could handle such a threat, and whether any real contingency exists if the worst happens. The elder dismisses the claim as rumor rather than fact, though he admits he has heard it before. He adds that no one has seen such a creature since, and because the tale came from the Morgue family, he never trusted it in the first place. He further argues that the arena only summons monsters scaled to student ability, from low-level experts to low-grade graduates. Even so, he pauses at the one possibility that would break that logic. If someone with 7th Circle or Swordmaster level power were present, he admits, the system might summon something beyond its control, though he insists that should be impossible. He still downplays the risk, arguing that even if an incident occurred, the tournament could simply be stopped because students are automatically teleported out when their HP shields hit 0. Then he turns the discussion into an insult, accusing Banshee of complaining only because Colossio has so few students left. Banshee angrily rejects that, arguing that this gathering of elite mages should not be ruled by the same arrogant bloodline politics that defined the Morgue family and Colossio. The elder cuts him off and refuses to entertain what he sees as delusional fears, convinced the scenario will never happen. Banshee leaves frustrated, cursing the elder's stubbornness. Back in the forest, the story shifts to a ruined campsite where the aftermath of another clash is being assessed. The glasses-wearing boy confirms that Tudor, PG, Bianca, and Sancho have all been taken out. A shaken white-haired student explains that Tudor and PG were caught off guard by Mage Tower's Hohenheim, and the others fell as well. Remembering Hohenheim's fame as a hero's descendant, they conclude that even students from the same year can differ wildly in strength. The white-haired student is relieved to have found his senior alive and is stunned that the boy still has full health at 100. He admits that merely moving through the forest drained his own HP quickly, making his senior's condition seem almost unbelievable. Their companion privately resents how naturally the boy excels, telling himself that hiding deep in the forest and hunting monsters is not something just anyone could do. That bitterness is cut short when the boy suddenly senses something alarming and snaps to attention. A hidden archer reacts instantly to a threat and reaches for arrows before the enemy can finish their ambush. The white-haired boy blurts out that he only thought something by mistake, while his companion fires toward the source and forces the concealed attacker into the open. Without hesitating, the archer looses multiple shots to pin down the unseen enemy. The attack drives a lurking vine-like spell back and makes its caster cry out in pain. The enemy realizes her silence magic failed because her target's senses were sharp enough to detect her anyway. A group from Themyscira Academy steps forward and mocks Colossio for thinking they could hide in the forest. Their president reveals herself with two allies, openly challenging the intruders and showing they still have enough strength to fight. With arrogant confidence, she readies her staff and makes it clear she believes Colossio is already cornered. Before the confrontation fully turns hostile, the white-haired boy suddenly recognizes her. He identifies the girl as Sinclair, surprising both sides. Her companions explain that Sinclair was once Themyscira's top scorer but became notorious for abandoning their academy in favor of Colossio. That revelation unsettles the girls behind the president, who realize too late that they have insulted someone tied to a powerful figure. The president turns her anger on the white-haired boy and demands to know how someone could reject the Empire's premier women's academy for Colossio. She assumes Sinclair must have gone there for some shallow reason and starts mocking the school herself. But the moment she gets a proper look at the blue-haired archer, her outrage falters and turns into flustered attraction. She becomes completely distracted, internally overwhelmed by how perfectly he matches her tastes. Her aides notice their president mentally derailing as she fixates on him instead of the fight. The archer awkwardly tries to block her stare, clearly uncomfortable. The white-haired boy steps in protectively and tells her to stop looking at his brother like that. That single word, brother, humiliates the president by exposing how badly she misread the situation. Stunned for a beat, she tightens her grip on her staff as embarrassment turns into rage. She lashes out at the siblings, calling them insolent and unleashing a field of writhing thorn magic. Her fury peaks into a murderous tantrum as the vines surge to crush them. Elsewhere in the forest, another battle rages with fire tearing across the ground. A Mage Tower student named Hohenheim pressures a fleeing healer, taunting that without a fighter beside her she has no chance. The blonde healer, Saints, strains to hold back the flames behind a weakening barrier as her health drops dangerously low. Forced backward, she searches for any opening while the burning terrain closes in around her. The relentless assault leaves her visibly shaken and near collapse. Hohenheim advances and declares that Saints has nowhere left to run. He boasts that if she falls out of the tournament, Colossio will be crippled and Mage Tower will secure the win. Even while exhausted and injured, Saints refuses to accept defeat. Before Hohenheim can finish her, a wolf-like fighter crashes into the scene from above and interrupts the attack. Laughing as he descends, the newcomer warns Hohenheim not to get ahead of himself. He slams down with a blue aura strike that forces Hohenheim to defend instead of pressing Saints. Hohenheim is shocked by the sheer density of that aura and realizes his opponent has reached graduate-level power, specifically 4th class. The beast fighter proudly confirms he has advanced as well and refuses to be left behind. Their clash escalates immediately, blue aura meeting Hohenheim's fiery defenses in a violent collision. Back with Sinclair, her thorn magic twists into a more complex and dangerous formation. She drives the fused spell forward in cutting arcs, trying to overwhelm Colossio through sheer aggression. The archer recognizes the technique as the Morgue triplets magic, but notes that Sinclair has combined 3 spells at once and is controlling them skillfully despite her emotions. Realizing the threat level has changed, he prepares a more serious response with his bow. Then he pauses, sensing something else intruding on the battlefield. A sinister energy spreads through the mountainside, and he immediately fears a far worse presence has appeared. The ground begins to shake hard enough to interrupt multiple ongoing fights in the forest. The combatants are baffled, since an earthquake should not be happening in the flood forest at all. Their confusion turns to alarm when huge masses start plunging down from above. Everyone looks up as the falling objects bear down on them. The white-haired boy and his brother also stop fighting and stare upward in shock. What crashes down is not debris, but a giant spider-like monster dropping into the forest. Its many glowing eyes confirm the ominous presence has arrived, and the new threat dwarfs the conflict between the students. A colossal worm-like monster erupts from the ground, its arrival instantly turning the tournament grounds into a disaster zone. Students are thrown aside by the shockwave as panic spreads and everyone realizes this is no staged event. Lovecod freezes in terror while her companions urge her to flee, unable to understand what has appeared before them. The bespectacled student connects the dread he felt since entering the grounds to the presence of Madam, and begins reassessing the entire situation. He recalls that before his regression, Madam was treated as little more than legend until repeated investigations finally confirmed her existence. That memory makes one fact stand out. Madam had never been confirmed inside the Mage Tower or within this tournament arena before. Seeing the creature clearly, he concludes this version of Madam must be an abnormal variant produced by his own interference. The monster lashes out with a sweeping purple strike that bears down on Lovecod and her group before they can escape. Paralyzed by fear, Lovecod realizes her body will not respond and thinks she may be eliminated without doing anything. Anna throws herself in front of Lovecod and forces her out of the attack's path, choosing to take the hit instead. The blow tears past with overwhelming force, leaving Lovecod alive only because Anna intercepted it. Lovecod stares in shock as the cost of that rescue becomes clear. She finds Anna collapsed against a tree, apparently taken out by the impact. Above them, Madam looms with its many jaws open, still hunting. Its glowing eyes intensify, signaling that the threat is far from over. Across the forest, countless red lights flare to life, showing the monster's influence spreading through the arena. The creature suddenly surges away, abandoning this group and charging toward another cluster of students. The nearby boys are briefly relieved to survive, then realize in horror that the monster is heading for the area where more students are gathered. The bespectacled student understands this cannot be part of the tournament, and demands to know why the control room has not intervened. Lovecod rushes to Anna's side with another girl, desperate to confirm whether the sacrifice that saved her was fatal. Anna's status shows 0 HP, yet instead of being teleported out as expected, she remains in the arena. That contradiction shatters the tournament's rules, and the girls realize elimination no longer guarantees escape or safety. As the implication sinks in, the others press for an explanation, because being trapped here means anyone defeated may simply be left behind. The blue-haired student voices the obvious conclusion: a monster has appeared, the tournament should have been halted, and the control room's silence is inexcusable. Another student breaks down, convinced the organizers have abandoned them to die, while the bespectacled boy tries to keep him from losing control completely. Hidden observers witness that panic firsthand as one student openly admits he does not want to die here. A new group arrives and checks on the shaken students, trying to assess the damage before the situation worsens. Inside the Mage Tower control room, alarms confirm the crisis. Injured students are not being returned from the arena, and the staff scramble to evacuate them manually. Someone urgently orders the tower master to stop the tournament immediately. The old master admits this should be impossible and recognizes that the thing in the jungle is something that should not exist, lending weight to the old Rouge family warnings. He bitterly adds that without this intrusion, the Mage Tower would have won the tournament. That misplaced concern enrages the person confronting him. Unable to tolerate the delay, the accuser lunges forward. He grabs the old master and demands action, furious that children are being left to die while the staff hesitate. The master reveals the worst part: they cannot simply shut the tournament down anymore. He explains that a being beyond even the Mage Tower's ability to simulate has been summoned, overloading the system and pushing it outside their control. As a result, the staff cannot enter the arena and the trapped students cannot be extracted, leaving only the question of whether any fix remains. The old master reaches toward the control interface, preparing the only response still available. He activates the system directly, forcing a desperate attempt to influence the arena despite the overload. His conclusion is grim but clear: if the monster inside the arena is killed, the Mage Tower system should return to normal. Back in the forest, Anna is examined, and it becomes clear the tournament's HP shield absorbed most of the impact that should have killed her. The girls learn she merely fainted and should recover, bringing Lovecod immense relief. With Anna stabilized, attention turns back to Madam, and the group worries about where it is heading and what it may already be doing to other students. The bespectacled student stands apart, already focused less on relief and more on understanding the enemy they now have to face. He identifies the creature as Madam Eight Legs, an S-rank calamity whose mere presence crushes the will to survive. But he also notices this is not the same Madam he knew before. It lacks poison, has fewer eyes, leaves blind spots, and even its once impenetrable body is damaged. From those flaws he infers that what appeared here is a distorted, incomplete version formed between Madam's dead state and its past self. That realization sharpens his focus, because the monster is weaker than it should be even if still overwhelmingly dangerous. Yet as Lovecod kneels beside Anna, his thoughts turn practical. Even if others notice the same weaknesses, that alone will not save them. He concludes that against even this degraded Madam, he still cannot see any realistic path to victory. He decides that restoring his allies' shattered morale must come before anything else. To prevent more deaths and achieve his objective, he resolves to finally use his power. He announces that he is going to act. Logood refuses to stay paralyzed by guilt, blaming her own carelessness for nearly costing a junior's life and vowing both revenge and protection. She identifies herself as the student council president of Themyscira, making clear she intends to lead from the front. Her determination is immediately recognized as the kind of fighting spirit Baron John needs. Bakuraga steps forward to accompany her, eager to join the counterattack. Another student joins as well, insisting she will not allow any more students to die. With their core fighters gathering, they turn to the strategist they usually distrust and admit they still need his strength. He accepts, though only because circumstances leave him no real alternative. He frames the cooperation as a temporary alliance made solely to secure Mage Tower's victory. Watching them, another student realizes he had badly underestimated these veterans, who once led the charge in the Age of Destruction. The strategist quietly takes control of the situation. He summons the triplets and orders them to carry his message. That message is a plan for how to bring down Madam. Elsewhere, panic erupts as students flee from a monstrous insect-like attacker. One boy runs for his life while a girl beside him stumbles in terror. Her fall turns the escape into a disaster. She crashes hard, leaving herself behind as the others keep moving. In pain and unable to stand, she begs for help. The boy hesitates, torn between fear and conscience. He chooses himself, apologizing as he abandons her and runs. Left alone beneath the monster's shadow, she realizes she is about to die. Before the creature can finish her, a blast of fire slams into it and interrupts the kill. The attack reveals that the monster is still active, its many glowing eyes unextinguished. Even engulfed in flames, the creature remains unnervingly intact. A mage notes that insect monsters should be vulnerable to fire, so the failure confirms something is wrong. He is not surprised, implying the enemy's resistance matches what he already anticipated. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds himself in a strange red void, surrounded by a dark, swirling force. He recalls his battle with Cane Corso as he tries to understand where he is. Remembering that his 7th form was shattered by the 9th and that he faced it head-on, he starts connecting that fight to his current state. A sudden realization begins to form. Seeing himself submerged in the crimson space, he briefly wonders if this is death itself. He steadies himself and forces his panic into focus. Then he notices something ahead that changes his thinking. A glowing door appears in the distance, standing above the red surface like an exit. He links it to Cane Corso's talk of the threshold of death and the Baskerville 10th form, suspecting this place is that boundary. Testing the idea, he starts walking across the red water toward the light. He reasons that if the door marks true death, then not having crossed it means he is still alive. That realization relieves him, but it immediately raises a deeper question. He begins to wonder whether reaching this place is tied to the so-called destiny behind the Baskerville 10th form. He reviews the chain of events that led here, from coming to this place to being pushed to the brink of death by Cane Corso. Cane Corso's warning returns to him. To reach the end of the Baskerville 10th form, he would have to experience death in battle. He clenches his fist as the implication settles in. He asks himself whether this is what Cane Corso truly meant. He pieces together the logic that regression let him return from death after fulfilling the condition for the 9th form, and now he may be reliving death again to meet the condition for the 10th. That thought pulls up the memory of his past life and the helpless child he once failed to save. The idea that this would make him some singular person chosen by fate fills him with anger rather than awe. He rejects the notion outright, mocking the very idea of being selected by destiny. As he drives himself onward, he declares that neither his death, his life, nor everything he has fought through was handed to him by fate. A young man struggles in a blood-red void as ghostly hands clutch and drag at him. He remembers swearing after his fight with Madam that he would stop living as someone else's pawn. Even while being restrained, he forces himself to confront whether his choices have truly been his own. That doubt deepens as the pressure around him makes him question if his resolve was ever more than an illusion. He measures that fear against everything he has risked his life to achieve. The memories of his battles and growth only sharpen the question of whether all that struggle could still end up meaningless. He considers the possibility that even reaching the Baskerville 10th form might only become a hollow consolation prize. What truly terrifies him is the thought that such an achievement still would not be enough. He recalls Cane Corso's warning that he would remain trapped here for an endless span, unable to move on until he reached that realm. If that fate really means being imprisoned forever by the tower, he sees no value in it. His thoughts turn from ambition to the ruined cost of failure. He remembers the people he wanted to protect and realizes they matter more than the tower's demands. Their faces gather in his mind as the true reason he cannot surrender. The image of one endangered girl makes the stakes painfully immediate. He reframes his power and destiny, no longer as chains imposed on him but as tools he can choose how to use. With that decision, the blood-red force around him begins to answer his will instead of the tower's. His hesitation breaks, replaced by a fierce certainty. He vows that he will free the people trapped by this place. He declares that he does not belong in the tower, and that his place is beside those he cares about. Driven by that conviction, he resolves to leave this place alive no matter what it takes. At death's threshold, red energy coils around a sword hilt as he reaches for a power only the dying can seize. He closes his hand around it, claiming the weapon born from confronting death itself. The blade ignites, and he recognizes it as the 8th form, the key capable of opening death's door. Before using that key, he understands that what matters now is not what he can do, but what he must do. He raises the blazing sword to force open the path before him. Pouring everything into the strike, he brings the weapon down to break through the sealed barrier. The key turns under his grip as the door begins to yield. A blinding eruption answers his effort, as if the tower itself has been split open. The impact tears a crater into the ground and throws the battle space wide open. The young man crashes down hard, battered by the cost of forcing the door. His white-haired opponent remains standing over the aftermath, sword in hand. The older warrior admits the boy was never ordinary, but judges that this awakening may have been too much for him. Then the red power surges again, proving the boy is still in the fight. Realizing that aura is truly the 8th form, the veteran acknowledges the rookie has accomplished the impossible. The young man launches upward in a sudden counterattack, driving his crimson blade toward the veteran. He follows through with enough force to make the older fighter give ground. The veteran is startled to find himself being pushed back by someone who only just reached the 8th form. Even so, he warns that the boy is still far from the Baskerville 10th form and has only barely entered this new stage. The young man accepts that limitation, because even this much is enough to keep moving toward his goal. He insists that reaching the tower's peak is no longer his priority, leaving it alive is. When pressed for his reason, he answers that there are things he must do while he is still alive. The veteran recognizes that this is more than a simple survival instinct, and sees that the boy now has a reason to live. Still, he states the tower's rule plainly. As long as the tower has imprisoned him, he cannot leave. The young man pauses, sensing that something has just changed. The veteran notices it too and falters. A brilliant light bursts behind him, interrupting his certainty. He realizes in disbelief that the tower's door has opened on its own. The young man suspects a trick and refuses to lower his guard. But the veteran concludes this is no deception and that the tower itself is signaling the fight has reached its limit. He tells the boy to go, explaining that the tower had bound him here to test whether he was worthy of stepping outside, and that now its will is finally releasing him. Facing death, the boy concludes that if he kills Madam, he will likely place 10th by the Baskerville form, even if it costs him his life. Madam's massive body collapses, ending the immediate threat as the surviving students look on from below. The nearby students are stunned by the sudden victory and struggle to process what just happened. Even the tougher onlookers freeze in disbelief as the impossible outcome sinks in. The bespectacled first year moves at once, acting decisively in the aftermath. With Madam dead, the tower's system stabilizes and the emergency state finally ends. As soon as the system recovers, the competition is terminated and all participants are teleported back. The returned students reunite with their classmates and professors, who had been anxiously waiting for them. The fact that everyone survived the chaos without serious injury feels almost miraculous. Relief breaks through the tension as one student breaks down in tears while embracing a companion. When the rankings are announced, the top 10 are revealed, including Sinclair in 9th place and Vikir in 8th. The Academy is shocked that all 10 ranked heroes are first years and that they were the ones who fought Madam. Investigators confirm Madam had been classified only as a low-level graduate monster, not the S-class threat the students encountered. Because the official record does not match the students' account of the battle, many begin doubting their story. The authorities settle on the convenient explanation that Madam's appearance was a system error, and her defeat a lucky accident. After the controversy peaks, the tournament's master steps forward. White long-bearded Whale publicly addresses the crowd as the head of the tournament. He apologizes, promises to improve future events, and announces that he will resign as Tower Master, which finally calms the uproar. Later, the mood shifts to celebration as a toast is raised for Sinclair and Vikir making the final 10. Their group gathers at a tavern to celebrate while the wider room settles into exhausted relief. Tutor tries to keep the party lively, and even the more reserved members give in to the moment. Ein reminds everyone that although they all returned safely, facing an S-class monster could still leave lasting trauma. The point lands as some of the girls visibly struggle with the memory of what happened. Still, the older student insists that the ones who stood and fought deserve to be honored. He calls on everyone to raise their glasses to the heroes of the crisis. The table joins the toast, celebrating Sinclair and Vikir's remarkable first-year rankings. Their celebration is interrupted when a timid younger student approaches Sinclair. Two nobles thank Sinclair and Vikir for saving them during the tournament. Sinclair answers politely, glad that they survived too, but the exchange quickly turns sour. One noble reveals his contempt by expressing surprise that commoners could save people of noble birth. The insult catches Sinclair and Vikir off guard, exposing the class prejudice beneath the gratitude. Bianca slams her hand down, unable to let the remark pass. She grabs the noble and demands to know what social background has to do with saving lives. The frightened noble tries to backtrack, claiming he only meant that commoners must have had a hard life. Bianca explodes anyway, declaring that people like him were not worth saving until her friends physically restrain her. Sinclair falls silent, shaken by how openly the prejudice was voiced. Vikir notices that Sinclair is especially sensitive whenever the subject of birth and status comes up. To defuse the tension, another friend steers the conversation toward the next round of the tournament. He explains that the second round uses the apprenticeship system, sending the 10 finalists to complete quests for the Imperial family and the Empire's 7 great houses. The assignments will be determined through a shared artifact managed by the 4 academies. The group is warned that students normally cannot choose quests from their own family's house to avoid conflicts of interest. Since Fakir and Sinclair belong to no great house, they are told that restriction does not apply to them. Before they choose, Bianca cuts in with one urgent condition. She makes them promise never to pick the Iron Blood Sword family, warning that most students who took its tasks failed and some never returned. After stressing the danger, she asks Fakir to announce his choice first. Fakir calmly begins to answer. The story shifts to the journey that followed, with a train carrying him toward his assignment. Alone in the carriage, he looks over the task order he selected. The document reveals that he chose the Iron Blood Sword family's mission despite the warning, and that it carries maximum difficulty. Remembering the others' faces when he made that choice, Fakir reflects on the weight of the decision. At dinner, the Baskervilles are described as dangerously bloodthirsty beneath the surface, and the young man dismisses that as a warped outsider's view. Even so, he privately focuses on a more urgent problem. Before the next major mission, he needs Hugo's parchment to finish his preparations, but first he wants to confirm something about Hugo himself. He reaches for the item he has been carrying. The sealed letter from Hugo reminds him that Hugo once guided him toward the level of Sword Master. What he cannot understand is why Hugo helped him even after discovering the power he had been hiding. Remembering how much Hugo changed after regressing only deepens the mystery, making his true motives even harder to read. Still, Hugo's help allowed him to reach the Supreme Realm, and he decides the only way to learn Hugo's intentions is to meet him directly. He steels himself for that confrontation. When he arrives, he is stunned to find Hugo looking bizarrely softened and domestic rather than imposing. Hugo casually draws attention to a braid Pomerian made for him, and the young man realizes this refined, affectionate side must come from another Baskerville prodigy. As he looks around, the office itself feels strangely transformed. The room is full of childish decorations and toys, all bearing Pomerian's presence. Hugo explains that Pomerian had been waiting for him, but Barrymore put her to bed when she got sleepy. He admits she is too old for such play, yet he still wanted to be the kind of grandfather who could give her the childhood she never had. The confession leaves the young man momentarily speechless. Setting the letter on the desk, he acknowledges Hugo received his last message and moves to the question that brought him here. He asks Hugo when he realized he had been concealing his power. He states the truth plainly instead of dodging it. Hugo answers that reaching the Supreme Realm lets one perceive what ordinary people cannot. At that level, even unseen things can be sensed directly. The explanation makes clear that the young man already understands this from his own experience. That realization forces him to reconsider whether Hugo may have sensed the hatred, disgust, and desire for revenge he once carried as his power grew. But Hugo abruptly undercuts the tension by admitting he had only just noticed something else. Instead of exposing his secrets, Hugo simply says the school uniform suits him well. He follows that with a gentle, almost parental question about whether school life has been treating him well. The young man is caught off guard, then begins to soften. He realizes that in the past he faced Hugo as prey faces a hunter, and as a subordinate faces a lord. For the first time, though, he feels that Hugo is looking at him as a son, so he gives a restrained but honest answer that school has been fine. Hugo then shifts to business, and tells him he has good news. Walking with him through the manor, Hugo reveals he has arranged an appointment for him. The appointment is for the position of senator. When the young man compares that rank to the 7 counts, Hugo explains that a senator is effectively one of the family's ruling powers, surpassed only by himself and the vice-heads. He adds that even across a century of family history, this would make the young man the youngest senator ever. The young man accepts the honor respectfully, and promises to do his best. Privately, however, he immediately thinks less about prestige than about the privileges of the office, especially the freedom to gather useful allies. He already starts selecting people he could bring under his influence. Trying to keep the conversation light, he remarks that Pomerian's clinginess must have been exhausting for everyone around her. Hugo answers that raising children is always difficult, but Pomerian's case worries him for a deeper reason. He hesitates before explaining what truly troubles him. He recalls how she now refuses his invitations to play, choosing instead to stay alone and read. What alarms him is that she shuts herself in the library, and obsessively reads in every form she can find. He even kept the old braid in place, hoping it might tempt some affection from her, but it has not helped. The young man realizes that if she knew he had come, she might not have hidden herself away at all. He voices concern, and Hugo anxiously wonders whether this behavior means she has already entered puberty. Before they can dwell on it, a scream erupts from behind the library doors. They rush in as Hugo panics over what might have happened to Pomerian. Inside, the cry turns out not to be fear but exhilaration. Pomerian bursts out in triumph, shouting that she has finally found what she was searching for. Still holding her book, she notices them and turns in confusion toward her grandfather. A little girl excitedly announces that her grandfather has arrived, and the old man immediately notices her unusual enthusiasm. She runs straight past her father and throws herself toward her uncle Vakir, making it clear who she had really been waiting for. Vakir apologizes for arriving late, and the girl insists she has been saving something special just for him. She proudly reveals that she found an item she wants to give him. What she offers is an old book open to a page depicting a strange black and white tree, which she insists is the thing she wants to bring back. The page identifies the object as wraithwood, a sinister tree tied to dark magic, mental corruption, and the lingering power of a dead spirit. Vikir is startled that she singled out such a dangerous relic from among countless myths and records. The child explains that Pomerian urged her toward this particular artifact, and she simply wants it. Her father admits he has no idea what the item even is, leaving the decision to the family elder. The grandfather immediately treats the child's desire as an order from Pomerian and declares that retrieving wraithwood will be Vikir's mission. Though he thinks the assignment is absurd, Vikir accepts it without protest. The family formally issues the task order: obtain the wraithwood, a mission ranked at maximum difficulty. Vikir's search leads him far from home into a harsh mountain region. In the western Red and Black Mountains jungle, he narrows the legends down to a single possible location where wraithwood might exist. The records are vague and doubtful, describing only a white salt desert where the tree was supposedly planted in some ancient mythical age. Even so, he decides the lead may be real, just as other unbelievable things he has encountered turned out to be. He hesitates, aware the place will still be dangerous. His small companion, Little Madam, breaks the silence by mocking his brooding and forcing him to face his own doubts. She reminds him that his recklessness once endangered others during the survival tournament, which is why she had been sealed inside a ring barrier. The ring confirms her confinement, and her complaint underscores that his caution now comes from experience. Vikir admits she is right and accepts responsibility for what happened before. When he finally reaches the destination, he recognizes he has arrived at the place from the legends. It is the Maladar Salt Desert, a wasteland littered with dried corpses left behind by its lethal climate. The moment he touches the ground, he tests the environment directly. The desert immediately begins draining the moisture from his body, shriveling his hand in seconds. He confirms that the land itself rapidly dehydrates anything living that enters it. The desert's reputation proves justified. Its cursed dryness has reduced countless creatures to mummified remains. Vikir realizes this is why no one has ever returned with proof of wraithwood, even if the information about its location is true. Ordinary humans and monsters alike would die almost instantly after setting foot here. Even so, he prepares to force his way through by relying on powers beyond normal endurance. Drawing on the blessings of the Star River and the healing power of the swamp salamander, he convinces himself he can survive the crossing. 2 hours later, he is still pushing through the desert. Step by step, the march continues, showing how much effort simple movement now costs him. His pace falters as the strain of the desert keeps mounting. He realizes the books understated the danger, and at this rate he may die before ever leaving the wasteland alive. A sudden shift in the air puts him on alert. He turns to face an unexpected sandstorm forming almost on top of him. Caught off guard, he is shaken that such a deadly storm approached without him sensing it. He orders Little Madam to stay hidden, knowing she would be torn apart if she emerged now. With no choice left, he decides to overpower the storm head-on with a stronger force of his own. He unleashes Berserker's breath form, channeling a violent red aura into a full-force strike. The attack tears into the storm and blasts a path through the swirling wall of sand. He grits through the effort, forcing the technique to hold. The storm buckles under the impact as the clash peaks. Hidden inside his clothes, Little Madam panics as the violence of the collision engulfs them both. The storm finally parts around him, leaving him standing in the aftermath of his desperate counterattack. Exhausted and irritated, he bitterly notes that this is a brutal welcome for a mission that has not even brought him to Wraithwood yet. Once the danger seems past, he checks first on Little Madam to make sure she survived. He tells her she can come out now, but her uneasy silence warns him that the threat may not actually be over. When he looks up, he discovers why she froze. A gigantic maw is descending over him from above. A young man rushes toward a massive corpse in the desert, and is stopped short by the sight of something unnatural. He immediately realizes this is no ordinary carcass. Black-red thorn-like growths jut from the dead monster, confirming that something monstrous and alien happened here. The corruption has violently burst through the area, leaving the remains pinned and shattered. He identifies the corpse as a basilisk, a legendary calamity-level creature feared even in death. The small creature tucked in his cloak is terrified by the discovery. He calms his companion by noting that this basilisk is already dead and poses no immediate threat. He recalls that before his own regression, the basilisk had been counted among the world-ending disasters of an earlier age. A memory of its overwhelming power makes its current state even harder to believe. He reflects that the basilisk had once vanished without a trace, and he had assumed it was merely hiding somewhere. Instead, it seems to have met a pitiful end here. Since a basilisk should regenerate even better than other immortal monsters, its death means something extraordinary must have cornered and killed it. He concludes that whatever slew it was either a person or force on a completely different level. The eerie landscape reveals itself as the product of a space-time distortion, more advanced than barriers he has seen before. He places this anomaly above the white salt desert in his mental map. Linking the strange Crimson Tower and the Wraithwood to this region, he decides he has likely found the place he was searching for. He forces open a narrow sealed passage hidden within the distortion. As the gap widens, he slips through into the concealed space beyond. He enters the hidden chamber, pushing fully inside despite the blinding light. The moment he crosses over, a subdimensional aura lashes around him and confirms the place is saturated with abnormal power. He steadies himself and endures the pressure without retreating. Satisfied, he decides this hidden layer is exactly where he needed to come. Inside, a long corridor of roots and blade-like structures leads him deeper toward a central presence. He recognizes the place as Wraithwood, a cursed tree tied to the red and black mountains and nourished by the blood of the dead. The forest of upward-pointing blades makes him think of a cradle built for killing. Noticing that the blades point skyward instead of downward, he suspects this place may be connected to the Baskervilles. He advances carefully, alert for whoever or whatever rules this tower. A seated armored figure comes into view, drawing his attention at once. He wonders if this is the tower's master, but senses no life, mana, or will from it, and judges it to be a dead shell. Even so, if this husk truly killed the basilisk, then it must have been terrifyingly powerful when alive. He decides to secure the Wraithwood first and question Hugo about the rest later. He reaches out to take the wood. The chamber suddenly shifts into a hostile state, bathing everything in ominous red as if his touch triggered a defense. Torches flare to life around the throne, announcing that the place has awakened. The ignition spreads through the chamber, turning the silent tomb into an active battlefield. His small companion panics and barks a warning. The floor and air tremble with the sign of something moving. The armored corpse on the throne stirs. As if obeying an old command, the knight tightens its grip on the sword and rises to fight. The dead guardian fully draws itself into motion, ready to defend the place. The young man immediately accepts that taking the Wraithwood will not be easy. The knight closes in and confronts him at close range with overwhelming size and reach. It opens with a heavy sword strike meant to cut him down in one blow. He reads the attack instantly and keeps his composure. He evades as the blade smashes into the ground, letting the force pass by him. The knight recovers into another swing with the same rigid, mechanical motion. He slips through the repeated slashes, avoiding each one as the guardian cycles through its preset offense. Watching closely, he realizes the knight has no will of its own and is merely repeating a fixed sequence of movements at any enemy before it. With the mystery gone, his interest turns to contempt, and he dismisses the guardian as disappointing. He admits he expected a knight protecting such a strange place to be far more formidable. A young swordsman dismisses any curiosity about how his opponent's power works and decides to end the fight immediately. He commits to a single decisive strike and unleashes a red, concentrated slash. The attack bores straight toward the armored knight at the center of the battlefield. The knight faces it head-on without flinching, revealing no fear. Instead, a red glow ignites behind the visor, signaling that he has answered with power of his own. He counters with Baskerville's first form, splitting the incoming force with a precise vertical cut. The clash explodes outward, and the knight's technique overwhelms the young man's attempt to finish things quickly. Recognizing the form, the young swordsman realizes his enemy is using Baskerville's swordsmanship and is shaken by it. The knight surges forward with his great sword, pressing the advantage before the shock can pass. The young man warns the woman behind him to stay back and admits he can no longer afford restraint. He gathers red energy into his wounded arm, preparing to meet the charge with his own hidden strength. But the knight closes the distance first, bearing down on him with relentless momentum. The young swordsman tries to intercept the blade barehanded, only to have the strike tear through him. The knight drives past him in one continuous motion, leaving a savage wound behind. Then the attacker escalates to Baskerville's eighth form, raising the battle to a level far beyond an ordinary exchange. The young man screams as the technique rips open his torso in a grotesque, devastating slash. Only after landing the blow does the knight finally turn back to assess him. His helmet begins to crack apart, as if the force he released can no longer stay concealed. Beneath the broken armor, a red eye appears in a face wrapped like a corpse returned to battle. Fragments of the helmet fall away, exposing that this is no ordinary armored warrior. The figure identifies the technique as the swordsmanship of the one called the Lurking Ambusher. Bleeding heavily, the young swordsman is stunned that his opponent knows both Baskerville's eighth form and the Lurking Ambusher, and demands to know what he is. The white-haired warrior names himself Cain Corso Le Baskerville. He stands as a grim guardian of the Grave of Blades, while the wounded boy struggles in the background. Cain explains that true Baskerville swordsmanship is not merely cutting, but devouring flesh and crushing bone like fangs. That is why the wounds it leaves are twisted and monstrous rather than clean sword cuts. The young swordsman realizes his regeneration is too slow to recover from damage of this scale, especially after taking the eighth form directly. He checks the abilities available through Beelzebub, weighing what might keep him alive. Even so, he understands that the man before him is no lesser branch member but one of the strongest Baskervilles ever born. As Cain advances again, the boy braces himself despite his failing body and the ominous pressure rolling off his opponent. He confirms the legend's identity, and Cain admits it while making clear there is more to the truth. Cain turns the question back on him and demands the boy's name. The wounded swordsman introduces himself as Vakir von Baskerville. Cain is startled that a direct Baskerville heir has reached the supreme realm before even coming of age. He calls Vakir absurd for wielding the supposedly lost demonic sword Beelzebub and still regenerating after surviving the eighth form. Vikir rejects that praise, insisting the truly absurd one is Cain, whose 8th form was beyond his understanding at first glance. He explains that he sensed no life from Cain, and only when the man revealed himself did Vikir feel an aura like death itself tearing at him. From that, Vikir concludes Cain is the creator of the lurking ambusher and judges that he still has a chance to win if he can learn the extent of Cain's realm. Cain agrees to answer and prepares to reveal the path that brought him here. Planting his sword before him, he assumes the bearing of a man about to speak of something final. He says he reached the 7th form by embracing the full range of human emotion rather than denying it. Then, in a battle with the basilisk at the edge of death, his desperate will to survive pushed him into the 8th form. Vikir listens in growing dread as Cain describes what happened in the instant before death itself. Cain says he crossed death's threshold and entered the tower beyond it. There he attained the 9th form and became a Death Knight, a swordsman wrapped in death itself. The revelation makes clear that a Death Knight is a fallen knight sustained by endless dark mana until body and soul are worn away. Vikir is horrified that the 9th form, which should be the summit of swordsmanship, was reached only by becoming something no longer truly alive. Seeing Cain's half-skeletal face, he understands that this power was bought by embracing death itself. Cain then denies being the creator of the lurking ambusher and admits he never reached the 10th form. He reveals the final truth: the 10th form requires dying and returning to life, and though he died, he was never the one who came back. The skeletal swordsman reveals that his current body died long ago and cannot be revived, leaving him trapped in this place. The prison around him feels less like a room than a cursed realm shaped by death and violence. The young man presses for answers, demanding to know what this place is and what power could imprison someone like him. The captive dismisses his ignorance and prepares to explain the truth of the place they stand in. He names it the Grave of Stabs, where the first Baskerville's life and death are bound together. It was both the birthplace of the first Baskerville's sword and the site of his end. Because only a true Baskerville can die here, the swordsman takes the young man's arrival as proof that fate has led him to this grave. As the young man fixates on that word, the prisoner finally answers who sealed him away. He says the tower bound him here so he could never escape. As tombkeeper of this grave, he was meant to guide a true Baskerville to the 10th form, and over endless time he realized someone carrying the family's fate would eventually find him. He became convinced that person would be the one chosen by the Baskerville fate itself, and because only someone who cannot truly die could endure this eternal place, he believes the young man is the one destined to free him. The young man tests that claim, asking if this means he is supposed to be that chosen person. The swordsman confirms that possibility, but says proving it requires the young man to reach the 10th form through a death match against him. He makes the terms brutal and clear: the young man cannot leave, and either he kills the tombkeeper or dies trying. To him, this is not cruelty but the tower's decree, because only his death can break the prison. The young man rejects that entire logic outright. He refuses to submit to fate, insisting that his own choices matter more than any prophecy. With that defiance, he launches himself forward and vows to kill the tombkeeper and escape on his own terms. The tombkeeper answers with a violent counterforce meant to stop him before he can even close the distance. Even so, the young man drives in aggressively, trying to overwhelm him at close range. The tombkeeper treats that defiance as an insult to fate and meets it head-on. He intercepts the charge barehanded and smashes through the attack with shocking ease. The young man is rattled by being overpowered without the sword even being needed. The tombkeeper follows through with raw physical dominance, tossing him aside as if the gap between them is absolute. While hurling him back, he taunts him for thinking he can outrun the destiny laid on him. The young man regains his footing and realizes even a surprise assault was useless. The tombkeeper mocks his hesitation, treating any pause in a life-or-death fight as weakness. He dives in again with terrifying speed, pressing the advantage before the young man can recover. The young man barely reacts in time and recognizes that the difference in speed and power is overwhelming. Cornered, he decides to break through with the Baskerville technique he trusts most from both of his lifetimes. He unleashes the 4th form in a burst of red power, trying to force an opening. Instead of being threatened, the tombkeeper is impressed that the technique has reached a level the young man should not yet possess. He takes that as proof that the young man truly was chosen and answers with his own Baskerville power. His counterattack comes down like a verdict, declaring that the young man too cannot escape the fate binding this place. The young man cries out as the pressure of that strike bears down on him. The tombkeeper presses forward with predatory confidence, fully in control of the exchange. The young man escalates to the 6th form, throwing himself into a stronger assault. The tombkeeper immediately raises the 7th form to meet it without hesitation. Their powers collide, but the young man's attack is broken apart in the clash. The impact blasts him away, showing that every escalation still leaves him behind. Bleeding and battered, he realizes none of his attacks are working because the tombkeeper is outmatching everything he tries. He finally understands that the man before him is something beyond a normal opponent. The tombkeeper confirms that terror by drawing up monstrous power, his sword wrapped in violent red force. Even so, he offers a brutal challenge. If the young man can, he should try to stop what comes next. The young man braces through blood and pain, knowing the next exchange may decide everything. Unable to halt his momentum, he commits to another 7th form strike and drives forward anyway. That charge becomes a full Baskerville assault, his power stretching into a massive crimson blade. He slams that force into the ground in a desperate attempt to break the deadlock through sheer destructive power. The attack tears forward in a huge red arc as he bets everything on one final push against the Toonkeeper. At the brink of defeat, the young swordsman is overwhelmed by a violent red force. His body convulses as the power tears through him beyond his control. The surge keeps escalating until it feels like he is being ripped apart from within. Unable to withstand it, he screams in agony before his enemy. His strength gives out, and he starts to collapse. He crashes into the shattered ground while Cane Corso stands over the crater, still dominant. The old warrior watches in silence, certain the fight is over. The boy lies motionless in a pool of blood, seemingly finished. His consciousness slips away into darkness. In that void, he slowly becomes aware again. He finds himself suspended in a strange crimson realm and realizes he has reached some other place. As he steadies himself, he studies the eerie space around him. He recognizes it as the same place he sensed during his earlier battle with Cane Corso. Remembering how his seventh form was destroyed by Cane Corso's ninth, he understands he truly took death head-on. That realization jolts him into alarm. He wonders if this means he has actually died. Trying to stay calm, he forces himself to think instead of panic. Then he notices something ahead that does not belong in the void. A radiant door stands in the crimson sea before him. He recalls Cane Corso's words about the death's threshold, where one awakens higher forms by desperately clinging to life. With that clue in mind, he starts toward the door. He reasons that if the door represents death, then not having crossed it means he is not dead yet. Relieved but still uneasy, he tests his own existence. The place feels exactly like the destiny Cane Corso described for the Baskerville 10th form. He realizes that both entering the tower and being driven to near death may have been steps leading him here. Cane Corso's prophecy returns to him. Only by experiencing death in battle with him could he reach the end of the Baskerville forms. He wonders if this is truly the path Cane Corso meant him to walk. He clenches his fist, testing whether he will accept that explanation. Piecing it together, he sees a sequence of death, regression, and return that would satisfy the conditions for both the 9th and 10th forms. Even memories of execution and rebirth surface as part of that pattern. But the idea that he is merely someone chosen by fate fills him with disgust. He rejects the notion outright and lashes out at the door in anger. He refuses to believe that his death, his life, and everything he fought for were all predetermined. As if the realm itself resists him, ghostly hands begin to rise from the crimson depths. He remembers swearing in his battle with Madame that he would never again live a life dragged along by someone else's will. The hands seize him and start pulling him down. As they drag him under, he wonders whether his rebellion against fate has been nothing but self-delusion. He thinks of all the battles he risked his life for. The faces of enemies and struggles flash by, and he asks whether any of it had meaning at all. Even if reaching the Baskerville 10th form was his lifelong dream, he questions whether that alone is enough to justify everything. The doubt cuts deeper as the hands close around his throat. He remembers Cane Corso's warning that one could be trapped in this place for an endless time before reaching that realm. If the tower's decree is only to keep Cane Corso imprisoned until someone frees him, he sees no value in surrendering to it. Instead, his mind turns to the real world he would leave behind. He remembers the people he still has to protect. The faces of his companions and family rise before him as the true weight of his life. The thought of leaving them in danger hardens his resolve. If his power created this so-called destiny, then he decides he will redefine that destiny himself. He chooses to use whatever fate gave him not for the tower, but for the people he cares about. That decision ignites a fierce new will inside him. He roars that he will survive and free those bound by this fate. He declares that his place is not in the tower, but beside the people waiting for him. With that conviction, he resolves to escape this realm alive. At the threshold of death, he reaches for the one thing that can answer his will. He grasps a power that only someone who has truly faced death can touch. A blazing sword forms in his hand, and he recognizes it as the 8th form, the key that opens death's door. He understands that before this door, there is only one thing he must do. He raises the sword with both hands. Then he brings it down with everything he has, determined to force the door open. The strike lands and the barrier begins to crack under his will. A flood of light bursts outward as the door gives way. Back in the real battlefield, his body still lies in the crater before Cane Corso. For a moment, nothing seems to have changed. Cane Corso turns away, convinced the boy failed to awaken. He dismisses the boy as extraordinary but ultimately unable to bear the awakening. That certainty shatters when a violent red force erupts from the fallen youth. Cane Corso instantly recognizes the aura of the 8th form and realizes the rookie succeeded. The boy launches upward in a blazing counterattack. His transformed strike meets Cane Corso head-on and forces the veteran to defend. Cane Corso is stunned to find himself being pushed back by someone who only just reached the 8th form. Even so, he warns that the boy is still far from the end of the Baskerville path. The boy accepts that future burden without hesitation. But he makes clear that his immediate goal is not destiny or mastery, but leaving the tower alive. He insists there are things he must accomplish while he is still living. Cane Corso answers that survival requires more than the desire to live. It requires a reason. He reminds the boy that as long as the tower imprisons him, he cannot leave this place. Both of them suddenly sense a change in the tower itself. A brilliant opening appears behind Cane Corso, as if the tower has responded on its own. Cane Corso is shocked that the tower's door has opened without being forced. The boy suspects the trick meant to lower his guard. Cane Corso denies it and realizes the tower itself is ending the fight. He tells the boy to go, explaining that the tower's will has decided the boy's fate lies outside while Cane Corso must remain imprisoned in the grave of stabs. The boy immediately understands what that means for Cane Corso's release. Cane Corso falls silent, leaving the answer unspoken. The boy promises that if he reaches the Baskerville 10th form, he will return and use that power to free Cane Corso. Cane Corso accepts the promise, deciding to wait and let destiny take its course. Before leaving, the boy asks whether Cane Corso was the one who tore up the lurking pike sword manual. He demands to know why anyone would sabotage it. Cane Corso replies that even that may have been the tower's will rather than his own choice. With that final answer, the old warrior begins to fade back into the tower's depths. The boy emerges alone into the outside world, carrying a strange branch and followed by his small companion. He looks around, confirming he has truly escaped. In his hand is the material he came for, ghostwood. He realizes his companion understood his goal from the very beginning. With ghostwood secured, he quietly marks the mission complete despite everything it cost. Elsewhere, the artifact hall opens in a blaze of golden light. The ceremonial gate to the artifact vault stands ready. Students and faculty gather for the final reward ceremony. The elder announces that all students who passed their family tasks have reached the final stage and congratulates them. He emphasizes how unprecedented it is that even freshmen survived to the final 10 under the second-round disciple system. Then he begins explaining the rules for receiving artifacts. The vault opens only once a year, and only for 5 hours on that day. If the time limit expires, the gate closes and cannot be reopened until the next year's competition. The staff stress that anyone still inside when it closes cannot be rescued. The elder singles out student Vikir, who returned from the Baskerville trial, and warns him to listen especially carefully. Vikir listens in silence. The Tower Lord suddenly explodes in anger over Vikir's late return, complaining that everyone was nearly delayed because they waited for him. He keeps ranting that Vikir should have sent word instead of making them think he had gone missing. Vikir reflects that time flowed differently in the Grave of Stabs, where less than a day passed for him, while 10 days passed outside. He also realizes the place where he fought Cane Corso lies beneath severe spatial distortion at the tower's deepest level. Even while listening, his thoughts move elsewhere. He quietly decides that getting through this stage brings him one step closer to the 10 elders. At the artifact gate, the remaining time suddenly drops to only a few minutes. The principals watch the countdown from their seats. They expect the students to return soon and wonder what artifacts will emerge this year. The elder reminds them that students do not choose artifacts choose the students. So any student who returns with one has already been acknowledged as worthy. One principal privately notes the hypocrisy of praising students now after earlier caring only about the tower's victory. Another principal broods over the idea of worthiness. As the final seconds approach, everyone waits to see how many students will be chosen. The first group of students finally comes out of the gate. The faculty order those who obtained artifacts to report what they received and what those items can do. One student presents a staff with a pink dragon scale that amplifies mana. Another reveals a heart-shaped hairpin that can block mental magic once, but only beside someone she truly loves. A third proudly shows gauntlets that enhance physical strength. A blonde student reports receiving the Mirror of Truth, which reveals a target's hidden face within the limits of the user's tolerance. The triplets announce they obtained the Samjido, 3 swords that grow stronger when united. The white-haired girl happily shows off the money hat, which boosts magic by consuming money. Seeing that every student has been chosen by an artifact, the faculty remark that this class is unusually talented. Then the elder checks the clock and realizes only seconds remain. Panic spreads when they discover one student still has not come out, Vikir. The revelation shocks the watching principal. With 20 seconds left, the elder admits no student has ever failed to leave the warehouse in time. He knows that if Vikir wants to live, he must emerge immediately. The white-haired girl anxiously asks where her big brother is as the countdown keeps falling. The other students begin calling for Vikir in growing alarm. As the final seconds tick away, even the confident returnees lose their composure. At 4 seconds, one student makes a desperate move toward the gate. The purple-haired boy throws himself forward as if trying to intervene. He strains in frustration while the count reaches 2. At the final second, someone sprints through. The gate slams shut just after the late arrival crashes out onto the floor. The purple-haired boy, shaken with relief, mutters that the protagonist always appears at the very last moment. He blurts the thought aloud, unable to contain himself. The nearby girls stare at him, startled by what he just said. The triplets are equally baffled by the strange remark. An awkward silence falls over the room as everyone tries to process what just happened. One principal stares at the purple-haired boy in sudden suspicion, as if the slip exposed something important. The boy stiffens under that look, realizing he may have revealed too much. Later, once he is finally alone, he admits that this is the moment he has been waiting for. A young man in a black and gold uniform drops into a vast hall and immediately moves with purpose. He reminds himself that before dealing with the seventh corpse, he must secure whatever lies inside the gate while no one else is around. As he searches the ruined interior, his main difficulty is locating the hidden corpse itself. Even without seeing it, he realizes he can sense its presence. That presence confirms what he feared, the unmistakable scent of a demon. Following that trail, he passes shelves of glowing magical items without slowing down. He ignores racks of weapons as well, treating the treasure around him as a distraction. He rejects the idea that these artifacts prove anyone is specially chosen, because none of them are what he came for. He stops only when he reaches the thing he was truly seeking. He identifies it as the only inanimate demon among the 10 attendants. The object reveals itself as the seventh corpse, Decorabia, suspended in brilliant light. He notes the irony that the deepest darkness had been hidden behind the brightest display. With the hiding place exposed, he draws on demonic power and declares the search finished. He launches a red slash straight at the suspended demon. The blow tears through the ornate display and strikes the star-shaped core. Cracks spread across the demon's central eye-like body. The damaged core opens into a blazing vertical pupil. A violent red eruption pours out as the demon fully awakens. Decorabia announces itself as the seventh corpse and one of humanity's calamities, while a record identifies it as a threat hidden deep inside the gate of destruction. In response to its awakening, armored stone guardians begin to materialize nearby. More weapon-like constructs rise into place as the chamber arms itself around him. Decorabia surges with power and looms over the summoned defenses. The young man realizes the demon has grown stronger by absorbing mana from the surrounding artifacts, ruining his plan to cut it down while it was still dormant. Drunk on its restored power, Decorabia boasts that it will open the Abyss Gate and wipe out humanity. Its profile confirms the scale of the threat. Decorabia is the seventh corpse, a Calamity-class enemy tied to the Gate of Destruction. Then the demon abruptly recognizes something stranger than its own revival and focuses on the one who awakened it. Confused, it demands to know what the young man really is. He answers simply that he is the human who woke it, which shocks the demon. Unable to reconcile a human body with demonic energy, Decorabia assumes a demon must have been responsible. As the young man readies a red blade, the demon wonders if Beelzebub is involved, because a human should not possess the power of an ancient demon constellation. He dismisses the question as irrelevant, and makes clear that the demon will be destroyed here. He drives his glowing blade directly into Decorabia's eye. Instead of resisting, Decorabia suddenly proposes a new contract, claiming its pact with the demon race is over and that it now wants one with humanity. The abrupt reversal catches him off guard. When the demon insists he should already understand what it is, he pauses on the word contract. He states the obvious conclusion first: whatever else it says, it is still a demon. Decorabia explains that its nature changes with whoever awakens it, becoming demonic or divine depending on the summoner, and says its current state was shaped by being born through a demon. He grasps the implication that the awakener determines the demon's disposition. Once he understands that, he presses the attack while questioning why it is so desperate to stop his sword. He unleashes a rapid flurry of red strikes across the demon's body. Panicking, Decorabia demands to know why he is harming what it now calls a sacred body. He answers with brutal clarity that his role is to kill demons. As his blade keeps cutting, Decorabia realizes its regeneration cannot keep up and fears true death. It pleads that it is no longer a demon, but he refuses to trust the demon's words. Desperate, Decorabia tells him to verify the claim by checking its mana. He senses the change at once and realizes the demonic taint has indeed vanished. Decorabia protests that it warned him already and argues that demons would have no use for it now, while it could be valuable to humans after 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge. Trying to save itself, it lists its usefulness: knowledge of Opera's identification and history, and the ability to create shields. That final ability makes him stop and focus. Decorabia reveals that in the Age of Destruction it once blocked the entire assault of the human alliance by becoming the Wailing Wall, a shield vast enough to halt an army. The trapped artifact spirit argues that its prison could become a future weapon against demons, but Vikir dismisses that value and demands everything it knows about the 10 corpses. When it hesitates, he forces the issue and orders it to reveal every detail without hiding anything. He makes the threat unmistakable, warning that any attempt to deceive him will end with the spirit being destroyed beyond recognition. Faced with that resolve, the spirit panics and agrees to cooperate, begging him to stop talking about killing it. Instead of remaining exposed, it asks for a moment and moves toward his chest. It transforms itself into a star-shaped necklace with a single eye at its center and settles onto him like an artifact. The spirit explains that it could not keep floating around aimlessly, so it changed form to resemble a usable relic as closely as possible. It then points out a new problem. The exit gate has already closed, leaving Vikir to figure out how to escape. Outside, the sealed gate leaves the waiting adults and students shut out while concern builds. Vice Principal Banshee pounds on the barrier and demands that it open immediately. His panic turns personal as he insists the gate be opened because his student is still trapped inside. An elder authority figure addresses him, forcing the room to confront his desperation. Others gather as Banshee is challenged over what exactly he thinks he is doing. One ally argues that one of their own is trapped inside and that they cannot simply stand by. Vikir's loyal followers vow that they will somehow save their lord. His sister, already frightened, looks to her brother and fears the worst. The elder cuts off any reckless plan by warning that trying to break the gate is pointless. He states flatly that the gate cannot be forced open at all. Banshee refuses to accept that answer and struggles against helplessness. Then he senses something change and looks up in alarm. A violent force begins tearing through the sealed gate from the inside. The supposedly unbreakable barrier explodes apart, blasting debris outward and overturning everyone's certainty. The onlookers recoil in shock as the impossible collapse unfolds before them. Even the strongest among them can only stare as the breach proves someone inside overpowered the vault itself. From within the wreckage comes a calm apology, as if the disaster were only a minor inconvenience. Vikir steps out through the shattered opening and admits he was a little late. With awkward humor, he explains that he only meant to tear the barrier slightly, but ended up smashing the entire gate. His return leaves the gathered students and staff too stunned to process what they are seeing. Trying to justify it, he says the artifact was designed to tear barriers, though he insists it was only a single-use item. Before he can say more, his sister rushes him and throws herself into his arms. Through tears, she admits she had believed he was not coming back, and his safe return breaks her fear all at once. Nearby, a clawed hand tightens with emotion as others absorb the outcome. A comrade praises Vikir's effort and identifies the ordeal as the hunting ground trial he endured. His devoted followers openly weep with relief, convinced once again that their faith in him was justified. The rest of the group also lets out its tension, grateful that the crisis ended with him alive. Vikir, however, immediately notices the contradiction and wonders why no one is asking how he managed to open the gate and escape. Banshee turns toward him and simply welcomes him back instead of pressing the dangerous question. Vikir accepts that response while still holding his sister, understanding that everyone would rather have him safe than explain the impossible. For the moment, the matter is treated as resolved, and the Olympiad survival competition comes to an end. But the collapse of the artifact vault barrier is far too serious to be dismissed as a small accident. The administrators and school leaders investigate the inverted pentagram artifact involved in the breach, only to find no remaining mana reaction. As its owner had claimed, the single-use artifact has become nothing more than a grimly shaped necklace, leaving no proof beyond the damage it caused. With that mystery left behind along with many other disturbances, the University League finally concludes. Later, Vikir is in the shower room when he notices something unusual. Standing alone and half-dressed, he realizes there is another notice waiting for him. The message announces yet another event, a mock investment competition, revealing that the Academy's contests extend far beyond combat. Vikir dryly reflects that he thought the survival contest had been the end, only to learn there is apparently a competition for everything. As he is processing that, someone calls to him from the doorway and holds up the star-shaped necklace. The newcomer asks if the necklace belongs to him, having found it in the shower room. Vikir thanks Piggy and takes it back, while the artifact's harmless return neatly hides the chaos it once unleashed. Vikir realizes his assumption about the girls' dorm was wrong, but he still notes that the room has given him something more interesting to watch. The red-eyed spirit catches his malicious curiosity and snaps at him, forcing Vikir to awkwardly pretend he was only admiring the dorm's facilities. When his roommate notices him hiding something, Vikir deflects the suspicion by steering attention toward a poster on the desk. The poster announces an upcoming mock investment competition, a contest where students predict promising sectors and place investments. His roommate eagerly explains that the event is backed by the powerful bourgeois family and offers major rewards to anyone who wins or ranks highly. He admits his combat grades are too poor to rely on, so he needs contests like this to earn extra credits and stay afloat. Vikir judges that although Piggy is hopeless in battle, his real gift lies elsewhere. He recognizes Piggy's unusual strength in gathering, analyzing, and organizing information, enough to make him wonder what kind of person he really is. Elsewhere, someone realizes Cindy would have tried to recruit Piggy immediately if she had seen this talent, and decides he must be secured before another faction claims him. The attached spirit bristles at the sudden praise and protests at being flattered so openly. Piggy's enthusiasm sharpens into resolve as he vows that this time he will finally defeat Sinclair. He explains that Sinclair has always beaten him in past contests, and since Vikir himself acknowledged his economic talent, he feels he cannot afford another loss. That confidence collapses when he checks the time and realizes he has already run dangerously late. He bolts out at once for a meeting with the professor, leaving the room in chaos while Vikir stays behind. As Piggy rushes off, Vikir quietly tells the spirit to deal with the troublesome beast on its own. Night settles over the imperial capital, shifting the story from the dormitory to the city's darker business. Under the moonlight, the quiet street hints at danger gathering in the shadows. A fleeing man splashes through a puddle, running hard as if escape itself is slipping away. His breath breaks with panic, showing he is already near his limit. The fugitive, clutching a cleaver, forces himself onward despite exhaustion and fear. He finally slows in frustration, cursing his situation as though a failed plan has cornered him. Raging, he blames a woman tied to Ouroboros for ruining his chance to consume the imperial capital whole. Then a voice names him Edward Bourbon Jr., instantly freezing him with shock. He turns to find a hooded stranger waiting in the alley, and realizes he has been lured here deliberately. The masked figure admits Edward approached unnoticed and asks whether Ouroboros sent him. When Edward mentions the Hound of the Night that Ouroboros had been hunting, the stranger rejects the title and instead identifies Edward by his priestly name, Saint Bourbon. That precise knowledge rattles Edward, who demands to know why this stranger is digging into his buried past. The hooded pursuer answers by reciting Edward's rank and former position as High Priest of the Northern New Cult's own sect. He continues exposing Edward's crimes, including violating and killing his own cousin to forge a first contract with the demon, then destroying thousands of families while hiding behind religion. The accusation reaches Edward's later years, when he joined the demon army and stood against Quo Vadis. The stranger goes further still, claiming Edward infiltrated the temple as a spy and, during the Holy War, fatally wounded key figures from behind, then asks if any of it is wrong. Edward concedes that parts of the story are true, but insists the rest is fabricated. Instead of arguing, he lunges in a sudden attempt to kill the interrogator before more can be said. The hooded figure answers with a red slash that cuts Edward down mid-charge and dismisses him as trash even if some of the accusations were mistaken. Edward crashes to the stones, bleeding heavily, while his attacker remains standing over him with the glowing blade. As he dies, Edward catches a familiar magical scent and realizes something important too late. The hooded figure searches his pocket at once, following that clue. What emerges is an indulgence certificate, a forged pardon for sins issued under the old faction's authority. The discovery creates a contradiction. After the Quo Vadis corpse demon and Dante's death, this indulgence trade should have ended, yet demon taint still clings to it. The spirit confirms the corruption is thick and identifies it as the scent of the sixth corpse, implying a hidden link to the ninth. That clue convinces the hooded investigator that he must dig into Quo Vadis again. But before moving on, he returns to Edward's earlier mention of Ouroboros and the Hound of the Night. Standing over the corpse, he decides that Edward's rambling may have contained something worth taking seriously. He pieces together the implication that Ouroboros had been pursuing a woman and also trying to find the Hound of the Night. From that, he infers that whoever was hunting criminals in the capital had wanted to meet him specifically. He revises his earlier judgment and realizes this pursuer was not merely insane. A white-haired woman appears above the alley under the moon, revealing herself as a poised and deliberate hunter armed with a whip. She drops into the alley after the trail, arriving just after the killing. Seeing only the aftermath, she concludes that the woman she was tracking has already come and gone. She kneels beside Edward Bourbon Jr.'s corpse, confirming she has reached the scene too late to catch the person responsible. A masked woman, drunk and impatient, complains that the noblewoman she wants to see still has not appeared. She clings to a companion and slurs that she may have had too much to drink. Outside, fireworks announce the start of a lavish celebration at a grand estate. Inside, the Empire's elite gather for an opulent party hosted in a palace-like hall. As the banquet proceeds, wine is prepared and served with ceremonial polish. Attention shifts to the balcony when the hosts finally step forward to greet their guests. A nervous young man introduces himself and his companion as members of the Oracle Club and tonight's organizers. He presents them by name and formally welcomes the crowd. Flustered but determined, he thanks everyone for attending and yields the floor to their club president, Dolores. From above, Dolores stands before the assembled guests and takes command of the room. She composes herself before delivering the speech that will define the evening. Dolores expresses sincere gratitude to everyone who came to support this meaningful occasion. She frames the gathering as a rare chance for the club to personally connect with respected leaders of the business world. Then she reveals her true aim. She wants this night to become the start of enduring relationships, not a brief introduction. As she speaks, a radiant holy light spreads through the hall and turns her words into a spectacle. The guests are awed, taking the glow as proof of the saintess's blessing and of Dolores's special favor. Among the servers moving through the dazzled crowd, a masked waiter quietly observes everything. Elsewhere, a blonde woman suddenly realizes what kind of event is being planned. She is told they have secured a huge luxury party and invited wealthy figures from across the empire, including Damien. Her hooded, bird-masked ally explains that Oracle's name is already spreading through business circles, so no one will doubt their credibility. She immediately understands the implication. They are about to spend heavily to make this happen. The answer is yes, but their recent profits and investor repayments still leave enough money to cover the cost. Even so, she worries that hosting a gathering for the biggest names in business may be beyond her abilities. Her companion stays close, and his calm presence steadies her. She resolves to enter the party herself in disguise. The hooded ally agrees and says the key objective will be making contact with Damien. Encouraged that the Night Hound is on her side, she promises to do everything she can. Her anxiety gives way to excited determination as she commits herself to the plan. Now disguised as a waiter, the masked man reassures himself that the woman he worried about is handling the event well. While serving drinks, he notes that nearly every major figure has arrived and wonders whether Damien accepted the invitation. He scans the room carefully, searching for the one guest who matters most. At last, he spots his target. Damien appears alone, studying his wine with a severe, unreadable expression. He is identified as Damien J. Bourgeois, director of the Imperial Mint. The guests speak of him with awe, repeating rumors that he built both prestige and immense wealth through real investments, and now sits at the center of elite society. One man boasts that tonight's event has taught everyone the true power of money, proving that wealth can buy almost anything. Another pushes back, arguing that money is powerful but far from absolute. Damien gives the harshest example possible, saying money cannot bring the dead back to life. That remark abruptly changes the mood, and Damien's reaction suggests he has touched a personal wound. When others notice him withdrawing, they call after him in confusion. Damien brushes it off, claiming the room has grown too warm and that he only wants some air. As he leaves, the others worry they may have offended him without meaning to. Watching from nearby, the disguised waiter falls silent as he recognizes an opening. Damien steps onto the moonlit balcony and isolates himself from the party. Alone in the night air, he lets his composure settle over whatever emotion the conversation stirred up. The masked waiter approaches him directly and addresses him as Count. He challenges Damien with the same issue raised inside, asking whether there is truly anything in this world that money cannot buy. Damien is caught off guard that such a pointed question is being asked here and now. The waiter politely apologizes for intruding and admits he was drawn in by Damien's earlier remarks. Then, with quiet certainty, he answers the question himself. Yes, there is. A blonde noble explains that what truly defines humanity is not wealth but the countless things money can never buy. He reduces money to a mere tool, implying that its value ends where deeper human desires begin. The masked servant silently follows his reasoning toward what lies beyond wealth's reach. Comparing those unreachable desires to the stars, the noble argues that their endless number is exactly what makes people human. Realizing he has been overheard, he coldly warns the servant that listening in could cost him his life if he keeps speaking out of turn. The servant ignores the threat and presses for one final answer. He asks which star among all those human desires shines farthest and brightest. The servant answers with brutal precision that for this man, the brightest wish would be seeing his dead daughter again. The mention of his daughter hits Damien like a buried wound being ripped open. Furious, Damien drops all restraint and prepares to punish the servant for daring to say it. He draws his sword and makes clear that the servant will lose an arm for crossing the line. Damien lunges in rage, trying to maim him immediately. The servant meets the attack head-on with a red, unnatural blade and stops Damien's strike with ease. While overpowering him, he keeps the pressure on by repeating the subject of Damien's daughter. He tempts Damien outright, asking whether he truly wants to see her again. Damien's grief turns into blazing hatred as he realizes he is being manipulated through his deepest loss. He tries to strike back on instinct, but the servant mocks even that last shred of self-preservation. The masked fighter cuts through Damien's offense and leaves him completely outmatched. Shaken and unable to place this impossible opponent, Damien demands to know what he is facing. The servant reveals himself as the Night Hound and says he has come to make Damien an offer. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a church-like temple where another encounter is about to unfold. A hooded figure in a crude animal mask hushes a blonde woman beside him as they remain hidden. Hearing a familiar voice, the woman realizes the disguised figure is Night's Hound. From their high perch, they watch visitors gather below as someone notes that it has been a long time. The man being addressed is identified as Cardinal Martin Luther, a high-ranking figure of the Order of Inquiry. A priest named Runman arrives with armed guards, apologizing for the delay by claiming he was chasing suspicious intruders around the temple. The hidden pair quietly recognize that his excuse is aimed at them. Runman smoothly denies any accusation and keeps the exchange polite. He asks what business brings the cardinal to this Old Testament temple, while the cardinal lightly claims he only came to look around. The cardinal points out the contradiction between Runman's dismissal of the place and the fact that the temple is crowded with worshippers. With false humility, he says he came to learn the secret of that popularity and frames it as concern for church unity. Runman answers that the explanation is simple. The temple is well located and draws many people. The answer leaves a tense silence, with either side believing the other. Runman ends the conversation abruptly, claiming he has another meeting to attend. The cardinal politely apologizes if he has taken too much of Runman's valuable time, but the courtesy feels pointed. Runman orders his guards to escort the guests safely outside, asserting control over the situation. As they comply, tension lingers beneath the formal exchange. Runman's expression hardens, and his pious language begins to sound less like faith and more like a creed for conflict. He declares that even if demons surround them, they must stand firm without fear because truth will prevail. He pushes the doctrine further, insisting that truth and empire must endure even at the cost of family, wealth, honor, and life itself. Once the others are gone, Runman drops the mask of composure and calls out in anger. Night's Hound, still hidden nearby, decides the setup is complete. After leaving the temple grounds, he tells his companion the purchase should now be worthwhile and thanks her for helping. The blonde woman, now in white robes, asks how he recognized her through her disguise. He says it was obvious to him immediately. He explains that her disguise fooled others but was far too transparent for him, and she accepts that with mild embarrassment. Instead of being upset, she finds herself quietly pleased. Noticing her smile, Night's Hound asks what has put her in such a different mood. She denies taking offense and admits she is only surprised by how familiar and easy his touch felt. Privately, she realizes that when he held her earlier, she instinctively mistook him for Vikr. As she reflects on earlier encounters with Vikir and on hiding from Quilty, the Saintess realizes the feeling surrounding this masked ally may have been familiar all along. She begins connecting the harmless-looking disguise to the dangerous person beneath it, and wonders if she has been sensing the same presence in different forms. Before she can settle on that thought, she hesitates, still unsure how to respond to what she is learning. The hooded investigator presses her directly, asking why a member of the New Testament faction came to the Old Testament temple in disguise. She admits the church's internal order is collapsing, with old and new factions divided and heresies spreading in the chaos. Because the Old Testament faction has kept accumulating wealth despite the turmoil, she secretly infiltrated it to trace where its money was going. She adds that the Pope is showing signs of dementia and may not even grasp the crisis, leaving her a saintess in name only. With no real authority to act openly, she says covert action was the only way she could respond. The hooded figure acknowledges that the burden she is carrying is far too heavy for someone in her position to bear alone. He reminds her that although she may one day wield great influence, right now she is still young and lacks people she can truly rely on. Hearing her account lets him finally see the full pattern behind the chaos. He links together Humbert's funding, the rise of heresies and cults, and the hidden forces driving them. The final piece is the indulgences, which reveal how money was being funneled through religion. With that, the scattered clues lock into a single conspiracy. He concludes that the Old Testament faction effectively sold religious autonomy to cults and heretics under the cover of indulgences, and did so for an enormous price. The saintess is stunned as she realizes Cardinal Martin Luther likely came here to confirm the same truth for himself. She is shaken that the investigator saw so deeply into the matter, and she recognizes how much he has uncovered on his own. Fearing what else he may know, she tries to stop him from saying more. Instead, she asks the question at the heart of it all, whether demons are involved. He explains that the cults and heresies are too newly empowered to be the true masterminds, so if demons are behind this, they are operating from the shadows. He confirms her suspicion and states that the real culprit is always the one hidden behind the curtain. Then he turns to her pain, recognizing that she has been fighting this battle alone and suffering through it in silence. Moved by that understanding, she resolves to stop standing apart. She rushes forward and begs him to let her help. Insisting that weakness does not make her useless, she pleads to be allowed to contribute however she can. He tests that claim by asking whether she can still use the buffing power she employed during the Dantalian battle, and her confidence immediately falters. Seeing enough for the moment, he decides to move on, saying he will first crush the heretics and cults tied to the Old Testament faction. When she asks how, he says he has a way to wipe them all out at once. He makes clear that his plan requires something from her personally. What he wants is her body, leaving her too shocked to process his meaning. She erupts in disbelief at the outrageous request. He remains completely unfazed, as if this demand is the most practical thing in the world. Later that night, at Quo Vadis' New Testament sect temple in the imperial capital, a gathering begins. Cult leaders greet Quo Vadis with admiration, noting how youthful and vigorous he seems and joking that even his appetites have grown. One sect leader boasts that women are easily drawn in by promises of liberation through his doctrine. Another brags that with a few words, followers hand over wealth and grain without resistance. A third sneers that no one would dare oppose what they present as God's will. When an invitation to the sacrament feast from the New Testament sect is mentioned, they take it as recognition that they are finally being accepted as an official branch. Quo Vadis confirms it, and explains that the feast centers on eating white bread and drinking white wine. The ritual symbolically represents sharing the flesh and blood of the saintess and is meant to formalize an alliance. The cult leaders celebrate, convinced the New Testament sect has finally come to its senses and that, with Quo Vadis' backing, the Old Testament faction can no longer threaten them. Just as they prepare to go inside, a violent disturbance interrupts the gathering. The cultists freeze in alarm, unable to tell what has just struck. The answer comes in blood, as bodies are cut down before they can react. A woman wrapped in purple power appears amid the carnage, mocking the place as if it were nothing but a pile of trash. From above, the saintess and the hooded hound identify the intruder as Ouroboros as armed men surround her below.